Chapter 1. Transformed into a scion. Headache, where am I? Ling Yun propped himself up from the bed, feeling as though he had been struck senseless and then unceremoniously discarded on the ground, only to be trampled upon. A sobbing sound emerged from nearby. Brother Casso, you finally woke up? Ling Yun, enduring his discomfort, turned to look. A frail little girl was wiping the tears from her cheeks, weeping inconsolably. The sight of her sorrow was enough to tug at anyone's heartstrings. Casso? Ling Yun was somewhat perplexed. Was she calling for him? What was that? He noticed a tail wrapped around the girl's waist. Suddenly, a splitting headache seized him as two distinct memories collided within his mind, intertwining with a seemingly inevitable tendency to merge. Amidst the merging process, Ling Yun could no longer bear the pain and fainted. Ling Yun, a denizen of the 21st century, had been sustaining himself through the rental of a house left by his parents, finding solace in watching Japanese anime, with Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball being his utmost favorite. One fateful night, while revisiting Dragon Ball for the umpteenth time on his computer, he accidentally brushed against the power switch, resulting in a blank mind and a paralyzed body, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this bewildering world. Through the merging of memories, he learned that Casso was the original owner of this body, who had sustained grave injuries while protecting the frail little girl and, in his dying moments, was seized by Ling Yun's consciousness. Casso's soul, shattered and frail due to his grievous wounds, could not contend with Ling Yun during the memory fusion. Time passed, second by second. At last, Ling Yun successfully integrated the other memory. What was this? This was the world of Dragon Ball. Ling Yun's heart soared with joy. He had adored Dragon Ball since childhood, often succumbing to bouts of youthful folly, mimicking Kakaroto's transformation into a Super Saiyan, gritting his teeth, widening his eyes, and roaring in rage, fantasizing about becoming a Super Saiyan himself. Even during his evening showers, he would occasionally let out a loud shout, startling his parents in the living room, only to receive a sound thrashing afterward. After the passing of his parents, he had grown more composed, yet his fondness for Dragon Ball remained, as he indulged in it repeatedly. Little did he expect that a freak accident would transport him into the realm of Dragon Ball. Scion Casso, I made up my mind. Ling Yun was filled with exhilaration, yearning to laugh towards the heavens, but the pain from his injuries and the throbbing in his head made him grimace in discomfort. Brother Casso, how are you? The little girl, tears streaming down her face, hesitated to reach out and touch Casso's face, fearing it might hurt him. Observing Casso's fluctuating expression, she worried. Could he have been knocked silly by Nappa? Thinking of this, the little girl began to cry anew, mumbling, Nappa, give me back my brother Casso. Casso could see the sorrow etched on the little girl's face, and whether influenced by lingering remnants of his consciousness or not, he felt a profound ache in his heart. Little beer, I'm fine, please stop crying. Casso embraced Osbier to comfort her. In the memories, Casso's predecessor and Osbier's parents had fought alongside one another as comrades in Bardock Squad, but had perished during a mission. Afterward, the two had lived together, caring for one another, yet lacking parental guidance. They had grown thin and frail. Nappa's family, on the other hand, belonged to the elite of the Scions, with his father being the right-hand man to King Vegeta. Nappa had always followed Vegeta around, acting tyrannically and treating orphans like Casso and Osbier with particular cruelty. Just yesterday, Casso's predecessor had been pummeled by Nappa, and it was only thanks to Osbier dragging him back that he was still lying on the bed. Casso felt a pang of sadness. He and Osbier had been childhood sweethearts, deeply bonded. If she were to discover that her true brother Casso had already perished, how heartbroken she would be. Nappa, is it? In that moment, Casso's eyes turned icy cold. After comforting Osbier, Casso resolved to set aside thoughts of Nappa for the moment. He was eager to ascertain his current battle power. He picked up the scouter from the cabinet and measured his battle power according to the method he remembered. 300. To his astonishment, he possessed a battle power of 300. Casso was somewhat taken aback, realizing this was greater than the elderly Piccolo. After some contemplation, he deduced that his near-death experience must have contributed to such an increase in power. From the integrated memories, he also learned that he was considered an upper-class warrior. A smile graced Casso's lips. An upper-class warrior, indeed. Not too shabby, though he might not possess the legendary Saiyan physique. He was certainly superior to Goku, a lower-class warrior. In truth, evaluating a Scion's ranked solely based on their birth battle power is somewhat misleading. For instance, Goku, a lower-class warrior, had repeatedly faced near-death experiences, consistently pushing his limits, resulting in a battle power that always surpassed Vegeta's. While the protagonist's halo played a part, it is undeniable that the classification standard for Scions is fundamentally flawed. Of course, a scion with a higher birth battle power enjoys a higher starting point. Thus Casso, as an upper-class warrior, still holds a considerable advantage. Now, Nappa, you shall await your demise. Casso thought to himself with a cold smirk. Nappa had thus entered Casso's list of targets, and he felt no remorse for his ruthless intentions towards such a scoundrel. In this superdimensional world of Dragon Ball, where the strong prey upon the weak, where entire planets and universes can be obliterated at a whim, Casso's sole desire was to grow stronger and survive. Casso organized the memories within his mind, uncertain of the current date and how much time remained before planet Vegeta's destruction. Little beer, what year is it now? Casso urgently needed to grasp the timeline. He recalled that planet Vegeta had exploded in the year 737 of the age. It is currently the year 735 of the age. Osbier wiped her tear-streaked cheeks with her tiny hands. Only 2 years left? Casso furrowed his brow. Time was indeed of the essence. Casso remembered that 2 years later, planet Vegeta would be annihilated by Frieza. Frieza, a prodigy of the Frost Demons, had been advised by his father, King Cold, to be wary of the emergence of the legendary golden-haired Super Saiyan. Additionally, under the directive of a certain deity, Frieza planned to summon all Scions on missions, obliterating planet Vegeta in the year 737, with only a few lucky survivors remaining. With only 300 battle power, and at the tender age of 5 alongside Osbier, Casso stood no chance against Vegeta, let alone Frieza. Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, was born with a battle power of 1,000, an undeniable strength. Yet he paled in comparison to Frieza, who possessed a staggering 530,000 battle power. Absolutely not. I must escape planet Vegeta within the next 2 years, or I will surely perish, Casso murmured, head bowed. Once he left planet Vegeta, armed with the memories in his mind, he would not fear facing Frieza. For now, Casso had no choice but to find ways to survive, diligently enhancing his battle power. And when planet Vegeta met its fate, perhaps he could save a few more Scions. Chapter 2. Defeating Nappa. Days passed in the Dragon Ball world, and Casso's initial exhilaration had somewhat waned. He was aware of the ensuing plot. Only 2 years remained before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Time was of the essence. Without strength, survival in a superdimensional world like Dragon Ball was nothing short of folly. Currently, Casso possessed a mere 350 battle power, a result of the rigorous training methods he had learned from his past life. Yet, this level of power was utterly insufficient. Casso desperately sought to elevate his strength, and for the past few days, he had ventured into the forest, attempting to comprehend Ki, but to no avail. The potency of Ki was indisputable. Much like the time Vegeta invaded Earth with a battle power of 18,000, he ultimately fell to Goku and his companions, who possessed the ability to harness Ki. Though part of the reason for Vegeta's defeat was his overconfidence, it was undeniable that Ki played a significant role in the outcome. Ki was a mysterious force, often defying explanation. It was not merely energy, although energy could be considered a form of Ki. Despite Casso possessing energy far exceeding that of Earth's martial artists, his understanding and application of Ki were utterly dismal. Forget it. Casso sighed deeply. Once he escaped planet Vegeta, he would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to visit Earth to learn about Ki, and perhaps borrow a few Senzu beans from Karin, or rather, borrow them. Upon contemplating this, Casso couldn't help but smile. He sat quietly on a stone beside the crystal-clear river, with distant mountains rising majestically in the background. He recalled his childhood in a past life, often naively imitating Wukong as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Let us see what the legendary energy sphere truly entails. Casso concentrated deeply, employing the method embedded in his memories, gathering the energy within him into the palm of his hand. Before long, an energy sphere coalesced in his grasp. The sphere shimmered brightly, adorned with a halo of blue light. Gazing upon it felt akin to staring at an extraordinarily enhanced welding arc, blindingly brilliant, with arcs of electricity crackling and sizzling around its periphery. This is the energy sphere. I wonder how formidable it truly is. Casso felt a surge of excitement, unable to resist the urge to throw it towards the distant mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Debris flew as a significant chunk of the mountain was obliterated, revealing a gaping cavity. This was not a fragile planet like Earth, shattering at the slightest impact, but rather the relatively stable Vegeta, with gravity 10 times that of Earth. Gulp. Was this the power of an energy blast? How impressive I am. Yet, I hope it doesn't harm any innocent creatures. If it does, so be it. Casso dismissed the thought, recognizing that it took considerable effort for a novice like him to condense such an energy sphere. It seems I must continue to strive harder. Casso leaped into the nearby river, weary from a day of exertion, seeking solace in the water, especially since few scions frequented this area, allowing him to relax. Indeed, after extensive labor, one must indulge in adequate rest. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from afar, the grass swaying. Something emerged from the forest. Who could it be? Casso felt a twinge of anxiety. Scions were known for their ruthless and cold-hearted nature, as evidenced by the utter lack of response to the cataclysmic explosion on Vegeta. For the past few days, Casso had been avoiding crowds, engaging in his unique training to conceal the fact that his combat power had tripled in mere days. Who knew what kind of turmoil that revelation might incite? Casso closed his eyes in the water, listening intently to the distant commotion, and quickly submerged, nervously peering at the water surface. The footsteps drew nearer, and soon a shadow appeared above the water. Of all people, it's that scoundrel Nappa. Casso sneered. Nappa was scanning the surroundings, muttering, "The readings from a scouter clearly indicate something is nearby, yet there's no one in sight." He assumed it was a fellow warrior training with a combat power of 350, eager to make an acquaintance. But after searching the vicinity, he found nothing. Nappa, undeterred, turned and strolled back leisurely. The sight of Nappa's retreating figure stirred a flicker of emotion within Casso's previously stoic demeanor, as if the remnants of his former self were influencing him. In his memories, Nappa had harbored a particular disdain for his previous incarnation and Osbier, deeming them a disgrace to elite warriors. During every spar among adolescent scions, Nappa would strike ruthlessly, claiming that had it not been for Bardock's influence, he would have long since eliminated the two of them. Would he truly kill Osbier and myself? Casso smirked with his newfound strength. The outcome was far from certain. Having become a scion, Casso felt an undeniable influence of their nature, rendering him somewhat cold and ruthless, as if slaughtering had become a mundane task. Daring to wander into this forest alone, "You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." Casso began to gather the power within him. After a moment, seeing Nappa drift further from shore, he sensed that if he did not act now, the opportunity would slip away. Thus, Casso unleashed the tremendous energy within him, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion in the river. The water surged violently, sending droplets soaring hundreds of meters into the air. "I knew I was right to remain here finally. Something has emerged." Nappa turned at the sound behind him, curious to discover which warrior had revealed themselves. Having failed to locate the individual moments ago, he now recognized the familiar silhouette rising from the water. Casso ascended, enveloped in a white aura, soaring through the air, with the sun illuminating him from behind. In the blinding light, Nappa struggled to discern his opponent's identity, shielding his eyes with his hand, but could only vaguely make out the figure's shape, which felt eerily familiar. Gazing at the scouter in disbelief, Nappa saw the 350 combat power reading displayed on the lens, yet for reasons unknown, the figure continued to approach him. No, given the trajectory, it was evident that the figure intended to attack him, and Nappa finally grasped the situation. However, realizing the danger was one thing, whether he could withstand it was another matter entirely. A fleeting shadow flitted through the air, and Casso suddenly materialized behind Nappa. "I bet you never expected to face a day like this." Casso's gaze, reminiscent of a vengeful demon from the depths of hell, radiated an intense hatred, fixated on Nappa like a predator eyeing its prey. Casso had anticipated the moment when he could exact revenge on those who had wronged him, yet he never expected the opportunity to arrive so swiftly. "It's you, Casso." Nappa's pupils contracted in disbelief. How could this be possible? Just days ago, Casso had been gravely injured. And yet he had not only recovered, but had also become exponentially stronger, boasting an astonishing power level of 350. Nappa, with his mere 260, was now engulfed in a mixture of astonishment and fear. At that moment, a deep blue energy pressed against his back, the searing heat and tumultuous energy relentlessly agitating his skin. Cold sweat broke out on Nappa's brow as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. "Casso, I was merely jesting before. I implore you, spare me." Nappa's voice faltered, clearly terrified, as his mind replayed the moments when he had tormented Casso and Osbier. He felt a sense of impending doom. Why had Casso, whom he deemed worthless, experienced such remarkable growth in these few days? Nappa seethed with anger and desperation. With no options left, he resolved to placate Casso for the time being. "What benefit do I gain from sparing you? Let bygones be bygones. And I can arrange a comfortable task for you through my father," Nappa hastily proposed, fearing that his hesitation would result in Casso unleashing a devastating energy blast. If he could just keep Casso calm, he would later have his father eliminate him. However, Nappa seemed to forget that he was at the mercy of another. Very well, Casso suddenly replied. Upon hearing this, Nappa's lips curled into a frenzied smile. Spare you? Casso scoffed. Why did you not spare my former self before? Go to hell and apologize to the true Casso. A cold light flickered in Casso's eyes as he suddenly coalesced a profound energy orb in his hand, which he then forcefully struck upon Nappa's head. You are not a man of your word. Nappa cried out in anguish. Casso possessed a formidable combat power of 350, significantly surpassing that of Nappa, leaving him utterly defenseless. Moreover, this occurred during a surprise attack, rendering any chance of evasion impossible. The violent energy blasts propelled Nappa towards the mountainside, the searing heat inflicting agonizing cries from him. Yet, Casso paid him no heed. Instead, he conjured another colossal energy orb with his other hand, pursuing Nappa relentlessly. The two energy orbs collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The earth trembled as fierce winds howled and the skies darkened. In the wake of the explosion, Nappa was obliterated into dust, while in the distance, a mountain with a gaping wound at its midpoint crumbled, sending rocks of various sizes cascading down. Was he truly dead? Casso's furrowed brow finally relaxed, followed by a wicked grin. How delightfully cunning I am. Casso meticulously concealed his traces in the forest and made his way home with a large fish. Just as he was nearing his abode, he encountered a group of individuals approaching him. Leading the pack was a short youth, possessing sharply defined cheekbones and inheriting the distinctive hairstyle and visage of his father, King Vegeta. He had also inherited his father's physical traits and a portion of his temperament, characterized by a high, smooth forehead. At that moment, he sported a row of pointed bangs, with his brow pronounced and his temples forming a heart shape. His wide brows and elongated eyes radiated a chilling intensity, complemented by his hair, which stood erect like flames. It was Vegeta. Vegeta appeared slightly puzzled. Wasn't Casso severely injured by Nappa? How had he recovered so swiftly? After a brief glance, Vegeta chose not to dwell on it and coldly inquired, Have you seen Nappa? No, Casso replied nonchalantly. Vegeta, unwilling to squander time, continued on his way, accompanied by his entourage. Phew. Observing Vegeta's retreating figure, Casso feigned calmness and exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling a level of anxiety akin to that of a thief who had just dined and dashed, he had feared that his elimination of Nappa had been discovered. Blasted. He needed to make a hasty exit. Feeling guilty as a thief, Casso dared not linger, worried that Vegeta might turn back, which would spell trouble. Chapter 3. Departure from Planet Vegeta. After walking for a while, a small house came into view. Little Byrie, I'm back, Casso announced as he entered his home, carrying the large fish and making his way step by step toward the kitchen. Osbier emerged from her room, clapping her hands in delight. Casso, you're back. Well, we have fish for dinner again tonight. In the past few days, Casso had consistently returned from his training expeditions with prey, as he felt that little Byrie was too thin and lacked combat prowess, similar to his previous state, with power levels just above 100. He had previously been oblivious to how she managed to survive. No wonder she had been bullied. However, over the past few days, Osbier had gradually begun to gain weight. Her complexion no longer pale, but instead rosy, all thanks to the bounty of his hunts. Casso expertly prepared the large fish and placed it on the rack to roast. Soon, the aroma of the fish wafted through the air, slightly charred yet enticing. Osbier, captivated by the delightful scent, felt her mouth water. Casso, I'm hungry. I want to eat, she exclaimed, standing at the door with her brows furrowed in anticipation. It's ready to eat, Casso chuckled, amused by her eagerness. After dinner, Osbier nestled close to Casso, holding his hand as they sat together on the chair. Casso, I'm so full, she said, patting her slightly rounded belly. Will you continue to catch big fish for me in the future? Of course, Osbier replied with a sweet smile. Casso gently stroked her head, and within the amalgamation of memories, he recalled how little Byrie was often tormented by those ruffians from Nappa, sometimes left battered and bruised, always seeking solace in her brother Casso's embrace. His previous incarnation had similarly endured a brutal beating in pursuit of avenging her. No wonder the girl clung to him so dearly. Contemplating this, Casso felt a pang of sorrow. How could those from Nappa bear to bully such an endearing child? However, having vanquished Nappa today, Casso felt a sense of relief. He vowed that henceforth, he would never allow this little girl to suffer again. Casso was momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on his recent training experiences. His progress had accelerated significantly compared to the past, yet the available training methods here were severely limited, particularly as he had to constantly remain vigilant about the presence of others. It is essential to recognize that scions are a rather ruthless race. One could only speculate on the consequences if others were to discover his current state. Moreover, he dared not venture into perilous areas. This situation could not persist. After several days, he had only achieved a modest enhancement in his combat strength. How many years would it take to attain Frieza's level of power? He needed to devise a plan to escape this planet with Chibi. Casso pondered deeply. Otherwise, once Frieza began monitoring planet Vegeta, it would be too late. Despite having avenged his predecessor, Casso found no solace, as he had to remain wary of the pursuits from the Vegeta and Nappa families, while also being anxious about Frieza's potential surveillance over planet Vegeta. After much contemplation, he concluded that leaving planet Vegeta was the wisest course of action. But how could he accomplish this? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could seek out Bardock. Casso recalled the captain of his predecessor's parents, Bardock. Chibi, I shall pay a visit to Uncle Bardock, he declared. Casso gently placed Osbier aside, rising to his feet as he made his way toward the door. Casso, be sure to return soon. Osbier sweetly called after him. The night on planet Vegeta was breathtaking, unmarred by clouds, revealing a tapestry of stars that shimmered brilliantly in the depths of the cosmos. The moon shone brightly tonight, illuminating the path with clarity. Thankfully, it was not a full moon, for otherwise, Casso would have hesitated to venture outside. Scions with tails, under the light of a full moon, would absorb blood's waves, rapidly transforming into colossal apes, their strength magnified tenfold. However, one cannot have both the bear's paw and the fish. A typical scion in ape form would lose all reason, driven solely by destruction until the moon vanished or their tail was severed, restoring them to their original state. Only the scion royalty and a select few extraordinary scions could retain their rationality in their ape form, and Vegeta was among those who could maintain his composure. Arriving at Bardock's doorstep, Casso knocked gently. Uncle Bardock, please open the door. It's me. The door swung open promptly, revealing Bardock's wife, Jine. Casso, is that you? What brings you to see Bardock? Casso straightforwardly expressed his intention, seeking Bardock's arrangement for him and Osbier to embark on a mission. Upon learning of his purpose, Bardock pondered for a moment before inquiring, I have promised your parents to take good care of you. Are you truly determined to undertake this mission? Yes, Casso replied. After a brief contemplation, Bardock nodded in agreement. He understood that delicate flowers seldom bloom in a greenhouse. Only by leaving the embrace of the eagle can one soar through the skies. He had traversed a similar path. As a lower-ranking warrior whose talents paled in comparison to Casso's exceptional abilities, he had been dispatched on missions early on, enduring various trials before attaining his current strength. Hence, it is indeed wise to let go sooner. Thank you, Uncle Bardock. I will strive to become stronger. Casso let out a sigh of relief, having anticipated that Bardock would press for further inquiries. Suddenly, as Casso was about to depart, Bardock posed a question. Casso, have you encountered that lad Nappa? The words reached Casso's ears, causing his heart to jolt unexpectedly. Had he been discovered? Casso contemplated numerous thoughts within his heart, yet his lips remained silent. Bardock also informed Casso about Nappa, who had vanished for an entire day. Perhaps an unforeseen incident had occurred. He was well aware of the enmity between Casso and Nappa, but the affairs of two children were not for him to meddle in. Ultimately, Bardock advised Casso to refrain from venturing out for the time being, to avoid being embroiled in any complications. From his recollections, it was evident that Bardock genuinely cared for both Casso and Osbier. With his worries alleviated, Casso breathed a sigh of relief, yet he knew he must hasten his departure from planet Vegeta. Otherwise, if it were discovered that he had been responsible for Nappa's demise, even Bardock would be unable to shield him. Days passed. Two small spacecraft rested in the center of the square, with two diminutive figures standing beside them. Casso, are we truly going to undertake this mission? I am frightened, the little girl said apprehensively. In the past, under Bardock's guardianship, Osbier had only faced Nappa's bullying, and as a higher-ranking scion, she had been spared from executing destructive missions. Yet, she had occasionally overheard conversations among her kin, where some warriors who ventured out on missions had met their untimely demise. This thought intensified Osbier's trepidation. Little Osbier, do not fear, your brother will protect you. Casso was deeply unsettled by the thought of leaving Osbier alone on Vegeta. Without his protection, she was likely to become embroiled in the tragic events surrounding Nappa's demise. How could he find peace of mind venturing out on his own? She was, after all, the person he cherished most in the world of Dragon Ball. Casso gently stroked the little girl's head, reassuring her that there was no need for fear. Soon, planet Vegeta would face destruction at the hands of Frieza, prompting Casso to embark on his mission without returning to Vegeta for the time being. He intended to journey to Namek in search of the fabled Dragon Balls, and then proceed to Yardrat to master the art of instantaneous movement. As Osbier climbed aboard the spacecraft, Casso expertly configured the ship's navigation system. Casso stood outside Osbier's spacecraft, casting her a resolute gaze through the transparent window before returning to his own vessel. With a whoosh, both ships expelled twin streams of fiery tails, the heat waves swirling as the vessels ascended, propelled by the intense currents, soaring into the cosmos beyond the planet. Chapter 4. Daily training and hunting. Half a year had elapsed. In the verdant expanse of Mumu's forest, birds flitted through the air while numerous animals gathered by the lakeside to quench their thirst, creating a scene of serene tranquility. On this particular day, 2 meteors with long tails streaked across the sky, merging harmoniously with the picturesque landscape. However, something was amiss. Those radiant meteors were hurtling towards the forest. With a thunderous roar, the 2 spheres crashed into the ground, their immense impact creating 2 sizable craters. The force of the shockwave rippled outward, stirring up dust and exposing the underlying stones. The spheres opened from within, revealing a door through which 2 small figures emerged, Casso and Osbier. The moment Casso opened the spaceship door, his eyes were met with a dilapidated slope, exposing the bare earth and rocks. He leaped forward, and in midair, a fleeting figure appeared. Casso had already reached the summit of the incline. Casso, brother. Osbier also sprang from the deep pit, joining him at the top. And with a gesture reminiscent of clinging to a tree, she nestled against him. Clearly, the unfamiliar surroundings instilled a sense of fear in Osbier. And only in the presence of her brother Casso could she find solace. Fear not, we have arrived at Mumu Star. Casso gently cradled Osbier's dairy with his left hand while tenderly caressing her long locks with his right. He found immense joy in holding the porcelain-like figure of little Beer, especially now that she had gained a bit of softness. Her entire form was delightfully pliable and exceedingly comfortable. At last, they had departed from Vegeta. Casso felt a release of pressure within, no longer burdened by the constant fear of his planet's annihilation at the hands of Frieza. Within the realm of the anime, Vegeta's destruction appears to stem from 2 primary reasons. One of these is the trepidation of the Frost Demon race regarding the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among the scions. However, the principal cause remains the god of destruction, Beerus. For reasons unbeknownst to many, Beerus commanded Frieza to obliterate the entire Saiyan race. Such formidable beings as the god of destruction are far beyond Casso's current realm of comprehension. Having escaped the latent dangers of planet Vegeta, he now has the opportunity to grow and develop. As he meandered through the forest, he heard Osbier exclaim, "Brother Casso, this planet is absolutely stunning." Osbier glanced around with wide-eyed wonder, her spirit buoyed by the enchanting surroundings. She danced on her tiptoes, completely captivated, casting aside any lingering fears or anxieties. Observing her carefree strides from behind, Casso couldn't help but chuckle. Had she not been terrified just moments before disembarking the spacecraft? Indeed, this planet possessed an undeniable beauty. Casso embarked on a thorough exploration of the planet Muxing 50, characterized by its lush forests and expansive oceans, creating an environment of remarkable beauty. The primary source of formidable combat power on this planet lies within the untamed beasts that remain uncivilized. Casso and his companions merely needed to eradicate these powerful creatures to fulfill their mission, rendering it an exceedingly straightforward task. However, Bardock, contemplating potential unforeseen circumstances, noted the presence of a moon orbiting the planet. In the face of adversity, the 2 of them would only require the ability to transform into colossal gorillas, amplifying their combat strength tenfold. An opponent with an 800 combat power would be rendered insignificant in their presence. Yet, Bardock chose to withhold this information from them. Casso grasped Osbier's delicate little hand and led her to a hillside, where his fingertips flickered with a faint blue light, launching a key wave the size of a ping-pong ball. With a resounding bang, a cavern 3 meters wide erupted from the mountainside. After a brief tidying up, this would become their future dwelling place. Time passed imperceptibly. One day, before them lay a vast lake, its surface shimmering with golden rays. As fish occasionally leaped from the water, while birds overhead seized the opportunity to dive down and snatch their prey. Suddenly, the lake's surface rippled and swiftly transformed into tumultuous waves. A small hillock, approximately 10 meters high and 6 meters wide, began to shift along the shoreline. With each movement, the ground trembled slightly. As the hillock drew nearer, A diminutive figure emerged from beneath it. Surprisingly, it was Casso. Upon reaching his destination, Casso hurled the little hillock aside. With a thunderous roar, the entire ground quaked. Casso, utterly fatigued and drenched in sweat, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. After enduring an arduous training regimen, his strength had been nearly depleted. Yet, such relentless effort was not without its rewards. He could sense a mysterious force awakening deep within him, akin to a parched spring suddenly gushing forth with water. Indeed, the training methodologies of Earth possess their own unique efficacy. Casso lay on the ground, taking a moment to rest. This method of training proved beneficial for him at present. However, once he surpassed a combat power of 1,000, its efficacy would diminish significantly. To achieve greater advancements, it would be advisable to utilize the gravity chamber. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from behind. Casso turned his head and saw Osbier behind him, shouldering a small hillock measuring 7 meters in height and 5 meters in width. After discarding the hillock, Osbier gazed at Casso with a hint of reproach, exclaiming, "Casso, you didn't even wait for me, but I have been waiting right here for you." Casso replied with a smile. Having spent over a month on the planet Mumu, Casso had adopted the training methods of Master Roshi, employing techniques such as swimming in the lake, tilling the earth with his bare hands, evading ferocious beasts, and carrying burdens akin to hillocks. He then encouraged Osbier to undertake the same challenges. Both Casso and Osbier were elite warriors, and their potential was undoubtedly remarkable. Throughout this period of rigorous training, Casso's combat prowess surged from an initial score of 350 points upon his arrival at Mumu to an impressive 500 points. Osbier, too, made significant strides, advancing from just over 100 points to an impressive 300 points, marking an almost threefold increase. It must be acknowledged that Osbier possessed exceptional talent. In comparison, Casso's advancement seemed relatively modest. The current prowess of Casso in battle can be attributed to the harrowing experience of being brought to the brink of death by Nappa. "Xiaobi, we have been here for over a month. Do you long for home?" Casso wrapped his arms around Osbier, holding her close. Despite her being drenched in sweat, there was no hint of unpleasant odor. Instead, a fresh and sweet fragrance emanated from her, reminiscent of the morning dew upon grass. "Yes, I do miss Aunt Ginia and Uncle Badak a bit," Osbier confessed, undeterred by Casso's perspiration as they remained closely entwined. "Brother Casso, once we complete our mission, shall we return to planet Vegeta immediately? With our current combat strength, we could surely avenge Nappa." A fierce glint sparkled in Osbier's eyes. "Return? No, we cannot go back just yet," Casso replied, shaking his head, withholding the truth of Nappa's demise. "Why not?" Osbier inquired, her confusion evident. "You are aware of Frieza, are you not?" "Yes, I know. Our scion race has served him for many years," she acknowledged. "He is the emperor of the universe, possessing immense power and cruelty. He will annihilate our entire scion race in a year and a half." Casso understood that to save the scions, he must transcend and become a super scion. It was utterly unrealistic to confront Frieza in his normal state. How could that be? We have always been steadfastly loyal," Osbier exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I have a premonition, and it grows stronger by the moment. You must trust your brother," Casso said earnestly, holding her shoulders and resting his forehead against hers. "Yes, I believe you, Casso brother," Osbier replied, though still somewhat puzzled, her faith in him unwavering. Now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, a sense of worry enveloped Osbier, her usual smile gradually fading. As they embraced, a sudden rumble emanated from Osbier's stomach. "Gurgle, gurgle." She shyly nestled closer to Casso. "Is my little princess hungry? Let us first take a bath, and then we shall go hunting," Casso chuckled. Casso gently patted Xiaobi's head. Indeed, after their rigorous training, he too felt quite famished. The two took a refreshing bath in the lake. A distant roar of a wild beast echoed through the air. Casso and Osbier exchanged a glance, and at that moment, the food had indeed arrived. An aura of fierce energy enveloped them, radiating a brilliant white light. With a powerful thrust from their feet, they launched themselves into the air, resembling two bullets streaking across the sky, leaving behind only two small white dots. Roar! Roar! Two colossal tigers, identical in appearance to saber-toothed cats, stood before them, their bodies tense and occasionally letting out a growl as they faced each other. "Casso, I'll take the smaller one, and you can have the larger one," Osbier declared, swiftly charging towards the smaller saber-toothed tiger. Casso clasped his hands across his chest. Suspended in midair, a wry smile gracing his lips at the recklessness of the young girl. The two saber-toothed tigers were not significantly different in size, each approximately as large as an elephant. It seemed they sensed the ill intent of the two intruders, and thus abandoned their standoff, roaring fiercely at them. "Little tiger, receive my strike." Osbier hovered in the air, bringing her hands together, a glimmer of blue light manifesting between her palms, reminiscent of a sapphire radiating under the sun. In an instant, the tiny blue point expanded rapidly, forming a shockwave the size of an adult's fist. With a decisive push, she sent the blue shockwave hurtling through the sky, aiming it at the smaller saber-toothed tiger. However, the tiger deftly sidestepped, evading the oncoming force. With a resounding boom, the shockwave exploded, sending clouds of dust swirling, and the surrounding trees were scattered like matchsticks. "Damn it, I missed," Osbier exclaimed, her lithe form darting forward once more. Seizing the moment while the saber-toothed tiger was still disoriented from the explosion, she closed the distance, channeling all her strength into her legs and delivering a powerful kick. The tiger was sent hurtling away, crashing through trees like they were mere twigs. Roaring in fury, the saber-toothed tiger regained its footing, shaking its head before unleashing a thunderous roar. Its massive jaws gaped wide, revealing teeth sharp enough to glisten ominously in the light. With its claws digging into the ground, the beast lunged forward, uprooting soil and creating deep craters in its wake. Recognizing the ferocity of the enemy, Osbier leaped into the air, tauntingly declaring, "Hee hee. You can't reach me." The small saber-toothed tiger, unable to reach the airborne figure, roared in helpless rage. "Osbier, stop playing around and finish this quickly. We need to prepare to leave." Casso dispatched the other saber-toothed tiger effortlessly with a mere fingertip shockwave. "All right, just give me a moment," Osbier replied. Summoning the full extent of her power as a sphere of energy, comparable to the size of a basketball, materialized in her hands. Meanwhile, the smaller saber-toothed tiger realized its precarious situation. Escape was imperative for survival. With that, it turned to flee into the dense forest. Yet, before it could make its escape, a powerful energy projectile struck it, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, the once mighty saber-toothed tiger had vanished, reduced to nothing but ash. Casso descended from the sky, covering his face. "Well, this little one is beyond consumption. I never anticipated that this girl would be so fierce." Osbiel, with a slight flick of her tongue, also felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Let us be on our way. We are nearly starving." Casso grasped the tiger lying on the ground with his bare hands, and flew back to their dwelling cave with Osbier. Chapter 5. Osbier's transformation into a giant ape. 3 months had passed since Casso and his companions arrived on Mumu's star. With their combat prowess significantly enhanced, the formidable foes here had been largely subdued. One evening, Casso and Osbiel sat around a crackling campfire, with 2 wild boars roasting beside them. The flames danced and crackled, while the fat from the boars sizzled and dripped, soaking the ground beneath them. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the earth had become slick with the rendered fat. As the wild boars neared completion, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Osbiel, with her petite hand, reached for one of the boars, bringing it close to her mouth before taking a hearty bite. The meat was perfectly charred on the outside and tender within. As she savored the scorching morsel, she occasionally inhaled sharply to temper the heat within her mouth. "Casso, your cooking is truly exceptional. This meat is delectable," she exclaimed, her cheeks puffing with each bite. "Of course, just take a look at who is cooking," Casso replied, unable to resist the aromatic allure himself. He seized the other boar and began to gnaw on it with delight. "Little Beal, our mission is complete. We shall depart from this planet in a few days." Casso, with one hand gripping a wild boar's leg, took a few bites, only to find himself troubled by a fragment lodged between his teeth. He reached for a nearby twig to dislodge it. "Very well, I shall heed my brother's words." Osbiel, without lifting her gaze, continued to relish the delectable roasted meat. After all, wherever her brother Casso ventured, she would follow without hesitation. Casso glanced over, amused by Osbier's voracious appetite. Her chubby little legs swirled around the fire as she incessantly stuffed roasted meat into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out like a porcelain doll illuminated by the flickering flames. In that moment, Casso's youthful spirit, despite being in his 20s, was utterly captivated by her endearing appearance, causing his cheeks to flush with warmth. Is this what it means to nurture a little girl into maturity? Casso continued to savor the roasted meat. After months of arduous training and relentless missions, both Casso and Osbiel had shed their novice warrior facades. During their endeavors to eliminate ferocious beasts, they had engaged in countless skirmishes, honing their combat skills to a remarkable degree. On one occasion, Casso narrowly escaped the jaws of a beast, an experience that significantly enhanced his combat prowess, now boasting a formidable strength of 1,000 points, while Osbier attained an impressive 700 points. Achieving such combat capabilities at such a tender age is largely attributed to the rigorous training methods on Earth. Should Casso and Osbier return to Vegeta, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar. In the anime, when Raditz invaded Earth, he possessed a mere 1,500 points of battle power, a level only slightly surpassing that of a typical adult scion. Although Raditz was somewhat inept, these two 6-year-old children were already approaching the strength of some adult scions. Casso cast the leftover bones far away. With only a year remaining until the explosion of planet Vegeta, he needed to swiftly enhance his strength. It was likely that the spaceship he had previously used was now under Frieza's surveillance. Once he completed his mission, his next destination would be planet Yardrat. Yardrat is located in the 27th main star system of the constellation Virgo in the northern galaxy, relatively close to planet Namek. In the Namek saga, Goku triumphed over Frieza on Namek, yet that planet was also on the brink of destruction. Goku found himself with insufficient time to return to his spaceship. Frieza's vessel was nearby, but its propulsion system had been damaged by Vegeta, rendering it inoperable. Just as everyone believed Goku was doomed, he fortuitously discovered a forgotten spaceship belonging to the Ginyu Force and made his escape. Since the Ginyu Force's next target was Yardrat, the ship's coordinates were also set for that location. Over the course of a year, Goku mastered instant transmission on Yardrat. This skill was something Casso had longed for in his previous life, allowing him to escape battles he could not win and to travel swiftly to other planets. As the Scions, served Frieza, they possessed a star map of the galaxies he controlled, which included the location of Yardrat. Back on planet Vegeta, before the spaceship's departure, Casso had already confirmed its position on the star map. Yardrat was not far from Namek. He pondered that they should prepare to depart for Yardrat in the coming days. Satisfied and well-fed, the two reclined on chairs woven from vines. Casso gently caressed Osbier's lustrous, ebony locks. The two basked in the tranquility of the night. After a while, Osbier shifted slightly in his embrace, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She lifted her gaze and said, "Casso, I need to use the restroom." "All right, dear brother will wait for you right here." Casso playfully brushed his finger against her delicate nose. Osbier gracefully descended from him, slowly rising from the wicker chair. Casso trailed behind her along a broad pathway flanked by dense woods, where the occasional hum of insects filled the air. This path leading to the restroom had been cleared by them. Osbier walked down the path and entered a small hut. From a distance, the hut appeared square. Its walls constructed of timber, each wall uniformly tall, yet conspicuously lacking a roof, rendering it an open-air lavatory. Why such extravagance for a mere toilet? It could have been simpler, Casso mused during its construction. In truth, it was not a matter of elegance, but rather a reflection of Casso's laziness. Too indolent to even erect a roof. After a moment, Osbier's gentle voice floated from within the hut. "Brother Casso, the moonlight is so bright tonight. And the moon is so round." "Bright? Round? Could it be?" Cockroach swiftly lifted his gaze to the heavens, where a yolk-like full moon hung resplendently in the sky. "Oh no. It is a well-known fact among all scions that those with tails transform into colossal apes upon witnessing a full moon, with the sole exception of Goku. How could there possibly be a moon here?" Casso spent several months on Mumu star, yet he found no evidence of the existence of any moons. This is truly a deception by Bedak. Casso soon felt his heart racing violently within his chest. Thump, thump. This was the harbinger of his transformation into a colossal gorilla. From what Casso understood, only the royal scions and elite warriors could maintain their sanity in such a primal state. Although he was indeed an elite warrior, he was still young and uncertain if he could withstand the onslaught of that ferocious emotion. His heartbeat quickened once more, and his eyes began to gleam with a crimson hue, resembling those of a wild beast. His visage contorted into a terrifying snarl as he bared his teeth and let out a series of guttural roars, his entire body quaking with uncontrollable tremors. Casso's body became uncontrollable, emanating a formidable aura. Thunderous sounds erupted as the earth succumbed to the pressure of this energy, producing a cacophony of explosive roars, while the debris on the ground seemed to defy gravity, soaring into the air. Casso battled against the ferocious emotions unleashed by the colossal ape. As these tempestuous feelings assaulted his mind, with his dwindling rationality resembling a fragile skiff adrift in a vast ocean, perilously close to capsizing at any moment, Casso dared not wager that he could truly maintain his composure, enduring the pain as he severed his own tail. He gasped for breath, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. The ferocity on his face faded. The fur that signaled his transformation into a gorilla vanished, yet his eyes remained bloodshot, laced with crimson veins, emanating an exceedingly terrifying glare. At that moment, a roar echoed from the direction of the restroom. Roar, roar, roar. A towering gorilla, over 20 meters in height, appeared before him. Its eyes a deep ruby red, and its body covered in a coat of tawny fur. The gorilla pounded its chest with both hands, as if it were struggling to release a pent-up frustration from within. The outdoor toilet, meticulously constructed by Casso, was left in ruins due to Osbier's transformation, with not a single intact wooden shard to be found on the ground. Casso swallowed hard, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. If only he had known. It would have been wiser to construct a closed toilet. Why succumb to laziness? Observing Osbier lose her sanity, Casso realized that even elite warriors must undergo training to retain their composure in their great ape form. The full moon. This was the final gambit left to Casso and his companions by Bardock. With the full moon overhead, once they transformed into great apes, the ferocious beasts of Mumu Star were no different from mere ants. It was likely that Bardock, far away on Vegeta, could not have anticipated such a predicament. They transformed not when they needed to, but instead due to the full moon's influence. This was truly a dire situation for Casso. Chapter 6. Spare the footsteps. A colossal gorilla, towering over 20 meters, rampaged through the forest. The great ape bared its enormous jaws, fangs exposed, unleashing a massive red energy wave. Boom. A tremendous mushroom cloud erupted from the explosion, billowing smoke and engulfing the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. How terrifying. Casso swallowed again, awestruck by Osbier's formidable power. The great ape pounded its chest once more, casting its gaze skyward, where a shadow of the moon flickered in its blood-red eyes. It reached out, attempting to grasp the celestial body, yet the full moon remained steadfast in the heavens, unaffected. Roaring in rage, Osbier retaliated, striking her chest with both hands, and Casso was aware that the detector was equipped with a listening device, which he discarded prior to arriving at Jupiter. After 6 months of diligent training, Casso had acquired a modicum of sensory perception. He sensed that Osbier had approximately enhanced her combat power tenfold, reaching around 8,000. With such a monumental increase, the giant ape form of Osbier was now far beyond the reach of his mere 1,000 combat power. Casso knelt on the ground, his neck exposed with prominent veins, his face contorted in a grimace as he gasped for breath. It is hard to fathom that Osbier, who moments ago resembled a delicate porcelain doll, had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a ferocious beast, one devoid of any familial recognition. The only recourse left was to sever her tail. Casso slapped his cheek, striving to regain his composure. On this planet, he alone possessed the ability to thwart Osbier. As he lifted his gaze, a dreadful sight met his eyes. Above, a dark crimson energy sphere materialized, and before Casso could mount a defense, his entire being was struck. Boom. Casso was struck and propelled away at an astonishing speed. He rolled along the ground for quite a distance before finally coming to a halt. Behind him lay a scar of over 100 meters, created by his friction against the earth. Casso turned sideways, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, with excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. The upper half of his clothing lay in tatters, revealing an assortment of wounds, each varying in depth, with a fiery sting at the site of the injuries. That foolish Shelby. Casso cursed under his breath, grateful that this was merely a careless strike from Osbier. Otherwise, he would surely not have survived such an assault. He resolved to stop her at all costs. Casso realized that this situation could not persist. Otherwise, the entire planet could be obliterated in a single night. It is imperative to note that Osbier currently possesses a combat power of approximately 8,000. In this superdimensional realm, even a few hundred points of combat power could annihilate a planet, let alone the formidable Osbier at present. Casso, with one hand supporting himself, knelt on the ground, struggling to rise. Each movement tugged at the wounds on his upper body, causing more blood to seep from his injuries. Gritting his teeth, Casso endured the pain coursing through him and gradually stood upright. He took a deep breath and stealthily made his way through the forest floor towards the location of Osbier. As Casso approached the position of the colossal ape, a scene of devastation unfolded around him. He leapt onto a tree, keenly observing Osbier's movements. The giant ape was in a state of furious rage, its left foot stomping down, causing the ground beneath to yield like soft tofu under her immense strength, creating a small indentation. With both hands pounding down, the giant ape let out a thunderous roar, and a ghostly crimson glow emanated from her mouth, the energy accumulating rapidly. An opportunity had arisen. Casso understood that Osbier was gathering her ultimate attack, and he knew that when she unleashed her laser projectile, a fleeting moment of vulnerability would present itself. He must seize this opportunity. The laser projectile, now colossal within the jaws of the giant ape, resembled a black hole, surrounded by an aura of terrifying gravitational pull, drawing in the very air around it. The force of attraction intensified, causing fragments of the ground to roll towards the laser, while the withered branches and decaying leaves of the forest were irresistibly drawn to the energy. However, before they could approach this formidable force, the withered foliage was reduced to mere powder in proximity to the energy. Casso took a deep breath, acutely aware of the formidable power of the energy projectile. Should it strike him, it would undoubtedly leave no trace behind. Before his eyes, the colossal ape amassed energy to its zenith, and with a tremendous effort, unleashed a massive laser projectile that soared towards a distant mountain range, reminiscent of the grandeur of the Kunlun Mountains. Seizing the moment, Casso unleashed the full extent of his strength, propelling himself forward with a swift kick, moving like a tempest towards the tail of the colossal ape. In an instant, a figure appeared near the rear of Osbier, wielding a blade of concentrated energy in her right hand, intent on severing her tail with a single stroke. Suddenly, the giant ape raised its tail, narrowly evading the strike, and then its tail began to thrash wildly. From a distance, it resembled a whip flailing in chaos, striking with relentless force, while illusory afterimages scattered in every direction. This is troubling. That young lady, no, that older girl, is far too cautious. Casso believed he could successfully sever the tail, yet he underestimated Osbier's awareness of her surroundings, which starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor. The colossal ape's tail lashed violently, and Casso struggled to withstand the onslaught. However, the transformed Osbier, now a formidable gorilla, was far beyond Casso's capacity to resist. Before long, a searing pain shot through Casso's back as he was struck mercilessly by her tail. A piercing cry of agony echoed through the heavens. Casso was propelled through the air, his body soaring like a projectile, hurtling towards a distant hillock. He traversed several hundred meters before crashing down with a thunderous impact, creating a vast crater in the hillside. Simultaneously, the colossal ape's concentrated laser projectile struck the mountain range, resulting in a resounding explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, dwarfing even that of an atomic explosion by more than tenfold. Soon, the mushroom cloud began to spread, infiltrating the shattered vacuum, with dust swirling in the air. A few hundred meters away, within the newly formed cavern, lay a figure beneath a cascade of rubble. Casso propped himself up, the debris sliding off his body as he struggled to rise. Cough, cough. Casso coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in agony, already battered and bruised. He found his suffering compounded when struck by Osbier's tail. Before he could regain his composure, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously from the ground. Casso's expression changed abruptly. Damn it, they have followed. At that moment, a colossal hand swept aside the cave entrance. It's over, escape is futile. Sitting on the ground, Casso bitterly smiled to himself. Little buyer, if you awaken tomorrow and find me absent, please do not grieve. He truly felt devoid of strength, and several of his bones were fractured. Casso wished to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet every movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace in agony. Upon his arrival in this realm, he had once dreamed of becoming the most formidable warrior in the Dragon Ball universe, envisioning encounters with Kakarot and reveling in the chance to flaunt his prowess before Vegeta. Yet, half a year has passed, and not a single one of those aspirations has come to fruition. Now, he finds himself on the brink of death beneath the feet of Osbier. Such a disgrace for a traveler. Alas, Casso let out a helpless sigh, envisioning the moment when Osbier would awaken, calling out for her brother Casso and frantically searching the world for him. He could not help but picture the perilous fate that awaited Osbier, hunted by Frieza in his absence. How could such an innocent girl navigate the treacherous expanse of the universe? Contemplating these thoughts, Casso felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, truly unable to shake off his concern for her well-being. After emerging from the cave, Osbier paused and gazed at Casso for a moment before abruptly lifting her left foot, intent on crushing the tiny insect that had dared to offend her. Casso's eyes gradually closed, Perhaps it was time to concede. Yet, a full tea time has passed. Why hasn't it come down yet? Casso opened his eyes to find Osbier's foot suspended in midair, hesitating to descend. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her eyelids fluttering, her expression shifting into one of contemplation, as if she had recalled something significant. Her gaze softened suddenly, and then her large foot gradually retracted, her legs folding as she settled beside him. Could it be that she remembered me? Casso's lips curled into a wild grin, gradually erupting into laughter. Ha! Yet, after only a few chuckles, he soon became choked with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. Casso murmured to himself, "All my efforts were not in vain. Little B has not forgotten me." Upon hearing Casso's voice, Osbier lowered her head and, with a touch of innocent bewilderment, gently caressed the enormous head of the ape. How peculiar for this little creature to speak to itself, she thought, her curiosity piqued. Casso was taken aback by Osbier's actions, fearing she was about to strike again, instinctively shrinking away. Upon realizing she merely patted her head, Casso let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully, this foolish little Beal is truly insufferable. Once she recovers tomorrow, I shall certainly give her a thorough reprimand. For the moment, the furious Osbier regained her composure, while the distant forest continued to blaze. Yet the battle had come to a halt. Casso observed Osbier leaning against the mountainside, seated with her hands hanging down. A gust of cold wind swept by, making him shiver involuntarily, prompting him to lean closer to Osbier. Her body was covered in soft fur, and resting against her was warm and comforting. However, as he nestled against the mighty ape, Casso felt a twinge of unease and glanced up. Osbier's enormous eyes met his gaze for a moment, revealing no reaction, before she turned her gaze towards the round moon above. Casso, the forest burned for 2 hours, gradually extinguishing, and the dusty sky slowly cleared. Dust settled, blanketing the ground like volcanic ash. A full moon still hung in the sky. Hoo. A small child leaned against the leg of a gorilla, both snoring. One large and one small. Chapter 7. Little by Awakens. Night gradually receded, and the full moon no longer hung high above. The moon quickly concealed itself behind the distant mountains, shrouded partially. At the junction of the mountains and the sky, a sliver of white light emerged. Gradually intertwining golden rays filtered through the gaps in the leaves, adorning the forest floor. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Insects chirped, and the surface of the leaves was covered with round dewdrops. Over time, these droplets coalesced, and under the force of gravity, slipped from the surface of the leaves. Drip. They fell to the ground. Huzizi's small child snored, occasionally smacking his lips. Beside him lay a naked little girl, her black hair spread across the boy's chest. Her skin fair and plump. She wrapped her arms around the boy's left hand, resting her head on his shoulder, softly asleep. Yawn. Little Osbier's chubby hand lightly patted her mouth. Why am I not wearing any clothes? Why do I feel so exhausted all over? Osbier felt her body limp, devoid of any strength. Wasn't she just in the restroom last night? How did it suddenly become morning? And where did her clothes go? Osbier's mind was filled with questions. She looked ahead and saw numerous large footprints. Some trees were half broken, others uprooted, all covered with a thick layer of dust. The distant peaks appeared shattered, resembling a scene of ruin. Had a large battle occurred here? Who is this dirty child beside me? Osbier noticed a boy with tattered clothes and numerous wounds sleeping next to her. How infuriating. This ragged boy is sleeping beside me. Osbier frowned. Her face contorted with anger as she glared at the filthy child. She raised her hand, condensing a sphere of energy within her palm, the air pressure rising, the blue light growing increasingly radiant. Suddenly, the dirty boy turned over, his head now facing her. A mixture of blood and mud clung to his face, his features reminiscent of someone familiar. Why does he resemble my brother Casso so much? Osbier's pupils dilated. Brother Casso? The deep blue shockwave in her hand suddenly dispersed. Her eyes gradually began to moisten, and she immediately crawled to Casso's side, embracing his body with both hands. Tears could no longer be contained, sliding down her chubby cheeks. Brother Casso, what happened to you? Osbier cried out loudly. As Osbier cradled Casso against her chest, she allowed him to lean on her. On this planet, Casso's strength was unparalleled. There existed no one capable of defeating him. The more she pondered, the more bewildered she became. Yet all she knew was that Casso was gravely injured, and her heart ached for him. Tears cascaded from Osbier's eyes like an unending stream, dripping from her chin and falling delicately beside Casso's lips. HM? Casso gradually opened his small eyes. His once battered body was now tightly embraced in the arms of Osbier. whose strength and vitality seemed to grow ever stronger. Hiss! Casso inhaled sharply, pain coursing through him, and quickly called out, "Shao Buyer, let go." Huh. AOC Buyer was momentarily taken aback, but then realization dawned upon her, prompting her to hastily release her grip on him. "Casso, who has harmed you?" AOC Buyer's expression darkened gradually, revealing a fierce demeanor. In her memory, Casso had only suffered such grave injuries once before, when he was so severely wounded by Nappa. "Ah, it's nothing, really. In a few weeks, I shall be well again." Casso rested his face against the bare chest of Osbier, inhaling deeply before speaking slowly. "Who has harmed my brother? Tell me, little beer, and I shall avenge you." Osbier embraced Casso tightly, speaking with fierce determination. Casso pressed his nose against her chest, inhaling her faint, delicate fragrance, and playfully rubbed his face against her. "Who on this planet could possibly rival me? Have you forgotten what transpired last night?" he inquired. Right, I was in the restroom last night, wasn't I?" Osbier responded, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. "What did you see while you were in there?" Casso replied, a wry smile creeping across his face. It was clear that this young lady had indeed forgotten the events of the previous night. "Last night, upon finishing in the restroom, I beheld a round moon," she exclaimed. "Ah, a full moon? Does that mean I transformed into a raging gorilla?" Osbier's expression shifted to one of alarm. All scions on planet Vegeta knew the dangers of gazing at a full moon, for it could trigger a transformation into a mindless beast. If that were the case, "Casso, could it be that your injury was caused by me?" Though Kazuo was reluctant to admit it, he nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing Kazuo's nod, Osbier burst into tears once more, lamenting her own foolishness for having dared to attack her dear brother Kazuo. Unbeknownst to Osbier, it was indeed fortunate that she had halted her assault the previous night and retracted that formidable kick. Otherwise, Kazuo might have been reduced to nothing more than a puddle of muck by now. Casso lay nestled in Osbier's embrace, recounting the events of the previous night, particularly the pivotal moment when she withdrew that fateful kick. To be frank, Casso felt deeply touched, for it is no small feat for a frenzied gorilla to regain its senses. Throughout the Dragon Ball anime, there have been but a handful of instances where a gorilla has managed to recall its memories in such a state. Notably, one such occasion was when Vegeta invaded Earth and Gohan transformed into a gorilla, turning to attack Vegeta. Another memorable instance occurred in Dragon Ball GT, when Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 4. While there may be other moments, these two stand out most vividly in memory. Under Casso's comforting words, Osbier gradually ceased her cries. Though tears had already stained her delicate little nose, and even her soft pink lips were not spared, she sniffled, relieved that she ultimately refrained from attacking Casso. Otherwise, she felt she could scarcely endure the thought of it. Kazuo did not blame Osbiel. Such occurrences are nearly impossible to avert unless one is forewarned of the full moon's emergence the night prior. Even if he were to transform into a gorilla, Kazuo could not guarantee that he would regain his rationality at the critical moment. Casso gently wiped away the tears from Osbiel's delicate nose, caressing her chubby little face. "Brother does not blame you. Do not cry. If you continue, you will lose your beauty." "But I hurt you," she protested. "It's nothing. In a few weeks, the injury will heal. Fortunately, all the times I cared for you were not in vain, and at the last moment, you spared my life." Casso teased her playfully. "You are truly annoying." Osbiel pouted. "All right, come on, help your brother up." "Okay." Osbiel assisted him, slowly rising from the ground. "Let us hurry back. By the way, you are still not dressed." "Ah, Casso brother, you should have said so earlier." A beam of white light streaked across the sky, and from the ground, one could faintly discern a little girl cradling a small boy as they soared through the air. Chapter 8. Arrival at Yardrat Star a month later, in a cave. Two little children hoisted a spaceship leaning against the wall and made their way outside. Their petite bodies struggled with the weight of the vessel, which was disproportionately large for them, creating a peculiar sight. Yet, such is the remarkable nature of scions, as they handle hundreds of pounds as if they were mere toys. Upon exiting the cave, the ground before them was uneven, revealing that it had once been riddled with numerous pits, likely recently filled in. The rugged terrain was scattered with many small stones, and further ahead, several trees lay partially toppled, their leaves withering at the tips of their branches. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the desiccated leaves to finally relinquish their hold and drift downwards. The scene unmistakably indicated that this place had endured a fierce battle not long ago. With a single hand, Casso hoisted the spaceship and made his way to the open ground, delicately placing it down. Fortunately, This area remained untouched. Casso set the spacecraft down and smiled. Upon hearing this, Osbier's fair complexion flushed with embarrassment, and she became somewhat evasive. When Osbier transformed into a gorilla, chaos ensued, yet this place remained unscathed. And the spaceship was unharmed. Otherwise, they might have been trapped here for eternity. Little beer, we are now headed to Yardrat Star to learn a formidable technique. Casso declared as he opened the spaceship door, addressing Osbier beside him. Osbier had long made up her mind. Wherever her brother Casso went, she would follow. Even if Casso brought her to Frieza's headquarters, she would not hesitate, for she recognized him as her closest family member at present. The two of them nestled inside. The door of the spaceship sealed shut, and flames erupted from the base as they soared into the sky. Initially, they had planned to visit Namek Star. But after the incident of Osbier transforming into a gorilla, Casso realized that preserving their lives was paramount. Thus opting to head to Yardrat Star first to learn the life-saving technique of instantaneous movement. The vast expanse of the starry sky unfolded before them, with the gossamer Milky Way cascading from northeast to southwest. Countless stars twinkled like diamonds, their luminescence adorning the night with a resplendent array. Numerous planets floated amidst the stellar sea, some red, others azure, showcasing a kaleidoscope of colors. Their sizes varied dramatically, with some planets colossal, dwarfing Earth by dozens of times, while others were less than a tenth its size. A massive yellow planet loomed ahead, its surface pockmarked and devoid of greenery, even lacking moisture. Beside it was a purple planet, enveloped in a lavender-hued mist, hazily dancing like a maiden clad in purple silk, breathtakingly beautiful. Two spaceships, one following closely behind the other, plunged into the atmosphere of this purple planet. The vessels descended through the atmosphere at a terrifying speed, the friction igniting their surfaces in flames akin to striking a match. Boom, boom. The two spaceships crashed into a valley, creating two deep craters. Casso emerged from his slumber, unsealed the spacecraft's door, and leaped into the vastness beyond. To his astonishment, an extraterrestrial clad in a peculiar attire stood before him. Its skin bore a purplish hue, devoid of hair. And while its facial features mirrored those of a human, its ears were notably elongated, and its eyes were more slender. Irregular patches of gray adorned the crown of its head, and it was of a shorter stature. "Greetings, traveler from afar," it proclaimed. "Ah, you. Greetings." Casso observed the elderly man clad in distinctive attire extend a welcoming gesture, and he mimicked the action in response. However, the gesture felt rather peculiar, leaving Casso unable to replicate it accurately, resulting in a somewhat awkward display. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am a guest from afar. My name is Husu." The elder replied to Casso's question. "Husu? Is he not the sage from the planet Yardrat?" Casso pondered. How could he possibly know of our arrival to this world? Casso pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat bewildered. The spaceship beside them opened its doors, and Osbier leaped out. "Casso, brother, who is he?" she inquired, noticing a peculiar alien standing before her. "Are you scions?" At first, Husu failed to notice Casso's tail, leading him to believe they were not scions. However, upon seeing the girl emerge, he observed the long tail wrapped around her waist, yet Husu still sought confirmation. "Yes, we are." "How did you know?" Osbier replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Husu guided the two of them toward their dwelling, elucidating as they walked. It turned out that the sage of planet Yardrat had foreseen a great calamity looming over their world. Today, a scion would arrive on this planet, destined to aid in averting this impending disaster. Isn't this the tale of Goku fleeing to Namek in the future? How could this be happening to him? Moreover, didn't Husu mention that only one scion would descend? Now there are two of them. Casso found himself utterly perplexed. Husu, too, was bewildered in his foresight. There was clearly only one scion destined to arrive, so how could there suddenly be two? Regardless, it mattered little, for they were indeed scions, and with their formidable prowess, they should be able to avert the impending calamity. The scion race is renowned for its fervent love of battle, undoubtedly possessing immense strength. Dismissing his concerns, Husu led the two of them onward. "Wise one," he declared, "we have come here to learn the art of instant transmission." Casso understood that the sages of Yardrat were exceptionally astute, seemingly possessing the ability to foresee the future, much like the Grand Elder of Namek. He did not beat around the bush, but rather addressed the matter directly, stating that as long as he harbored goodwill, he believed they would impart their secret techniques to him. In the anime, did not Goku also learn this mystical art upon seeking refuge on this planet? We, the inhabitants of Yardrat, extend our welcome to all who are kind-hearted and cherish peace. Casso stroked his chin and said, "You may learn this skill. But we have one request. Please, go ahead." Casso responded eagerly. Casso then articulated his request, that when Yardrat faced dire calamities in the future, they would hope to seek their assistance. "We agree. Thank you, Elder Casso," Casso exclaimed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. To his knowledge, Casso had made a similar request of Goku, though it was not mentioned in the anime. "Very well, this room has been arranged for your rest. Tomorrow, someone will come to guide you in learning the art of instant transmission, so rest assured." Casso led them into a dwelling and spoke. Once he had settled their affairs, Casso exited toward the direction of the tribal conference room. "Casso, we have finally arrived at Yardrat. Is the instant transmission truly as wondrous as you described?" Osbier inquired, clinging to his arm and giving it a gentle shake. "Whether it is wondrous or not, you will know once you have mastered it," Casso replied, feeling no inclination to elaborate further, for he doubted a mere child could grasp the nuances of his explanations. In the Yardrat conference room, one of the elder members exclaimed, "Are these two little ones truly the saviors you foretold?" "Indeed. However, the two scions who have arrived today differ somewhat from my vision. I had anticipated the arrival of a golden-haired scion," Casso replied. "Then what of these two little ones? Will they be able to save our planet in the future?" The room erupted into chaos as voices clashed with one another. "Silence!" commanded Supa, the leader of Yardrat, from his position at the head of the table. Visibly distressed by Casso's prophecy, which foretold of an impending genocide for their race. Fortunately, however, a savior was at hand. With Supa's stern shout, the noise subsided, though a faint murmur lingered. "Let us hear what the sage has to say," Supa declared. Casso rose from his seat, gesturing with his hands for silence, and the assembly fell quiet, eager to hear his words. "Though they are not the saviors I envisioned, I have a strong premonition that these two will prove to be more formidable than the golden-haired scion I foresaw. As long as we maintain a friendly relationship with them, I am confident that they will ultimately save our planet." As soon as the words were spoken, the entire conference room erupted with fervor. The other elders were equally convinced of the sage's words, for every event the sage had previously foretold had indeed come to pass. This time would surely be no exception. "You all heard what the sage said. Starting tomorrow, ensure that you maintain a cordial relationship with them," Supa solemnly addressed the assembly. "If there are no further matters, let us adjourn the meeting." Chapter 9. Beginning to comprehend teleportation. Casso, this seer, possesses remarkable prowess, able to discern with clarity the location of his arrival. Yet, could the butterfly effect triggered by his crossing over afford the future Wukong any similar opportunities? Casso lay in bed, lost in thought, yet many questions remained unanswered. A gentle call echoed nearby, where Osbier slept soundly, her rosy lips parting and closing softly. Casso smiled gently as he tucked the quilt around the adorable little buyer. Who could resist such charm? It was imperative that he shield her from any harm. Noticing that the evening was drawing near, Casso resolved to take his rest, for tomorrow he would embark on the study of teleportation. The following day, a young Yardrat introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Veer. I shall be overseeing your lessons in teleportation. I look forward to your cooperation." Casso and Osbier exchanged a courteous bow, which led Casso forward along winding paths, encountering numerous inhabitants of Yardrat Star, varying in height, yet all possessing a pale purple complexion. They regarded the newcomers with curious eyes, seemingly already aware of the presence of these two scions, exhibiting no astonishment, merely observing with intrigue from the sidelines. After Whis greeted them, they continued on their way. At last, they arrived at an entrance, which appeared somewhat ancient, reminiscent of relics from a bygone era, evoking a sense of age akin to that of the Egyptian pyramids. The entrance was guarded by two sentinels clad in the battle attire of Yardrat Star. For those unfamiliar with the combat uniforms of Yardrat Star, one might recall the scene when Goku returned to Earth from Yardrat Star, donning such a battle suit. The combat prowess of these two guards was beyond Casso's perception. He pondered whether they were significantly stronger than himself or merely ordinary beings. However, given their role in such a pivotal location, Casso chose to believe the former. During Casso's final days on Mumu Star, his combat power had not seen substantial growth. After 3 months of cosmic travel, his abilities had stabilized, now reaching a combat power of 1500, while Osbier possessed a power level of 1000. It was evident that these two guards were formidable, likely exceeding a combat power of 5000. To put this in context, a combat power of 5000 during the early Dragon Ball saga would allow one to traverse the cosmos with relative ease, as long as they did not provoke any major powers. "Come, follow me," Whis beckoned, leading them through the entrance into a corridor. Upon entering, They were enveloped in an eerie silence and dimness, reminiscent of the spirits of the underworld preparing to claim those who ventured forth. Suddenly, bonfires ignited along both sides of the corridor, their flames serving as guiding lights through the desolate expanse, leading them towards illumination. The bonfires illuminated the entire passage, revealing numerous murals lining the walls, vibrant and lifelike, seemingly chronicling the ancient history of Yardrat Star, though Casso could not decipher their meanings. The stone slabs and azure frescoes bore the marks of time, exuding a profound sense of antiquity. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, the passage opened into a spacious chamber. This was not merely a corridor anymore, but a grand hall. Within the hall stood numerous stone tablets, each etched with lines of varying depths. Though one might have expected these lines to clarify the inscriptions, they instead rendered the content more elusive. As if a thick haze enveloped the inscriptions on the tablets, Veer led the two individuals to one of the stone tablets, gesturing towards it as he spoke. This tablet records the method of teleportation. A person may learn a maximum of 2 secret arts in their lifetime from here, while the other can be chosen at your discretion. However, a prerequisite for this is possessing sufficient mental fortitude. Is mental fortitude required to learn teleportation? What exactly is mental fortitude? Casso had just realized his naivety, thinking that mastering teleportation would be as effortless as learning a new type of shockwave. Will and the others had never considered the possibility that Casso and his companions might struggle with teleportation. After all, they were prophesied saviors, even if they currently appeared as mere children. While attempting to learn both secret arts simultaneously might prove challenging, mastering one should still be within their reach. After imparting the understanding of the techniques inscribed on the monument to the two, Will departed. By concentrating their minds on the monument, they would uncover a detailed method of learning. I comprehend. Osbier exclaimed suddenly, her laughter ringing out as she pondered the monument. What? This little fool understands. Is her talent truly that remarkable? Casso thought in astonishment. In truth, Osbier's talent was indeed quite formidable, employing the same training methods as Casso. Her combat prowess had not lagged behind. Gently ruffling Osbier's hair, Casso said, then hurry and grasp it. Osbier nodded vigorously, observing that little Osbier had begun her training. Casso fell silent and immersed himself in the content of the monument. How does one concentrate their spirit upon it? Kazuo endeavored to concentrate fully, his mind free from distractions. As he gazed at the entire stele, suddenly, his thoughts were abruptly drawn into it, as if he were powerless to resist. Casso's thoughts transported him to a realm shrouded in mist. It was deep and dim, devoid of pathways, resembling the treacherous dark forests of fairy tales that devour the unwary, offering no way out, no guiding light. In the fairy tale's dark forest, there is often a guide, and in this fog-laden world, a white stream materialized, shimmering like a silver brook reflecting the moonlight in the night. Ah, so it is. The lines etched upon the stone tablet depict this white stream, leading the spirit within him. He followed it, imprinting those lines upon his heart. Half a year later, amidst a bustling marketplace, a child suddenly appeared out of thin air, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Arriving at a high cliff, Casso exhaled deeply, astonished at the strength of his mental prowess. In less than 6 months, he had mastered the art of teleportation, achieving an impressive synthesis of knowledge. Was it due to the fusion of his spirit with that of Casso's body? When it comes to matters of the spirit, Casso was not particularly knowledgeable. Nevertheless, he had learned to teleport, and now, who could hope to catch him? Meanwhile, Osbel was still in her secluded chamber, striving to comprehend teleportation. It is not that her talent is lacking. Even the martial genius Wukong, with his innocent heart, took a year to master it. It is likely that little Osbel would require another 6 months to grasp the intricacies of teleportation. Casso took a seat, pondering deeply. It is now the year 736 of the Age of the Dragon. In merely 6 months, the catastrophic explosion of planet Vegeta will occur. With his current strength, he cannot possibly withstand Frieza. He may not even be able to block a mere energy wave from Frieza in his base form. Will the scions still face annihilation? Will the narrative of Dragon Ball continue to unfold as it has? What should he do? Yes, there are the Dragon Balls. Casso had spent half a year in the secret chamber, nearly losing himself in the profound understanding of arcane arts. It was only now that he recalled the existence of the Dragon Balls. After a brief estimation, he concluded that the journey from his current location to Namek would not take long, and he was confident that he could summon the Eternal Dragon before the cataclysm on planet Vegeta. However, unfamiliar with the energy signatures of the Namekians, He was unable to utilize instant transmission and thus had to rely on his spacecraft, which conveniently contained the interstellar coordinates for Namek. Little buyer, focus on mastering instant transmission on Yardrat. The future of the Scion race rests in my hands. Casso murmured to himself. With his decision to voyage to Namek made, he sprang into action, first notifying Supa and Husu, who reassured him to set forth without concern. He then proceeded to locate the spacecraft. Casso stood before the spaceship, casting a glance back at the distant town. Little buyer, be a good girl and wait for my return. With that, he boarded the vessel from which he had arrived and soared into the sky, setting off towards Namek Star. Chapter 10. Confrontation with Little Nailu. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, shimmering silver lights twinkled as a small spacecraft navigated through the cosmos. In the spacecraft, Casso lay in a state of slumber, fully aware that impatience would serve no purpose. He fervently hoped to reach Namek before the catastrophic explosion on planet Vegeta. 3 months elapsed. Namek is an extraordinary planet located at the edge of the universe, with a diameter over 10 times that of Earth. The unique star system it resides in is characterized by 3 small suns orbiting this planet, resulting in an eternal daylight. The orbit of Namek is elliptical, with an eccentricity approaching 0, and its average orbital velocity is akin to that of Earth. The inhabitants of Namek are entirely green, devoid of body hair, and feature 2 antennae on their heads, which serve as light receptors capable of discharging electricity. Their green skin possesses a function akin to photosynthesis, allowing them to generate starch to meet their physiological needs simply by consuming water. At this moment, in a village on Namek, several young Namekians were engaged in playful antics. Look, what is that? One of the little Namekians exclaimed, pointing at a streak of fiery light in the sky. The already dim atmosphere of Namek was illuminated by this blaze, which bore a resemblance to a nuclear warhead, hurtling towards the ground at an alarming speed. Is it a meteor from the heavens? Quickly, informed the elder. The children dashed towards a large, white-domed structure, their excitement palpable. Suddenly, a spherical spacecraft descended from the sky, transforming into a flaming dragon as it crashed violently into the earth. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal crater formed upon impact. Casso awakened from slumber and leapt from the spacecraft. The pale green sky and the cerulean grass created a breathtaking panorama. After years of rejuvenation, Meek Star had recovered from the drastic climatic changes it had endured many years ago. Casso took a deep breath. The air on Namek was invigorating, reminiscent of a spring day spent in the great outdoors, the refreshing scent lifting his spirits. The crisp atmosphere and picturesque surroundings somewhat alleviated Casso's anxious state. It was bittersweet to reflect that this beautiful Namek was where Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, leading to the planet's subsequent destruction. Such a splendid world, lost in an instant, evoked a sense of regret. Yet, the thought that Namek was restored through the Dragon Balls on Earth brought a hint of solace to Casso's heart. Having traversed this realm for over a year, Casso's strength had visibly escalated, now boasting a combat power of 2,000. With only 3 months remaining until Vegeta's cataclysm, the notion of saving the Scions with such modest power seemed utterly unrealistic. Fortunately, the existence of the Dragon Balls offered a glimmer of hope. Casso surveyed his surroundings, uncertain whether the Grand Elder would consent to lend him a Dragon Ball, considering he was a Scion. If the Grand Elder was unwilling to part with the Dragon Balls, Casso would find himself at a loss. In the anime, it is evident that Namek is not merely inhabited by weaklings. The Namekians are categorized into various types, including combatants and healers. Among them, the combat-type Namekians, particularly Piccolo and Nail, are most renowned. Additionally, there is the formidable Slug from the movie series. Their strength far surpasses Casso's current capabilities. Under such circumstances, if Casso cannot procure the Dragon Balls, he has no means of seizing them. Of course, Earth also possesses Dragon Balls, but time is of the essence. Suddenly, a small green dot appeared in the sky, surrounded by a white aura. As the dot drew nearer, the figure became discernible, a child with a serious and cold expression, strikingly reminiscent of a young Piccolo. Who are you? The green-skinned child landed beside Casso, speaking in a frosty tone. Casso remained silent, lost in thought. Could this child be Neru? I am Casso, here to seek assistance from the Elder, he stated. Young Neru raised his eyebrows slightly. The Mekian had not been in contact with the outside world for many years, yet he was aware of the Elder's existence. Upon hearing the request to meet the Elder, Neru's tone grew even colder. The Elder will not assist you. You should leave. The Elder was quite advanced in years, and Neru wished to avoid disturbing him. Casso had familiarized himself with Neru and recognized that his character was indeed as described. It was Neru after all. However, he was taken aback by how truly irksome the individual proved to be. He was in a hurry and requested a simple notification. Casso wished to avoid unnecessary conflict, adopting a rather subdued tone. Young Neru stood before him, casting a cold glance, remaining silent. After more than 20 years in his previous life, Casso had never felt such anger. Was it truly so difficult to convey a simple message? With no acknowledgement from the other party, Casso turned to leave. Without you, can I not find my own way? Casso sneered momentarily before soaring into the sky, intent on searching for the elder's whereabouts. Halt! Shouted little Nilu, rushing forward in an attempt to thwart Casso. You would do well to vacate Namek immediately. Otherwise, I shall not show you any mercy, he declared. Upon hearing this, Casso crossed his diminutive arms defiantly, adopting a posture of superiority, eager to witness how little Nilu would make him regret his actions. After a brief pause, seeking your own demise? Little Nilu, now seething with rage due to Casso's indifference, clenched his fists, unleashing a formidable surge of power. In an instant, a white aura erupted, expanding with an overwhelming force that radiated outward. Is that all? Casso curled his lips slightly. In his eyes, the aura of the young Nella was nothing remarkable. If his senses were not deceiving him, Nella should possess around 1,500 points of combat power at present, which was roughly the same as half a year ago. A mere child, achieving such a level of combat prowess, truly showcased the talent of a warrior from Namek. Yet, that was the extent of it. During his arduous training on Mumu Star for nearly 6 months, Casso had engaged in daily battles with ferocious beasts, elevating his combat techniques to a higher echelon. Furthermore, with a combat power exceeding Nella's by 500 points, he had no doubt that a mere child could not possibly rival him. With a swift motion, Nella vanished from his previous position, leaving Casso as the sole figure in the air. Casso scoffed with disdain, contemplating the notion of engaging in battle using such tactics. A year ago, he might have found himself at a loss, but during his time on Mumu's Star, he had already mastered the art of sensing energy. Casso looked up, and indeed, a slight ripple appeared in the space above. Little Nilu transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly descending upon Casso. He was reluctant to employ excessively powerful techniques, for a moment's carelessness could inflict damage upon the planet, an outcome he was keen to avoid. Therefore, little Nilu exerted merely half of his strength. Casso sensed the movement of Xiao Nilu and deftly evaded his attack. I propose a wager, Casso remarked nonchalantly as he leaped aside. Speak, Xiao Nilu replied. Realizing that his initial strike had failed, he took a step back, curious about what this young boy had to say. Yet, he no longer underestimated this human. That sudden assault had proven effective against everyone in his own clan, and it was astonishing that an outsider could evade it so effortlessly. Chapter 11. The Pact of 10 Strikes. If you fail to touch even a single hair on me within the next 10 strikes, you shall take me to meet the Grand Elder. Should you succeed, I will leave planet Namek immediately, Casso said with a grin, observing Nilu. Nilu, a man of immense pride akin to Vegeta and Piccolo, could hardly tolerate such provocation. Casso has also discerned this truth and intends to employ a provocative strategy, resorting to a straightforward approach, even if his opponent remains merely a naive child. He is confident that the other party will undoubtedly accept the wager. Casso maintained a perpetual smile, yet the disdainful glint in his eyes did not escape the keen observation of the youthful Neru. 10 moves? Neru's forehead throbbed with visible veins. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Have you acquiesced to this? Casso inquired. Neru fell silent. It is well known that Neru is exceedingly impulsive, yet he would never place the elder in jeopardy. In the animated tale, the grown-up Neru was acutely aware of the impending arrival of Frieza and the calamity it would bring to Namek. Even in the direst of circumstances, he steadfastly upheld his duties, ensuring that Gohan and the others were not easily granted access to the elder. Furthermore, during his recent discourse with Casso, Neru could distinctly sense that this brat was not an adversary, but merely sought the elder's assistance. Not acquiescing? Then I shall seek the elder myself. After all, you cannot hinder me, Casso retorted with a smirk. Casso turned and prepared to embark. Let us go, exclaimed Xiao Nilu. Casso's lips curled into a mischievous smile, reminiscent of a youthful imp, seemingly oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his mind. Poor little Nelu remained entirely unaware of the manipulation at play. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Nelu. Having been raised on Namek, a land characterized by its simplicity and lack of external influences, He embodies the innocence typical of his people. Casso, on the other hand, possessed over 20 years of life experience from his previous existence. Once plagued by social anxiety, to the point of blushing at the mere utterance of a word to a girl, he now found himself effortlessly toying with the naive Nelu. As the two fell into a silence, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Nela shifted his approach, transforming into a state of serene tranquility. As if he were a still pool of ancient water, devoid of any ripples. The clouds drifted lazily across the sky, while a gentle breeze caressed the air, causing Casso's bangs to flutter ever so slightly. Something was amiss. Casso suddenly found himself unable to sense the presence of Xiao Nairu, despite the figure being right before his eyes. Could it be that Xiao Nairu had mastered the art of concealing his aura? With the teachings of the Grand Elder, it seemed rather unsurprising that he could wield such control. However, why had he not concealed his presence from the outset? Was he perhaps employing a clever ruse? What a remarkable Xiao Nairu. I must admit I misjudged you. Casso muttered with a hint of disdain. Just then, panic seized him. Where had he gone? Casso was struck with astonishment as the figure of Xiao Nairu vanished from sight. Casso's eyes darted wildly, scanning the surroundings. There was nothing above, nothing below. Then, suddenly, from behind, Casso tilted his body, and indeed, Xiao Nairu soared from behind, his fist clenched, slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Just as Xiao Nairu was about to strike Casso, he astonishingly evaded the attack with remarkable reflexes. Impossible. The initial blow had failed to connect. Xiao Nairu seethed with frustration. This was the ultimate technique he had desperately beseeched the elder to impart to him, and yet it had been evaded by this mere child. Unwilling to concede defeat, he resolved that the boy must have simply been fortunate. Xiao Nairu once again suppressed his presence, merging himself with the sky. Determined to see if the child could elude him a second time, Casso let out a sigh of relief, grateful to have evaded the blow. Having proclaimed 10 techniques to avoid being struck, it would have been quite embarrassing to be hit on the very first attempt. Xiao Nairu's technique was exceedingly insidious. Without a systematic cultivation of energy, it would be quite challenging to discern a method of counteraction. For someone like Casso, who only possessed a rudimentary understanding of energy, even if his combat prowess far surpassed that of Xiao Nairu, he could only endure the assaults. At best, he could rely on his formidable strength to remain undefeated. Yet to truly vanquish his opponent would prove to be a formidable challenge. Casso initially perceived Nairu as merely a petulant child, yet he was taken aback by the latter's cunning nature, realizing he had underestimated him. It was imperative to devise a strategy without delay. Casso closed his eyes, and everything seemed to return to the planet of Mumu. On Mumu, Casso emulated Wukong's meditative practices in the celestial realm, seated by the lakeside, quietly contemplating, striving for tranquility akin to the heavens, swifter than lightning. After a prolonged period of meditation, during which he struggled to grasp the essence, it appeared that under the pressure from Xiao Nairu, Casso had attained a revelation. As Xiao Nairu concealed his presence, Casso inexplicably smiled. He acknowledged that evading Xiao Nailu's earlier attack was rather fortuitous, yet now, the circumstances had changed. Casso seemed to truly sense something. In the sky, the small Nairu once again vanished from sight. Yet, within Casso's perception, he could detect a radiant orb of light ahead, shining as brilliantly as a beacon in the night, illuminating his very location. A subtle smile played at the corners of Casso's lips. The impudent boy still believed he could employ the same tactics against him. Indeed, little Nila speculated that Casso would never anticipate his move, as he circled around to launch an attack from behind, just as he had before. Come forth. I am aware of your presence behind me, Casso exclaimed, opening his eyes with a grin. Little Nila remained silent, sensing that this boy was merely attempting to deceive him. Casso turned around, fixating intently on the position of Nairu. As Nairu remained motionless, so did Casso, both appearing foolish in their stillness. A quarter of an hour passed. The sky fell silent, and eventually, the young Nairu could no longer contain himself, materializing swiftly from the air. How did you discover me? Nairu inquired, his annoyance palpable. That is my secret, came the retort. Humph. Nairu scoffed coldly. Do you wish to continue? Casso asked nonchalantly. Nairu fell silent. In the eyes of young Nairu, Casso was merely a rascal, relying on his impressive strength while attempting to secure victory through stealth. With his combat techniques now fully discerned, how could he possibly fight? Such were the thoughts racing through Nairu's mind, unaware that Casso harbored similar sentiments. Clearly, Nairu was a novice, feigning provocation and unwittingly revealing a hidden tactic. What a mischievous little imp he was. You don't intend to renege on your word, do you? Casso exclaimed, his eyes widening. Let's go, Naru replied icily. Given their wager and the fact that his opponent was not malevolent, it was acceptable to take him to meet the Grand Elder. On the planet Namek, a world that had endured catastrophic climatic upheavals and was only just beginning to recover, the landscape was primarily composed of land and lakes, with scant forests. The ground was covered with short blue grass and sparse trees. The freshwater resources were abundant, with small lakes nestled between the islands. On this day, above the skies of Namek, two beams of white light sliced through the atmosphere, enveloping two figures, one a young boy, the other a diminutive Namekian of deep green hue. How much longer? What is the rush? You'll find out when we arrive. Such a frigid tone was indeed characteristic of Naru. Casso had grown accustomed to his tone. It was not that Saiyan harbored any animosity towards him, but rather that it was simply his nature to be this way, treating everyone equally. With a swift motion, they descended onto a towering pillar of rock, atop which stood a house designed in the elegant style of Namek. Great Elder, I have brought the person. Chapter 12. Unleashing potential. Casso entered the room and ascended to the second floor, where he beheld a colossal Namekian seated upon a chair. Although familiar with the immense stature of the Elder from the anime, he was astonished by the reality of his size. Seated, he appeared to tower at least 4 meters in height and 2 meters in width. The Elder's appearance differed somewhat from Casso's recollections of his previous life. He seemed older now, yet not as decrepit as during the tumultuous events on Namek, and his eyes still retained the ability to open. Greetings, esteemed Elder. Casso courteously addressed him. Scion, what brings you here? The Elder's voice resonated with a deep timbre. Standing nearby, the young Naru expressed surprise. It was revealed that Casso was a Scion, a race renowned as warriors, which explained his formidable prowess. Casso was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the Grand Elder, as the leader of the Namekians, had survived the catastrophic climate disaster and lived for so many years, which made his prophetic abilities rather unsurprising. Greetings, Grand Elder. I am Casso, and I seek to borrow your Dragon Balls, Casso earnestly stated. Time was of the essence, as planet Vegeta was on the brink of destruction in approximately 3 months, and it would be a significant problem if the Grand Elder refused to lend the Dragon Balls. Given Casso's current strength, seizing them by force was out of the question. No, our sacred relics cannot be lent to outsiders. Little Nello immediately objected upon hearing Casso's request. The Dragon Balls were sacred to the Namekians. How could they be so carelessly entrusted to a stranger? What if this individual wished for something malevolent? The Grand Elder, seated calmly, disregarded Little Nello's objections, closing his eyes and remaining still. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Very well. I shall lend them to you, but you must agree to one condition. Casso listened quietly to the Elder's words. This request is rather simple for you. In the future, our planet Namek will face a great catastrophe, and I hope that you will be able to save our people and this world when the time comes. The Elder stated. The notion of a future calamity befalling Namek momentarily stunned Nail, who suddenly realized that the Elder's plea to others implied a lack of strength to protect Namek himself. He understood the Elder's abilities, and the Elder's words must surely hold truth. Nail clenched his fists, filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Very well, I shall make it happen, Casso responded with fervor. Casso pondered to himself, the foresight of the Grand Elder is truly formidable. Has he foreseen the impending chaos of the future? In truth, even without him, Goku would undoubtedly be able to save the Namekians. Naturally, he had pledged to uphold his promise, vowing to shield every Namekian from the malevolent grasp of Frieza's forces. Very well, I shall have Nail accompany you on your journey to summon the Eternal Dragon, declared the Grand Elder. Thank you, Grand Elder, Casso exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of finally obtaining the Dragon Balls. With the acquisition of the Dragon Balls, he felt an immense relief wash over him. Only 3 months remained until the cataclysmic explosion of planet Vegeta, and time was still on his side. As soon as he made his wish, he could simply utilize instant transmission to depart from Namek, thereby ensuring his return to planet Vegeta. Nail felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing the Grand Elder's words. He snapped back to reality just as he was about to lead Casso away. Noticing Casso's reluctance to leave, he observed his hesitance with curiosity. What more could this little rascal desire? Yet, remembering that he would need Casso's assistance in the future, Nail chose to remain silent. I have heard that the Grand Elder can help others unlock their potential without any side effects. Might the Grand Elder assist me in this regard? Casso's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Casso felt somewhat embarrassed. Having borrowed someone else's Dragon Ball, he still expected others to assist him in unlocking his potential. Esteemed Elder, I harbor some concerns regarding your health. Given your advanced years, it would be prudent to refrain from unnecessary exertion. Previously, this very concern led to the prevention of Casso's audience with you. However, before I could articulate my thoughts fully, you graciously interrupted me. All is well. The elder did not hesitate for long. Whether it was one task or two, assistance was still assistance. He promptly acquiesced to Casso's request. Moreover, his assistance in unlocking the potential of others does not inflict any harm upon the body. It merely depletes physical stamina, which can be restored with a period of rest. Casso recalled the anime where Gohan and Krillin visited the elder to undergo potential development, resulting in a several-fold increase in their combat power. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought of whether he too could elevate his battle prowess by several times. Casso approached the designated spot indicated by the Grand Elder, when suddenly, a large hand enveloped his head. A warm sensation cascaded over him, as if a gentle stream of heat flowed from the crown down through every corner of his being. He closed his eyes, his mind tranquil, free from extraneous thoughts. The warmth continued to circulate within him, reminiscent of a newly discovered hot spring, with every cell in a state of relaxation. Abruptly, Casso sensed a mysterious force being summoned from the depths of his being, an essence that defied articulation, eluding definition as it resided either in his mind, his heart, or perhaps deep within each cell. Gradually, it intensified. Boom. Casso emanated an overwhelming aura, as if he were in a state of combat. 3,000, 4,000, 8,000. Casso's combat prowess continuously ascended, his strength erupting like a volcano, unleashing a terrifying momentum from within. An astonishing power level of 12,000. The combat strength ultimately soared to an impressive 12,000. Whoosh whoosh. The air currents expanded in all directions, causing the garments of little Nairu to flutter wildly. How formidable! Little Nairu's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of it all. Casso reveled in an overwhelming ecstasy, having slumbered within the spacecraft for several months, during which his combat prowess saw only a modest enhancement, now resting at approximately 2,000 points. Little did he anticipate that the Grand Elder's potential for development was so formidable, enabling him to transcend to a staggering 12,000 points of combat power, a remarkable six-fold increase. It became evident that such immense strength could ensnare one in profound intoxication. Casso steadied his mind, concealing the surging power within his being. Suddenly bestowed with such formidable strength, he recognized the necessity for rigorous training. Otherwise, he would be unable to wield this power effectively. It is akin to Frieza, who possesses 3 transformation states, each unlocking a greater degree of strength. Yet, Frieza refrains from remaining in his third form. Why, one might wonder. The answer lies in the overwhelming nature of this power, which he struggles to control, forcing him to retreat to his base form. However, it would be inaccurate to assert that Frieza is incapable of mastery. His innate talent is remarkable, and with diligent training, he could effortlessly harness this power. In the supplementary chapters of Dragon Ball Super, Frieza returned from the underworld, and within a mere 3 months of training, he achieved the form of Golden Frieza. Thus, it is not that he cannot control the power of the third stage. Rather, it is Frieza's own laziness that hinders him. Thank you, Elder. Casso sincerely bowed slightly, expressing profound gratitude from the depths of his heart. It is but a trivial matter. Now, go forth and fulfill your desires. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. Follow me. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Nilu turned and soared towards the sky. Casso nodded at the Grand Elder and hurried to catch up, lest he fall behind. Given the nature of young Naru, had Casso lagged, he would certainly not return to search for Sora. In fact, he might even relish Casso's misstep. Chapter 13, 3 Wishes After Some Time. Young Naru traversed the remaining 6 villages, collecting a Dragon Ball from each. The Namekians were not fond of employing such transcendent powers. They revered and respected nature. The Dragon Balls were merely sacred relics, seldom utilized. The 7 Dragon Balls lay upon the ground, unlike those on Earth, which are merely the size of an adult's fist. The Dragon Balls of Namek are as large as a basketball. These colossal orbs possess functionalities distinct from their earthly counterparts. While Earth's Dragon Balls can grant a single wish, those of Namek can fulfill 3. However, the Namekian Dragon Balls have a unique advantage and disadvantage regarding resurrection. They can resurrect only one individual at a time, provided the death was not natural. Yet they can do so infinitely. In contrast, the Earth Dragon Balls can revive many at once, but each person can only be resurrected once in their lifetime. Come forth. Shenron. Young Neru stood beside the immense Dragon Ball and, in the Namekian tongue, recited the incantation to summon the dragon. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, casting a shadow over the land, evoking a sense of impending doom. The dense cloud cover loomed overhead, yet no rain fell. Crackling thunder erupted from the clouds, illuminating the somber sky with fleeting flashes of light, casting a glow upon Casso and young Neru's faces. A magnificent western dragon's head soared skyward, its body entwined with arcs of lightning. In moments, the entire area was enveloped in the presence of this celestial dragon. The awe-inspiring sight struck deep within Casso's heart. This was Shenron. The Dragon Ball anime primarily revolves around the 7 Dragon Balls, and now, he found himself immersed in the very scene he had long yearned for. Casso stood in awe, his mouth agape, frozen in place as he endeavored to etch this moment into his memory, wishing to preserve it for eternity. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your desires. You may now make 3 wishes. Any wish can be fulfilled. The mighty dragon of Namek opened its mouth, reciting its customary incantation. Speak forth. Little Neru scoffed, curling his lips in disdain. Casso observed the expression on his face, akin to that of a rustic, devoid of any discernment. For my first wish, let a science be able to thrive in the vacuum of space, he declared. Little Neru echoed Casso's words in the Namekian tongue. Prior to arriving on Namek, Casso had contemplated the 3 wishes he desired. It is widely known that scions cannot survive in the cosmos. In the future, during the epic battle between Goku and Frieza, Frieza unleashed a planetary destruction attack, causing the annihilation of the entire Namek. While Frieza could endure in space, the scions could not, which would inevitably lead to Goku's demise. Yet, who could have foreseen that Goku would ultimately discover the spaceship left behind by Jinyu? Thus, this wish held tremendous significance. Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish, the eternal dragon intoned, its eyes flashing a crimson hue. At the moment the wish was successfully granted, a flicker of clarity surged within Casso, as if his very being had undergone transformation. It seemed that he could indeed survive in the cosmos from now on. In the distant realm of planet Vegeta, Bardock had just returned from a mission, and as he journeyed home, a sudden tremor coursed through him. What was happening? An inexplicable force penetrated his body, rendering him remarkably at ease. Am I being overly cautious? Bardock sensed around him, discovering that his body was indeed unharmed. He dismissed the sensation and continued on his way home. Please restore the true homeland of the scions, Planet Salad. Little Neru translated the second wish to the eternal dragon. Casso realized that Planet Vegeta was beyond saving. The scions would soon be in desperate need of refuge, and their true homeland, Planet Salad, stood as the most suitable sanctuary. Your second wish has been fulfilled, and the location of Planet Salad has been etched into your minds. Please articulate your third wish. The third wish is to transfer the remaining scions from Planet Vegeta at the moment of its impending explosion to the restored Planet Salad. Little Nilu opened his mouth and uttered the final wish. The dragon's eyes glowed red for a moment, and then he fell silent. The dragon spoke softly. This wish cannot be granted. Upon hearing the dragon's response, both Casso and Little Nilu were rendered speechless, frozen in place. How could this wish be beyond the dragon's power? The annihilation of Planet Vegeta and the extermination of the scions was a command from Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Thus, this wish is unachievable. As the dragon spoke these words, beads of virtual sweat trickled down his face, and he continued, Please state your third wish. Casso had indeed contemplated this dilemma. The god of destruction, as the most formidable deity within the 7th universe, commanded matters that ordinary Dragon Balls would scarcely dare to defy. Perhaps only the Super Dragon Balls could disregard such a divine presence. It now appeared that the realization of his desires was utterly unattainable. Was the annihilation of his entire race truly imminent? As Casso remained enveloped in silence, the dragon spoke once more. Please articulate your third wish. The urgency in the dragon's tone was palpable. It seemed that if he did not make a wish soon, the dragon would vanish entirely. Xiao Nila glanced at Casso. I wish to create a plot of land on Planet Salad where the mystical beings can grow instantaneously. Casso casually uttered a wish. Xiao Nilu then translated. Your wish has been granted. With a flash, the 7 Dragon Balls emanated a golden radiance, and the celestial dragon abruptly disappeared. In the wake of the golden light, the Dragon Balls on the ground morphed into spherical stones. With the dragon's departure, Casso remained rooted in place, his brow furrowed in concern. Were both Vegeta's planet and the scions destined for destruction? Casso pondered for a moment and began to sense that something was amiss. Indeed, Beerus had merely instructed Frieza to annihilate the scions, yet he had not concerned himself with whether they were completely eradicated thereafter. Isn't the existence of Kakarot and Vegeta a compelling testament to this? The dragon cannot resist the destruction gods due to the overwhelming pressure of the deities. Since it is incapable of fulfilling wishes, could it not be possible for Kakarot to save Bardock and the others through his own relentless efforts? Casso understood. It seemed indeed feasible. With that thought, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning around, he gazed at the little rascal beside him. Naru, I must take my leave. Please convey my farewell to the elder. The promises I made, I shall certainly uphold. The Namekians will forever remain my cherished friends. Are you leaving? Naru felt a subtle stir within his heart. Throughout this period of acquaintance, he discerned that Casso was no ordinary child. Through the 3 wishes granted by the dragon, he realized that Casso had come to Namek to save his own people. Naru acknowledged Casso's noble spirit. Despite being merely a child, he chose not to flee when his race faced annihilation, but instead sought every possible means to rescue them. A truly commendable individual. In truth, Naru was akin to Casso. During the impending Namekian conflict, he opted to fuse with Piccolo, relinquishing his own ideology solely to vanquish Frieza and save his people. Such acts of selflessness often resonate deeply, even though the Namekian battle had yet to unfold. Very well, in the battles to come, give it your all. If you find yourself unable to defeat the enemy, do not hesitate to retreat. Naru gently patted Casso's slender shoulder. Casso shook his head, surprised to discover this side of Naru. However, when it came to the notion of fleeing, he shared the same sentiment. With his current abilities, confronting Frieza would be akin to an ant challenging an elephant, devoid of any glimmer of hope for victory. To be honest, Casso considered it an overestimation to even liken himself to an ant. Farewell. With that, Casso soared into the sky. Little Naru gazed at the distant speck above, his mind adrift in contemplation, before turning back towards the elder's residence. Chapter 14. Osbier learns instant transmission upon returning to the elder's abode. Little Naru spoke in a subdued tone. Elder, I have returned. The elder silently regarded him. After a moment, he smiled and remarked, Are you blaming me for not unlocking your potential? No, Naru replied. The elder shook his head, aware of Naru's unspoken thoughts, primarily his frustration over his insufficient strength to protect Namek in the future. The elder opted not to delve further into that topic and began recounting the history of Namek. He spoke of the great calamity that had once befallen their planet, plunging the Namekians into perilous straits, causing many to flee. The elder continued, discussing the internal dynamics of their race, noting that their combat prowess was generally lacking. Even those with exceptional talent among the Namekians were not significantly formidable. Once, we had a combat genius named Shiragu, whose power exceeded 10 million, the elder continued. Yet even he could not withstand the foes that lay ahead. Do you understand, my child? Little Naru's eyes widened. To learn that even such a remarkable warrior from his own race could not stand against future adversaries was a revelation. The elder's lengthy discourse served to impart a crucial lesson. The Namekians revered nature and, despite the dire circumstances during the calamity, had refrained from using the Dragon Balls to alter their fate. Thus, it was understood that they would only resort to the wish orbs in the most desperate of situations. Furthermore, the general combat capability of the Namekians was insufficient to face future threats, leaving them reliant on external assistance. Hearing this, little Naru nodded in resignation. Casso, you must not disappoint me in the future, he silently vowed. Since the elder had suggested that Casso could be the one to save Namek, Naru felt a sense of responsibility to place his hopes upon him. Stepping outside, little Naru resumed his diligent training, aspiring to contribute to the protection of Namek in the days to come. Watching Naru's retreating figure, the elder fell into deep contemplation. How has the future changed so drastically? Meanwhile, on the other side, Casso soared towards the designated landing site of the spacecraft, glancing back at the direction of the elder's abode. Subsequently, he extended his hand to touch the spacecraft and invoked instant teleportation towards the location of Yardrat's star. Days elapsed. Gasping for breath, Casso lay atop a peak in the southern region of Yardrat's star. With a mere combat power of 12,000 and only a rudimentary understanding of energy sensing, he had utilized instant teleportation over 100 times throughout the cosmos, depleting his energy reserves repeatedly and taking numerous rests before finally returning to Yardrat's star. At long last, he had arrived back on Yardrat's star. After a brief respite, Casso reflected on the exhaustion wrought by his use of instantaneous movement. Nonetheless, It was undeniably swifter than traveling by spacecraft. Consequently, his sensitivity to energy had heightened, allowing him to anticipate that should he encounter little Nilo again, he could locate him in under a second. Moreover, the repeated depletion of his internal energy had marginally enhanced his combat prowess. The combat prowess of Casso is quantified at 12,500 points. Casso raised his gaze to the sky. The heavens were adorned in hues of purple, with several violet clouds clustering together, drifting gently across the horizon, shrouded in a misty allure. A gentle breeze wafted through, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. One could not help but wonder how little Bayer was faring at this moment. Casso had been away for several months, deeply missing Osbier. During his time on Vegeta, he had never been separated from Little Beer for such an extended period. This departure was unavoidable, should Little Beer master instant transmission and emerge to find him absent. She would undoubtedly become anxious. The image of her weeping haunted Casso's mind, filling him with an urgency to reunite with her. However, his energy had yet to be fully restored, leaving him powerless. Time ticked away, each second stretching into eternity. Casso's energy finally began to recover, and he eagerly activated his teleportation. The arcane chamber of Yardrat. A little girl sat before a stone tablet, her cherubic face scrunched up as if grappling with something of utmost importance. Suddenly, her expression transformed. A radiant smile spread across her face, brimming with delight. She raised her tiny hand, her finger resting on her brow. "Here," she murmured softly. In an instant, her entire being vanished from sight. Outside the arcane chamber, Casso appeared here, casting a glance at the two guards. Indeed, his prior conjecture had proven accurate. The strength of these guards was indeed around 5,000 combat power. Just as Casso was pondering, a small figure emerged in the sky. It was Little Beer. Casso was filled with exhilaration as he soared upward with great speed. Embracing her tightly, "Brother Casso," Osbier exclaimed joyfully. Casso embraced her delicate form, inhaling the fragrance that belonged to Osbier. "Osbier," he murmured, resting his chin atop Osbier's head. "Casso Gidge, please don't hold me so tightly." Osbier's fair visage flushed with a hint of crimson, as she felt a slight difficulty in breathing. Why did she sense that Casso Gidge was behaving rather oddly? "I apologize." Casso felt a twinge of embarrassment, but suddenly realized something. "Have you mastered teleportation?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Xiaobi appear in midair, not merely flying over. This led him to conclude that she had indeed learned the art of instantaneous movement, though it seemed a tad exaggerated. If his memory served him correctly, Xiaobi had only been training for 11 months. It was not just Casso who was astonished. The two guards stationed before the secret arts room were equally flabbergasted, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They had never encountered such a prodigious talent, each more formidable than the last. Casso, for instance, had managed to master teleportation in merely 6 months, surpassing even this young girl. On the planet Yardrat, only those historical supergeniuses could achieve such feats in such a brief span of time. "I can only do it a little," Xiaobi admitted, feeling somewhat shy. Osbier informed Casso that she was currently limited to short-range teleportation and was unable to execute long-distance transfers, often failing in her attempts. Even so, Casso was left utterly astonished. Xiaobi's current predicament likely stemmed from her lack of familiarity with the technique, compounded by her relatively low power level, which resulted in such difficulties. Casso pondered for a moment and concluded that Wukong could not be much different. "Brother Casso, I am hungry," Osbier shyly remarked. Casso gently patted her head and said, "Let us go find something to eat now." Little Beer nodded happily in agreement. Casso led Osbier to a nearby planet, teeming with ferocious beasts, each as formidable as a tiger. Before long, Casso captured a gigantic stag. After preparing it, he placed it beside the fire to roast. Osbier sat beside Casso and inquired, "Brother Casso, where have you been these past few months? I awoke and found no trace of you." Casso chuckled softly and began recounting the events of the past few months. When he mentioned the mischievous little Nilo, Osbier exclaimed that Nilo was quite the rascal. Upon discussing the appearance of the divine dragon, Osbier's eyes widened with curiosity. Soon, Casso narrated everything except for the unforeseen incident that occurred when he made his third wish to the dragon. "Casso brother, will you take me along next time to unlock my potential? I wish to enhance my combat abilities so that I can protect you." "All right, Little Beer. I shall heed your every request." "Hee. Casso brother is so kind." Osbier clasped Casso's arm tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the roasted meat before the fire. Chapter 15. Frieza's actions while Casso and Osbier indulged in roasted meat. Far away at the headquarters of Frieza in the North Galaxy lay a colossal planet replete with advanced technology, surrounded by numerous small asteroids, which were densely arranged in a circular formation that created a formidable defense system centered around the massive planet. Such defensive capabilities needed no elaboration. The advanced cosmic technology enveloped the surrounding celestial bodies, forming an impregnable barrier as impenetrable as iron walls, where even a fly could not dare to enter. Coupled with the central command of the headquarters and various elite forces, it was truly a fortress-like formation, an oval-shaped miniature spacecraft, resembling an egg, with a surface of intermingled black and brown hues, glided forward. At the front, there was an opening from which emerged a sinister-looking alien, with blood-red eyes and purple-black lips. Two streaks resembling blood tears trailed beneath his eyes. His shell was a glossy purple, blending with his pallid skin, and the cold aura he exuded sent shivers down one's spine. It was Frieza. "Mr. Dodoria, those Scion monkeys have been rather restless of late," Frieza remarked. His hands crossed before him as the oval spacecraft glided a short distance. He narrowed his diamond-shaped eyes, gazing towards the sky, and elegantly expressed a faint sigh. Dodoria, robust and with pink skin, sported fleshy spikes on his head and arms. Responding promptly to the greeting from Lord Frieza, he approached without a moment's hesitation. Those ungrateful Scion monkeys should recognize the honor of serving Lord Frieza. Had it not been for their commendable fighting prowess, I would have dealt with them long ago, Dodoria said disdainfully. Ahaha. Frieza let out a sharp, sinister laugh that echoed throughout the opulent palace. The oval spacecraft spun around before he addressed Dodoria again. It brings me great comfort that Mr. Dodoria can alleviate my concerns. Dodoria, taken aback by the praise, felt a surge of excitement at having received Lord Frieza's commendation. He quickly bowed with one hand, making a gesture of loyalty. I vow to serve Lord Frieza with unwavering dedication. Frieza nodded in satisfaction at his actions. But suddenly his expression turned serious, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. Despite his diminutive stature, he harbored an overwhelming power that rendered the spacecraft surrounding him mere decorations, unable to withstand such force. This aura permeated every corner of the palace, carrying with it an icy chill reminiscent of the depths of the underworld, creating an atmosphere of profound cold. Crack! A thin layer of frost formed in the dark corners. Dodoria trembled all over, fearing he had misspoken. Mr. Dodoria, would you care to witness the most exquisite fireworks in the universe? Frieza's cold, raspy voice reached his pink ears. In an instant, Dodoria comprehended the situation. Overwhelmed with joy, realizing that Frieza was not blaming him, he recalled that every time Frieza uttered this phrase, it heralded the destruction of a planet. If all went as expected, planet Vegeta would surely be doomed. Prepare to meet your end, Scion monkeys. Dodoria had long harbored disdain for this arrogant group of low-power Scions. Mr. Dodoria, issue a command to King Vegeta. Summon all Scions on missions within a month. I wish to behold planet Vegeta. He continued. By the way, I hear he has a son of remarkable talent. Bring him to headquarters to serve me. As you command. Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta sat at the head of the table, flanked on either side by other Scions. Each wore a specially designed battle uniform, their tails wrapped around their waists. Among them sat a Scion strikingly similar to Goku. King Vegeta, what urgent matter has prompted this gathering? Bardock inquired, furrowing his brow. Jine had given birth to Kakarot just 2 months prior, and while tending to her, he had received the emergency summons and hastily arrived. Upon his arrival, he realized he was not alone. Other high-powered Scions had also been summoned. What could necessitate gathering so many formidable warriors at once? Could they be preparing to conquer a superior planet? Frieza has issued an order for us Scions to gather all those on missions within a month. Bardock pondered. Seated in a corner, feeling perplexed. What could Frieza be plotting? Was he intending to wage war against other advanced planets? The remaining Scions began to murmur amongst themselves. Bardock glanced around, discovering he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. King Vegeta raised his hands to silence them. Frieza wishes to visit planet Vegeta and has instructed us to welcome him by summoning all Scions back. For now, let us focus on bringing our kin home. King Vegeta then remarked, recently, our Scion race has been thriving. When Frieza arrives, we must ensure they remain oblivious to our covert activities. Well then, if there are no further matters, we shall adjourn the meeting. With that, King Vegeta dismissed the assembly, as he had further arrangements to make regarding Vegeta's journey to Frieza's headquarters. After the meeting, Bardock was engulfed by a wave of unease. It felt as though the gathering had ignited a powder keg, shattering his previously tranquil state of mind. That night, after attending to various household matters, Bardock and Jine began to rest. However, half an hour into slumber, Bardock awoke in a cold sweat, his face stricken with terror, as if he were ensnared in a horrific nightmare. He tossed and turned restlessly. Suddenly, Bardock sat upright, gasping for air, his brow glistening with beads of sweat, a sight that would surely send chills down the spine of anyone with a fear of clusters. Thump, thump. Bardock's heart raced violently. How terrifying. Frieza was truly formidable. In the past, he often awoke from dreams with only vague recollections, but this time, the nightmare felt hauntingly real, as if he had been thrust into its very midst. Every detail remained vivid in his mind. In the dream, Frieza possessed a terrifying battle power of 530,000. It is noteworthy that within the Saiyan race, not a single warrior boasted a power level above 20,000. Even in their grade ape form, there might barely surpass 100,000. Such a disparity was insurmountable. Bardock, what troubles you? Were you plagued by nightmares? Jine stirred, startled by his restless movements. And no, it's nothing. Bardock hastily reassured her, wishing to shield Jine from worry. After years of companionship, she was well aware of his inner turmoil. He simply sought to spare her concern. Let us rest quickly, Jine suggested, reflecting that there had been no significant disturbances within their clan lately, likely indicating no grave issues. All right, Bardock acquiesced, resuming his position. Yet, the orders issued by Frieza were far from trivial. The events of the day mirrored those of his haunting dream. What should he do now? Chapter 16. Bidding farewell to Kakarot before the flickering flames, two small figures sat, one gnawing on a deer leg. Brother Casso, that little scoundrel Nelu is so weak. How dare he wager against you? Osbier remarked, munching away. He is not weak. He possesses over 1,000 battle power, which surpasses yours, Casso replied. Casso noticed that Osbel's delicate face was smeared with oil. He reached out to wipe it away, only to inadvertently spread it further, causing her cheeks to puff up in frustration. Oh, is it truly this remarkable? Osbel felt a tinge of dejection, realizing that even the most trivial little rascal seemed to outshine her. Brother Casso, having undergone the Elder's potential development, has achieved a formidable combat power of 12,000. She, however, possesses a mere 200 points of combat power, leaving her uncertain of when she might catch up to him. Osbier, with a sulky expression, took a bite of venison in frustration. Casso smiled quietly, saying nothing. Neru's talent was indeed remarkable, seemingly surpassing that of Piccolo. Yet his inner strength did not match that of Piccolo. Piccolo has always aimed to defeat Goku, possessing an unwavering determination. Although he later struggled to keep pace with Goku, he never relented. If Neru were to adopt a similar goal and cultivate a robust inner strength, it is likely that his achievements would eclipse those of Piccolo. After a while, Casso tossed the bone into the adjacent river and reclined upon the ground. For several months, he had scarcely tasted such roasted meat, subsisting solely on the nutrient solution aboard the spacecraft to sustain his life. At last, he savored the roasted meat once more, indulging to his heart's content. Casso moved closer to Auspicia. Little Auspicia, you have now mastered the art of instant teleportation. We shall prepare to depart from here tomorrow and return to planet Vegeta. Wow, we are finally going home, Auspicia exclaimed with joy. Aunt Genia will undoubtedly be astonished by our combat prowess. After saying this, she inexplicably broke into laughter. Casso raised an eyebrow, surprised that this girl also enjoyed showing off. However, pretending to be a fool in front of others while hiding one's true strength felt rather exhilarating. He chuckled to himself. Indeed, one could tell that they were cut from the same cloth. Just imagining the expression on Badak's face upon witnessing his combat prowess brought him immense joy. Casso and Osbiel suddenly became motionless. In the night, the two small figures sat in front of the campfire, seemingly lost in thought. Their expressions, a peculiar blend of smiles, hinted at a contemplation of something profound. If there had been someone capable of reading minds at that moment, they would have uncovered the fantasies swirling within. Both were envisioning a grand return to planet Vegeta to flaunt their prowess. The following day arrived. All right, let us return and bid farewell to Elder Husu and the others, Casso declared. After tending to the campfire, he and Osbiel instantaneously transported themselves back to planet Yardrat. With a swift motion, they vanished. Caesar led Osbier to the front of Husu's door. He knocked gently upon it. At that moment, Husu, hearing the commotion, stepped outside. Why, sir, we are prepared to depart, Caesar said, gazing at Husu with a hint of reluctance. After all, he had spent half a year here. and the sudden prospect of leaving stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Yet, Casso had to return to Vegeta to rescue his people. It was a necessity he could not evade. Ah, so soon? Casso exclaimed in surprise. Casso has been mastering the art of teleportation here for half a year. And as of yesterday, Osbier has also acquired this remarkable skill. Casso is fully aware of their extraordinary talents, which leave him utterly astounded. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your hospitality during this time. Thank you for allowing us to learn teleportation. The people of planet Yardrat will forever remain my friends. And should any matters arise, feel free to seek me out on planet Shalata. However, as the situation with Vegeta becomes increasingly dire, Casso decided to share the location of planet Shalata with Casso. Casso opened his mouth as if to speak, yet in the end, no words escaped his lips. Casso and Osbier, not being inhabitants of Yardrat, found it entirely reasonable to depart after mastering the art of teleportation. Reflecting on this, Casso let out a sigh. Well, perhaps fate would grant them another chance to meet. Casso felt a twinge of melancholy after a year of acquaintance. Even the most unfamiliar of strangers had ultimately blossomed into friends. After bidding farewell to Casso, Casso and Osbier proceeded to take their leave of Supa, before retracing their steps to the spacecraft from whence they had come. Casso and Osbier glanced back at the town of Yardrat. Let us depart, one remarked. And in an instant, both vanished along with their spaceship. On Vegeta, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Looking up, one could see numerous Saiyan spacecraft streaking across, leaving trails of shimmering white light in their wake. These were the Scions returning from their missions. Countless ships descended from the heavens. How did the mission go? One inquired. Do not even mention it. I nearly met my demise out there. What transpired? A multitude of Scions disembarked from their vessels, conversing animatedly about their experiences during the mission. At that moment, a nearby ship opened its hatch, and a towering figure emerged. Clad in the distinctive battle armor of the Scions, with a tail coiled around his waist and faint scars adorning his face, he strode forward with confidence. Captain, I have returned, he announced, striding purposefully. It has been a while, Garrus, Bardock replied with a warm smile. He had taken the time to greet his squad members today. Indeed, where are Casso and that other little rascal? They have gone on a mission. Did we not agree that they would not be sent on missions until they matured? Garrus remarked, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. Casso's parents sacrificed themselves to save him. Garrus had also promised Casso's parents that he would protect him diligently. Due to his frequent missions, he had no choice but to entrust Casso to the captain, not anticipating that he would still be dispatched. This was Casso's request. And I merely assigned a very simple task. You must understand, Scions. Before Bardock could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Such a sound could not possibly be caused by a Scion spacecraft landing. Both men looked up. What was that? A massive spaceship. Lord Bardock. Is that not a vessel belonging to Frieza's subordinates? Garrus exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't it said that Frieza would not arrive on planet Vegeta for another 2 weeks? How could he have arrived so much earlier? Frieza, Bardock said through gritted teeth, gazing at the ship in the sky. Is the tale of our nightmares about to repeat itself? Garrus, I will explain Casso's situation upon my return. I have urgent matters to attend to. Bardock turned and hastily made his way home. Garrus stood there, watching the captain's departing figure, somewhat dazed. That night, the delicate giant followed closely behind Bardock. He bore a spacecraft on his shoulder, one that he had stolen from the launch center, inside which sat the young Goku, with the listening devices dismantled. Tears streamed down Giant's face, and she pressed her lips together, afraid to make a sound lest they be discovered. Bardock, are you truly going to send Kakarot away? Giant choked out. There is no other choice. I hope I am mistaken. If so, we can retrieve him at any time. Bardock set the spacecraft down on the ground. The two peered through the transparent hatch, their hearts heavy as they gazed at Kakarot. Kakarot, you must take care of yourself. Giant wept anew. Bardock held Giant tightly, lifting his gaze to the spacecraft until it safely soared beyond the horizon. A day later, numerous ships were still returning to planet Vegeta from the outside. Suddenly, 2 rather antiquated spacecraft plummeted from the heavens. Through the transparent hatches, the silhouettes of 2 children were discernible. They gazed serenely at the landscape beyond, unperturbed and not in a state of slumber. Chapter 17. Exile of Broly. The atmosphere on planet Vegeta grew increasingly tense, likely due to the impending arrival of Frieza. In the eyes of the Scions, Frieza was a detestable fiend. Years prior, he had subjugated King Vegeta, compelling the entire Scion race to serve him. At that time, the Scions were in dire straits, having just overthrown the rule of the Tsufruians and desperately needed time to recuperate. They were powerless against the oppressive might of Frieza. However, the methods by which Frieza subjugated the scions did not go unnoticed, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards him. Now, Frieza had inexplicably summoned all scions back, leaving them in suspense regarding his intentions. As two spacecraft descended from the sky, Kakarot and Osbier leaped forth from within. Casso and Osbier embarked from the planet Yardrat, not merely aboard a spacecraft. Had that been the case, their return would have been delayed by an additional 6 months. Therefore, Casso and Osbier first utilized instantaneous teleportation to arrive near planet Vegeta, subsequently boarding a ship to complete their journey back to Vegeta. In this manner, they returned to planet Vegeta lawfully, providing a plausible excuse should anyone inquire about their arrival. Casso and Osbier returned home, greeted by the familiar arrangement of their abode. However, they found it rather peculiar that not a speck of dust could be found within. Osbier, brushing her hand across a chair, exclaimed in astonishment, "How pristine! It must have been Aunt Ginia who helped with the cleaning." Observing the state of the house, Casso felt a warmth in his heart. He did not believe that Bedak and Garrus would engage in such tasks. While these two were indeed kind to both him and little Osbier, their attentiveness was confined to significant matters. The mundane chores of daily life were certainly not within their purview. Soon, nightfall arrived. Kakarot and Osbier reclined upon the bed, savoring the final moments of tranquility on planet Vegeta, for soon it would face obliteration at the hands of Frieza. Kakarot intends to seek out Bardock and Garrus shortly to explain the situation. In the nursery chamber of planet Vegeta, a series of alarming beeps resonate. Warning! Warning! A tremendous surge of energy has been detected. Energy levels have surpassed 10,000. Inside the nursery, 2 incubation pods lie side by side. One is empty, its scion occupant long since vanished, while the other cradles a scion infant. As the child wails, the alarms echo throughout the chamber, red lights flickering ominously in the dim environment. What is happening? Why has the alarm sounded? We cannot afford any mishaps with the prince, otherwise, our fate is sealed. A group of extraterrestrial beings clad in white lab coats rushes in. If anything were to befall the scion infant within the nursery, even 10 of them would not suffice to quell the scion's wrath. These researchers are captives taken during the scion's conquests. Had it not been for their commendable technological prowess, the scions would have dispatched them to the afterlife long ago. But wait, how can this be? Look, they witness an astonishing sight. A scion child named Broly, whose battle power continues to escalate. 8,000, 8,500, 9,500. How can this be? A newborn scion exhibiting such formidable power. It is still rising. 10,000. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Quickly, report to King Vegeta. In the palace of King Vegeta, disbelief clouds his features. What? A newborn scion named Broly possesses a power level exceeding 10,000? Impossible. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? No, it cannot be. Only my Prince Vegeta is the strongest. At this moment, King Vegeta's countenance contorts with malice, a murderous intent emanating from him. Broly, do not blame me. Your formidable power is your own misfortune. Raising his hand, he gestures for his underlings to eliminate Broly when suddenly he inquires, whose son is he? The response comes swiftly. He is the son of Lord Paragus. Paragus' son? King Vegeta turns away from his subordinates, his crimson and azure cape billowing behind him, clad in battle armor, seemingly lost in contemplation. Go. Arrange for a spaceship to send Broly to a distant, desolate planet. He commands his loyal subordinate. As you wish. King Vegeta resumes his throne, resting his chin in his hand, coldly remarking, Paragus, do not blame me. I have shown all the mercy I can. On the other side, Lord Paragus, congratulations. Your son possesses a combat power of 10,000 from the moment of his birth. A group of researchers, loyal to Paragus, rushed over to celebrate. Paragus stood there in shock, his mouth agape, feeling utterly incredulous. Could it be true? Is my Broly truly that powerful? They have already reported to King Vegeta, his confidant announced. Upon hearing this, Paragus suddenly realized something was amiss. After years of serving under King Vegeta, he had come to understand the nature of the man, ruthless, cold-blooded, willing to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to his position. Lord Paragus, it's terrible. Broly is to be exiled. At that moment, a scion rushed over. One of his subordinates. How dare you, King Vegeta? After all these years of loyalty, how could you? Paragus glared furiously, knowing well the callousness of the scions. Yet he was still taken aback by Vegeta's utter disregard for their past. No, I must stop him. Boom. Paragus erupted with a formidable aura, enveloped in a white mist, and swiftly flew toward the spaceship launch center. At the launch center, discussions were rife among the lower-class Scion warriors. What a pity. King Vegeta cannot accept him. If he could embrace Broly, our Scion race would surely witness the emergence of an invincible god of war. Indeed. As they spoke, a middle-aged Scion descended from the sky. With a sweeping glance, Paragus quickly located Broly's ship. Lord Paragus, you mustn't go there. Otherwise, King Vegeta will not spare us. The lower-class Scion warriors attempted to obstruct him. Just as Paragus was about to rush forward to halt the spaceship's ascent, it began to rise slowly, disappearing in an instant. No, Paragus roared, arriving just a moment too late. Tell me, to which planet has Broly been exiled? He seized a nearby lower-class warrior, his eyes burning with fury, his body trembling in disbelief at the news of Broly's exile. He has been banished to the planet Vampa at the edge of the universe. The Scion's face paled, dreading Paragus's wrath. Prepare a spaceship at once. Paragus bellowed fiercely. Moments later, another ship ascended from the launch center. I must rescue Broly. Paragus's vessel closely trailed behind Broly's ship, fully aware that Vampa was utterly inhospitable, a place where Broly could not possibly survive. Wait, King Vegeta. You shall regret it when I return with Broly. Chapter 18. Unveiling Frieza's Conspiracy. Casso and Osbier were preparing to venture out when they suddenly overheard a conversation emanating from the street. Have you heard about Broly? That little fellow born with a battle power of 10,000? Indeed, but what a pity. The tone of the several Scions was tinged with regret as they continued. If King Vegeta could embrace Broly, within a decade, a formidable god of war would emerge from the Scion lineage. Broly, Casso murmured. At that moment, Kakarot's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly forgetting about Broly. Broly, a legendary Scion, was housed in a cultivation pod adjacent to Kakarot's. Every time Kakarot cried, Broly would inevitably follow suit, leading to a deep-seated animosity towards Kakarot as they grew older. Each encounter with Kakarot would unleash Broly's uncontrollable rage. Yet, Broly was also a pitiable soul, exiled by King Vegeta from a young age and perpetually dominated by his father's authority, devoid of any semblance of freedom. Casso seized the Scion's hand, anxiously inquiring, Esteemed uncle, how is Broly faring at present? Osbier stood silently to the side, her expression tinged with confusion. Why did her brother Casso exhibit such fervor upon hearing the name Broly? The Scion hesitated momentarily, having never encountered such a courteous young lad. He then replied, That young one has been exiled. What of it? Do you know him? The Scion pressed further. No. Farewell, uncle, we must take our leave. Casso departed from this place with Osbier. As they watched the two young children leave, the Scions resumed their conversation. Chris, do you know that little guy? Not at all. I've simply never encountered such a polite child before. It is indeed somewhat peculiar. Casso and Osbier are on their way to the Bedak family home. Osbier looked up and inquired, Casso, who is Broly? Casso replied, You will come to know in due time. Casso shook his head. When he first heard the news of Broly, he had contemplated ways to retain him. Since Broly had been exiled, it would be best for him to remain on Wampa Star for a while. Casso had more pressing matters to attend to, rendering him unable to extricate himself from his current obligations. Yet, the mere thought of the old man Paragus filled him with a sense of revulsion. In his quest for vengeance against King Vegeta, Paragus had the audacity to manipulate his own son, utterly disregarding Broly's humanity. As he strolled, he found himself at the doorstep of Bardock's home. However, just as he was about to knock, he overheard a conversation unfolding within. Garrus, this is my explanation. Alas, what can I possibly say about this child? Perhaps this is the essence of a Scion. The voices of Bardock and Garrus resonated from inside. Kazuo smiled. Realizing that Garrus was also present within, he rapped gently on the door, and the double doors swung open. It was Jinai who answered, yet his countenance appeared somewhat troubled, as if he had encountered some distressing matter. Casso pondered for a moment. Today, Broly had been exiled, which raised the question of whether Kakarot had also been sent away. Perhaps this was the reason behind Jinai's sorrowful expression. Casso, little beer, you have returned. Upon seeing the two, Jinai's demeanor brightened slightly. Yes. Casso responded with a smile and a nod. Aunt Jine. Meanwhile, Osbier joyfully embraced Jine. In the past, Jine had always taken care of both her and Casso, holding a place in Osbier's heart akin to that of a biological mother. She nestled in Jine's embrace, savoring the warmth that enveloped her. Little beer, Jine likewise wrapped her arms around Osbier. As Kakarot was just sent away, it was a moment of profound sorrow for Jine. However, with the return of Osbier and the others, her heartache was somewhat alleviated. Garrus had been discussing Casso moments ago, and was now thrilled to see him. "Casso, little Osbier, you have returned," Garrus exclaimed. Having been saved by Casso's parents, Garrus regarded Casso as his own child, and seeing his beloved child safe once more brought him immense joy. Bardock also approached and affectionately ruffled Casso's hair. After 2 years, the young lad had finally filled out a bit. The kindness that Casso received from these elders was etched in his heart. Were it not for their presence, he might have faced dire fates countless times. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, Casso learned from the others that Frieza would descend upon them in just over 10 days. With time of the essence, Casso understood that this was not the moment for reminiscing. Casso inquired, "Uncle Bardock, have you had any ominous premonitions lately?" Bardock furrowed his brow. "How did you know?" "I envisioned a scene where Frieza descends and annihilates planet Vegeta, leaving our Saiyan race utterly extinct." Casso refrained from responding directly to Bardock's question, instead fabricating this unsettling statement. "What?" Shine, momentarily setting aside her sorrow, reacted with alarm. Upon hearing Casso's words, Garrus felt a tightening in his breath. Casso's words struck deeply at Bardock's heart. Bardock had once experienced the same dream, initially dismissing it as mere fantasy. However, it now appeared to be a grim reality. Frieza was indeed plotting malevolently. "I too have shared in this dream." Bardock recounted his previous vision to everyone, mentioning that it was precisely this foreboding that compelled him to send Kakarot away. Though he withheld the details of Kakarot's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Jine's eyes widened in astonishment. Both Bardock and Casso had dreamt the same dream. She had only consented to send Kakarot away after Bardock's persuasive arguments. Now, Jine felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that Kakarot had been sent away. "Casso, is this truly the case?" Garrus seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. With a single affirmative response, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. A silence so profound that one could hear Jine's breath. "Captain, what shall we do? We Scions cannot withstand Frieza," Garrus exclaimed, his face contorted with worry. "Calm down. Let us listen to what Casso has to say." "His decision to return suggests that he possesses a viable plan," Bardock responded, maintaining a composed demeanor unlike Garrus. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he expressed his thoughts. Since Casso had divulged that dream, Bardock had ceased to regard him as merely a child. "Casso, please share your insights." "Over the past 2 years, I have completed my mission on planet Mumu ahead of schedule," and then Casso continued to recount the subsequent events. First, he traveled to Yardrat to master instant transmission, and then he journeyed to Namek to summon the Eternal Dragon. Upon hearing these revelations, Bardock and Garrus were momentarily taken aback. It turned out that these 2 young boys had undergone such remarkable experiences within a mere span of 2 years. When Casso spoke of instant transmission, Bardock and Garrus widened their eyes in astonishment, realizing that such extraordinary abilities existed in this world. Kakarot continued, "The Frieza Force is undoubtedly monitoring the entirety of planet Vegeta. If we wish to escape on a spaceship, success is simply unattainable." Bardock, in deep contemplation, responded, "Are you suggesting we utilize instant transmission to bring everyone away from planet Vegeta?" Chapter 19. Farewell to the Scions. "Indeed, we intend to employ instant transmission. But we will need your cooperation, Uncle Bardock. In the past, Kakarot existed in obscurity on planet Vegeta, lacking any significant presence. He was persistently subjected to bullying by Nappa and others, possessing neither strength nor power. Who would believe his words? Who would heed his commands?" Casso stated, "In the coming days, I require you to gather a portion of our kin, as I and Shelby shall escort them in groups." Osbier sat silently beside him, attentively listening to Casso's words. "But Casso, can you take all our people with you?" Garrus inquired anxiously. Casso forced a wry smile and said, "Uncle Garrus, to be frank, with the combined strength of myself and Little Buyer, we cannot possibly transport all our kin. The Idolatrans may not possess formidable power, yet they have mastered the art of instantaneous movement, which clearly indicates that even those lacking strength can learn such a technique. It merely requires talent and mental fortitude. However, to transport a greater number of individuals or to send them over vast distances, one must possess substantial strength to support such feats. Furthermore, proficiency in sensing energy is also crucial. At present, Casso has only just begun to grasp the basics, and as for Osbier, she is even further behind." Upon hearing this, Bardock shook his head and remarked, "Do not dwell on it. We cannot take all our people. Both Casso and Osbier understood the impossibility of transporting every member of their race, yet they were puzzled by Bardock's insistence. Do not forget that King Vegeta is the leader of the Scions, and the only ones who can heed my commands are my squad members. Bardock's tone was laden with resignation. With King Vegeta in command, he was unable to direct their kin. The king was perpetually lost in his dreams of overthrowing Frieza's regime, and at this juncture, he would likely dismiss any counsel, perhaps even suspecting ulterior motives. This is a rather tragic aspect of the Scion plight, liberated from the dominion of the Zephyrians. They found themselves under the rule of a leader who was short-sighted and fearful of any challengers to his authority. In fact, King Vegeta had exiled Broly at birth, a decision that epitomized his foolishness. Captain is indeed correct, Garrus added, sharing in the sense of helplessness. He had witnessed the trials the captain had faced over the years. Were it not for his own immense strength, it is likely that King Vegeta would have long since disposed of him, due to his formidable power. He had been persistently marginalized by King Vegeta, and now, only about 100 individuals were willing to follow the captain's orders. How many of our kin do you two believe you can transport? Bardock inquired once more. Casso and Osbier exchanged a glance, roughly estimating that they could evacuate around 150 individuals. Bardock nodded, acknowledging that this number aligned with his own command capabilities. Uncle Bardock, please gather them. Starting tonight, Osbier and I will begin the relocation of our people. Casso felt a sense of helplessness, knowing that every life saved mattered. Garrus and Bardock rose, ready to take action. In the direst moment for their race, Bardock set aside all other concerns. Even if Casso suggested they could only save a little over 100, that was still sufficient. As long as their race was not entirely annihilated, the Scions would rise again. Once Kakarot achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance for their kin. In the darkness of the night, within the northern forests of planet Vegeta, a group of about a dozen Scions gathered. They were furtive and pale, as if they had just heard something dreadful and were still in shock. The murmurs among the Scions were filled with disbelief. Is this true? I can't believe Frieza is truly plotting against us. I always said we could not trust Frieza. At that moment, Bardock barked, silence. There was no time for idle chatter at such a critical juncture. Upon hearing his command, the crowd fell immediately silent. Bardock glanced at Casso and Osbier, who understood his intent and nodded in agreement. Casso pointed at the two Scions, instructing, you two, hold hands, then grasp my shoulders, and do not resist. Osbier performed the same action. Prior to this moment, these Scions were already aware of Frieza's sinister plot, as Bardock had briefed them on the necessary actions, leaving them fully cognizant of the forthcoming events. Upon hearing the directives from Casso and Osbier, the Scions nodded in agreement and approached with remarkable cooperation. Uncle Bardock, I shall return shortly. With that, Casso, along with the two Scions, vanished from sight, and the same transpired for Osbier. Witnessing Casso's sudden disappearance filled Bardock with astonishment. He had experienced instantaneous movement 2 hours prior, yet seeing it again evoked surprise. Bardock looked up to the sky, sparkling with countless stars, all of which were the ships of Frieza's forces, encircling the entire planet of Vegeta from the cosmos. From the outset, Frieza had exploited the Scions, incessantly issuing missions and compelling them to wage war on other planets. Subsequently, Frieza profited immensely by selling the conquered worlds. Yet, despite this, Frieza still prepared to obliterate planet Vegeta and annihilate the Scion race, a notion that Bardock found incredibly hard to fathom. 3 months prior, Bardock had sensed impending doom. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched Kakarot to Earth. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope remained within him that the ominous dream was not but a fabrication, until Casso validated his fears. Thank goodness for Casso. Bardock shook his head. After more than 20 minutes had passed, Casso and Osbiel suddenly appeared before Bardock. Haha. Casso gasped for breath. He had already escorted those two to a secure planet, one that would take even Frieza's fleet a fortnight to reach at full speed. Casso had always utilized his teleportation ability solely with Osbier, never having transported more than one individual at a time. Now, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Brother Casso, I am utterly exhausted. I lack the strength. Beside him, Osbier lay sprawled on the ground, tongue out, drenched in sweat, resembling a small, motionless worm. Casso, what has happened to you? Bardock inquired with urgency. It's nothing. The exertion has been immense. Rest assured, I will ensure everyone is safely transported tonight. For now, I need a moment to recuperate. Bardock observed Casso and Osbier, his concern palpable, yet he recognized that little Osbier was completely drained, relying solely on Casso at this moment. Casso glanced at Little Bai and smiled. The fact that she managed to send off 2 individuals was quite impressive. The rest would be left to him. After a while, once Casso had recuperated, he sent off another pair of scions. This cycle continued, and as night fell, all of the dozen or so scions had been dispatched. By morning, Casso lay in bed, his eyes vacant and his complexion pale, as if his very essence had been drained from his body. Kakarot was deeply yearning for Earth, and once the affairs on planet Vegeta concluded, he was determined to visit Earth without fail. It is worth mentioning that the Senzu beans have always represented a flaw within the Dragon Ball lore. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, as long as a breath remains, a Senzu bean can restore an individual to their optimal state. However, during Goku's childhood, Master Karen failed to recognize the significance of the Senzu beans, allowing that little glutton, Yardrat, to consume them all, which led Goku to wish he could divide a single Senzu bean in half for his use. As the days swiftly passed, the scions outside had mostly returned. King Vegeta was still busy orchestrating a grand welcome for Frieza, oblivious to the disappearance of over 100 scions. Chapter 20. The arrival of Frieza within the palace of King Vegeta. Numerous flowers adorned the surroundings, leaving a pathway lined with a red carpet at its center, rendering the entire hall celebratory. Once King Vegeta deemed the arrangement satisfactory, he prepared to summon all the scions for a meeting. Suddenly, a scion emerged nearby, resembling Nappa closely. His expression filled with ire as he approached. "My king, what progress has been made regarding my son's situation?" It turned out this individual was Nappa's father. 2 years prior, his son had vanished without a trace and had not been seen since. He served as King Vegeta's right-hand man, and his family held a prominent status among the scions. Yet, regarding his son's disappearance, King Vegeta had yet to conduct a thorough investigation. King Vegeta's expression turned frosty. "I have more pressing matters at hand. We shall discuss this later." With that, King Vegeta strode towards the entrance of the hall. "You." Nappa's father pointed at the retreating figure of King Vegeta, trembling slightly. 2 years had passed without any news, and he had long realized the grim truth. Yet, King Vegeta's current indifference sent a chill through him. He and his family had served King Vegeta for many years, and now all they received in return was apathy. The bonds of loyalty had withered away. On that day, just then, a crackling sound echoed. A piercing shriek echoed through the sky, the sound of air colliding with metal. The once bright daylight suddenly dimmed, as if obscured by an unseen force. A swarm of spacecraft traversed the void, reminiscent of locusts descending upon the land. The vessels breached the atmosphere of planet Vegeta, ultimately coming to a halt at the surface of the air layer. Centered around a colossal ship, smaller crafts flanked its ends, rendered insignificant in this grand display. The large vessel, ensconced in a shroud of dark metal, emanated a fiery orange glow from its base, forming a circular corridor, with translucent light filtering through specially crafted glass, akin to yellow gemstones adorning its surface. Within the ship's control room, a curved canopy shielded the interior, revealing a figure seated atop a small craft. He bore 2 pointed horns, blood-red eyes, and lips of a purplish hue, with 2 streaks resembling blood tears beneath his eyes. It was Frieza. He elegantly raised a goblet of crimson wine, nonchalantly remarking, "Have we arrived at planet Vegeta?" "Indeed, Lord Frieza," Dodoria responded with utmost respect. "Go, summon King Vegeta to bring all scions to meet me." "As you command." King Vegeta convened a meeting with the Scion elite. Frieza hovered above planet Vegeta, demanding our presence. As Vegeta held the final assembly within his palace, he found Frieza's actions peculiar. Why not simply descend upon the planet? A sense of unease crept into King Vegeta's mind. Let us summon Bardock and the others to greet him. Frieza's wrath could yield dire consequences. Indeed, the king's subordinates murmured in agreement. "Forget Bardock and the others. Let us proceed to welcome Frieza," Vegeta declared, raising his hands in preparation to depart. But Frieza summoned all scions. Did you not hear my words?" King Vegeta frowned, displeased by the dissent. It was not that he wished to exclude Bardock. Rather, he simply could not locate him, standing in place for a moment. A fierce glint shone in Vegeta's eyes as he surveyed his subordinates, silencing them. The atmosphere grew tense, and no further objections were voiced. King Vegeta led his retinue to greet Frieza. Upon exiting the palace, Vegeta gazed upward, confronted by a dense array of spacecraft that blotted out the sun, casting a somber pall over the land. This oppressive twilight unsettled King Vegeta, his heart racing with an ominous foreboding, as if misfortune loomed on the horizon. Is this merely my imagination? I hope so. He concentrated a small orb of light in his palm, only to dissipate it almost immediately. What coalesces is none other than the artificial moon. King Vegeta's eyes glinted with ferocity as he inwardly mused, hoping that Frieza would not act recklessly. Frieza, perched atop his spacecraft, gradually drifted forth from the colossal ship, flanked by his subordinates. Upon closer inspection, amidst such a grand spectacle, the elite Jinyu force was conspicuously absent. It had been a long time since their last encounter. A faint smile graced Frieza's lips, as if he were genuinely pleased to reunite with an old acquaintance. All hail, Lord Frieza. King Vegeta ascended into the air, bending slightly to bow in deference. In unison, his followers echoed, All hail, Lord Frieza. The collective shout of over 2,000 scions resonated thunderously, echoing through the skies. At a glance, the scions stood expressionless, bowing low, despite their deep-seated hatred for Frieza. They meticulously upheld the facade in that moment. Frieza remained silent, as did his subordinates, allowing the scions to remain in their bowed position. The atmosphere became heavy with silence. What is Frieza implying? King Vegeta clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, daring to glance up at Frieza, who regarded them with a bemused expression. In that instant, Frieza broke the silence. King Vegeta, do the scions not have a fellow named Bardock? Why is he not present here? Bardock's reputation was well known among the scions. Even reaching Frieza's ears, the fact that a mere low-ranking warrior could attain a battle power of 10,000 piqued Frieza's curiosity. One could discern from Frieza's tone that he was displeased, causing cold sweat to bead upon Vegeta's brow. Just moments ago, King Vegeta had realized that Bardock and his subordinates were nowhere to be found. No matter how hard he searched, they eluded him, perhaps intending to assert their dominance upon Frieza's arrival. That infuriating Bardock. Well, King Vegeta stammered, fumbling for words. He could hardly admit that he couldn't command Bardock. For a king of the Saiyan race to be unable to direct his own subjects would be an immense disgrace. Frieza, receiving no desired response, glared with his blood-red eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. He unleashed a terrifying aura from his diminutive form, casting an ominous chill in the air. The surrounding spacecraft swayed perilously, as if on the verge of disconnection and descent. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Frieza reigned in that malevolence, as if nothing had transpired. Both King Vegeta and his followers felt a trickle of cold sweat upon their brows. If Frieza's aura was so formidable, one could only imagine the extent of his true power. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, no need to be tense. Everyone relax. Frieza chuckled nonchalantly, while the expressions of his subordinates behind him were peculiar, as if they were watching a play. Chapter 21. The collective transformation into Great Ape's planet Fire. Situated far from planet Vegeta, would take even Frieza's most advanced spacecraft half a month to reach at full speed. The sky here was a vibrant green, accompanied by a lush forest with a vast plain stretching into the distance. At the junction of the forest and the plain, over 100 figures gathered, each adorned with a tail around their waist. Captain, they have all been relocated, Cass said. Bardock nodded. Having successfully moved all of his subordinates and their families to Planet Fire, thanks to Cass's nightly relocations over the past several days. He was well aware of the distance between Fire and Vegeta, having passed through this region during previous missions, and was astonished that Cass had managed to bring their kin here. Instantaneous movement was indeed remarkable. Lord Bardock, does Frieza truly intend to annihilate our planet Vegeta? Is it true? Despite having heard it once before, Bardock's subordinates sought confirmation. Upon hearing their inquiry, Bardock furrowed his brow and solemnly nodded. Alas, the affirmation elicited a collective sigh from the 100 scions. Even Bardock, in the face of Frieza, had to concede ground. Seeking vengeance against Frieza seemed utterly impossible now. They were the last hope of the scions. John approached, cradling the frail Osbier. Where is Cass? Why is he not here? He has returned to planet Vegeta, Bardock replied, gently patting little Osbier's head. He was uncertain as to why Cass had gone back, especially since today was the day of Frieza's arrival. Planet Vegeta must be engulfed in flames by now. However, with Cass's ability to teleport, there was no cause for alarm. Clearly, Jine was aware of this, which alleviated her worries. Above planet Vegeta, King Vegeta expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Frieza. Oblivious to the unusual expressions of Frieza's subordinates, he mused on Frieza's apparent foolishness, wondering how he had achieved the status of the Emperor of the Universe. King Vegeta believed Frieza could be easily deceived. Haha, I have always been lenient towards my subordinates, as long as they harbor no ill intentions. Would you not agree, King Vegeta? Frieza's face twitched, a chilling smile gracing his lips with an unsettling aura. Why yes, indeed. King Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his brow, perplexed by Frieza's intentions. Did he suspect my actions? It was impossible. The scions had concealed themselves so well. King Vegeta had always covertly defied Frieza's orders, secretly amassing his own power to eventually overthrow Frieza's dominion over the scions, just as he had done with the Zephyrians. However, King Vegeta never anticipated that Frieza had already intercepted all the information through his scanners. Even in the absence of a Scion rebellion, Frieza had no intention of sparing the Scion race, as it was a directive personally issued by Lord Beerus. You share this sentiment, do you not? Very well. With arms crossed, Frieza spun in his spacecraft, turning his back on King Vegeta. The metallic craft obscured his expression, leaving the scions unable to discern his feelings. His silence was palpable, and the coldness of the metal vessel sent a chill down King Vegeta's spine, as if foreboding calamity was imminent. King Vegeta, are you interested in witnessing some beautiful fireworks? Frieza spoke without turning around. What does that mean? Something feels amiss. Vegeta suddenly realized. Frieza's previously concealed aura erupted once more, causing chaos in the atmosphere of planet Vegeta as the once thin oxygen vanished in an instant, tightening the breaths of King Vegeta and the other scions. Retreat. King Vegeta understood Frieza's intentions. He was ready to turn hostile. If his assumptions were correct, what Frieza referred to as fireworks was the impending annihilation of planet Vegeta. Unbeknownst to King Vegeta and the scions, they could indeed breathe in the atmosphere, merely startled by Frieza's overwhelming presence. As for why the scions could breathe in space, it was due to a wish granted on Namek long ago. King Vegeta led all the scions in a rush towards the ground. Upon landing back on planet Vegeta, he felt a semblance of security. Frieza, what do you intend to do? King Vegeta no longer engaged in pretense and directly called out his name. Men, advance. From high above, Frieza observed King Vegeta's lips move, but could not discern his words, nor did he care. At Frieza's command, half of his subordinates surged forward, while the other half dispersed across planet Vegeta, surveilling for any scions attempting to escape. Dodoria, has the Ginyu Force arrived? Frieza inquired in a chilling tone. Yes, my lord. They are stationed around planet Vegeta, and I am confident these scion monkeys will not evade capture, Dodoria replied respectfully. It became evident that the members of the Ginyu Force were positioned outside planet Vegeta, monitoring the entire planet to prevent any escape attempts by the scions. Excellent. Frieza remarked indifferently. On the surface of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta declared, this is your doing. King Vegeta was engulfed in fury, truly believing that the scions were mere soft fruits to be squeezed at will. He gathered a surge of energy in his hand, gradually coalescing it into a basketball-sized orb of white luminescent energy, which he hurled skyward. All eyes were drawn upward. The scions on the ground were acutely aware of the impending situation. They had long yearned to rebel against Frieza, but King Vegeta had consistently exercised restraint, leaving them powerless. Upon hearing his declaration, the scions understood what was to follow. They collectively raised their heads, fixated on the artificial moon above. Thump, thump. The atmosphere resonated with a thunderous heartbeat. While it would be inconsequential if only a few scions produced such sounds, now approximately 2,000 scions emitted a cacophony of resonant heartbeats. This rhythmic pulsing began to form a frequency, gradually invoking a sense of resonance. Thump, thump. Soon, lines of transformation appeared on the faces of the scions, reminiscent of the grimaces of gorillas in a zoo, their features contorted, fangs protruding, and their eyes gleaming with a crimson glow. Roar, roar, roar. Their forms ceased to resemble that of humans, becoming grotesquely massive. Their armor expanded alongside their burgeoning physiques. Their height surged rapidly, each gorilla-like figure growing immensely. Within mere seconds, all the scions present had morphed into their great ape forms. Roar, roar, roar. The great apes pounded their chests, unleashing ear-splitting howls. Frieza, come forth, bellowed King Vegeta, now transformed into a colossal ape, accompanied by several of his equally formidable companions. Meanwhile, Frieza's minions descended recklessly. Chapter 22, A Strike Against Frieza. Soon, the scene descended into chaos. Almost every great ape was encircled by dozens of aliens. Boom. Energy shockwaves shot in all directions, striking the homes of the scions. Some structures merely collapsed, while others were obliterated, reduced to dust and nothingness. The once thriving capital was, in that instant, turned to ashes, its grandeur replaced by crumbling ruins. Charge, commanded the aliens surrounding the great apes. They launched their attacks. Energy blast struck the transformed scions. Boom, boom. Terrifying explosions erupted with deafening roars, illuminating the ground like the sun, as smoke from the blast enveloped the great apes. It worked. The aliens shouted in exhilaration. We thought transforming into great apes would confer immense power. Instead, they are utterly vulnerable. Suddenly, what? Look, they exclaimed. How is this possible? As the smoke dissipated, the great apes emerged unscathed, without a single injury. Roar. Roar. It seems that the gorillas have been provoked. Each one emits a furious roar, seizing large stones and hurling them indiscriminately. This is inconceivable. One of the extraterrestrial beings shouted in terror, only to be crushed into a pulp in the next instant. Amidst this chaotic scene, several unfortunate souls were tragically struck, their bodies erupting in a gruesome display of flesh and blood, evoking sheer horror. However, the gorilla did not settle down as a result. Instead, it began to concentrate a laser projectile in its mouth. Reminiscent of the time when Osbier transformed into a colossal ape and harnessed a similar power. From Casso's encounter with Osbier, one can discern the formidable nature of these gorillas. Without sufficient strength to overpower them, it is indeed a daunting task to vanquish them. Thunderous roars echoed. Thunderous roars. Hundreds of laser projectiles rained down, catching the extraterrestrials off guard as they were struck by the terrifying beams. In the face of the searing heat of the laser blasts, the aliens were utterly obliterated. No. Merely a few minutes have elapsed. The extraterrestrial beings on site have dwindled significantly. It is feared that within this brief span, 2/3 have already been lost. The surviving cosmic beings became acutely aware that something was amiss. How could these Saiyan monkeys possess such formidable power? They hurriedly activated their scanners. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 23,000. Combat power, 15,000. Combat power, 80,000. Rows of combat data appeared on the detector's lens. The information displayed left the inhabitants of the cosmos utterly astonished. The combat prowess of each gorilla present is remarkably high, typically ranging between 10,000 to 50,000. How is this conceivable? It is rumored that scions possess only a combat power of a few thousand, with the highest barely exceeding 10,000. This defies the laws of science. In truth, it was Frieza who did not inform these extraterrestrials that the scions, upon transforming into a great ape, would experience a tenfold increase in their original battle power. This is a tragic tale, a lamentation for the beings of the cosmos. In the sky, King Frieza, the Saiyan monkey transforming into a colossal gorilla, is truly formidable. Doria trembled uncontrollably. In the past, he had taken pleasure in bullying the scions, given their seemingly abysmal combat prowess. However, as the scions transformed into their mighty gorilla form, their power surged dramatically. It was evident that Doria was gripped by fear. The scions possessed a remarkable potential. It seemed my decision was indeed justified. Frieza, resting his chin on one hand, coldly observed the battle unfolding below. He was aware of the scions' ability to transform into gorillas. Yet he had not anticipated the extent of the devastation they could unleash. It was a grave miscalculation. Frieza sighed. Yet he displayed no concern for the casualties among his subordinates. Dodoria, witnessing the fierce battle below and the tragic losses of former comrades, felt a pang of compassion in his heart. He cast a sidelong glance at Frieza, his expression calm and unperturbed, as if the casualties were not his subordinates, but mere rats in a refuse heap. Lord Frieza, this cannot continue. If this persists, our comrades will be utterly decimated. Dodoria, unable to bear the sight any longer, attempted to counsel Frieza. The scions had transformed into their gorilla forms, their combat power exceeding 10,000, with the most formidable among them reaching around 100,000. Meanwhile, the members of Frieza's Jinyu force were hardly a match, with only Captain Jinyu boasting a combat power of 12,000 that surpassed theirs. Those with a power exceeding 10,000 could dominate the cosmos, leaving the lesser minions utterly helpless against this band of Saiyan warriors. What? Do you dare to question me? Frieza's eyes gleamed with a serpent-like malice, cold and ruthless, as if ready to unleash an attack at any moment. I would not dream of it. Dodoria quaked with fear. He understood Frieza's capricious nature all too well and hastily offered his apologies. Ah, how dreadfully dull this is. Very well, I shall. Frieza yawned, hand raised to his mouth, preparing to summon his troops and take matters into his own hands. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure appeared before him. Ah, good day, friend. Who might you be? Frieza expressed mild surprise, having not detected how this child had manifested. Faced with the mysteriously appearing child, Frieza, secure in his formidable power, felt no fear, only a sense of intrigue. Frieza, Allow me to offer you a word of advice. This is the first encounter for Casso with Frieza. The individual before him exudes a sense of familiarity, resembling the Frieza from the animated series, exhibiting the same fierce and sinister demeanor. Oh, what kind of counsel do you intend to offer this king? Frieza, who typically conducts himself with a sense of gentlemanly composure, felt a surge of irritation upon hearing the words of this enigmatic child. His previously calm demeanor vanished, the smile fading, and the usual pretentiousness completely dissipated. No one has ever dared to offer me advice. The last person who showed such disrespect was none other than the king of the war-torn Vegeta. With a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate the planet Vegeta in less than a minute, let alone its king. Frieza was intrigued to see what this little brat was up to. That is the council, he declared, the words echoing in the air. Casso unleashed all his power, moving with lightning speed, and in an instant, he appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth twisted, and the red muscles on his face slightly sunk in. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his skin had suffered some abrasions. Whoosh! Still dazed, Frieza finally regained his senses, only to find that Casso had vanished without a trace. Who on earth are you? Frieza roared in fury, unleashing a staggering combat power of 530,000. Instantly, the heavens trembled and the earth shook, the surrounding spacecraft swaying perilously, while the already thin atmosphere of planet Vegeta formed vacuums, as if it were on the verge of shattering the void itself. Dodoria, witnessing the entire spectacle, felt a surge of dread. Would King Frieza resort to silencing him? Zing! 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 The wrathful Frieza's energy disrupted the surrounding ions. Chaotic ions coalescing into serpentine arcs of silver lightning. Unforgivable. Another furious roar erupted from Frieza as he scanned every corner for Casso's presence. Yet, he realized that the enigmatic child had indeed vanished into thin air, just as he had appeared. Where did he go? Disappeared into thin air? The child's visage bore a striking resemblance to a scion. Could he be one? Frieza gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging with rage, yearning to find the mysterious child and tear him asunder. Chapter 23. The Death of King Vegeta Once Upon a Time. Even his brother Cooler had never dared to treat him with such insolence. Now, a mere child had struck him. Frieza was utterly livid. He cast a cold glance at Dodoria. Frieza's ruthlessness was no secret. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he was particularly meticulous about his own composure. If anyone were to witness him in such a state, they could well meet their demise. The deathly gaze sweeping over him felt like that of the world's most venomous serpent, causing Dodoria to tremble uncontrollably, fearing the worst. Then, Frieza raised a single finger, aimed squarely at Dodoria. The murderous intent radiated from him, as if the entire sky was about to freeze in that moment. Ha! You wretched trash dare to disturb my planet, Vegeta? King Vegeta, in his great ape form, opened his mouth wide and laughed heartily. While the number of aliens was considerable, they posed no lethal threat to the mighty gorilla. As the powerful great ape continued his assault, the alien ranks DWI having eradicated a portion of the extraterrestrial foes. King Vegeta, now transformed into a colossal ape, felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility, convinced that Frieza was no match for him. 5 gigantic figures erupted with white auras, soaring into the heavens, their immense forms eclipsing the light above, casting the ground into darkness. The 5 great apes, their white flames on full display, sent beams of brilliant light streaking across the sky as they ascended rapidly into the atmosphere, with King Vegeta searching relentlessly for Frieza. There, King Vegeta spotted the largest spaceship, with Frieza floating ominously in front of it. With a resounding boom, they accelerated forward, their massive bodies charging towards Frieza. At that moment, Frieza pointed his finger menacingly at Dodoria. The latter, nearly paralyzed with fear, perceived the approaching King Vegeta and his comrades as a beacon of hope, salvation at last. Indeed, upon witnessing King Vegeta's advance, Frieza lowered his finger aimed at Dodoria. King Vegeta. A glimmer of recognition sparked in Frieza's eyes. The appearance of that child bore a striking resemblance to a scion. Thus, he resolved to hold the scions accountable for this offense. Frieza, your minions are almost entirely vanquished. Yet you hesitate to strike back. Are you truly afraid of us? King Vegeta laughed heartily. Surveying his subordinates, he felt invincible in his current state. Appalled that the diminutive Frieza dared to challenge the scions, an affront that could not go unpunished. King Vegeta, your confidence is palpable. Frieza's sharp gaze remained fixated on him, his voice laced with a chilling calmness. Those familiar with Frieza recognized this demeanor as a precursor to his wrath. After all, Who could tolerate being struck unexpectedly by an inexplicable child, especially a cosmic overlord? Let me ascertain if your confidence is substantiated. Frieza activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. 80, 000, 95, 000, 120, 000. None of these great apes possessed a battle power below 80, 000, with King Vegeta boasting the highest at 120, 000. Clapping his hands, Frieza remarked, I must admit, you scions are quite formidable. Are you regretting your invasion of planet Vegeta? Allow me to inform you. It is too late. King Vegeta bellowed in rage, then signaled to his subordinates. The other 4 scions, receiving their orders, charged towards Frieza, launching a ferocious assault. Vegeta clashed head-on with Frieza, declaring a reckless pursuit of doom. Indeed, a reckless pursuit of doom. Frieza's earlier composure evaporated, replaced by an explosive fury. An energy akin to a stellar core detonation erupted from within him, flooding the atmosphere with an overwhelming force that permeated every corner of planet Vegeta. The ocean's surface roiled violently, fierce winds howled, conjuring a tempest of unpredictable magnitude, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. This was merely the aura unleashed by Frieza. What? As his power surged, shockwaves rampaged forth. Even the colossal forms of King Vegeta and his retinue were toppled, swept aside effortlessly. Impossible. After being blown back, King Vegeta and his companions hastily regained their footing. The ferocious winds assaulted them, as if attempting to strip away their very flesh, causing them excruciating pain. The giant apes exchanged glances, their crimson eyes betraying the terror that gripped their hearts, each reading the incredulity etched upon the other's face. This cannot be. How could Frieza possess such immense strength? If he were indeed this formidable, why had he tolerated the scions for so long? Surely he could annihilate them at will. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Frieza instilled a profound dread in King Vegeta, leaving him trembling with fear, as if his soul were to flee his body. It was unfathomable. Absolutely inconceivable. Shaking his head, King Vegeta struggled to accept the reality of Frieza's staggering power. Are you surprised, King Vegeta? Frieza, surrounded by arcs of electricity, appeared before him in an instant, his purple-black lips parting slightly as he regained the calm and poised demeanor he was known for. The entire Scion assembly quaked with trepidation, their fear manifesting vividly in their shivering forms. They had never witnessed Frieza display his true strength, mistakenly believing he was only marginally more powerful than his transformed state. And that together, they could pose a challenge. How naive, how woefully naive we have been. Regret coursed through King Vegeta and his followers, realizing that it was entirely normal for a cosmic sovereign to possess extraordinary abilities. At that moment, King Vegeta finally awakened from his delusion, though regrettably. It was a tad too late. Ha ha ha. Weren't you also confident just moments ago? Frieza reclined in his spacecraft. Despite his earlier displays of power, the vessel remained unscathed under his deliberate protection. Can you guess my battle power? Frieza regarded them with a mischievous glint in his eye, relishing the fear etched upon their faces before he struck down his foes, a delight unparalleled in his experience. 530, 000. My battle power is 530, 000. He laughed heartily. What do you think? Surprised, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. Frieza laughed heartily, relishing the terror etched upon the faces of King Vegeta and his companions, his previous rage dissipating in an instant. King Vegeta and his allies took several steps back, their eyes wide with horror, grappling with disbelief. Was the Frozen Clan truly this formidable? Could a mortal attain such a level of power? They had never encountered a warrior boasting a battle power of up to 530, 000. The scions, at present, could barely reach 100, 000, and that was only through transformations, not reflective of their inherent strength. Now, the grand finale is at hand. Frieza proclaimed from his spacecraft, extending a single finger. The scene was set for the impending explosion of planet Vegeta. An orb of orange energy, akin to a marble, materialized atop his fingertip, power gradually coalescing within it. The surrounding pressure became erratic, crackling as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart, expanding instantaneously into a spherical energy ball approximately 50 meters in diameter. Planet Destruction Ball. Frieza cackled. With a flick of his finger, the colossal sphere hurtled toward the planet beneath King Vegeta. Whoosh, whoosh. Despite its immense size, the descent of the Planet Destruction Ball was swift. No. King Vegeta snapped back to reality, witnessing the energy ball looming before them. In the face of impending doom, they pulled themselves from the clutches of fear and, alongside King Vegeta, concentrated 5 energy waves. The 5 waves collided with the Planet Destruction Ball, but it was akin to an ant challenging an elephant. The impact surged pressure to alarming heights, unleashing a torrent of powerful winds that swept outward from the energy sphere. The fur atop their heads was blown back, standing on end in defiance of the force. The violent energy coiled around them, eliciting cries of agony. Their gathered energy waves were utterly insufficient to withstand Frieza's planet destruction ball. The orb edged closer to the faces of the 5 great apes, the searing heat igniting their fur to ash, an unbearable burning sensation driving them to scream in torment. As the planet destruction ball descended. No. King Vegeta's gaze fixated on the massive energy orb plummeting, and despite summoning every ounce of strength, it proved futile. He glanced at his subordinates, their fur ablaze, their cries piercing the air. In that final moment, a flicker of resignation appeared in King Vegeta's eyes, and he shut them, as if seeking liberation. Vegeta. With those 3 words, the voices of King Vegeta and his 4 subordinates abruptly ceased. They melted away. Thus, the reign of a generation as Saiyan King came to a tragic end. Chapter 24. The Cataclysm of Planet Vegeta. In an instant, Casso teleported to a nearby planet, just beyond the reach of Vegeta. Immediately, he erupted in a blaze of white energy, soaring into the vastness of outer space. The inky blackness of the universe was intermittently illuminated by glimmers of light as Casso emerged from the planet. Gazing into the distance, he noticed Vegeta glowing with an increasingly brilliant radiance. A colossal energy sphere materialized above the atmosphere of Vegeta, casting a scorching light that illuminated the entire land as though it were a newborn sun. Before him lay Vegeta, and Casso observed the planet's destruction weapon gradually descending towards the surface, patiently awaiting the impending explosion. Having spent 2 years in the Dragon Ball realm, witnessing the imminent obliteration of Vegeta did not evoke anger or fury within Casso. Instead, he felt a sense of resolve, having already contributed significantly in his previous life. He had first journeyed to Namek to make a wish, then used teleportation to relocate a portion of the scions, accomplishing all that was within his power. Perhaps influenced by his scion heritage, or perhaps due to his awareness of the unfolding narrative, Casso remained unperturbed by the impending doom of Vegeta, as he had preserved nearly 200 scion bloodlines. Within the core of Vegeta, the planet-destroying weapon exerted a formidable pressure. The great apes, in their transformed state, braced themselves against the ground, straining to lift their heads. Despite their lack of rationality, an innate fear surged within them, causing their colossal bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The destruction sphere passed through the 5 great apes, their counterattacks proving futile, unable to impede the relentless advance of the energy sphere, not even for a moment. With a resounding roar, the weapon descended through the atmosphere, its overwhelming energy seemingly shattering the very fabric of space, producing a thunderous reverberation. As it fell, the air compressed further, causing the mountains below to crumble, with massive boulders plummeting from above, each nearly 10 meters wide. The impact of the rocks shook the ground, fracturing the earth, with fissures extending far into the distance, only ceasing when they met more resilient terrain. As the sphere of destruction neared the great apes, they emitted cries of terror. Fearful of their fate, they could not remain in place. Their subconscious urged them to flee or face annihilation. The transformed scions scattered in panic, some rushing towards the forest, others toward the mountains, desperately seeking to escape this perilous domain. Yet, unbeknownst to them, no matter how far they ran, there was no evading their destiny. With a thunderous crash, the sphere of destruction finally struck the ground. From above, one could see the energy orb gradually embedding itself into the earth, disappearing after a moment, leaving only a gaping crater in its wake. The sound of cracking echoed in the aftermath. Cracks have appeared in the soil beside the great pit, distinct from those created by the falling of massive boulders. These fissures gradually widen, beginning at 10 centimeters and eventually stretching to 50 centimeters, with no signs of cessation. The hurricane over the sea, which had momentarily abated due to the conflict, has inexplicably resumed, stirring the waters and causing waves to leap from the surface. What is that? A tornado has emerged above the ocean. A towering vortex, over 1,000 meters high, begins to wreak havoc upon the sea, lifting large fish into the air. As a result of the tornado, a tsunami gradually forms, its waves reaching heights of several dozen meters, crashing toward the shore, leading to its collapse under the immense force. 5 minutes pass. With a thunderous roar, planet Vegeta experiences a violent tremor. Massive rock plates float chaotically upon the surface, while searing magma spews forth from the depths, creating a scorching rain of molten rock that cascades back down. 10 minutes later, the planet-destroying device has penetrated into the core, leaving no part of planet Vegeta unscathed. Floodwaters surge, tsunamis rampage, and magma splatters. All forms of catastrophic weather relentlessly erode planet Vegeta. Amidst the eruption of magma, scalding streams rise, sending plumes of smoke high into the atmosphere, enveloping the planet in a shroud of haze, rendering its internal state invisible from the cosmos. At last, with a resounding boom, planet Vegeta transforms into a brilliant burst of light, shooting forth into the depths of the universe from all directions. Outside of Vegeta, Frieza burst into laughter, exuding an aura of pure malevolence. Ah, this is the fate of those who oppose me. Mr. Dodoria, isn't this fireworks display magnificent? Frieza regains his composure, crossing his arms as if oblivious to Dodoria witnessing his moment of uncharacteristic excitement. Indeed, Lord Frieza, your fireworks are the most beautiful in the universe, Dodoria responds, his heart racing, acutely aware of the danger he faces under Frieza's gaze. Even witnessing the destruction of his own allies on planet Vegeta does not embolden him to speak. Now is the time to flatter at all costs. What a pity, scions were quite useful. Alas, I must seek out another group of free laborers. Frieza remarks with a hint of regret in his tone. Once the name of Lord Frieza is broadcast, many will surely flock to his side. Dodoria continues to shower him with praise. Let us return home, Frieza concedes with a nod of satisfaction. At the moment Frieza turns away, Dodoria releases a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. Subsequently, Frieza and Dodoria re-entered the confines of their spacecraft, surrounded by a fleet of vessels that followed Frieza's ship as they journeyed back to headquarters. From a distance, Jinyu, stationed at a strategic position, called out through the communication device, urging, "Let us return as well." Following this, 5 spacecraft swiftly aligned themselves with the leading ship. The cosmos was streaked with hundreds of light-speed vessels, all belonging to Frieza's formidable empire, embarking on their voyage home. At the forefront of this light-speed convoy was a colossal ship. Within its interior, Frieza reclined in his craft, eyes closed in contemplation, murmuring, "Lord Beerus, I have fulfilled the task you entrusted to me." While observing the catastrophic explosion of planet Vegeta, Casso remained quietly in the vast expanse of the universe. The Saiyan race had endured the internal strife of planet Salad, resisted the Zephyrans, and weathered countless adversities, yet they had nearly faced annihilation at the hands of Frieza. One must always look forward, the past should be left behind. Even if the Scions yearned for vengeance, that would only come with the commencement of the Dragon Ball saga. In a few years, the narrative of Dragon Ball would unfold, and the thought of it filled Casso with exhilaration. Was it finally time to begin? He needed to prepare diligently. He had no desire to end up like Piccolo and others, reduced to mere background characters. After a moment, as the last flicker of light from planet Vegeta faded into oblivion, Casso too vanished without a trace. Chapter 25, Settling the Scions on the Planet Fire. Garrus appeared bewildered and asked, "Captain, what will become of us Scions from now on?" For the surviving Scions, the death of King Vegeta was a tragedy. But the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza left them without a home. Were they to wander the cosmos forever? At this, Bardock paused thoughtfully, suggesting, "Let us wait for Casso's return and hear what he has to say." Previously, during the vision of planet Vegeta's explosion, Bardock had merely sent Kakarot away and had not contemplated the subsequent events. However, given the current circumstances, the Scions found themselves in a precarious situation. Bardock was well aware of the legends among the Scions, Super Saiyan, an entity long feared by the Frost clan. Casso had mentioned that the destruction of planet Vegeta was commanded by King Cold, compounded by the existence of a being even more formidable than Frieza, Cooler. Thus, the Scions needed to evade not only Frieza's forces but also the entirety of the Frost clan. Garrus nodded. The escape of over 100 of his kin was largely thanks to Casso, and it would be prudent to listen to his counsel. From the moment Frieza's conspiracy was unveiled to the relocation of the Scions, Casso had exerted himself tirelessly for over 10 days without a moment's respite. A fact not lost on the surviving Scions. Unconsciously, Casso had come to occupy a significant place in their hearts, and they instinctively thought of him whenever a problem arose. At that moment, with a sudden flash, a child appeared on the plain. "Casso, it's Casso returning." The Scions seated on the grass sprang to their feet, their faces illuminated with smiles. Bardock hurried forward. "Casso, what has become of planet Vegeta?" Both Garrus and Castor shared his urgency. "What news do you bring?" The standing Scions looked at Casso with eyes filled with hope, longing to hear from him that planet Vegeta was safe and sound. Casso approached slowly and halted before the crowd. Meeting their gazes for a fleeting moment, he shook his head in resignation. It has already exploded. A chill swept through the hearts of all the scions present, as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving them utterly despondent. They could hardly believe that the explosion had indeed occurred. Cursed Frieza. Casso glanced at everyone and noticed their spirits were rather low. How intriguing. Even scions could experience such emotions. In his previous experiences watching anime, he recalled how Vegeta displayed no reaction upon hearing of the destruction of his planet, an epitome of cold-bloodedness. Reflecting upon this, it seemed that most scions resembled Vegeta in demeanor. It was no wonder that this group of scions chose to follow Bardock. And no surprise that King Vegeta would belittle Bardock. After a moment, Bardock shook his head and said, Casso, now that planet Vegeta has been destroyed, what shall we do moving forward? Casso articulated his thoughts. I have already devised a plan. We shall rest for a few days on planet Fire. And then I will lead everyone back to our true homeland, planet Salad. Long ago, I had considered this strategy and had the dragon restore the Scion's genuine homeland, planet Salad. This planet is the most suitable refuge for scions, and I have a feeling that it holds great significance. While watching Dragon Ball Super in his past life, Casso speculated that the reason scions from Universe 6 possessed such formidable battle prowess might be attributed to Planet Salad. However, this remained merely conjecture until he set foot on Planet Salad to ascertain the truth. The surrounding scions, momentarily lost in thought, were taken aback upon hearing the name Planet Salad. Our original homeland? Planet Salad? Wasn't it destroyed? Indeed, Planet Salad had met its demise long ago due to internal strife, leading the scions to relocate to Planet Plant. After overthrowing the Tuffles there, Planet Plant was renamed Planet Vegeta. As Bardock heard the mention of Planet Salad, he recalled Casso's earlier mention of the 3 wishes made to the dragon. Initially, he had thought this to be a mere fabrication, but now, Casso's words suggested that Planet Salad had truly been restored. Could it be that all scions could now thrive within the cosmos? With this realization, Bardock suddenly erupted in a burst of white energy, shooting straight into the depths of space with a resounding boom. What is Lord Bardock doing? Captain, where are you going? The scions were perplexed, wondering why Bardock had taken off so abruptly. Witnessing this scene, Casso smiled, realizing that Bardock had never truly believed in the legend of the Dragon Balls. Upon witnessing Bardock ascend into the heavens, Kakarot surmised the thoughts swirling within Bardock's mind. He likely sought to ascertain the veracity of those 3 wishes. As he approached the vacuum of space, Bardock held his breath. Once he burst forth from the confines of the universe, he endeavored to inhale. Should he find himself unable to breathe, he would promptly return to the ground. Gazing into the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, Bardock felt a twinge of anxiety, harboring a hope that the 3 wishes were indeed genuine, yet grappling with skepticism. Taking a deep breath, Bardock discovered that no air entered his lungs. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. While the universe offered no atmosphere for respiration, he could nonetheless survive within its vastness. It was truly miraculous. Having attained the desired outcome, Bardock descended back to the surface and erupted into joyous laughter. Ha! The scions looked on in bewilderment, questioning what had transpired. Noticing their confusion, Bardock ceased his laughter and began to elucidate the situation. As it turns out, we scions shall become even stronger. The scions, their fists clenched in excitement, reveled in the revelation. Indeed, the scions, renowned as a warrior race, momentarily forgot their sorrow over the destruction of their planet, captivated by the prospect of newfound strength in battle. Casso smiled helplessly and chose to ignore them. Uncle Bardock. Where is little Bairi? It struck Casso as peculiar that he had returned for some time yet had not caught sight of Osbier. She is behind, Bardock indicated. Navigating through the crowd, Casso finally arrived at the juncture of the forest and the plains, where he spotted Janae seated beneath a grand tree, cradling Osbier in her arms. It turned out that the group of burly men had obscured his view. Hence, he had been unable to locate Osbier. Upon noticing Casso, Janae placed her finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Casso gazed at the chubby little BB nestled in Jine's embrace, peacefully slumbering. He gently traced his finger across the cherubic contours of her face. After weeks of relentless travel, even Casso felt utterly exhausted, let alone Osbier. The sight of Osbier's fatigue tugged at Casso's heart, prompting him to extend his hands towards Jine, silently requesting to hold the precious child. With a soft giggle, Jine placed Osbier into Casso's arms. These 2 little ones were like a reflection of their childhood, having grown up under her watchful gaze. Their close bond resembled that of a young couple, hinting at a future where they would blossom into a devoted partnership. This thought stirred nostalgic memories within Jine, reminding her of her own childhood with Bardock, as they two had shared a camaraderie akin to that of these two little ones. Everything felt so strikingly familiar. A subtle smile graced Jine's lips. Casso remained oblivious to the expression on Jine's face as he held Osbier tightly, gazing at her snow-white visage, which was adorably plump. Unable to resist, he planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. It seemed that Osbier was stirred awake by Casso, as she lightly arched her delicate brows and slowly opened her eyes. Brother Casso, upon seeing him, Osbier beamed sweetly. "You're back." The sight of her radiant smile warmed Casso's heart, and he rested his forehead against hers, affirming, "I have returned." Chapter 26. Exploration of the Salada planet. Listening to Casso's tender voice, Osbier squinted her eyes with delight, snuggling closer in his embrace. "Brother Casso, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything for almost a day," she pouted. With her little belly being gently caressed, her eyes sparkling like those of a kitten, she appeared utterly endearing. "What a little glutton you are." Casso chuckled, unable to resist her pitiful demeanor that could easily melt the heart of the 20-something spirit within him. Later that night, before leading the Scions back to their homeland, Casso decided to explore the Salada planet first. "Little Osbier, I shall take you to see the true homeland of our Scion people." Osbier nodded, her expression adorably earnest. Casso, accompanied by Osbier, activated the instant teleportation to the planet Shalada. The environment of Shalada resembles that of Earth, with 70% covered by water and only 30% consisting of land, making it remarkably conducive to human habitation. The terrain is adorned with a plethora of verdant foliage, untouched by human development, creating a chaotic tapestry of wild grasses. Amidst this disordered greenery, clusters of vibrant flowers sporadically emerge. Though diverse in species, they share a singular trait: their blossoms are resplendent and exquisite, reminiscent of youthful maidens dancing and embodying the exuberance of springtime. At this moment, the planet Shalada basked in daylight, revealing two diminutive figures. "Wow, is this truly the planet Shalada? It's so beautiful," Osbier exclaimed, her face alight with joy. The surroundings were indeed enchanting, and the air was refreshingly pure. Suddenly, Osbier sensed an inexplicable peculiarity. Remaining here felt oddly comforting, akin to resting in her brother's embrace, enveloping her entire being in warmth. "Casso, do you feel anything unusual?" Osbier inquired. Casso gently stroked her small head, uttering not a single word. The moment he set foot on the planet Salad, he sensed its extraordinary nature. As the ancestral home of the Scions, this place was steeped in legend. In the previous existence of the Dragon Ball anime, during the Super Arc, the 6th and 7th universes were twin realms, where all things initially mirrored one another. However, as events unfolded, the Salad planet of the 7th universe faced annihilation, while the ancestral home of the Scions in the 6th universe remained intact, teeming with numerous Scions. During the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, Goku and Vegeta discovered that the Scions of the 6th universe could not transform into Super Scions, yet their inherent strength in base form was astonishing, leaving them quite astonished. Subsequently, some speculated whether this was due to the Scions of the 6th universe residing on their ancestral planet, nurtured by its essence, resulting in an abundance of S cells within them, albeit lacking the means to transform. Others conjectured that S cells might only proliferate during times of peace. After all, the original Scions had served Frieza, invading other planets and committing acts of pillage and destruction, leading to a scarcity of S cells, thus preventing their transformation into Super Scions. It was not until the destruction of planet Vegeta, when the surviving Scions lived in harmony on Earth, that their bodies became infused with an abundance of S cells, ultimately allowing them to attain the Super Saiyan form. Of course, in the previous life, numerous theories abounded, though most were rather implausible. Upon Casso's arrival on the Salad planet, he began to realize that both speculations might indeed hold truth. He attentively sensed the changes within his body, as if something were gestating inside him, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. In essence, his entire being felt as though it were immersed in a warm spring, with the soothing waters cascading over his chest, bringing him immense comfort. Casso narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this was the ancestral planet of the Scions. Restoring Planet Salad was undoubtedly the right decision. However, at present, there were no conspicuous changes in his body. It was likely that only when the internal energy reached a sufficient level would it provoke a qualitative transformation. Patience is required. Casso held the tiny hand of Xiaobi, taking deliberate steps forward, embarking upon an exploration of the Scions' primeval homeland. The diminutive shrubs gradually faded from view, making way for towering trees, one to the left, another to the right, each trunk so vast that 3 adults could scarcely encircle it. Casso surmised that these magnificent trees must be over 50 years old. The lush forest, with its branches fully extending the grandeur of each large tree, created a dense canopy that rendered the sunlight nearly absent. Beneath the trees, it resembled the twilight of a setting sun, casting a cool and shadowy gloom. Squeak! Casso, brother, look quickly! The melodious exclamation reached Osbier's ears as she leaped with delight, pointing excitedly at the tree above. Casso looked up and discovered a bird of unknown species perched on a tree, shrieking. Its feathers were immaculate and orderly, a vibrant red hue. Small in stature with a pointed beak, tilting its head as it emitted a melodious call. At the sound of Osbier's shout, the bird was startled and flew away in a flurry. Did I frighten it? Osbier pondered with a hint of confusion. No matter, let us continue our journey. Passing through the woodland, they arrived at a vast plain, where fine, lush grass grew, resembling a meticulously maintained golf course, devoid of any disarray. In the center of the plain, several large stones protruded, similarly adorned with tufts of grass. Casso and the others wondered how such large stones could appear in the midst of the plain. These stones stood approximately as tall as the entrance of an ordinary villa, with a width of around 2 meters. Casso furrowed his brow, then raised his hand, channeling a surge of energy. With a forceful breath, he blew away the delicate blades of grass one by one. To his astonishment, several walls emerged. Since their surfaces had remained concealed beneath the grass, they had not weathered significantly. Aesthetically, they resembled the palace walls of Vegeta. Casso pondered for a moment, realizing that this must be an ancient structure left behind by the scions of your brother. I no longer wish to explore. I am utterly famished, exclaimed Osbier as she plopped down on the ground, her little tail restlessly swaying behind her. A rumble emanated from her stomach as she patted it gently. After an entire day of wandering, she felt on the verge of exhaustion from hunger, while Casso still wished to continue their exploration, much to her discontent. Little one, how can you be hungry again? Casso chuckled, covering his face with his hand. You truly are a little foodie. After sharing a laugh, Casso, unwilling to let Little Beer endure hunger, sensed the surroundings of the planet and discovered that Salado was home to a variety of large creatures. Casso vanished for 5 seconds, only to reappear, shouldering 2 enormous wild boars. Shall buyer, shall we feast on roasted wild boar today? Yes, I adore the wild boar that brother Casso roasts, replied Osbier sweetly. Casso carved a small pit in the ground, then ventured into the forest to gather firewood. Certainly, he could have opted to cook using the searing energy waves, but controlling the intensity proved to be a challenge, and it lacked the authentic flavor of smoke. As the adage goes, food prepared without firewood lacks a soul. With deft skill, Casso expertly eviscerated the 2 wild boars, meticulously tending to their entrails before suspending them from branches. As the preparations neared completion, he ignited a fire and placed the boars beside the crackling flames. Nightfall began to descend, accompanied by the sounds of sizzling and popping. The fire would crackle softly. Little buyer, here, this is for you. Be careful, it's hot. Casso presented her with a wild boar. Thank you very much. I shall prepare to feast. As Osbier's senses were tantalized by the alluring aroma, her mouth watered in anticipation. Unable to resist any longer, she took a decisive bite. Casso glanced at her, smiled, and began to enjoy the roasted meat. Recently, he had been rather busy. Once he completed his tasks, he would share more. Once he amassed 100,000 words, he would make his debut, hoping for ample support from everyone. Furthermore, if there are any shortcomings in his writing, he welcomes constructive feedback. Chapter 27. A severe beating for Bardock. The inky sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, while a bonfire blazed in the plains. The warm orange glow illuminated the faces of 2 small children, one of whom was devouring the meat with great enthusiasm. Casso gazed into the distance, a smile gracing his lips. The exploration of the Salad Planet had concluded, and it was nearly time to lead the scions back to their homeland. The saga of Dragon Ball had transformed with his presence. Originally, apart from a few fortunate survivors, all scions were destined to perish in the cataclysmic explosion of planet Vegeta. Now, nearly 200 scions remained alive. Once these scions returned to this unique land, it was truly unimaginable to contemplate what they might evolve into in the future. With the destruction of planet Vegeta, the narrative of Dragon Ball was on the brink of unfolding. As Casso pondered this, he felt a surge of fervor within him, perhaps influenced by his scion lineage. A burning desire welled up inside him, to reunite with Kakarot, to engage in an epic battle with Kakarot. Casso pressed his lips together, realizing that he must swiftly enhance his strength. If he wished to duel with his favorite character from his past life, his current power was far from adequate. Despite Casso's battle power being 13,000, and Goku's a mere 2, the protagonist was still the protagonist. Once Vegeta invaded Earth, a single grievous injury would allow Goku to surpass Casso. Of course, Casso did not believe he would be defeated by Goku. After all, he was a superior warrior, armed with memories from his mind. Even the protagonist would find it difficult to catch up with him. Suddenly, with an inadvertent hiccup, Osbier shyly covered her mouth. "Casso, brother. I am full." "Well, that's good," Casso replied with a resigned smile. She truly was a little glutton. Upon returning to Firestar, Casso and Osbier dedicated the following month to relocating the Scions to Salad Star. This planet was exceedingly distant from Firestar, and the relentless journey back and forth left both Casso and Osbier utterly exhausted. After relocating the last Scion, they lay flat on the ground of Salad Star, gasping for breath. Osbier's face was pale, her little feet trembling. Even her growling stomach lacked the energy to complain. In stark contrast to Casso and Osbier's dismal state, the group of Scions in the distance were filled with excitement as they explored Salad Star, oblivious to the plight of the two. Truly, they were a heartless bunch. Soon, the Scions erupted with exhilaration. "This place feels so comfortable. I can sense that it is extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Bardock broke into a cold sweat, as if only he perceived the uniqueness of the location. He glanced at the exhausted Casso, pondering how Casso had conceived the restoration of Salad Star. The planet had been destroyed long ago, and while Bardock knew not what his ancestral planet had been like, he felt its peculiarity the moment he set foot on it. Furrowing his brow, Bardock mused that, in his heart, Casso was the most extraordinary of all. Using the dragon to restore Salad Star was a stroke of genius for the Scions. This kid seemed to know everything. Was his foresight truly that remarkable? A prophet of sorts. Bardock shook his head. His own precognition only allowed him to glimpse a few significant scenes. Perhaps, with Casso around, the Scions would venture further than ever before. Snapping back to reality, Bardock commanded, "Garrus, prepare to settle our kin. From now on, we shall thrive on our ancestral planet." He cast a glance at the worn-out Casso, reflecting on how such a young individual could be so fatigued. It seemed he needed to train more. As Bardock's figure receded, Casso gritted his teeth in frustration. How infuriating Bardock was. Was he blind to ignore him completely? Once he regained his strength, he would surely give Bardock a good beating. On the planet Salad, Scions can occasionally be seen soaring through the sky, their shoulders burdened with an abundance of timber, which they utilize to construct their abodes. Nestled within a picturesque valley, a river meanders nearby, and numerous wooden cabins are erected all around. With their shelters established, the Scions now turn their attention to training. Meanwhile, two figures dart across the sky, one large and one small. "Huh." Bardock barks sharply, directing his hands towards Kakarot, unleashing a golden shockwave. "Is that all you've got?" Kakarot scoffs with disdain. In his perception, Bardock's battle power barely surpasses 10,000. After a month of intense training, having exhausted his inner strength, he has elevated his power to 14,000. This time, if he does not pummel Bardock into submission, he shall consider it a defeat. Casso, with an impassive expression, charged directly into the oncoming shockwave. The air crackled as he raced through it, creating a sound akin to a breaking barrier. Boom. Just as the shockwave seemed poised to strike him, Casso swiftly sidestepped, evading the blow, and propelled himself once more in the direction from which the shockwave originated. "I knew you were extraordinary." Bardock remained unfazed. Ever since Casso returned to planet Vegeta, Bardock had sensed Casso's exceptional nature. The data from the scouter merely indicated a few hundred points, yet something felt amiss. It wasn't he until Casso revealed Frieza's sinister plot and later orchestrated the relocation of their kin that Bardock realized Casso had concealed his true power. As Casso surged forward, Bardock appeared to have anticipated this scenario. After unleashing the shockwave, he promptly vanished from sight. Soon, the sky reverberated with the sounds of fierce collisions, with each clash shaking the very earth beneath them. Boom. The energies unleashed by the two warriors enveloped the area, swiftly forming a tempest, uprooting towering trees from the ground. The effects rippled thousands of meters away. As the fierce wind swept through, Garrus and the others glanced toward Bardock's direction before continuing their construction. For days now, Bardock and Casso had been engaged in battle, and the Scions had grown accustomed to the spectacle. "Ha ha ha, exhilarating." Bardock laughed heartily. Casso hovered in midair, a cold smile gracing his lips. Feeling good? Soon, you shall truly experience pleasure. In an instant, Casso vanished from sight. Bardock's laughter suddenly ceased. Where have you gone? He pondered. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. When did he? Before he could react, it was already too late. Casso appeared behind Bardock like a phantom. Striking silently, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, a kick, a swift punch, and a devastating hook, each landing squarely on Bardock's back. You lack martial ethics, Bardock cried out in agony. Casso's combat prowess exceeded his expectations, undoubtedly surpassing a staggering level of 10,000. It is astonishing that such a young child possesses such formidable strength. It is truly terrifying. In a moment of distraction, Bardock found himself ensnared by Casso's relentless assault. In the realm of skilled fighters, a single lapse can render one's position exceedingly precarious. At this moment, Bardock is besieged by Casso's relentless onslaught, unable even to muster a defense. Boom! Casso, with a thunderous momentum, sent Bardock flying with a single punch. Whoosh! Bardock crashed to the ground like a cannonball, producing a tremendous sound upon impact. Boom! The shockwave surged, toppling the surrounding trees and creating a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter, its edges adorned with a web-like pattern of cracks. Chapter 28. Arrival on Earth. Bardock lay sprawled on the ground, arms outstretched in a cross-like manner, occasionally coughing. His chest and back bore the brunt of countless blows, leaving his armor in tatters. The pain coursed through him, causing Bardock to gasp in dismay. Damn it, how could this little brat be so formidable? A bitter smile crossed his face as he realized he couldn't even best a mere child. What a disgrace. He lay there, seemingly resigned to his fate. However, just as Bardock thought Casso's onslaught had ceased, a sudden blue shockwave descended from above. Damn you, Bardock bellowed, his thick neck straining as he cursed. Despite his angry words, he dared not falter. With a swift maneuver, he evaded Casso's attack. Should that shockwave connect, without a medical pod, he would surely be bettered in for 2 weeks. Bardock, not glancing back, was taken aback when he turned to witness a barrage of energy blasts descending upon him. What's your deal, you little pest? Must you be so relentless? He muttered as he fled. Boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds echoed through the forest, smoke billowing and dust rising. In a distant valley, Garrus heard the commotion and chuckled. The captain is truly enjoying himself. Indeed, Bardock was quite exhilarated. A figure dashed swiftly through the forest, energy blasts raining down from above, accompanied by the relentless sounds of explosions. As Casso beheld Bardock's disheveled appearance, he let out a cold chuckle. Not long ago, you mocked me. I am a man who harbors grudges. An energy orb, the size of a basketball, materialized in his hand, and Casso grinned wickedly. My dear Uncle Bardock, behold what I have prepared for you. Upon hearing the ominous voice from above, Bardock was suddenly struck by a foreboding sense of dread. Turning to look, he was confronted by the enormous energy orb looming before him. Casso, I shall not share this world with you, Bardock roared in fury. In an instant, he lay prostrate upon the ground with a gasp. Ha ha! The forest echoed solely with Casso's sinister laughter, devoid of any other sound. At that moment, a radiant white light soared from the horizon. Brother Casso, I am hungry, Osbier exclaimed, floating over with a dazed expression. Come, let us find something to eat for my little Osbier. After Casso delivered a beating to Bardock, he felt quite elated and soared away with Osbier, completely disregarding the fallen Bardock below. Coughing softly, Bardock gradually rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. Fortunately, that young man exhibited restraint. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Watching Casso and Osbier depart, Bardock couldn't help but grumble. Those ungrateful wretches. How foolish of me to have treated you well before. Time passed quietly, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Casso meticulously explored the planet Shalata and ultimately discovered the land created by the divine dragon at the northernmost point of the planet. Before him lay a terrain adorned with black soil, emanating a remarkably unique aura. During his wish-making on Namek, Casso had casually uttered a desire when his third wish failed to materialize. He wondered if it was possible to cultivate the magical beans here. After contemplating for a while, Casso decided not to dwell on the matter. To ascertain whether he could grow these mystical beans, he would first need to journey to Earth to procure the seeds. Upon returning to the valley, a mighty river meandered gently alongside, its waters gurgling melodiously. Towering trees surrounded the area, their presence sheltering the Saiyan dwellings nestled beneath their expansive canopies, shielding them from the scorching sun. The scenery was idyllic, a harmonious blend of mountains and water, The ground was meticulously leveled by the scions, where many could be seen engaged in rigorous training. Among them was Bardock, diligently performing one-handed push-ups on the ground. Murmuring to himself, 22, 999, 23, 000. Ever since Casso had dealt him a crushing defeat, Bardock had been consumed by a sense of frustration. Dedicating himself to relentless training day and night, driven by the hope of one day being able to confront Casso again. Yet, his primary motivation remained the desire to enhance his strength for revenge against Frieza. Uncle Bardock, let it go. You shall not reclaim your honor. Casso approached with a smile. Glancing at Bardock, seemingly discerning his thoughts. The audacity of today's youth is truly remarkable. Bardock merely curled his lip, disregarding him, and continued with his push-ups. Just wait and see. Casso shook his head. The Saiyan physique is indeed formidable, yet without proper training methods, even with decades of effort, Bardock could never hope to surpass him, let alone catch up with Frieza. Judging by the current situation, the remaining scions possess considerable strength, with mature scions boasting battle powers exceeding 1,000. Among them, a scion named Chris stands out with an impressive battle power of 4,000, ranking just below Bardock, Garrus, and Casto. Therefore, Master Roshi's training methods have become ineffective for the scions. The gravity chamber is their true passion. It seems a trip to Earth is indeed necessary. Uncle Bardock. Little Buyer and I are heading out. I can't say when we'll return, Casso remarked nonchalantly. This time, he was determined to venture to Earth. The legendary beans of the cat god are well known. One bean can sustain a person for 10 days without hunger and can instantly heal even the gravest of wounds. The thought of such effects combined with the scion physique is terrifying. Upon reaching Earth, he must seize the opportunity to retrieve the beans before Yachirobe mishandles them, and then seek to learn the techniques from the Supreme Kai. Finally, he would ask Dr. Briefs to construct some gravity chambers. Go on. Don't interrupt my training. Bardock continued his push-ups, perspiration dripping from his brow. Humph. Casso cast a disdainful glance at Bardock before departing. Once Casso turned away, Bardock sat up and watched his retreating figure. From the explosion of planet Vegeta to the instantaneous movement that relocated the scions, Bardock had come to deeply appreciate the boy's remarkable abilities. Perhaps this journey would yield unexpected rewards. Bardock shook his head, pondering the futility of such thoughts, and resolved to focus on his training. Otherwise, he would risk another beating from Casso, which would be quite the embarrassment. With that thought, Bardock shivered and redoubled his efforts in training. Cassio took the little hand of Osbier and, after bidding farewell to Genai and Garrus, vanished on the planet Shalata. In the northern galaxy, amidst the inky expanse of the cosmos dotted with countless stars, a cerulean planet floated gracefully, exuding an extraordinary beauty. On this day, two small figures appeared on Earth. Casso lay on the ground, panting heavily. He had retrieved the star map from the spacecraft he once traveled in, and had instantaneously transported himself in the direction of Earth. However, to his surprise, Casso had overshot his destination and was forced to teleport back in the opposite direction. Damn it, he muttered. Are you all right, Casso? Osbier inquired, noticing the beads of sweat adorning his forehead, her concern evident. I'm fine, he replied hastily. Casso took a moment to collect himself, finally regaining his composure. In his previous life, witnessing Wukong's instantaneous movement had not been such an arduous task. Could it be that his understanding of energy was insufficient? Regardless, now that he had arrived on Earth, he was determined to obtain the mystical Senza beans and the gravity chamber. Chapter 29. An audience with Dr. Briefs in a northern forest of Earth stood a towering edifice, reaching high into the clouds. The structure was adorned with ancient and weathered engravings. The signs of erosion indicated that this tower had withstood the test of time for many ages. Some claimed that it existed in the ancient epochs of Earth, while others asserted it was erected by civilizations from other universes. Numerous tales circulated about this tower, leaving one to ponder which were true and which were mere fabrications. Atop the tower perched a feline creature, standing before 3 water tanks. A cat walking upright invariably evokes a sense of dissonance. This cat was the guardian of the tower, known as the Cat Sage, who had lived for over 800 years and primarily trained martial artists who ascended to the tower. The Cat Sage was drenched in sweat, seemingly having witnessed something terrifying emanating from the water tanks. Such a presence. How fearsome. The Cat Sage inexplicably produced a handkerchief from somewhere, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Who were those 2 children, and from whence did they come? The Cat Sage was engulfed in bewilderment. Never before had he encountered such formidable beings on Earth. Although they had concealed their energy signatures, the clumsy manner of their concealment was glaringly apparent, revealing the extraordinarily terrifying power that resided within them. The cat sage surmised that if the energy within these two children were to be unleashed, it could very well result in the obliteration of the earth. Upon contemplating this, the cat sage began to perspire profusely. Such formidable beings, should they choose to commit malevolent acts, would likely be unstoppable. He cast his gaze skyward once more, pondering whether even the one above could intervene. Piercing through the clouds, a temple floated at the pinnacle of Corinta. The temple, semicircular in design, featured a diminutive recess at its base, adorned in hues of white and red, with a staircase cascading along its walls. Ascending the staircase to the temple's zenith, the ground was laid with white bricks, surrounded by verdant flora, and a pathway unfolded before him, leading to a grand chamber where an ethereal white mist enveloped the temple's surface, imparting an aura of profound mystery. An elderly Namekian stood at the temple's edge, accompanied by a coal-like sphere dressed in traditional Indian attire, Mr. Bobo. The aged Namekian was none other than the Earth's deity. Having fled from Namek to Earth in his youth, he endured innumerable tribulations before ultimately ascending to the role of Earth's divine protector. Throughout the years, Earth had been spared from extraterrestrial invasions, suffering instead from natural calamities and the strife among humanity. The sudden emergence of two impish children, harboring explosive powers within, filled the deity with trepidation. He gazed anxiously down below, much like the cat sage, perplexed by the origins of these two youngsters. To him, they resembled barrels of gunpowder, poised to unleash devastation upon the world at any moment. Even if his doppelganger, King Piccolo, were to arrive, he would surely kneel in submission. Should Casso wreak havoc upon Earth, the deity would find himself utterly powerless. With a heavy sigh, he could only hope they would refrain from causing chaos. Meanwhile, on the ground, high-rise buildings surrounded them, and vehicles traversed the streets, a testament to advanced technology. Osbier wandered through the thoroughfare, captivated by the myriad of goods, her curiosity akin to that of a country dweller visiting a bustling city for the first time. Hand in hand with Casso, Osbier's eyes darted about, spotting delectable treats that made her mouth water involuntarily. "Casso, brother, there's something delicious. We'll go eat in a moment, don't rush." Casso gently caressed her head, a wry smile gracing his lips. Osbier resembled a youthful Wukong, unable to move away upon sighting delectable treats. Fortunately, the girl was quite obedient. She heeded every word he uttered. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead. "Hurry, grab what you can and leave. If we linger, the police will arrive." A dozen robust men, their heads concealed beneath black stockings, were ransacking a shop. The leader of the bandits brandished a submachine gun in one hand while frantically scooping up capsule-shaped items from the display case with the other. His accomplices mirrored his frenzied actions. Nearby, the attendants cowered on the ground, trembling with fear, utterly too intimidated to intervene. Casso observed the scene within the shop, finding it quite intriguing. He recalled a particular anime featuring a captivating female bandit, whose every sneeze would transform her hairstyle, consequently altering her personality as well. In the early episodes, this enchanting character had a significant presence, but as the story progressed, she became scarcely seen. Casso pondered for a moment, yet could not recall the name of that enchanting beauty. She was likely still just a young child now. "All right, let us make haste," the leader of the robbers bellowed, promptly leading his gang swiftly out of the store. The bandits emerged in a grand manner, causing the onlookers nearby to display expressions of fear, hastily retreating to the sidelines to avoid any potential repercussions. Casso shook his head, gazing at the worthless being with a mere combat power of 5. Finally grasping the disdain that Raditz had once expressed, he held no interest whatsoever in such pitiful beings. Perhaps he would continue his stroll before seeking out doctor briefs. Just as Casso was about to depart, he glanced up and noticed the emblem of the Universal Capsule Corporation emblazoned on the storefront. Were these imbeciles attempting to seize Universal Capsules? A sly smile crept across his face. He had been contemplating enlisting Dr. Brief's assistance in crafting a gravity chamber. Given this revelation, it seemed only fitting to present Dr. Briefs with a token of their meeting. The bandit hastily dashed towards his vehicle, preparing to flee. But where was Casso? Osbier realized that Casso had vanished from her side. At that moment, a flash of white light darted down the street, and a small figure materialized before the bandits in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Casso vanished once more. Thud. A dozen or so robbers inexplicably tumbled to the ground. The bizarre behavior of the assailants only caused bystanders to flee even further away. Casso seized a bulging bag from the robber's grasp and, upon opening it, discovered it was filled with an abundance of universal capsules. These numerous little packets must be quite valuable. He gestured towards the distant Osbier, beckoning her to approach. Osbier hurriedly followed Casso into the shop. I have retrieved the universal capsules for you. I need to speak with Dr. Briefs about something. Casso assisted in retrieving the universal capsule, and the store's manager expressed profound gratitude, subsequently notifying the company headquarters of the incident. Someone wished to pay a visit to Dr. Briefs. Upon learning that a store under his company had been robbed and that assistance had been rendered to reclaim it, Dr. Briefs was intrigued by the request to meet this individual and agreed to the encounter. West City is the most affluent region on Earth, home to the wealthiest individuals of the planet. On this particular day, two small figures stood before the grand estate of Dr. Briefs. Chapter 30. The Gravity Chamber. In just a few short years, Dr. Briefs ascended to the pinnacle of wealth, becoming the richest person in the world through the success of the universal capsule. The estate of the world's wealthiest individual is indeed an awe-inspiring sight. Sprawling across tens of thousands of acres, meticulously divided into residential, operational, and research areas, among others. At the center lies a hemispherical villa, surrounded by an array of beautiful green foliage, with intelligent machines occasionally traversing the pathways. Gazing upon such opulence, Casso couldn't help but reflect on the past. Countless young individuals had strained themselves to acquire a modest dwelling in a first-tier city, often resorting to loans and enduring decades of financial burden, all for a mere 100 square meters of living space, which pales in comparison to this magnificent estate. Fortunately, he had inherited a building from his parents, allowing him to live comfortably off the rental income. However, now that he had traversed into this new realm, there was no need to dwell on the past. Casso regained his composure and pressed the doorbell, informing through the intercom that he was the same person from the morning. They both awaited eagerly. Casso, brother, will there be delicious food soon? Asked Osbier, her eyes wide with anticipation as she licked her lips. You little rascal, always thinking about food. Have you been training diligently lately? He inquired. I have been training hard. After all, I must protect Casso, brother, she exclaimed with a laugh. Casso gently patted Osbier's small head. Over the past month, the little girl had indeed exerted herself considerably. Before dawn on the planet Salata, she would stealthily venture out to train, and even when night fell, she would remain absent. Casso had observed Osbier's diligence with keen interest. In his perception, the young girl's combat power had already reached an impressive 2,500 points, surpassing that of the majority of scions. When Bardock witnessed Osbier's formidable strength, he was utterly astonished and remarked that she truly embodied the essence of a superior warrior. Aside from her fondness for food, Osbier had few other peculiarities. Ah, yes. She also had a penchant for being quite clingy. As Casso pondered, a smile crept upon his lips. Suddenly, the sound of the door creaking open echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. Turning his gaze, he beheld a stunning blonde with cascading waves standing at the threshold. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, her skin fair and radiant, clad in a short skirt that accentuated her long, graceful legs, which glimmered like jade under the light. Casso couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Why are there two young children? Taisi mused, a hint of confusion in her expression. She had heard from her family that someone had attempted to rob their shop, only to be thwarted by a martial artist who happened to pass by and assist in reclaiming the stolen goods. Logically, one would expect such formidable martial artists to be seasoned elders. Yet here stood two mere children. Nonetheless, they appeared quite charming. Hello, I am here to seek Dr. Briefs' assistance. At a glance, Casso recognized the older sister before him. She was none other than Bulma's sister, Thais. In pursuit of her dream to become a science fiction writer, Thais forsook a life of privilege, leaving her home to work and experience the world. Yet, the novels she produced were dismal, each one a failure, much like those of a novice. From this perspective, it seemed that Thais had not yet truly embarked on her journey of independence, as her hair remained long and uncut. Long hair indeed suits her well. Are you the martial artists who have come to help reclaim the universal capsule from our home? Thais walked towards her house with two young children in tow. Casso nodded in response. It is said that those bandits wield automatic rifles. You are quite impressive, little brother. Thais was aware that Earth harbored many formidable martial artists, and these two children were likely heirs to such legacies. No wonder they were so formidable. Gazing at the young boy, Thais felt a surge of inspiration for her writing, her curiosity bubbling over with questions. She inquired whether Casso could master techniques that descended from the heavens, and if he was a prodigy, an extraordinary talent in martial arts, worthy of being taken as a disciple by those esteemed masters. Cassiton was momentarily speechless. Tai's beauty was undeniable, yet her incessant chatter was overwhelming. Moreover, I am not a mere little brother. Standing beside them, Osbier paid no attention to Tai, his mind solely preoccupied with the prospect of delicious food to come. After a short walk, they finally arrived at the Brevis residence, and Tai ceased her peculiar inquiries. At that moment, a youthful voice chimed in. Are you the martial artist? Bulma? Casso was momentarily taken aback, but she soon nodded in agreement. Gazing at Bulma, she noted that they were of similar height, both just over a meter tall. Bulma's hair was a delicate shade of light blue, and her cherubic face appeared as if sculpted from porcelain, resembling a charming doll. Casso internally compared her to little Beer and concluded, it is still his little Beer who is more adorable. At that moment, a couple emerged, Dr. Breves and his wife. The current Dr. Breves appeared relatively youthful, and Casso felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing he was quite handsome in his younger days. No wonder he fathered two stunning beauties, Tai Si and Bulma. Mrs. Breves covered her rosy little mouth and exclaimed, what delightful little siblings. After saying this, she crouched down and affectionately patted Casso and Osbier's heads. Dr. Breves was equally surprised that a mere child was the one who had helped retrieve the omnipotent capsule and curiously inquired, Dear child, what brings you to me? Casso impatiently brushed aside Mrs. Brief's delicate hand, pondering the peculiarities of this family. I would like to request Dr. Brief's assistance in constructing something. What might that be? Dr. Brief inquired, intrigued. The young lad had previously lent a hand at a shop, so assisting him with a project posed no issue. Tais and Bulma stood nearby, curious to see what this little rascal was up to. Before long, Casso revealed his desire for a gravity chamber, specifying that it only needed to generate 100 times Earth's gravity. In the Namek saga, Goku had utilized a gravity setting of 100 times. And after a month of rigorous training, he had catapulted his battle power from 8,000 to an astonishing 90,000. While Goku benefited from the healing properties of Senzu beans and the advantages of being the protagonist, it was undeniable that the gravity chamber significantly enhanced a scion's capabilities. Subsequently, Vegeta also trained in the gravity chamber, resulting in a noticeable increase in his strength. Thus, considering the current power levels of the scions, a gravity chamber set to 100 times would suffice for their training for an extended period. A gravity chamber? Dr. Brief stroked his chin and thought before replying. That is certainly doable. Come back in a month to collect it. Upon hearing this, Casso leapt with excitement. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, aside from the initial thrill of discovering his new surroundings and the exhilarating experience of having his potential unlocked by the Grand Elder on Namek, his emotional state had remained relatively stable. Even the destruction of planet Vegeta had seemed a mere footnote in his journey. Now, with the prospect of a gravity chamber, Casso felt a renewed hope for enhancing his battle power, and he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. With the addition of Senzu beans, he was confident he could achieve feats comparable to Kakarot, for he was indeed a superior warrior. Osbier stared blankly at her brother, puzzled by his sudden exuberance. Meanwhile, Tais and Bulma exchanged astonished glances at Casso. Had he just leapt onto the roof? The ground was a considerable distance from the rooftop. Was such a feat within the realm of normal human capability? They realized that this little fellow was indeed extraordinarily strong. Mrs. Brief's eyes twinkled with delight as she exclaimed, What an impressive little brother you are. Dr. Brief maintained a serene demeanor, as though accustomed to extraordinary events. Chapter 31. A visit to Karen Tower in his youth. Dr. Brief was a workaholic, determined to resolve any significant issue or challenge immediately, often spending entire months in the laboratory without a moment's respite. Now, he departed for the lab to assist Casso in the construction of a gravity chamber. No wonder Dr. Brief aged so rapidly. Casso mused as he observed the scientist's retreating figure. With Mrs. Brief's ageless constitution at home, he must be under considerable pressure. Bah, why dwell on such matters? They're none of my concern. Casso regained his senses and gazed at Tais and Bulma, puzzled by their expressions. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt as though Tais and Bulma's eyes shimmered with an almost predatory light. Just moments ago, he had startled Bulma by leaping onto the rooftop. Her spacious and lofty home had never before hosted such an impressive feat. Hey, how did you do that? Could you possibly teach me? Bulma feigned composure, yet her eyes betrayed her excitement. Tais, on the other hand, withdrew her inquisitive gaze. Aware that martial artists on Earth adhered to strict codes, certain techniques were meant to remain within their respective schools, with some knowledge reserved solely for men. She was curious to see how Casso would respond. Casso curled his lips, observing how children are invariably drawn to whatever piques their interest. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the physical prowess of ordinary Earthlings is destined to yield little in terms of remarkable accomplishments. This is not a disparagement of Earthlings by Casso, but rather an acknowledgement of reality. Throughout all the series of Dragon Ball anime, the strongest among the Earthlings would likely be Krillin. However, in the end, he could barely catch a glimpse of Goku's taillights. Casso observed Bulma's eager demeanor and mused to himself that if her sister were to inquire, he would gladly teach her. However, he deemed Bulma too young and suggested she return when she had matured like her sister. Casso's words conveyed a different sentiment, as he gently turned her away. While Tais was also intrigued by Casso's remarkable skills, her passion for writing novels took precedence. Upon hearing Casso's response, Tais cradled her slender abdomen and erupted into laughter. "Ha! Who would have thought that my younger sister would experience such a moment?" Bulma, feeling a twinge of annoyance, huffed in response, perceiving Casso's reluctance to teach as a mere excuse. At school, Bulma had always been the center of attention, and being treated this way by Casso, coupled with her sister's teasing, left her quite displeased. Yet, recalling the image of Casso's impressive leap rekindled her desire to learn. Mastering such extraordinary skills would surely elevate her status at school, but his refusal to teach was infuriating. Just then, Osbier tugged at Casso's sleeve with a pitiful expression, saying, "Casso brother, I am hungry." Casso cast a glance at Tai Si, who smiled wryly. These two little rascals certainly did not consider themselves guests. Nevertheless, she instructed the servants to bring forth 2 platters of food. In her mind, how much could these 2 little tykes possibly eat? Perhaps they wouldn't even finish these 2 dishes. However, what transpired next left her utterly astonished. In a mere matter of seconds, the 2 platters were devoured completely. Looking at Tai Si, Osbiel innocently declared, "I want more." The 3 words echoed in her ears, rendering Tai Si speechless. What kind of children could consume such a prodigious amount of food? They must be 2 little gluttons. Is it a trait of martial artists to have such hearty appetites? Despite her astonishment, Tai Si continued to have the servants bring more food, 1 platter after another. An hour later, the table was heaped with empty dishes. Osbiel finally let out a burp. Brother Casso was absolutely right. The food is truly delicious. She had always dined on Cassor's grilled meats, but now, tasting this different fare, the flavors were simply exquisite. Yet, why was this older sister staring at her with such wide eyes? Osbiel found herself puzzled. Casso licked his lips. Truly worthy of Earth's culinary delights, it is no wonder that later, Beerus would become enraptured by the exquisite cuisine of the planet. However, now that the food has been consumed and the gravity chamber has commenced its operations, it is time to attend to more pressing matters. Casso smiled at Tais and Bulma, expressing his gratitude for their hospitality, stating that he and little Bibi would return in a month. With that, he took hold of Osubi and soared into the sky. Moments later, their figures vanished from sight. Bulma stammered, "Sister, they can fly." Still reeling from the astonishment of witnessing the 2 children's voracious appetite, she was now confronted with the reality of Casso and Osubi ascending into the heavens. This left her questioning the very nature of her worldview. Could she still believe in science? Tais remained motionless, silently rooted in place. Bulma tugged at her, exclaiming, "Sister, they can fly." Tais gasped in disbelief. Bulma continued. In the skies, 2 streaks of light cut through the air, traversing bustling cities, crossing desolate deserts, and arriving at an endless ocean. Whoosh! They continued flying northward. Soon, they encountered a dense forest, where an ancient white tower stood majestically at its center. "Here I come, spirit beings." Casso accelerated suddenly with Osbier, as the surrounding scenery swiftly receded. The speed of Casso was astonishing, even generating a sonic boom in the air, the sound reverberating throughout the entire forest. The Native Americans stationed within the woods heard this noise and instinctively looked up at the sky, yet they beheld nothing. The Kalinta summit has arrived. The feline sage is drenched in cold sweat. The 2 little creatures that only appeared this morning have now surprisingly made their way to the foot of Kalinta, and they are ascending with an astonishingly terrifying speed. Casso soared into the sky, suddenly sensing a peculiar influence upon his spirit, only to regain his composure in an instant. It then dawned on him that in his previous life, within the realm of animation, Earthlings could only ascend to the pinnacle of Karinta by sheer physical effort. Those who sought to utilize external aids to climb would merely witness the tower vanish into the ether. Casso shook his head, realizing that they were under the influence of a mental force. The builders of this Calinta were indeed quite extravagant. However, with Casso having mastered the art of teleportation, he was hardly susceptible to such a minor mental influence. Just as Casso was lost in thought, Osbier awakened as well. Brother Casso, Tata has appeared again. Casso chuckled softly and continued to ascend with Osbier. Atop the tower stood a dome-shaped structure, supported by a dozen stone columns, where the cat sage perched on the railing. Gazing below, the two explosive presences drew ever closer, prompting the cat sage to retrieve a small handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. From where did these two emerge? He had never encountered such terrifying beings before. The turtle sage, who had ascended here over a century ago, seemed rather formidable, yet paled in comparison to these two peculiar creatures. Even the formidable demon King Piccolo from 3 centuries past would likely falter against their casual strikes. What to do? The cat sage paced restlessly around the circular tower. Meanwhile, the deity stationed at the temple shared a similar unease, having sensed the disturbance as Casso flew toward Carinta. Chapter 32. The deity appears. The black-haired Bobo accompanied the deity, observing the world below. In stark contrast to the deity's anxious demeanor, Bobo remained utterly composed. His eyes calm and deep as ancient wells, seemingly indifferent to the two strange beings. How swift they are. The deity's brow furrowed deeply, for the speed of the two children was alarming. He could only vaguely discern 2 dark shadows streaking through the air. This was still with Casso holding back. Had he unleashed his full power of 14,000 combat units, the deity would scarcely have caught a glimpse. They are here, the deity intoned gravely. At the edge of Calinta, 2 little creatures suddenly appeared. Casso suddenly appeared, startling the cat sage, who instinctively took a step back. Trembling, the cat sage cautiously inquired, "What brings you two here?" "It is said that those who ascend Carinta can receive guidance from the cat sage, and I seek to learn about our cultivation methods." Casso chuckled softly. Upon hearing Casso's tone, the cat sage felt a sense of relief. "I possess limited power. I fear I may not be able to provide guidance to you too." The cat sage could easily discern the predicament of the 2 youngsters. They possessed formidable strength, yet lacked the skill to apply it effectively, and their control over energy was utterly chaotic. After 2 years of self-exploration, Casso mastered the art of instantaneous movement, believing he had grasped the essence of energy manipulation. He even thought he had acquired a modicum of skill in concealing his own aura. Little did he realize that, in the eyes of the cat sage, his attempts at concealment were utterly laughable. For words, a sight to behold. The cat sage now merely wished for Casso and Osbiel to depart swiftly from this place, desiring not to engage further in the affairs of the powerful, even if they were merely 2 young children. Casso discernibly noticed the concerns of the cat sage and directly spoke. "Though we are not inhabitants of Earth, for certain reasons, we assure you that we shall not bring harm to this planet." He paused momentarily before continuing. "We humbly request your guidance on mastering the control of energy." It became apparent that these 2 little beings were indeed not from Earth, which explained why he had never encountered them before. Upon hearing this, the cat sage replied, "Very well, allow me to witness your true capabilities." Given the assertion made by the other party, there was little choice but to comply. Refusing could potentially provoke them, leading to dire consequences for Earth. At that moment, the cat sage could only hope that Casso genuinely spoke with sincerity regarding their intentions towards the planet. Casso smirked to himself, realizing that this hefty feline was indeed a formidable opponent. He then furrowed his brows and uttered a command, unleashing the power within him without restraint. In truth, whether Casso concealed his strength or not made little difference in the eyes of the cat sage and the celestial deity. A terrifying force erupted from Casso's being, akin to a cataclysmic upheaval. The entire Calinta began to tremble slightly, and a tempestuous aura swept through the air, scattering the clouds within a radius of thousands of miles. The cat sage broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling involuntarily. He recognized Casso's strength but had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of his true power. The ferocious energy bore down upon him, making even the act of breathing a challenge, prompting him to exclaim, "Stop, please." Upon hearing this, Casso retracted his energy. "Casso, brother, I want to join in too." Osbiel chimed innocently, with a thunderous roar. Yet another wave of formidable energy radiated from Calinta, causing the recently gathered clouds to disperse once more. That's enough. Though the little girl's power paled in comparison to that of the boy, it still left the cat sage utterly astounded. With such prowess, Are you certain you want to wreak havoc upon the earth? He inquired once again. Upon receiving Casso's affirmative response, the cat sage breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that would indeed be the case. He then continued, in truth, I sensed your presence the moment you descended to earth. Your strength is remarkable. Yet your understanding of its application is lacking. Please, cat sage, impart your wisdom upon us. Casso humbly requested, with a glimmer of yearning evident in Osbier's eyes as well. Observing the earnestness of the two, the cat sage's previously anxious heart settled somewhat. We understand that it is easy to slip from frugality to extravagance, yet exceedingly difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. With such immense power, without the corresponding knowledge, it is impossible to fully master the forces within you. Casso and Osbier sat on the ground, listening intently. To be honest, I possess the method to harness energy, but I cannot assist you at this moment. The cat shook its head and stated, What? Osbier suddenly sprang to her feet, displaying an unusual anger. It was clear that the cat had claimed to have a method for controlling energy, yet now asserted that it could not help them. She felt deceived by the plump feline. Osbier had often listened to Casso speak of matters concerning Earth, and she had long yearned to master the cultivation of energy from that realm. If she could learn this technique, she would undoubtedly grow stronger and be able to protect her brother Casso in the future. Little Beal, do not act impulsively. Let it finish, Casso urged. Startled by Osbier's sudden outburst, when did she become so rash? He quickly embraced her, apologizing to the cat sage and encouraging it to continue. As Osbier stood, the cat sage's heart momentarily skipped a beat, fearing for its life. Thankfully, this young boy was present. Now, the cat sage dared not leave any suspense and swiftly completed its explanation. I possess the method, but you both are too powerful to learn how to wield energy. You must first subdue the immense power within yourselves. The cat sage swallowed hard and continued, My abilities are insufficient to contain your strength. Only the deities from the temple can assist you in this endeavor. Only then can I teach you. With that final revelation, the cat sage exhaled in relief. Casso fell into deep contemplation. He had traversed this realm for 2 years, and under the guidance of the Great Elder, his combat prowess had surged to an impressive 14,000 points. In stark contrast, the hefty feline before him possessed a mere 200 points of combat strength, rendering it ineffectual as an ally. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, pondering whether only the divine could intervene in such matters. Osbier remained obediently nestled in Casso's embrace, wary of interrupting his reverie. Just as the two were lost in thought, 2 figures materialized outside Kalinta, one clad in green and the other in black, representing the extremes of color. The divine. The cat sage felt a flicker of surprise. Upon hearing the sage's voice, Casso snapped back to reality and directed his gaze outward. So it is the divine? Ultimately, they could not resist revealing themselves. Casso let out a sly smile. Brother Casso, why does this person's complexion resemble that of a watermelon? And that peculiar coal-black hair is quite strange too, asked Osbier with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Casso quickly covered little Bayer's mouth. How dare she speak so freely? If others were to teach them the methods of utilizing their anger, it would be disastrous. One could see the corners of the deity's mouth twitch slightly. Yet Bobo beside him maintained a serene expression. The names of Kareen the Immortal and Casso bear a striking resemblance. After some contemplation, it would be preferable to refer to Kareen as the Cat Immortal, as this would be more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 33. Donning the weighted garb. If you wish to learn the application of Chi, I can assist you. The voice of the celestial being resonated with a certain gravity. Casting a glance towards the elderly celestial, Casso replied with a hint of detachment, Thank you, celestial being. He refrained from inquiring why the celestial would extend such assistance. Casso surmised that the celestial harbored a similar concern to that of the Cat Immortal, namely, the fear that they might bring calamity upon the earth. But could such a thing truly occur? The celestial, oblivious to Casso's thoughts, nodded in acknowledgement before reboarding the flying carpet with Bobo, embarking once more towards the temple. The aura that Casso had just unleashed captured his attention. He had never witnessed an individual harboring such terrifying power within. Even the energy released by a planet's explosive destruction pales in comparison to Casso's might. Should Casso choose to wreak havoc upon the earth, no one would stand a chance against him. The celestial beings were acutely aware of this reality and now sought to appeal to him on a personal level, hoping he would consider their plea. They had tirelessly devoted themselves to the safety of the planet. Little did they know, their efforts were in vain. Let us depart. Casso, accompanied by Osbier, followed closely behind. Observing the departing figures, the cat sage expressed his concerns, remarking, All we can do now is entrust everything to the divine. As they ascended to greater altitudes, the air grew thinner, and the trivialities of the mundane world began to dissipate. Upon entering the temple, Casso was enveloped by a profound tranquility, as if a celestial aura permeated the atmosphere, invigorating his spirit with each breath. The temple felt astonishingly familiar, resembling precisely what he had witnessed in the animated series, albeit knowing that it would soon become a battleground in the unfolding narrative. Reflecting on this, Casso shook his head slightly. The divine being instructed Casso and Osbier to wait momentarily, sending Bobo to retrieve some items. I am already aware of your circumstances. The deity acknowledged. The cat sage speaks the truth. Your power is indeed formidable, and it requires proper restraint before you can advance in your training. At that moment, Bobo emerged from the building carrying 2 sets of orange training suits. Weighted clothing? Casso exclaimed upon seeing the garments in Bobo's hands. You are familiar with weighted clothing? The deity inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone, having overheard the previous exchange between the child and the cat sage. He was astonished that an extraterrestrial being possessed knowledge of such attire. I have done some research, Casso replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The divine being nodded, recognizing the wisdom in refraining from excessive inquiry, as too many questions could lead to discomfort and diminish the beauty of the moment. He instructed Casso and Osbier to don the weighted clothing. Casso and Osbier took the weighted garments from Bobo's hands and donned them. How heavy! How burdensome! The two simultaneously emitted a muffled exclamation. Casso felt as though nearly all of his formidable strength had been suppressed, even during his time on Mumu Star. When he bore the weight of small hills, he had never experienced such difficulty. Now, even taking a single step seemed immensely arduous. Was this the effect of the weighted clothing? Observing the scene, the deity furrowed his brow, astonished that these 2 youngsters possessed such terrifying capabilities. He was well aware of the weighted clothing's effects. To don such a high-magnitude suit and still manage to stand upright was nothing short of astonishing. This breathtaking sight left the deity in a state of profound contemplation. While you were unleashing energy on Corinta, I began to gauge your strengths. It is evident that the disparity in your abilities is significant, consequently leading to differing types of weighted clothing, the deity remarked, leaning on his staff. It is remarkable that this young boy is so powerful, but I had no inkling that this young girl would be equally formidable. Casso is fine. You may call me that. This is Osbiel. Casso gestured towards the small girl beside him. The deity regarded Casso for a moment, pondering whether he had misjudged the situation. Could it be that they truly posed no threat to Earth? His tone softened thereafter. Casso, the weighted clothing you wear exerts a force equivalent to 25 times gravity, while Osbiel's attire exerts 15 times. Acclimate to the weight upon you. Once you are capable of moving normally, I shall instruct you on the essence of energy. With that, the deity sauntered back into the temple, deeming his presence here to be of little utility. Brother Casso, this is so heavy. Osbiel pouted, feeling more discomfort than she had while carrying small hills on Mumu Star. She mentally berated the green-skinned deity, questioning why the training of energy necessitated such cumbersome attire. Little B, stay strong. You promised to protect your brother. Casso encouraged her. In truth, he too struggled under the weight. But he reasoned that such hardship was trivial when aspiring to master energy. He recalled how Goku had trained alongside Son Gohan since childhood, later receiving guidance from Master Roshi. Enduring countless trials as he climbed Corinta, all aimed at transcending the limits of his physical form. With this thought, Casso's gaze hardened. If Goku could achieve such feats, then so could he. Subsequently, the 2 individuals commenced their adaptation to the weighted garments. Initially, they could only manage to take a few tentative steps, each movement causing them to break into a sweat, their bones creaking with effort. After half a day had passed, Casso had barely completed a half lap. Now resting against the outer edge of the temple, gritting his teeth in an attempt to rise, yet he found himself utterly unable to do so. Feeling the energy within him nearly depleted, he resolved to rest for a moment before continuing his acclimatization to the weighted attire. Thus, 3 days elapsed, during which the 2 constantly adjusted their movements, striving to adapt to the effects of the garments. Whenever fatigue set in, they would pause, and after recuperating, they would resume their activities within the temple. At present, they had achieved the ability to walk normally. Observing the 2 conversing as they strolled through the temple left the divine observer astounded. In his estimation, it would take the children a month to walk normally. To his surprise, they had accomplished such progress in mere days. Remarkable indeed. In the following days, Casso and his companion seemed to have discovered their rhythm in adapting to the weighted attire, demonstrating significant progress each day. A week later, Casso and Osbiel were able to run within the temple. Casso, come chase me. Osbiel laughed joyfully as she sprinted. You stop right there. Casso called out as he pursued her. The divine observer stood nearby, staring at the two children as if witnessing a ghost. All right, Casso, come over here for a moment. After a week of interaction, the divine observer had discerned the natures of these two little ones, realizing they were not malevolent beings. Rather, they possessed a certain innocence. Particularly the young girl. This revelation brought him a sense of reassurance. Casso and Osbier rushed over, unfazed by the weighted garments they wore. Your progress has surpassed my expectations. Your talents are truly remarkable. The celestial being exclaimed. You flatter me, Casso replied with a smile. No, I speak not in mere courtesy, but from genuine admiration. I have never encountered such extraordinary talent. After expressing his astonishment, the celestial being continued, since you have acclimated to the weighted garments. Let me first elucidate the concept of chi. Chi is omnipresent. It resides within the human body, as well as within animals, and even within stones and plants. As human beings possess the highest wisdom among all creation, endowed with 5 senses and a spectrum of emotions, these facets influence our perception of chi. Therefore, to cultivate successfully, we must achieve a tranquility akin to the sky and a swiftness akin to lightning. Casso fell into deep contemplation, aware of the celestial being's final words, yet oblivious to the reason behind the need for tranquility akin to the sky. At last, he has come to understand the rationale. Casso yearned to gaze upon the deity, desiring to learn from him the ways of existence. The deity, in a serene manner, responded, Henceforth, I shall summon Bobo to train you. He will provide you with guidance. With that, the deity retreated back into the sanctum. At that moment, Bobo appeared before the two, standing silently, not uttering a single word. Brother Casso. His skin is rather peculiar, Osbier remarked, pointing at Bobo. Casso hastily pressed down Xiao Baier's hand. To be honest, he found it somewhat difficult to comprehend the enigmatic nature of Bobo. Bobo always exuded an air of mystery, whether in the realm of animation or in the present moment. It seemed that nothing could evoke any emotional response from Bobo. Casso recalled that in the anime, Bobo could exchange a few blows with little Goku, and by the time of the Buu saga, he surprisingly managed to hold his own against the Super Saiyan Trunks and others. Quite mysterious. Chapter 34, Phase 1 of Training. Hello, Mr. Bobo, Casso chuckled. Hello, Mr. Bobo, Osbiel mimicked Casso's greeting. Is this girl imitating my words? Casso glanced irritably at Xiao Baier, who met his gaze in return, both children locking eyes in a silent standoff. Beside them, Bobo remained mute. The three figures standing quietly in the heart of the temple. In this profoundly tranquil atmosphere, Bobo suddenly broke the silence, stating, You both are quite impressive. Casso was taken aback by Bobo's words. Since their first encounter, Bobo had not spoken to him, and his initial compliment left Casso feeling both flattered and bewildered. All right, let us commence our training, Bobo continued, his expression devoid of emotion. Understood. Casso nodded in agreement. Moments earlier, Casso had attempted to sense Bobo using his rudimentary methods, yet, as expected, he had discovered nothing. The absence of any findings only deepened the air of mystery surrounding Bobo. At that moment, Bobo produced 2 small bells from seemingly nowhere, instructing, Each of you shall tie a bell to your ankle. He handed each child a bell, outlining the challenge. They were to snatch an apple from his grasp without making the bells ring. Regardless of the methods employed, success would lead them to the next stage. Casso stared at the bells and the apple that had appeared in Bobo's hands, momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the very technique that Wukong had used upon ascending the temple? Now, with his strength vastly superior to that of Wukong back then, Casso found himself questioning the efficacy of Bobo's approach. Just as doubt crept into his mind, he caught sight of the weighted clothing he donned. Am I truly a fool? Casso tapped his own head, indulging in a moment of self-deprecation. He had been encumbered by the weighted attire for a week now, and the only power at his disposal was that of his physical form, rendering him no different from the little Wukong. To Casso, the essence of the universe seemed to lie in simplicity, with methods being universally applicable. Meanwhile, Osbiel had commenced her training. Mr. Bobo, here I come, she exclaimed as she charged forward. However, the sound of bells chimed, ringing incessantly. Undeterred, Osbiel pressed on, intent on seizing the apple from Bobo's grasp. In a remarkable display, Bobo, without shifting his body, inexplicably evaded Osbier's advance and raised his hand, aiming to deliver a playful flick to her forehead as a form of reprimand. Yet, suddenly, lost in thought, he retracted his hand and instead flicked at Osbier's outstretched fingers. Ouch, that hurts. she exclaimed, immediately squatting down to rub her little hand. In her heart, Osbier muttered curses, lamenting how swiftly this cold ball had dodged her attack, leaving her fingers stinging and nearly swollen. How infuriating. Remember, you must avoid ringing the bells, Bobo calmly advised, remaining stationary. However, he abruptly turned around, only to be greeted by the sound of bells ringing behind him. Without hesitation, Bobo raised his hand and flicked Casso on the head. Ah, that hurts. Casso pressed his hand against his forehead, only to discover a significant bump had formed. Goodness, he merely intended to attempt a surprise attack. Was such force truly necessary? Moreover, why was it that instead of striking Xiaobai's head, it was his own that bore the brunt? Was this not a quintessential example of favoring females over males? At that moment, Casso's mind was a tempest of thoughts, leaving him utterly speechless. Bobo regarded the two with an enigmatic gaze, urging them to continue. Casso and Osbiel exchanged a glance, both filled with disbelief. Cautiously, they took a step forward. Suddenly, the sound of bells rang out, followed by two resounding thuds. They instinctively crouched down, covering the areas that had been struck, their mouths emitting cries of anguish. Time passed slowly, after enduring dozens of hits. Casso lay exhausted on the temple floor, while Osbiel leaned beside him. One had a head covered in bruises, the other's hands were crimson, and both wore expressions of utter despair. It was truly arduous. Initially, Casso had believed this training would be simple, but once the actual drills commenced, he realized the challenge was of nightmarish proportions. No matter how he moved, he could not prevent the bells from ringing, which was a source of profound hopelessness. Casso closed his eyes, opting for a brief respite before proceeding. He recalled how Wukong had initially faced a similar predicament. No matter what actions he took, the bell would inevitably ring. The only way to silence the bell was to remain still, yet how could one remain motionless and still seize the apple? Contemplating this, Casso found himself ensnared in a vicious cycle. How had Wukong navigated this conundrum? Casso murmured to himself, remembering Bobo's words, "Be as tranquil as the sky." Indeed, that was the key. To ensure the bell remained silent, one must first embrace stillness, not only in body but also in spirit. By harmonizing both, one can align with nature, acting freely and intuitively, allowing the spirit to guide the body, making the bell an extension of oneself. Mr. Bobo, let us continue. Casso seemed to have comprehended something. He immediately sprang up from the floor and spoke to Bobo. Meanwhile, Osbiel remained in her original position, gazing at Casso's retreating figure, murmuring to herself, "Brother Casso, are you in such a hurry to meet your demise?" In the distance, Casso and Bobo stood in a straight line, when suddenly Casso closed his eyes, observing this scene. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Bobo's calm gaze. Quite perceptive. Soon, Casso's entire being entered a state of tranquility. At that moment, his mind was exceptionally clear, seemingly attuned to the location of the bell. Suddenly, Casso moved. Osbier, lying on the floor, widened her eyes in disbelief. To her astonishment, Casso was swiftly advancing without causing the bell to chime. "Casso, brother, is truly impressive," Osbier exclaimed in wonder. Yet, merely 2 seconds later, the bell rang. Osbier curled her lip in skepticism. Who was he trying to fool? As time passed, Osbier, having rested sufficiently, resumed training alongside Casso. The days slipped by swiftly, and before they knew it, a week had elapsed. At the temple, Bobo balanced an apple atop his head while holding a banana in hand. He peeled the banana and took a bite. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the shadows, stealthily approaching, demonstrating remarkable coordination. One assailed Bobo's lower half, while the other targeted his upper body. Yet, Bobo remained utterly composed, continuing to savor his banana. With a subtle push from his toes, he curled his body into a tight ball, perfectly positioned between the 2 attackers, unharmed. Astonishingly, the apple on his head remained perfectly still. Casso and Osbier leaped into the air, for to gaze upon the world below, they must inevitably descend to the ground. Suddenly, Casso inhaled deeply, causing his entire chest to swell with air. With a mighty exhale, he sent the apple perched atop Bobo's head flying directly into Osbier's embrace. Thud! The 3 of them landed simultaneously on the ground. In that moment, the temple was enveloped in an extraordinary silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Bobo's hand, poised to stuff a banana into his mouth, remained perfectly still. After a few seconds, Bobo, with an impassive expression, uttered the words, "Next challenge." At that moment, as he turned away, a subtle smile crept at the corner of his mouth, unnoticed by Casso and Osbier. "Oh yeah, Casso brother, we did it," Osbier exclaimed with uncontainable joy, leaping onto Casso's back. Their laughter echoed, a delightful symphony of triumph. Who could fathom the efforts he and little Osbier had exerted to snatch the apple? Though they ultimately resorted to cunning tactics to claim it, a victory is a victory. As the two joyfully bounced about, the bells rang out. At that moment, the two bells chimed in, while at the temple's entrance, the deity's lips twitched slightly. As if a stampede of wild horses raced through his mind, truly, they were two little monsters. As Cassio and Osbiel were still engrossed in their celebration, Bobo approached once more, two strips of black cloth in hand. The bells have ceased their ringing, and you have achieved a tranquil heart akin to the vast sky. The first phase of training is now complete. We shall now embark on the second stage of cultivation, where your movements must be swifter than lightning. Chapter 35, the second phase of training what? Cassio and Osbiel stared in astonishment at Bobo's approaching figure. Was the second phase commencing so soon? Ignoring their bewilderment, Bobo directly handed the black cloth to Cassio and Osbiel, instructing them to blindfold themselves and attempt to seize the bells from his person. At this request, Cassio was drenched in cold sweat. After spending a week with Bobo, he had come to understand that his identity was far more complex than it appeared. Could he truly engage in a game of hide and seek with such a mysterious being? Casso shook his head helplessly. Brother Casso, what troubles you? Osbiel inquired. Having taken the black cloth from Bobo's hands and noticing the heavy expression etched upon Casso's face, it had been quite some time since she had witnessed such a demeanor from him. It's nothing, Casso replied, taking the cloth and covering his eyes. Let us begin. With Bobo's command, Osbiel swiftly entered the zone, while Casso suppressed the doubts swirling within him, focusing on the sounds around him. He centered his mind and body, attentively listening to the chime of the bell. Suddenly, a sound resonated from behind him. Casso swiftly pivoted, intent on launching himself towards the location of the bell. While Osbiel harbored the same intention, the two leapt simultaneously. Bang! Ouch, that hurt. As Osbiel clutched her small head, she ran to the side, crying out in anguish. Casso clutched his head, drawing in a sharp breath. He had been so preoccupied with the sound of the bell that he had not anticipated colliding with Xiao Baier. How careless of him. In stark contrast to the ringing, Xiao Baier's movements were nearly imperceptible, and he had completely failed to notice her approach. The second phase was indeed proving to be more challenging than expected. Casso began to contemplate. He understood that blindly pursuing the bell was futile, as it would merely deplete his stamina without enhancing his sensitivity and comprehension of energy. In the first phase, he had already mastered the control of his physical strength, which silenced the bell. But what was the purpose of the second phase? Was it to be faster than lightning? It seemed that this was indeed the case. Casso seems to have grasped the necessity of undergoing the first phase of training before advancing to the second. The initial stage is characterized by a self-centered approach, where the mind attains a serene state akin to the tranquility of the sky, allowing the self to act with freedom, devoid of unnecessary movements. This is the essence of why the bell remains silent. Consequently, the second phase should pivot towards an external focus. It is imperative to maintain a calm mind to perceive the trajectories of external movements. In simpler terms, this involves sensing the external energy. And although the actions may not be as swift as lightning, they must be executed with precision and clarity, paralleling the principle of avoiding superfluous actions as emphasized in the first phase. Casso had gradually come to realize that he had indeed reached the stage of sensing the vital energy. Casso stood in a daze, while Osbier frantically attempted to capture the sound of the bell from the opposite side. Yet, each time she was on the verge of grasping it, she always fell just short. Osbier rushed over again, but Bobo deftly evaded her small hand and glanced at Casso. Had he detected her presence so swiftly? His perceptiveness was commendable. A faint smile graced Bobo's lips. Just then, Casso suddenly sprang into action. A shadow darted across the temple square, swiftly approaching the sound of the bell. As Casso neared Bobo, his movements were remarkably decisive. However, just as he was about to seize the bell, the sound floated away once more. It was indeed not as simple as it seemed, Casso mused. At that moment, Osbier hurriedly arrived at Casso's current position. Casso, covering his face, appeared to sense Osbier's movement and immediately shifted to the side. When Osbier heard the bell sound shift again and attempted to pursue it, Casso grasped her arm. Little Osbier, hold on a moment. Think carefully about what this stage of training entails, Casso advised. Osbier was momentarily bewildered by Casso's sudden hold. But as she listened to his words, realization dawned upon her. Indeed, our little Osbier is quite clever. She may seem dazed, but she is certainly not foolish. Bobo looked over and saw the two young students crouched on the ground, seemingly pondering something profound. Bobo remarked. After much contemplation, the two little ones finally stood up. Mr. Bobo, let us begin, Casso declared. Mr. Bobo, let us begin. Osbier echoed Casso, her voice sweet and innocent. Soon, two more small shadows flitted across the temple. 2 weeks passed. At the divine temple, 4 figures stood, the deity and Bobo on one side, and Casso and Osbier on the other. Casso and Osbier pulled down the black cloth before them. Casso, we did it, Osbier exclaimed, jumping with joy. Indeed, Casso replied, watching the exuberant little Osbier leap with delight. His own excitement mirroring hers. Over the past 2 weeks, through Casso's guidance, they had made remarkable progress, no longer floundering aimlessly like headless flies chasing the sound of bells. They had gradually learned to sense their surroundings. Just moments ago, Casso and Osbier had completed the second phase of their training. However, a sense of doubt lingered in Casso's mind. Despite their newfound ability to perceive the presence of energy after 2 weeks of trainings, capturing the bells on Bobo's body seemed an impossible feat. It appeared that Bobo had intentionally allowed them to succeed. Casso cast a glance at Bobo, who happened to look back at the same moment, resulting in an inexplicable exchange of gazes between the two. Congratulations to both of you. The celestial being remarked with a smile, utterly astonished by the remarkable talents of these two young children. In his several centuries of existence, he had never encountered anyone whose aptitude rivaled that of these two, particularly the young boy Casso, whose comprehension was nothing short of astonishing. Typically, prodigies require more than 6 months to grasp the manipulation of energy, yet Casso achieved mastery in less than a month. At this juncture, Bobo suddenly spoke up. Actually, there is a third stage, known as the state of no mind. He paused before adding, however, given your current levels, there is no possibility of comprehension. After uttering this, Bobo fell silent once more, standing quietly beside the celestial being. Upon hearing this, the celestial being was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a revelation. Yet he chose to remain silent thereafter. Casso appeared deep in thought, recalling that there was indeed such a stage in the anime, where it seemed Goku had undergone this training. However, he was uncertain about what transpired afterward. You may remove your weighted clothing now, the deity remarked, casting a peculiar glance at the two. He was acutely aware of the effects brought forth by this training regimen. Casso and his companion had endured the constraints of their weighted attire for an entire month, relying solely on their physical strength for training. Now, with their newfound mastery over energy control, it was difficult to fathom what the outcome would be upon shedding their weights. The deity felt a sense of anticipation for what was to unfold next. Almost forgot. Casso tapped his head, having completely forgotten that he was still adorned in a weighted vest. From the very beginning, Casso struggled to comprehend the concept of chi. However, after the divine elucidation of the theory, he gradually began to grasp its essence. Following a month of rigorous training under Bobo's guidance, he has now mastered the control of the power within him, achieving a remarkable qualitative leap in his perception and understanding of chi. It is only now that Casso realizes that his previous difficulties in utilizing teleportation stemmed from his inadequate sensitivity to chi. Casso recalled the moment in the anime when Raditz invaded Earth, and Goku and Piccolo donned their weighted clothing. Upon removing these garments, their combat prowess surged dramatically. Unlike them, Casso realized that their weighted attire merely suppressed their internal power to a slight degree. Goku's first encounter with tenfold gravity occurred on King Kai's planet, where he was swiftly overwhelmed. If Goku struggled under 10 times the gravity, then the weighted clothing Casso currently wore, which amplified the burden to an astonishing 25 times, would undoubtedly yield extraordinary effects. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of anticipation. Casso eagerly anticipates the moment he sheds his weighted attire. Casso and Osbier exchanged a glance, ultimately deciding that Casso would take the lead. Chapter 36, Shedding the Burdensome Garment. He slowly lifted the hem of his garment, inch by inch, drawing it upward until the collar slipped over his head, the weighty attire nearly removed. Suddenly, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The air in the temple, already thin, became increasingly oppressive, rendering each breath a challenge. The tension startled both the deity and Osbier, causing them to swallow nervously. As Casso fully shed the burdensome garment, a cacophony reminiscent of beans striking the ground erupted from his body. Crackle! The immense pressure was released, and every cell within him pulsated joyfully, making Casso long to cry out to the heavens. The energy that had been stifled for so long awakened, akin to a long-slumbering eastern dragon, fully roused by the fall of the heavy attire. The temple trembled with a low rumble as Casso's strength gradually unfurled. A tempestuous energy stirred the air, boiling the once stifling atmosphere into a frenzy. A monumental force emanated from Casso, and a terrifying energy exploded forth, enveloping him in a vast white aura. As if a small war god stood at the heart of the temple. Such power. The deity's white cloak billowed dramatically behind him, nearly overwhelming him with its intensity. "Casso, brother, you are so impressive," Osbier exclaimed, her feline eyes wide with admiration, fixed intently upon Casso. Bobo stood expressionless, motionless in place. At that moment, ha! Casso erupted into hearty laughter, clenching his fists as the sky resonated with a profound hum. Astonished by the display of his own power, Casso sensed an inexhaustible well of strength surging within him, more than double what he had a month prior. Yet, without a detector, he could not ascertain his current combat prowess. Is this what they call energy? He mused, gazing at the energy sphere that had suddenly materialized in his hand. After a month of training, he had come to understand the energy within him as chi. "Casso, brother, it's my turn now." Osbier quickly stepped forward. Upon hearing her words, Casso promptly dissipated the energy in his hand, retracting his strength as well. The effortless manipulation of his energy belied the fact that he was merely a novice in the art of chi. The deity observed this scene. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This must be a monster. With the tempestuous energy no longer raging, the temple began to settle into tranquility. Osbier moved to occupy the space Casso had just vacated, with the burdensome garment now shed. With a sharp command, she disrupted the recently calm atmosphere, plunging it into utter chaos once more. The fierce wind howled, causing the verdant foliage atop the temple to sway wildly, their leaves rustling against each other in a cacophony. An aura of unfathomable terror erupted from Osbier, culminating in a resounding roar as a plume of white energy surged skyward. Casso, astonished, exclaimed, "Her prowess has doubled compared to before." A month ago, under his perception, Osbier's abilities were merely adequate. Now she has grown to this remarkable level. The celestial being remarked, Osbier possesses formidable talent as well. He glanced at Casso and shook his head, acknowledging that this little one's innate gifts were indisputable. Just moments ago, when Casso erupted with fury, he nearly found himself propelled away. Turning his gaze towards Osbier, he noted that while her talent might not rival Casso's, it surpassed any prodigy he had ever encountered. Soon, Osbier's aura reached its zenith. At that moment, even Casso was taken aback, estimating her combat power to be around 6,000. "Indeed, the effects of the weighted attire are truly extraordinary," Casso murmured. "If the weighted attire yields such results, how remarkable must the gravity chamber be?" Casso's heart brimmed with elation. He had successfully urged Dr. Breves to construct the gravity chamber. When he returned to the planet Salada, the expressions of those scions would surely be quite amusing. This thought ignited an overwhelming eagerness within Casso to hasten back to Salada. Suddenly, the swirling aura surrounding Osbier in the center of the temple dissipated, and the cyclone vanished in an instant, bringing tranquility to the surrounding trees. "Brother Casso, am I impressive?" Osbier exclaimed, rushing over with a glimmer of yearning in her eyes. Well, he had no choice but to shower her with praise. Casso chuckled helplessly. He embraced Osbier, smiling as he said, "My little Osbier is the most remarkable." Ha! The deity couldn't help but laugh at the sight. He almost forgot that these two extraordinary beings were, at their core, merely two little children. Casso cradled Osbier in his arms as he approached the deity and Bobo. Having spent some time on Earth, he had accomplished but two tasks. First, he had commissioned Dr. Breves to create the gravity chamber, and subsequently, he had come to the celestial realm to learn the art of energy manipulation and perception. Yet, his purpose for being on Earth extended beyond these endeavors. He had far more significant matters to attend to. "I sincerely appreciate the care you have provided over the past month, esteemed deity and Mr. Bobo," Casso expressed with a courteous bow, for he was preparing to depart the heavenly domain. "Thank you for your kindness during this time." At that moment, Osbier mimicked Casso's words, though she playfully stuck out her tongue afterward, breaking into an embarrassed smile. "Are you leaving?" the deity inquired. "Indeed," Casso replied, affectionately ruffling Osbier's hair. "Until we meet again." The deity found himself at a loss for words. A month prior, the sudden arrival of these two individuals had caused his heart to race with trepidation. But through their interactions, he discovered that these peculiar beings were not the malevolent creatures he had feared. Rather, they possessed a certain innocence. Yet, with their imminent departure, he was left wondering when they might cross paths again. Farewell. Casso waved his hand twice at the celestial deity and Bobo. Osbier mimicked Casso's gestures, waving her hand twice as well. Upon finishing their gestures, the two erupted in a blaze of white flames, soaring into the air and plunging downwards towards the lower realms of the heavens. As Casso departed, Bobo regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Yet no one seemed to notice this subtlety. Two beams of white light streaked across the sky. On the summit of Calinta, a plump cat stood, observing two beams of light swiftly approaching. What could they possibly want here? The feline sage felt a twinge of confusion at this hour. Should they not be honing their mastery of energy in the celestial realm? Had they truly mastered it? The sage shook its head, convinced that such a feat was implausible. It had never witnessed anyone acquire the perception and manipulation of energy within a mere month. However, as the two youngsters soared closer, the initial trepidation the sage felt upon first encountering them had waned. From the divine messages it received, the sage was aware that they were not malevolent beings. When the sage first heard this revelation, it found it utterly astonishing. From the energy they radiated, it sensed an extraordinarily fierce power within them. Could they truly be virtuous? Although the sage was taken aback, it held a firm belief in the words of the divine. Chapter 37. The exchange for celestial beings. The two diminutive figures stirred up colossal waves, causing the sage's delicate whiskers to be pressed tightly against its cheeks. A tempestuous wind swept in, rendering its eyes completely shut. What were these two rascals up to? Instead of practicing in the celestial realm, they had suddenly appeared before it. The sage was utterly perplexed. As the two orbs of white energy drew nearer, just as they were about to reach Calinta, Casso and Osbier abruptly dissipated the energy enveloping them. The sky returned to a tranquil stillness. The sage, witnessing this scene, was astonished as if a thunderclap had erupted above its head. The essence of Casso and his companion vanished in an instant. Had they truly grasped the concept of energy? The cat sage rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the scene once more, seemingly forgetting that energy is invisible. "Hello," Casso greeted as he descended onto Carinta. Observing the bewildered expression on the cat sage's face, he touched his own cheek, wondering why he appeared so peculiar. The cat sage's astonishment was not without reason. In the animated realm, Goku had vanquished the demon king Piccolo, ascending to the heavens to train for 3 years before mastering his energy. Of course, the cat sage was only aware of Goku's training in energy. Any subsequent training remained unknown to him. Now, witnessing two young children achieve mastery over energy in less than a month, manipulating it with such finesse, was indeed terrifying. The cat sage extended a tiny paw toward Casso, trembling slightly. "Have you learned to harness energy?" "Indeed, is there a problem?" Casso replied, somewhat perplexed. What could be troubling the cat sage? After all, he had not caused any harm to Earth, so why this expression of shock? Osbiel, wide-eyed, observed the plump feline, finding it rather peculiar. "Casso, is it confused?" she whispered, believing her voice to be barely audible. Little did she know. Cat sage. Casso couldn't help but smile quietly. The little girl remained as adorable as ever. However, he also sensed a hint of surprise in the cat sage's expression. Just moments before, upon his arrival at Carinta, he had deliberately restrained his aura, which likely accounted for the cat sage's astonishment. Throughout the entire anime, no one had grasped the concept of chi with such swiftness. While Casso was still on Yardrat's star mastering instant movement, he felt an innate brilliance, and now on Earth, his progress in learning to harness chi was remarkably rapid. He pondered to himself, could it be attributed to the fusion of two souls? "Casso, what are you thinking?" Osbier asked, noticing his stillness with curiosity. "Nothing," Casso replied, offering a gentle smile to the little girl. In truth, her talent was quite formidable. The time she took to learn instant movement was comparable to Goku's. And under his guidance, she quickly mastered the application of chi. "Do you have something to discuss?" At that moment, the cat sage snapped back to reality. It regarded Casso and the girl with a peculiar gaze, as if perceiving two unusual beings. "I heard you possess a type of bean that, when consumed, allows one to go 10 days without feeling hunger," Casso inquired. "Are you referring to the senzu bean?" The cat sage responded. "Indeed, we have some. But what do you need it for?" "This is meant for martial artists who ascend to Carinta. It is of little use to the two of you." The cat sage scratched its head in confusion. "Of no use?" Casso chuckled softly. Such a miraculous medicinal treasure, each bean was invaluable, and by the later stages, Wukong and his companions would be eager to split a single bean in half for use. How could it dare claim to be ineffective? Casso's lips curled into a slight smile. "If that is the case, then it shall be simple. Might you be so kind as to bestow upon me some celestial beans?" Or I could offer something in exchange. What might that be? The cat sage was yet unaware of the significance of the celestial beings. Yet it had spent centuries cultivating them and was reluctant to part with them for free. However, it was amenable to trading them for something of lesser value. Upon hearing the cat sage's words, Casso smiled faintly, sensing a glimmer of hope. Initially, he proposed that the cat sage gift him the celestial beings, but later suggested a barter, thereby granting the sage the illusion of choice in the matter. He understood that even his seemingly useless possessions should not be given away freely. Indeed, the cat sage's response did not disappoint him. How about exchanging fish for a celestial being? Fish? The cat sage paused for a moment. Then its eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. However, after realizing its own exuberance, the cat sage feigned composure and proposed, how about 20 fish for one celestial being? Seeing Casso's lack of response, the cat sage wondered if its demands were too excessive. After a moment's reflection, it acknowledged that its request might indeed be unreasonable. Clearing its throat, it suggested, if you find that too steep, I could settle for 10 fish in exchange for one celestial being. You must understand that the power of a celestial being is remarkable, as consuming just one can stave off hunger for 10 days. No, let it be 20 fish for a single celestial being. Casso wore an expressionless face, yet his heart soared with joy. It was not merely a matter of exchanging 20 fish for a single magic being. He would willingly offer even 20,000 fish for one. Shall buyer, please wait for me here. I shall return shortly. With that, Casso abruptly vanished from sight. Before long, he reappeared in his original spot. During his brief absence, Casso had ventured into the city, where he borrowed dozens of capsules from a large, multipurpose capsule shop. He then traveled to the Pacific, plunging into the depths of the sea to engage in a fervent fishing spree, only ceasing once the capsules were filled to capacity with fish. On the hill of Calinta, Osbier gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Casso. She scratched her head, wondering how her brother had arrived so swiftly in less than 10 minutes. Take a look at the fish here, she remarked. Casso pressed the button on the capsule, and a large box materialized from thin air on the ground. He gestured towards the box and remarked, I possess dozens of such boxes. With a swift pull of his hands, Casso swung open the box's door, and a cascade of fish tumbled forth. Fish indeed. The feline sage gasped, its breath catching in its throat. It had never encountered such a bounty. The last time it savored fish was a century ago, and the taste had nearly faded from memory. Surely, this multitude of fish could sustain it for an extended period. The mere thought sent the sage's heart racing. Take all the celestial beings you desire. Estimating the contents of the box, the sage concluded there were no fewer than 50,000 fish, and Casso possessed dozens of such boxes. It was nearly beside itself with joy. What a benevolent soul. Casso had never anticipated that he was still a good person. Upon witnessing the cat immortal reclining atop a pile of fish, he chuckled softly and proceeded to the spot it had just indicated. There lay 3 wooden tubs upon the ground, each covered with a wooden lid. As he lifted the lid, he discovered them filled to the brim with celestial beings. Casso felt his breath catch in his throat. His reaction mirrored that of the cat immortal moments before, overwhelmed with exhilaration. So many. So very many. Casso was nearly driven to madness. 3 wooden vats were filled with celestial beings, which must number in the tens of thousands. In his hand, he held a capsule borrowed from the Universal Capsule Shop. Just as he was about to take them all, Casso paused. Lost in thought, he decided to pour only 2/3 from the last vat. There should still be several thousand celestial beings remaining. Chapter 38. Encountering Wukong, leave them a few. Casso initially intended to pack all the magic beans for himself, reasoning that leaving them behind would only allow a Chirolobe to consume them. However, upon reflection, he realized that taking them all would leave Goku and his companions in a predicament. After all, Goku is his most cherished protagonist. Cat Sage, surely you are aware of the miraculous properties of the magic beans. They possess the extraordinary ability to restore individuals from severe injuries in the blink of an eye. Casso felt compelled to discuss the significance of the magical beans with the Cat Sage, unable to bear the sight of a later Goku, who appeared desperate enough to split a single bean in half. Without awaiting a response from the Cat Sage, Casso took Osbier's small hand and soared into the sky. What on earth is happening? The Cat Sage pondered as it observed their departing figures, somewhat bewildered. After all, it cultivated the magical beans. Could it be unaware of their effects? What a peculiar individual! The Cat Sage murmured to itself. After a while, it settled atop a pile of fish, descending into contemplation. It seemed to grasp the essence of Casso's words. Having spent its entire existence on Korin Tower, the Cat Sage could only glean knowledge of the lower realms through 3 water tanks. Over the years, few distinguished martial artists had ascended to Korin Tower from Earth. Thus, the magical beans had rarely been utilized, and once cultivated, the cat sage had merely regarded them as sustenance pills, forgetting their true potential. In light of this, the magical beans truly are remarkable. The cat sage recalled the commotion caused by Casso and Osbier upon their arrival on Earth, wondering if every extraterrestrial was equally formidable. What if Earth were invaded? What would become of it without the magical beans? The more it contemplated, the more it sensed a troubling reality. It seemed prudent to confer with the supreme deity regarding this matter. Gazing at the mountain of fish, a pained expression crossed its face as it muttered a curse under its breath. What a waste. Suddenly, two beams of light streaked across the sky. Casso and Osbier soared forward side by side, entirely oblivious to the reaction of the cat fairy behind them. Casso, where are we headed now? Osbier inquired curiously. Flying alongside Casso. You will find out soon enough. Casso soared into the distance, heading towards a vast expanse of forest. As she glided over the dense woodlands, surrounded by undulating peaks, the majestic mountains encircled her, and occasionally, she caught sight of some formidable wild beasts. Soon, a narrow path emerged within the thicket, its edges meticulously cleared of weeds, indicating that it was frequently traversed by passers-by. Following the path, a mountain peak resembling a bun came into view. Brother Casso, that hill looks just like a bun, exclaimed Osbier, her thoughts drifting towards delectable treats, nearly causing her to drool. This quaint hill is known as Bun Mountain. Casso smiled, surprised that little Bio had memorized the appearance of the bun after having tasted it once at the Tai's residence. The Bun Mountain, where Wukong and his grandfather's son Wufan resided, later became the same abode for Wukong and Chi-Chi after their marriage. At this moment, Casso pondered whether Wukong had nearly descended to Earth. As he flew, he soon spotted a house in the distance. Casso distinctly recalled that Wukong's home possessed a Dragon Ball. He intended to retrieve the Dragon Ball to request Dr. Briefs to create a Dragon Ball radar. Before Casso arrived on Earth, he had contemplated that even if Dr. Briefs assisted him in constructing a gravity chamber, it would likely suffice to create only one. However, one chamber would hardly be adequate for the utilization of over 100 scions. Thus, he conceived the ingenious idea of employing the Dragon Balls to wish for the replication of more than 100 gravity chambers. Pleased with his own brilliance, Casso reveled in his cleverness. Yet, one might ponder why he did not simply request the dragon to directly produce over 100 gravity chambers. Why necessitate Dr. Briefs to first create a single chamber? Was this not a redundant endeavor? It remains uncertain whether Casso contemplated this aspect. Casso, there is no one here. As Osbier descended from the sky alongside Casso and entered the house, they discovered it was completely devoid of inhabitants. Presumably, everyone had gone out. Casso wandered about, observing the unremarkable surroundings, noting the absence of anything particularly special. It was astonishing that Goku, having grown up in such an ordinary place, had become so formidable. In truth, Casso recognized that Goku's exceptional prowess was largely attributed to his pure-hearted innocence and unwavering dedication to martial arts. Ah, Casso smiled, exclaiming, I found it. In a corner, he picked up a Dragon Ball, within which 4 stars were embedded. No matter from which angle one viewed it, the shape and arrangement of the stars remained unchanged. How enchanting. Casso sighed and turned to Osbier, saying, Little Beal, let us depart. Have you found what we seek? Indeed, came the reply. Casso borrowed Wukong's Dragon Ball for a brief moment, intending to fulfill his wish before returning it to Wukong once it had reverted to its original form. Ascending into the sky, he gazed at the distant sunset, where the orange glow bathed the clouds, transforming them into a stunning shade of tangerine, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Casso examined the Dragon Ball in his hand when he suddenly noticed an elderly man in the mountains who had a newborn infant nestled in his back pocket. Kakarot? Casso raised an eyebrow, then descended with Osbier. In the midst of the mountains, son Wukong seemed to be searching for something in the surroundings. Suddenly, he appeared to sense something and looked up. The technique of flying. Son Wukong's eyes widened as he gazed at the two children. It was indeed the legendary art of flight. He had previously learned from his master, the Turtle Sage, that there existed a wondrous technique allowing one to soar through the skies. He recalled asking, Master, can you perform it? The only response had been the Turtle Sage's dismissive eye roll. Seeing his master's silence led him to believe that the master, too, could not execute it. In truth, given the Turtle Sage's prowess, mastering the art of flight would have been quite simple. However, as it belonged to the Crane School, he deemed it beneath him to utilize. Now, Witnessing that two children could indeed perform this remarkable technique left son Wukong utterly astonished. "Hello, old man," Casso greeted as he and Osbier landed. Son Wukong opened his mouth, replying, "Hello to you as well." Upon encountering these two children, he sensed an aura that seemed no different from an ordinary person. Had he not just witnessed them descending from the heavens, he would have assumed they were merely two lost little ones. When had such masters appeared on Earth? Casso lifted his gaze towards the small basket behind Son Gohan and beheld a cherubic infant nestled within, a plump little figure sitting quietly, with a fluffy tail dangling from the edge of the basket. However, Casso noticed a strip of cloth wrapped around Goku's head. Was he injured? He recalled how Goku, in his youth, had tumbled from a cliff and struck his head, which had subsequently altered his temperament drastically, leading him to forget even his own identity. Witnessing this scene, Casso couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed the narrative was about to unfold. Son Gohan, somewhat perplexed, pondered the intentions of this child who remained silent. As he scrutinized the two youngsters, he discovered that the other child also possessed a tail at their waist, just like his grandson. Chapter 39. The gravity chamber is complete. Eagerly, Son Gohan inquired, "Are you Goku's family?" Immediately, he smacked his forehead, realizing that he had named Goku, and they might not even know who he was. Son Gohan continued, "Goku is the infant behind me." It was no wonder he felt anxious while training in the mountains. He had unexpectedly witnessed a spherical object plummeting from the sky, only to discover that it contained an infant. Now, observing the tail on the other child, it seemed likely that these two little ones were indeed Goku's kin. If they were Goku's family, returning them would be the most prudent choice. Yet, upon this realization, Son Gohan felt a twinge of reluctance. Despite Goku's initial temperamental outbursts, he had since become quite obedient after the incident. And who could possibly harbor disdain for such an adorable little creature? Osbier hovered behind Son Gohan, gazing at the infant in the basket. "Is this Kakarot?" she mused. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, she had heard Aunt Gina speak of Kakarot, and now, seeing this little one, she found him to be rather endearing, especially with that hair, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Bardock's. Casso smiled and said, "We are also considered family to Goku. However, a certain matter has arisen in his household. So I must trouble you, dear elder, to take care of him." Huh. Son Gohan was taken aback, realizing that they were indeed Goku's family. What unfortunate event had transpired in Goku's home? Upon hearing Casso's words, Son Gohan speculated that perhaps Goku's family had been pursued by enemies, prompting his parents to send him away. Poor child. Yet, this might be for the best, as he would no longer have to worry about such an adorable little one being taken away. At this moment, Casso remained unaware that within Son Gohan's mind, a grand narrative of vengeance against adversaries had already taken shape. He only understood that Goku's remarkable achievements were not solely attributed to the aura of a protagonist, but were also profoundly influenced by the martial arts traditions of Earth. From a young age, Goku had undergone rigorous training under Son Gohan, subsequently following the teachings of Master Roshi and ultimately ascending to the heavens. This series of disciplined practices laid a robust foundation for his future ascension to the pinnacle of martial arts. Therefore, allowing Goku to remain on Earth was indeed the wisest choice. Casso glanced once more at the aged Son Gohan, who wore a black hat atop his head and sported two wisps of white beard. His figure was slightly hunched, exuding a gentle and benevolent demeanor. Would such an elderly man ultimately meet his demise at the feet of Goku? However, Casso had no intention of revealing the fact that scions would transform into colossal apes upon witnessing a full moon. Life often presents us with numerous inevitabilities, and some matters are best left to unfold naturally. He sighed, reflecting that after the old man's passing, he might find his true love in the afterlife, rendering the conclusion somewhat perfect. "Grandpa, this orb belongs to you, does it not? I shall borrow it for a while and return it to Goku later," Casso declared. Producing the Dragon Ball, Casso mentioned returning the item to Wukong, not to himself, leaving one to wonder if Son Gohan comprehended the sentiment. Failing to grasp Casso's intent, Son Gohan stroked his chin and remarked, "Oh, how did this orb come to be in your possession? I discovered this exquisite gem many years ago and decided to keep it. If it serves you well, you may take it." "Thank you, esteemed elder. We shall take our leave now. Farewell." With that, Casso shook his head and departed alongside Osbier. Observing their retreating figures, Son Gohan marveled at their prowess before resuming his search for herbs, as he still needed to tend to Wukong's wounds. "Brother Casso, that is indeed Kakarot. He bears a striking resemblance to Uncle Bardock," Osbier exclaimed, clinging to Casso's back, Her small face nestled against his neck. The warmth of her breath tickled his skin, prompting Casso to draw her closer, cradling her against his chest. Wukong's likeness to Bardock was undeniable. Moreover, even Goten resembled them both remarkably. However, it was perplexing how he had grown to appear so different. Amused by this thought, Casso chuckled quietly. Perhaps it was the doing of Akira Toriyama. He planted a tender kiss on Osbier's cheek and declared, "Come, let us indulge in some delicious food." Yea. Upon hearing of the delightful treat, Osbier clenched her tiny fists, her eyes sparkling with excitement like a playful kitten. Casso soared through the heavens, cradling Osbier in his arms. After a month of rigorous training in the celestial realm, a moment of reprieve was essential. Otherwise, the thrill of instantaneous teleportation to Tai Si's abode would be utterly lackluster. In the capital city, the residences were opulent and magnificent. Within one grand courtyard stood an inverted, bowl-shaped structure, surrounded by numerous designated areas. In the research zone, Dr. Briefs, clad in a pristine white lab coat and wielding an array of incomprehensible instruments, scrutinized a sleek black metallic edifice before him. At last, it was nearly complete. After a month of arduous work, Dr. Briefs had finally succeeded in constructing the gravity chamber. Indeed, the materials required were quite extensive, particularly the rare metals. Fortunately, he had a modest stockpile at home. However, should Casso wish to create a second gravity chamber, it would likely be an insurmountable challenge. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, drawing his attention. To his delight, it was his daughter, ushering Casso and his companions into the premises. They had arrived rather swiftly, just as he completed his task. A smile graced Dr. Brief's face. "Dad, Casso and the others are here," Tai Si announced as she approached, accompanied by Casso. Following closely was a curious little girl, her eyes wide with intrigue as she observed the two. How did they manage to do that? Bulma murmured to herself. "You've arrived at the perfect moment. Just as the gravity chamber is finished." Dr. Briefs gestured aside, inviting them to behold his creation. As Casso gazed ahead, a black metallic structure came into view, resembling a fortress in its entirety. The gravity chamber, approximately 40 square meters in size, was encased by metallic walls, with 4 sturdy columns embedded within, seemingly designed to stabilize the operation of the gravity chamber. The entire gravity chamber emanated a lustrous, obsidian sheen under the illumination of the lights. "Is this truly the gravity chamber?" Casso approached the gravity chamber with measured steps, gently placing his hand upon it. Dr. Brief smiled and remarked, "I have fulfilled all the requests you mentioned." Previously, Casso suggested that the gravity chamber's speed adjustment should ideally be controlled by voice commands, and it would be even better if temperature regulation could be incorporated. In Dr. Brief's perspective, these requests were mere trifles. His primary focus was to design an exceptional music system, which consumed a significant amount of his time. He could not bear the thought of a flawless creation lacking a functional music system. So he dedicated himself over the course of a month to devise a music system capable of operating under 100 times the force of gravity. Fortunately, he succeeded in his endeavor and silently commended his own genius. He thought to himself, "These two little ones are sure to appreciate it. Indeed, they will undoubtedly love it." Chapter 40. You are my little apple. The gravity chamber is so expansive. Could it be transformed into a universal capsule? Casso felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the gravity chamber, yet he pondered how such a large facility could be transported. This inquiry was merely a fundamental consideration. So do not worry. At this moment, a glimmer of wisdom flickered in Dr. Brief's eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses. Would you like to experience the effects of the gravity chamber? He was eager to hear Casso's assessment of his newly designed music system. All right. Casso felt a rush of excitement, and didn't he quite notice the look in Brief's eyes? He was well aware of the gravity chamber's purpose. After Vegeta settled on Earth, he spent his days within the gravity chamber, incessantly trailing behind Goku, largely due to the influence of the gravity chamber. Thanks to Dr. Brief's explanations, Casso had gained a certain understanding of the gravity chamber's operations. He slowly opened the door to the gravity chamber, revealing a remarkably simple interior, almost devoid of furnishings. Akin to a typical training room, with the exception of a circular box nestled in the corner, the purpose of which remained a mystery, as Dr. Briefs had not elaborated on it. Never mind that for now. Casso was eager to experience the effects of the gravity chamber, which promised to amplify gravity by 25 times. As Casso softly murmured a few words, the entire gravity chamber sprang into action. It roared like a beast poised to pounce, reverberating with a deep, resonant hum. Suddenly, Casso felt the air grow oppressively dense, as if an overwhelming pressure were being exerted upon his entire body. Fortunately, he had already acclimated to the effects of 25 times the normal gravity during his time in the celestial realm. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have collapsed to the ground. Nonetheless, his limbs still felt somewhat burdensome, and he could sense that both his physique and his internal organs had become exceedingly heavy in that moment. Indeed, everything unfolded just as Casso had anticipated. The weighted attire proved beneficial solely for the body, offering no assistance to the internal organs whatsoever. The gravity chamber was truly formidable. At that moment, a resounding noise erupted from a small box in the corner. Who could it be? Casso was taken aback, having withstood the pressure of 25 times gravity. Yet now he found himself prostrate on the ground, utterly startled. The cacophony of music blared nearby. "You are my little apple, how I love you. It is never too much." That scoundrel Brevis. Upon hearing that tune, he instantly recognized it as the work of Dr. Brevis. Just moments ago, he had sensed something amiss in the doctor's demeanor, and now he was met with this unwelcome surprise. Damn it! Cancel gravity. Casso slowly rose, calling out helplessly. Suddenly, he felt the weight upon him vanish in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of ease. The gravity chamber was indeed remarkable. Within just a short while, Casso noticed a newfound fluidity in his strength. Is the Saiyan physique truly this extraordinary? Casso shook his head. Although he had undergone potential development under the Grand Elder on Namek, he had also spent a month refining his skills in the heavenly realm, undoubtedly enhancing his potential once more. Under this immense pressure, his abilities began to manifest rapidly. He was skeptical that the gravity chamber could indefinitely augment one's strength. If it were truly that effective, Vegeta would have long surpassed Goku. Outside the gravity chamber, Dr. Briefs gazed at the firmly shut door, contemplating that the young lad must be thoroughly enjoying his music system. Casso is about to emerge, Osbier exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the door. Gradually, it creaked open, and Casso stepped out. How was it? My music system is fantastic, isn't it? Dr. Briefs asserted confidently, fully believing in the excellence of his creation. After all, how could a warrior train diligently without the accompaniment of a splendid melody? Noticing Casso's silence, Dr. Briefs felt assured that the young man was undoubtedly pleased. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Dr. Briefs basked in a profound sense of accomplishment. Casso felt as though a tempest raged within him, rendered momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Briefs. Despite his bewilderment at the recent little farce, he remained profoundly appreciative of Dr. Briefs' assistance. After all, his previous contributions to Dr. Briefs had been rather minimal, merely retrieving a few universal capsules, which paled in comparison to the value of the gravity chamber. At that moment, Bulma approached, her small hand resting on Casso's shoulder. Casso, isn't my father's gravity chamber remarkable? Indeed, it is. Casso nodded earnestly. He had felt a noticeable enhancement in his strength after only a brief time inside. Yet, he found himself pondering Bulma's intentions. Since my father has created the gravity chamber for you, how about teaching me to fly? Bulma exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement as she gazed at Casso. She had been utterly astonished to witness him soaring into the sky, having never heard of anyone being able to fly unaided before. Noticing Casso's silence, she wondered what he was contemplating. Was he declining her request? How frustrating. Aside from Casso, it appeared that the slightly older girl, Osbier, could also fly. With this thought in mind, Bulma approached Osbier, affectionately asking, Sister Osbier, would you teach me? She felt compelled to seek Osbier's guidance if Casso remained noncommittal. And Osbier could indeed teach her. She would surely revel in showcasing her newfound ability at school. The mere thought brought her joy. Ties. It was evident to me that my sister's actions conveyed her thoughts quite clearly. Casso did not attend to this matter. He entrusted Dr. Briefs with the task of retracting the gravity chamber into its capsule form. Given the immense size of the gravity chamber, he found it impossible to utilize instant transmission to transport it. Fortunately, the ingenious Dr. Briefs had devised a universal capsule. Once transformed into this versatile capsule shape, it could be effortlessly stowed away in a pocket, allowing for a seamless return to the planet Salad. After a short while, Casso turned around and saw Osbiel and Bulma engrossed in conversation, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Meanwhile, Ties glanced at him, shrugged her shoulders, and appeared somewhat helpless. Casso, here is Osbier. Little sister Biber, would you take me for a flight? Bulma grasped Osbier's small hand and shook it gently. Having often seen people soaring through the skies in movies, She longed to experience the sensation of free flight herself. All right. Osbier pouted and spoke with an air of maturity. Having just made a new friend, she thought it only fitting to take her for a little adventure. Children these days can be quite bothersome. It seems Osbio had forgotten that she, too, was merely a child. Casso and Thais. Witnessing this scene, Casso was somewhat taken aback. What kind of malevolent force had possessed little Bio? However, seeing her puffed cheeks struck him as inexplicably adorable, and he felt as though his heart was melting. In the blink of an eye, the two little children, each around 1 meter tall, suddenly soared into the air, darting out through the grand entrance. Chapter 41. Taking Ties to the Sky Zoo? Dr. Breves, upon seeing his young daughter take flight, felt a twinge of astonishment. It turned out that this little one could fly. In Dr. Breves' mind, he marveled at how impressive the youth of today were. Completely unaware that this was indeed a remarkable event, his reaction was rather peculiar. Typically, one would be utterly astonished to witness someone flying, yet he merely expressed mild surprise, followed by an absence of further reaction. Could it be that the minds of geniuses operate in such an unconventional manner? Subsequently, Dr. Breves moved to another section of the research area to commence a new project. At this point, Casso had already tidied up the gravity chamber, discreetly concealing the capsule in his pocket. Thais, what are you up to? Casso pressed against his pocket, only to realize that Thais was regarding him with a rather peculiar gaze. He touched his youthful face, finding nothing amiss. Could it be that he was simply too handsome? Could you take me for a flight as well? Thais inquired, her face concealed by her hands as she lowered her head. Though she frequently traveled by plane, she had never experienced the unrestrained freedom of soaring like Casso. Watching her younger sibling ascend into the sky filled her with envy. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the shy demeanor she displayed before Casso, she reflected that it was simply a matter of asking him to take her skyward just once. It was hardly a monumental request. Casso paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, no problem. He scrutinized Thais, her lustrous hair flowing gracefully behind her, and her fair complexion seemed to flush with a hint of rosy hue, perhaps due to shyness. Her alluring figure, complemented by her ample and rounded curves, made him involuntarily swallow hard. He had not anticipated that this young woman would be so enchanting. If only she had mentioned it sooner. Even disregarding Dr. Briff's reputation, the sight of her figure would certainly earn her some respect. Casso subtly criticized Thais. The manner in which he shook his head made Thais feel as though Casso were reproaching her for not having spoken up sooner, which felt rather peculiar. However, with the prospect of soaring into the sky, Thais paid little heed to such thoughts. She was overwhelmed with joy, envisioning the exhilarating freedom of flying through the air. Come on. Casso extended his small hand, smiling gently. Having little left to accomplish on Earth, apart from gathering the Dragon Balls, which would require Dr. Briefs to create a dragon radar, he decided to take Thais on a delightful aerial adventure. What should I do? Thais inquired, feeling somewhat anxious. Just moments ago, she had been brimming with excitement, yet now she felt a bit at a loss. Do whatever feels comfortable for you, Casso replied with a smile. As soon as Kazuo finished speaking, Thais clung to him tightly, akin to a koala embracing a tree. Casso felt the softness of the two masses against his back, a sensation that was both pleasurable and slightly nerve-wracking. In his past life, Casso had never been in a romantic relationship and was utterly unfamiliar with the feelings that arose from interacting with a girl. Now, held in the embrace of Thais, he felt a subtle flutter within his heart. He remained utterly still, leaving Thais to wonder if perhaps his lack of movement indicated something amiss. Why aren't you flying? Thais pondered, perplexed. Didn't you say to let comfort guide our actions? What has changed? Casso regained his composure and channeled the energy within him, gradually levitating with Thais on his back. Suspended in midair, Thais, clearly anxious, clung tightly to his neck, a picture of fear as if she might plummet at any moment. Relax, it's all right, Casso reassured her, then gently grasped her fair, delicate thigh with both hands. Hold on a little tighter. I'm afraid. Thais' voice trembled slightly. They soared to the midpoint of the room, hovering 5 or 6 meters above the ground, and the sensation of potentially falling sent waves of terror coursing through her. Casso tightened his grip and declared, "We are ready to depart." Upon finishing his words, the two vanished from sight in an instant. Casso and Thais soared swiftly into the sky. The fierce wind lashed against her face as they ascended to greater heights. Adrenaline surged through her veins, prompting Thais to exclaim, "Ah, Casso, hold on to me." After a moment, laughter erupted from her. "Ha ha ha, this feels so wonderful." With arms outstretched, Thais playfully stirred the clouds as they glided past, effortlessly penetrating their fluffy embrace. She reveled in the intimate contact with the sky, unencumbered and liberated. This, indeed, was the essence of free flight. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety, but with Casso's protective grip, her worries swiftly dissipated. No matter how much she fidgeted, his small hands clung tightly to her legs. Suspended from his tiny frame, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Stealing a glance at Casso, she suddenly noticed how his youthful face bore an unexpected charm. At this realization, her heart fluttered slightly, and a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks. He was still just a child. What was she thinking? Just as Tai Si found herself lost in thought. In the air, Casso executed a grand turn, followed by a swift drift. Ah! The piercing scream of Tai's echoed once more in the atmosphere. Whoosh! Tai's patted the lofty figure before her, back on solid ground. She finally felt a sense of relief. To Tai's, Casso was merely a little rascal, oblivious to the fragility of beauty. And he flew at such a speed that it nearly terrified her. Tai's, are you all right? Casso inquired, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. It was his first time carrying a stunning beauty, and the nerves made him forget to control his speed. I'm fine, Tai's replied with a roll of her eyes, realizing now that he only showed concern after the fact. However, as she regained her composure, she found flying through the skies rather exhilarating and continued to inquire. Will you take me flying again next time? Casso raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Hadn't she just been frightened moments ago? Nevertheless, he nodded slightly. How obedient. Tai Si affectionately ruffled his hair, a cheerful smile gracing her lips. This little fellow often presented himself with an air of maturity. Yet it appeared he possessed a delightful charm as well. At that moment, joyous shouts echoed from above. How delightful. It was Bulma returning. Osbier gently descended from the sky, cradling Bulma in her arms. Once on solid ground, Bulma eagerly rushed to Tai Si's side, chattering animatedly about her recent escapades. Hearing her sister's words, Tai Si rolled her eyes, as if to say that no one had ever experienced the skies before. With that thought, she covertly glanced at Casso, who remained blissfully unaware. Engaged in jovial conversation with Osbier. Bulma, I am famished, Osbier exclaimed, bounding over. She had just overheard Casso mentioning delectable treats, and she had yet to savor anything. Feeling as if she might wither away from hunger. Come, let us indulge in some delightful food. Indeed, without a second thought for Casso, Osbier merrily followed Bulma away. Casso, this girl has become quite independent, hasn't she? She doesn't call him over when there's something delicious to eat. Taze noticed his expression and found it somewhat amusing, so she patted his head and said, Are you feeling hungry too? Casso cast her a disapproving glance. It was quite evident, yet she still inquired. Come, let us also indulge in some delectable fare. Tai pulled Casso along as they hurried away. Upon entering the hall, they found Osbier voraciously devouring meat, while Bulma sat beside her, observing. Casso swiftly joined the ranks of voracious meat-eaters. Casso, dear brother, why have you taken my piece of meat? Osbier exclaimed, feeling vexed as she glared at him. I took yours, just to ensure you wouldn't invite me to share a meal. Casso thought fiercely, yet upon seeing the indignant expression on Xiaobi's face, he felt a twinge of compassion. I'll give it back to you. Casso brother is truly kind, exclaimed Osbier, breaking into a smile once more. Chapter 42. The creation of the Dragon Ball radar. Though this was not the same Earth, the culinary delights here proved equally delectable, as evidenced by the grease smeared across Casso's face from his indulgence. Tai Si rested her delicate chin on her hands, observing Casso with a gentle smile. Though curiosity flickered within her as she glanced at the table strewn with empty plates, how could his seemingly small stomach accommodate such a vast quantity of food? Moreover, it showed no sign of swelling. Burp. Casso set down the plate in his hand, contentedly burped, having feasted to his heart's content. Now, he was ready to attend to more serious matters. Is Dr. Briefs available, Ties? Casso wishes to enlist assistance in the creation of a Dragon Ball radar. However, others have only just completed the construction of a gravity chamber for him, and now he seeks their help once more for the Dragon Ball radar. Casso felt a twinge of embarrassment. Do you have something to attend to? At that moment, Tai Si and Bulma turned their gazes towards Casso, while Osbier continued to engage in the culinary delights before her. I would like to ask Dr. Briefs to assist me in creating a small gadget, Casso said, somewhat sheepishly. What kind of gadget? Tai Si inquired with curiosity. His demeanor suggested that there was something significant at hand. Otherwise, he would not feel so bashful about bringing it up. Nevertheless, what could it possibly be? She felt a spark of intrigue. Beside her, Bulma wore a look of bewilderment as she observed Casso. eager to discern what he was about to reveal. Casso slowly withdrew a Dragon Ball from his pocket and gestured towards it, expressing his desire for Dr. Briefs to assist him in creating a device capable of sensing its location. Bulma felt an uncanny familiarity with the orb, prompting her to accept it from Casso's hands. Upon closer inspection, she was certain she had encountered it before, yet no matter how hard she pondered, the memory eluded her. The device you mentioned. I should be able to construct it without troubling my father, Bulma declared, exasperated, as she raised her hands in surrender, indicating her willingness to take on the task. Bulma, can you truly manage it? Tai's questioned skeptically, aware of her sister's remarkable intelligence and penchant for inventing small gadgets. Nevertheless, considering the significance of the item to Casso, she felt it would be wiser to involve their father. Why can't you trust her? Bulma shot her sister an annoyed glance. Bulma is exceptionally clever. I believe she can accomplish this. At that moment, Casso sided with Bulma, recalling how the tale of the Dragon Balls commenced with Bulma's quest to find them. Back then, she had discovered one in the storage room, and, after extensive research, realized it was part of the legendary 7 Dragon Balls. Thus, Bulma embarked on her adventure, officially launching the saga of the Dragon Balls. Even if Bulma was still young, Casso remained optimistic about her capabilities. With that thought, he gazed at her with hopeful anticipation. At least you can articulate your thoughts. Await my news, the proud Bulma declared, snatching the Dragon Ball before turning away and departing. Her assistance to Casso was ultimately motivated by her desire to learn the techniques that would allow her to soar through the skies. That girl, Tai chuckled, unconcerned. Since both Bulma and Casso were in agreement, it seemed there would be no issues. Half a day passed. Osbier lay on one side, her small hands resting on her belly, displaying a look of sheer bliss. Having never tasted such delectable food, she contemplated remaining on Earth indefinitely. In that moment, the scion's fierce and combative nature faded entirely from Osbier, leaving only her gluttony and languor. That girl. Casso shook his head, a helpless smile gracing his lips. Normally, scions had little regard for food, but after experiencing the culinary delights of Earth, Casso was convinced that such gastronomy would drive them to frenzy. Even formidable beings like Whis and Beerus were not immune to this. Thus, observing Osbier's demeanor, Casso refrained from commenting. How is Bulma faring? Tais inquired as she noticed Bulma emerging from the workshop, immediately rising to her feet. With a face full of anticipation, Casso gazed at her. According to the unfolding narrative of Dragon Ball, it was Bulma who initially crafted the Dragon Radar. However, given her tender age, could she truly accomplish such a feat? A twinge of anxiety crept into his mind. If Bulma failed, they would have to turn to Dr. Briefs for assistance. I did it, Bulma declared with a nod and a smile. When she obtained the orb, a multitude of design ideas danced in her mind. Her first approach was to conduct a wave detection, as she understood that most objects in the world emitted a specific ripple. If the orb were to show no such waves, it would not pose a problem, for she had a subsequent plan in mind. However, upon conducting the detection, she discovered that the orb indeed emitted a remarkably unique wave pattern. The presence of this wave simplified matters considerably, allowing her to swiftly create the Dragon Radar. Such a trivial task could hardly pose a challenge for her. Bulma regarded Casso with an expression that sought recognition, her delicate chin raised slightly, resembling a noble little swan. Observing this scene, Casso chuckled. It was truly impressive that Bulma, at such a young age, displayed such brilliance. She was indeed among the most intellectually gifted individuals in the Dragon Ball universe. Now that I have prepared this for you, will you teach me how to soar through the skies? Bulma asked with a beaming smile directed at Casso. Initially, when she sought Casso's guidance, he remained unresponsive. She turned to ask Osbier for help, but now, seeing the small figure lounging on the sofa, she felt that it would be better to have Casso instruct her. Bulma understood the adage that one feels indebted when relying on others, and at that moment, she knew Casso would find it difficult to refuse her request. With this thought, she began to envision herself soaring through the air. Casso, indeed, the phrase no gift is without ulterior motives holds true. However, considering that Bulma and her family have assisted him so much, imparting the knowledge of energy cultivation to her would be beneficial. This way, when the true saga of the Dragon Balls commences, she would at least possess the ability to protect herself. After all, during this tranquil period, he has little to occupy his time. As for transporting the gravity chamber back to Salada, a little extra time is inconsequential. Thus, I shall remain here for another month to teach you the art of energy cultivation. Casso solemnly stated, however, I must inform you that the cultivation of energy is indeed arduous. Are you certain you wish to pursue it? Bulma nodded vigorously in response. After pleading numerous times, Casso finally consented, and Bulma, fearing he might retract his agreement, nodded even more emphatically. After all, there is no path to cultivation that is devoid of hardship. She had long since prepared herself mentally for the challenge. Observing the exchange between her sister and Casso, Tais found the interaction rather amusing. She was aware that should she express a desire to learn, Casso would undoubtedly oblige her as well. Yet, her interests lay not in cultivation but rather in the art of storytelling. With this thought in mind, she contemplated her own future aspirations. Having struggled to find inspiration for her writing, Tais had spent an extended period at home. It was only a month prior that she had encountered Casso and Osbier, two diminutive yet remarkably powerful youngsters. In the time that had passed, Casso had even taken her soaring through the skies, an experience that was exhilarating and captivating. Tais felt as though she had finally discovered the spark necessary for her novel. Chapter 43. Teaching Bulma. Time flew by, and before they knew it, half a month had elapsed. During this period, Tais had left her home, declaring that she had found her muse and sought a tranquil space to devote herself to her craft. Casso refrained from passing judgment on Tais's ambitions. Everyone harbors dreams. He too had once fantasized about traversing into the world of Dragon Ball, an aspiration that had miraculously come to fruition. However, he was aware that Tais's writings had initially struggled to gain traction until she encountered that fellow, Gak, who inspired her by drawing from tales beyond the cosmos, thereby revitalizing her work. One day, in the courtyard, Casso admonished, "Mind your posture and refrain from fidgeting." He gestured toward Bulma's small backside. There she was, squatting in a horse stance, beads of sweat trickling down her delicate face. Upon hearing Casso's remark, she instinctively raised her rear once more. Casso smirked, finding the physicality of earthlings rather amusing. However, in order to teach Bulma the art of energy cultivation, it was imperative to first enhance her physical condition. Much like Master Roshi did when training Krillin and Goku. Without a robust physique, one cannot sense or store energy. In the Buu saga, Gohan's instruction to Videl followed a similar principle, but due to Videl's early training and the financial backing from Mr. Satan, her body naturally improved, making it easier for her to cultivate energy, especially given her innate talent. Currently, Bulma's circumstances differed greatly from Videl's. She was not only younger, but had also been raised as a pampered princess. The prospect of her cultivating energy was daunting, an uphill battle, to say the least. Fortunately, the existence of the magical beans provided some solace. Casso chuckled. Over the past fortnight, he subjected Bulma to grueling training sessions, rousing her before dawn to perform horse stances for an hour and then engage in weighted runs for another hour. There were moments when he sensed she might collapse. Yet the magical beans revived her vigor with just one bean. Thus, Bulma continued to endure the inhumane trials. As a result, she now felt a twinge of apprehension whenever she saw Casso. Nevertheless, her determination to soar into the skies kept her resolute. At this juncture, giving up was simply not an option. Truth be told, Casso found this transformation astonishing. In his mind, Bulma had always been a sheltered princess, initially seeking the Dragon Balls merely to find a dashing boyfriend. He never anticipated that she would withstand such excruciating torment. "Continue with your stance. I shall return shortly," Casso said nonchalantly, placing his finger on his forehead and vanishing in an instant. Bulma, accustomed to Casso's abrupt disappearances over the past half-month, merely shook her head and resumed her training. At last, he had located the 7th Dragon Ball. Casso discovered it within a castle. A fortnight prior, he had unearthed the first Dragon Ball in Bulma's storage room, and after several excursions, he had successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. As he gazed at the Dragon Ball in his hand, he suddenly heard a commotion from downstairs. "Have the Dragon Balls been hidden well?" "Rest assured, King Pilaf. They are safely concealed in the secret chamber on the 2nd floor." The voices reached Casso's ears, and he chuckled, realizing that this Dragon Ball belonged to Pilaf and his little companions. Casso was aware that these individuals were merely collecting Dragon Balls on behalf of others, functioning as nothing more than diligent laborers. It was only in Dragon Ball GT that they truly made a wish, though that wish, well, it can only be described as disheartening. Paying them no mind, Casso activated his instant transmission and departed from the scene. He returned to the courtyard of Bulma's residence, where Bulma was still gritting her teeth and maintaining a horse stance. This young girl certainly possesses remarkable tenacity. Casso nodded. Bulma's performance indeed astonished him, completely reshaping his perception of this girl. "Bulma, come here." "All right." Bulma sat down, enduring an hour of horse stance, nearly exhausting herself. However, after being subjected to Casso's rigorous training for half a month, she felt significantly stronger. She could now lift the experimental apparatus weighing over 100 pounds with a single hand. It was the visible results that motivated her to persevere. Otherwise, she would have long given up. Are you going to teach me how to fly? Bulma struggled to rise from the ground and approached Casso, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at him. Casso, have you only practiced for a month and already wish to soar? Casso softly remarked. Allow me to first teach you how to sense the energy within your body. In truth, ascending into flight is not a daunting task. It merely requires sufficient energy within oneself. Much like the scions, who initially possess no innate ability to harness energy, they are nonetheless endowed with an immense power that enables them to soar effortlessly. As for the comprehension of energy, that ultimately depends on one's individual fate and potential. After all, it took me an arduous month of rigorous training to attain this understanding. Casso pondered quietly to himself. Subsequently, he instructed Bulma to sit upon the ground, conjuring a sphere of white energy in his hand. As the orb materialized, a fierce gust swept through the courtyard, causing the surrounding trees to rustle and sway violently. Dr. Briefs and his wife, hearing the commotion, hurried over, but upon witnessing Casso instructing Bulma, they promptly withdrew from the courtyard. It was evident that the couple was well aware of Bulma's training. Remember this sensation? Casso hurled the sphere of energy towards Bulma, enveloping her in a flash of light. In truth, Casso was uncertain about how to teach. One must comprehend the essence of energy to soar through the skies, and it requires a substantial reservoir of power within. However, Casso doubted Bulma's capability to achieve such a feat and decided to allow her to merely sense the presence of energy, hoping that one day she might grasp its essence herself. As the sphere approached, Bulma found herself surrounded by the white mist, feeling a warm sensation enveloping her, akin to soaking in a perfectly tempered hot spring during winter. The discomfort from her earlier stance dissipated, leaving her in such comfort that she nearly exclaimed aloud. How delightful! Yet, even amidst her bliss, she did not forget Casso's words. Remember this feeling. Quickly, Bulma composed herself, dedicating her entire being to the sensation of the energy sphere. Casso chose not to disturb her, allowing Bulma the space to come to her own understanding, for this was a journey that no one else could undertake on her behalf. Casting a glance back, Casso then vanished into the courtyard. On the other side of the yard stood a black metallic structure, from which the sounds of intense training could occasionally be heard. Ha! Ha ha! Casso appeared before the gravity chamber and, upon hearing a voice from within, called out, Little B. Let me take you to see something truly fascinating. Chapter 44. The Summoning of the Earth Dragon. Soon, the gravity chamber slowly swung open. Out stepped an enchanting little girl, her face glistening with sweat, a small tail wagging playfully behind her. At that moment, Osbier, having just completed her training, exuded an aura reminiscent of a ferocious giant ape, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation in all who beheld her. It was hard to believe that just half a month prior, she had been nothing more than a carefree little girl who relished in indulgence. Casso, brother, where are we going? She inquired. Just follow me, and you shall find out. Casso chuckled softly, marveling at the remarkable efficacy of the gravity chamber as he retracted it, transforming it into a multifunctional capsule, which he then tucked away in his pocket. Soon, two diminutive figures soared into the sky, traversing the bustling metropolis until they arrived at a desolate expanse. Osbier observed as Casso extracted several orbs from his small backpack. When brought together, these orbs emitted a resonant hum, a truly enchanting phenomenon. Little Beer, you were curious about the appearance of the divine dragon, weren't you? Now, allow me to unveil its splendor to you. Casso shouted towards the 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenron. As his words echoed, the sky abruptly darkened, with ominous clouds gathering, creating an oppressive prelude to a storm. Suddenly, bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking the 7 Dragon Balls with a force reminiscent of apocalyptic thunder. Just when Osbier thought the orbs were doomed, they glowed ever brighter, a resonant hum intensifying around them, causing her ears a momentary discomfort, which she quickly acclimated to. At that instant, a golden beam of light surged skyward, twisting and coiling as it ascended into the clouds. The thick golden light morphed into a colossal dragon head, followed by the emergence of its serpentine body before Osbier's astonished gaze. Casso, brother, what is this? Osbier exclaimed, her eyes wide and her small hand covering her mouth. This is Shenron. She gasped, realizing this was the dragon Casso had previously described, reputed to grant 3 wishes. In her mind, She had always believed that Dragon Balls could fulfill 3 wishes, unaware that the Dragon Balls of Earth were quite different. Soon, the magnificent and elongated form of Shenron fully materialized before their eyes, its presence somewhat subdued against the darkened sky. "State your wishes. I can fulfill any desire," boomed Shenron's raspy, ancient voice, echoing throughout the firmament. At this moment, Osbier was overwhelmed with excitement, finally witnessing the dragon Casso had spoken of, though she couldn't help but think that this dragon was rather unsightly. Casso was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Osbier's mind. Had he known, he too would have remarked upon the ludicrous appearance of the dragon, which paled in comparison to the majestic 5-clawed dragon of his native Earth. He cast forth a universal capsule, and a gravity chamber swiftly materialized in the open space. Casso pointed towards the gravity chamber and exclaimed, "Help me replicate 200 identical gravity chambers on planet Salad." Upon hearing this aspiration, Osbier's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had already experienced the effects of the gravity chamber. And if similar chambers could be prepared for her kin, the strength of the scions would undoubtedly become formidable. However, she felt a tinge of anxiety about whether this wish could truly be fulfilled. The sky grew eerily silent. Suddenly, the dragon spoke. "Your wish is exceedingly simple. It has already been granted. Far away on planet Salad, in the northern region not far from the fields of Sinza beans, 200 gravity chambers materialized out of thin air. This sight startled the passing scions, who hurried back to report to Bardock. The dragon continued, "Until we meet again." With that, the dragon swiftly transformed into a beam of golden light, and the Dragon Balls on the ground soared skyward, dispersing in various directions across the sky. Just then, Casso seized the opportune moment, leaping into the sky just as the Dragon Balls were about to take flight, capturing 2 of them, one from Bulma's home and the other from Gohan. "Brother Casso, our wish has truly been fulfilled. It's simply marvelous," Osbiel exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap with joy. With an abundance of gravity chambers at their disposal, it would be a challenge for the scions to refrain from taking flight. However, wasn't it said that there were 3 wishes? In response to Little Beer's curiosity, Casso took the time to enlighten her on the distinct abilities possessed by different dragons. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Temple, the Supreme Kai and the Cat Sage felt their initial tension dissipate upon hearing Casso's wish. Although they had come to understand that these 2 were not malevolent beings, the act of summoning the dragon still filled them with apprehension. The potential for an evil wish was a daunting prospect. Thankfully, their concerns were alleviated. The Supreme Kai exchanged a glance with the Cat Sage, acknowledging the validity of its earlier statements. The number of exceptional martial artists on Earth had dwindled significantly, leaving only Master Roshi and Master Crane as noteworthy figures, with Gohan also deserving mention. In light of this precarious situation, should Earth fall prey to an extraterrestrial invasion, it would herald an unprecedented calamity. Thus, it became imperative to intervene in the development of martial arts on Earth. Casso was entirely unaware that the celestial being was watching him from the temple. Yet, even if he had known, it would have mattered little, for he posed no threat to Earth, having accomplished his objectives during his visit to this planet. Casso was eager to observe the effects of the gravity chamber on Osbier. "Little Beer, allow me to witness the fruits of your training over the past fortnight. Hee. Just be careful not to make your big brother cry." He chuckled. Such bravado. Casso smiled, amused by the audacity of the younger generation. In an instant, Osbier unleashed a fierce aura, her entire form enveloped in a dazzling white flame. The petite figure soared into the air, with a thunderous crash. It was as if a supersonic aircraft had zipped across the sky, the sound of its breaking the sound barrier echoing with a sharp, piercing bang. Osbier darted through the heavens like lightning, leaving a trail of brilliance in her wake, swiftly closing the distance to Casso. With a swift kick and a barrage of unrelenting punches, her attacks rained down upon Casso. The force of her blows whipped through the air, creating a tempest that struck the ground with such ferocity that the earth shattered, leaving no inch of the surrounding kilometer unscathed. Fortunately, this was a desolate area. Had it occurred in an urban setting, the consequences would have been dire. Impressive, indeed. Casso remained unhurried as he defended against every assault from Osbier. The force of their collisions resonated like meteors striking the earth with tremendous might. Just as Casso's limbs began to tingle, Osbier abruptly vanished from sight. Was it this maneuver once more? Casso swiftly turned around, and sure enough, Osbier charged at him from behind. "How did you know I was behind you, brother Casso?" Although Osbier was speaking to Casso, her assault did not falter. A massive energy wave materialized in her hand, and in the blink of an eye, It came crashing down upon Casso's head. At that moment, Osbier's scion blood surged within her. However, she was acutely aware that this attack would be ineffective against Casso. Indeed, the energy wave struck Casso squarely, yet for reasons unknown, it did not explode, but rather passed through him as if he were a mere illusion. Chapter 45. Bulma gains awareness of Ki at the instant Osbier vanished. Casso sensed a disturbance behind him, reminiscent of Nairu's previous attack. The energy wave hurtled toward Casso's face, but he transformed into a streak of lightning, evading to the other side. His speed was so extraordinary that a residual image lingered at his original position, which Osbier failed to notice. Boom! The energy wave collided with Casso's shadow, striking the ground and resulting in a violent explosion. The earth, recently shattered by Osbier's punch, burst apart as if struck by a nuclear bomb. Smoke billowed and dust swirled around. Don't lose focus. Just as Osbier searched for Casso's whereabouts, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Damn it! Osbier clenched her teeth. By the time she registered the voice, it was already too late to react. Just when she believed defeat was imminent, Casso merely patted her hand and said, "Silly girl, how could your brother bear to hurt you?" Through their recent exchanges, he had gathered a rough estimate of Osbier's strength, which he believed to be around 9,000 in battle power. Half a month prior, when Osbier had removed her weighted clothing in the other world, her battle power was approximately 6,000, but now it had surged directly to 9,000. Truly terrifying. The Scion hierarchy comprises 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower, along with elite warriors. In the Scion subconscious, only elite warriors and a select few upper-tier warriors could achieve battle power exceeding 10,000 upon reaching adulthood. If Osbier were to return to Planet Salad and reveal her current battle power to Bardock and the others, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Moreover, Osbier's rapid increase in strength was largely thanks to the Senza beans. Casso had distributed hundreds of them to her long before. Brother Casso, am I really weak? Osbier curled up, clinging to Casso's chest. In truth, she had trained diligently, often exhausting herself to the brink of collapse in the gravity chamber. Fortunately, Casso's Senza beans had aided her, yet even so, she could not keep pace with Casso's progress. How could that be? I can't even defeat you. Osbia tightened her grip on Casso. Why must you strive to surpass me? I wish to protect Brother Casso, Osbiel exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Long ago, on planet Vegeta, Casso had always shielded Osbiel from the torment of Nappa. She had witnessed his unwavering dedication, and it filled her with a sense of inadequacy, believing she was nothing but a burden to him. Thus, she now trained fervently, striving to catch up to Casso. Yet, with each passing day of training, she found herself increasingly confounded by his inscrutable strength. Even when employing her newly acquired sensing techniques, she could not discern the depth of Casso's power. With me protecting you, it is sufficient, Casso replied with a gentle smile. Observing Osbiel's silence, he pondered whether she had truly absorbed his words. The two gradually made their way back to Bulma's residence. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, the deities gazed down upon the world below, where the ground, struck by shockwaves, resembled the aftermath of a cataclysmic war, utterly ravaged. Vast craters loomed like dark abysses, rendering the depths invisible. In this tranquil moment, the heavenly domain was eerily silent, with the two beings seemingly able to hear each other's heartbeats, stunned into silence by the devastation. As another fortnight passed, within the yard of Bulma's home, she sat upon a small blanket with her eyes closed. As time progressed, she became aware of a faint warmth coursing through her limbs, enveloping her heart, bringing a soothing sensation wherever it flowed. Bulma opened her eyes only to find Casso gazing intently at her. Bulma began, but Casso interjected with urgency. Do you feel a warm sensation within you? How did you know? Bulma inquired, curiosity piqued. Initially, she intended to ask Casso about his observations, only to find him directly questioning her. There's something there, Casso remarked in astonishment, having sensed a faint energy within Bulma, as minuscule as a single hair. What does that mean? Bulma queried, perplexed by Casso's words. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she excitedly asked, Can I fly now? Do you think it's that simple? Bulma retorted. Carsuo's words led Bulma to believe that she could soar through the skies. Ultimately, however, Casso gazed at Bulma with exasperation, truly believing that an ordinary Earthling could fly at will? Throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball series, only a handful of Earthlings possess the ability to soar through the skies, and each of them has undergone rigorous training from a young age, coupled with exceptional innate talent. However, The faint trace of energy within Bulma did indeed leave Casso momentarily speechless, astonished to discover that she possessed some semblance of talent. Yet, the prospect of her flying remained a distant dream. Firstly, Bulma needed to persist in her training to cultivate her energy, enhancing its density. Secondly, she must elevate her combat power to a minimum of 80 points. In Cass's estimation, a combat power of 80 should be sufficient to enable Bulma to take flight. Albeit barely. Humph. Bulma rolled her eyes at Casso. Was it truly necessary to be so astonished if she still could not fly? Given Casso's earlier tone, one might easily assume that Bulma was indeed capable of flight. The two fell silent again, enveloped by the tranquility of the yard. Casso suddenly spoke. Since you have already cultivated a sense of energy, continue on this path of training. One day, you shall soar to the heavens. Bulma turned her gaze towards him, pondering his meaning. Was he preparing to depart? I am ready to leave this place now. From henceforth, you shall train alone. Moreover, without my presence, do not rush your cultivation. Certainly, do not attempt to train as I previously instructed, for you do not possess the miraculous beans. Casso expressed his concerns, fearing that Bulma might recklessly act alone. If one were to train without the protection of the Senzu beans, it would indeed be a perilous endeavor. However, even without Casso's warnings, Bulma was aware of these dangers. Despite her youthful appearance, she possessed an intellect that rivaled the highest echelons of the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, when she heard Casso's words, she merely curled her lip in disdain. She was not foolish. I'm leaving, she declared, and without a backward glance, Casso vanished from sight. Bulma gazed at the empty courtyard, feeling a pang of discomfort. Throughout the past month, Casso had adopted a frigid demeanor while training her, yet afterward, he always trailed behind her, claiming to admire the surrounding scenery. It was clear he was concerned for her safety. Reflecting on this, Bulma muttered to herself, perhaps he isn't so intolerable after all. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a small pouch on the table. She approached and opened it, only to discover 10 Senzu beans within. What a contradictory fellow, she remarked, though soon a smile crept across her lips. Having spent 2 months on Earth, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Not only had she mastered the intricate application of ki, but she had also prepared 200 gravity chambers for the scions. Ultimately, she returned the 2 petrified Dragon Balls to their rightful place. With her tasks complete, Casso glanced back at Earth before vanishing into the cosmos alongside Osbier. On the planet Salad, 1 month prior, 200 black structures had inexplicably materialized. Bardock was baffled by their purpose. However, recalling that Casso had been away for 2 months, he began to wonder if the boy was responsible for their appearance. Chapter 46. Returned to Salad at that moment, 2 small figures appeared against the azure sky. Lord Casso. It's Lord Casso returning. The scions training below exclaimed in unison. The scion race was one of pride. They could hardly tolerate a weakling loitering above them. Yet, Casso had demonstrated extraordinary abilities while rescuing the scions, even defeating Bardock in single combat, establishing himself as the strongest among them. It was in their nature to submit to the powerful. Thus, at some point, the title of Lord Casso began to circulate among the scion community. When they called out this name, they felt no sense of wrongdoing. It was genuine admiration from the heart. Outside the wooden cabin, a cacophony of voices erupted. Bardock paused, contemplating how to deal with the black structures. Uncertain of their origin, he knew that if they belonged to an enemy, he would need to destroy them immediately. Yet, considering that Casso had been gone for a month, what if these were his creations? That would spell disaster. Do not forget, if Casso can enable the scions to survive in the cosmos, what is beyond his capabilities? Stepping outside, I beheld 2 figures in the sky. It was none other than Casso. Casso, did you bring back those ominous structures from planet Chelada? Bardock yearned to ascertain whether he was indeed the one responsible for their return. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the atmosphere became charged with excitement. A fortnight ago, these dark edifices had materialized unexpectedly, startling me profoundly. Indeed, I had initially thought that Frieza had pursued us. The scions engaged in animated discourse, and upon hearing Bardock's query, they began to realize that this might once again be Casso's doing. Prior to this, Casso had accomplished many extraordinary feats. What, then, could be the purpose of these enigmatic structures? Casso gradually descended from the heavens. Upon observing the gathering of people, he candidly revealed the function of the gravity chamber. This is a gravity chamber, capable of adjusting the gravitational multiplier. It serves as the finest training apparatus for our scion warriors. Casso, disregarding the expressions of those around him, cast a glance at Osbier. Little Osbier, showcase your current prowess to everyone. With a nod, Osbier obediently made her way to a vacant space, distanced from the scion dwellings. Upon hearing Casso's words and witnessing Osbier's actions, all the scions present held their breath, their gazes fixated with tension on her forthcoming display. Casso's series of actions made Bardock and Garrus acutely aware that something extraordinary was about to unfold. They widened their eyes, fixated on Osbier, fearful of missing even a single captivating moment. Osbier comprehended Casso's intention. He merely wished to demonstrate the effects of the gravity chamber to his kin. Clenching her tiny fists against her waist, she allowed her bangs to dance in the air. Suddenly, an astonishing aura radiated from Osbier, as if a colossal weight bore down upon her, swiftly creating a pressure field around her. With a series of resounding thuds, Osbier gradually unleashed the power within her, causing the pressure to mount, and fissures began to appear in the rock beneath her feet. The wind surged and the leaves rustled violently. How formidable! How could this be? Even Lady Osbio is this powerful. Under this overwhelming presence, the scions instinctively addressed Osbio as Lady without a hint of resistance. Bardock stared intently at Osbier, sensing that the power within her was far greater than what had been revealed. Indeed, with a fierce roar, Osbier's might expanded dramatically as her battle power of 9,000 erupted forth. The earth trembled and the heavens quaked, her formidable essence enveloping the entire vicinity. The rocks beneath her could no longer withstand the force and shattered, their cracks intertwining across the area. Wild energy surged forth, the gale howled, and in that moment, the scions were pushed back by the oncoming wave of energy. Only Casso and Bardock remained unmoved, while Garrus and Chris struggled to brace themselves. Little Osbier, Bardock swallowed hard, wishing to articulate something, yet at a loss for words. Little Osbier, please restrain yourself. Casso chuckled. Upon hearing Casso's words, Osbier nodded vigorously and swiftly retracted her exposed power. As the tempest of her energy subsided, the surroundings rapidly returned to tranquility. Yet, the scene of devastation left the scions in a state of prolonged astonishment. This is the effect of training in the gravity chamber, Casso remarked, observing the lingering daze among the group. These gravity chambers can elevate from 1 times gravity to 100 times gravity. As Casso continued speaking, the scions gradually regained their composure. Casso proceeded to elucidate the effects and considerations regarding the gravity chamber. Indeed, the gravity chamber possesses formidable capabilities, enabling individuals to unlock their physical potential within a remarkably short period. Particularly for those who have never utilized a gravity chamber before, their initial experience often yields astonishing enhancements. However, it is imperative to understand that progress in the gravity chamber cannot be achieved instantaneously. One must not attempt to amplify their speed excessively in a single session, as this could lead to internal injuries. Such injuries are no trifling matter. Even for scions, known for their robust constitution, negligence could result in dire consequences, potentially even death. Nevertheless, scions have been accustomed to the tenfold gravity of planet Vegeta from a young age, granting them a higher starting point, enabling them to commence their training directly under tenfold gravity. Casso, is the gravity chamber truly that remarkable? Bardock inquired, gripping Casso's shoulder. Upon hearing about the gravity chamber's capabilities, Bardock found it hard to believe. However, the exaggerated imagery of Osbier remained vivid in his mind, prompting him to seek further confirmation. Indeed, Casso glanced at everyone and then nodded. Indeed, this is the truth. Ha! The scions present leaped with excitement. Although 2 months had passed, the image of planet Vegeta's explosion remained etched in their hearts, and they dreamed of avenging against Frieza. With the presence of these gravity chambers, they felt as though a glimmer of hope for vengeance was within their reach. Uncle Bardock, these gravity chambers can transform into something extraordinary. Casso demonstrated the method of opening and retrieving the versatile capsule. Such a wondrous object exists? Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. Having never encountered anything so extraordinary, Bardock was utterly amazed that it could transform into a diminutive capsule shape, leaving him both bewildered and enchanted. Casso suppressed a smirk as he observed Bardock's expression over the past half-day. He resembled a country bumpkin, utterly bewildered. However, it was quite understandable that a scion would be unfamiliar with such contraptions, for they had only recently been developed by Dr. Briefs and were exclusively circulated on Earth. Uncle Bardock, I shall leave the gravity chambers in your capable hands, as I have pressing matters to attend to, Casso solemnly declared. Chapter 47. Cultivating the Senzu Beans. Bardock nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, upon encountering the 200 black chambers, he had been taken aback, bewildered by the inexplicable appearance of so many dark structures. The sinister array of black chambers clustered together gave off a somewhat eerie ambience even in daylight, leading him to wonder if they were mere resting places for the deceased. However, it soon became evident that they were treasures. Bardock resolved to spend his days within the chambers, nay, within the gravity room. In the northern region of Salado Planet, surrounded by lush, verdant woods, there lay a conspicuous expanse of open land that seemed out of place, as if it had forcibly claimed a portion of the original forest. At the center of this clearing stood over 200 gravity chambers, dark and imposing, reminiscent of the Qing dynasty. It certainly exuded an air of grandeur. Not far away, there was a patch of special land approximately 40 square meters in size. Bardock brought Garrus to this location. "Captain, do you truly believe that little Burr can reach such heights through this device?" Garrus scratched his head in contemplation. "Presumably," Bardock replied. To be honest, he was still in a state of shock. Even if Osbier was a high-ranking warrior, such accomplishments in his youth seemed implausible. It must be the influence of the gravity chamber. Then a thought struck him. If he were to utilize the gravity room, would the results be equally remarkable? That would indeed lead to our prosperity. "Silence. Why shout so loudly? Have you never seen such things before?" Bardock reprimanded, exasperated by Garrus's ignorance. If others were to learn that such naivety belonged to a member of his squad, he would be utterly embarrassed. After Bardock departed, Garrus, emboldened by mischief, raised a middle finger in his direction. "Just moments ago, you were gaping at little Burr in awe," he muttered to himself, though he dared not voice it aloud for fear of retribution. He quickly followed in Bardock's footsteps. "You go left and, following Casso's earlier instructions, gather all the gravity chambers," Bardock commanded decisively, pointing to the left before proceeding to the right. Together, they began to collect the gravity chambers. After several minutes, the ground was heaped with a substantial pile of capsules, prompting onlookers to wonder if the duo was afflicted by some uncurable ailment, necessitating such an enormous quantity of medicine, and of such large size. Soon, only a few dozen gravity chambers remained on the ground. Bardock and Garrus, standing back to back against those capsules, converged from opposite sides to gather the gravity chambers. As for the remaining capsules, it appeared they were indifferent. However, if anyone thought so, they were gravely mistaken. These 200 gravity chambers were the very foundation of the science resurgence. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on them, Bardock and Garrus would ensure that individual regretted their very existence. Finally, they had completed their task. Bardock and Garrus exhaled in relief. And now all that remained was to distribute them among their kin. The scions, renowned as a warrior race, yearned for combat and strength. These gravity chambers were perfectly tailored for them. Thus, there was no need to worry about the scions disliking these gravity chambers. "Captain, remember to save one for me," Garrus implored, gazing longingly at the pile of capsules. Having witnessed Osbier's prowess, he too desired a gravity chamber. "There's no need to fret. There are 200 chambers. Enough for everyone," Bardock reassured him. "Ah, right." Garrus sheepishly scratched his head. To Bardock, this fellow was nothing short of amusing. "Let us go." Bardock and Garrus took the capsules and soared into the sky. As the two departed, a small figure suddenly appeared in the vacant space. Casso glanced at the retreating figures of Bardock and Garrus, having overheard their entire conversation moments ago. He smiled to himself, acknowledging that Garrus was indeed rather simple-minded. Then, he turned back. Casso approached the edge of the obsidian land, scrutinizing it closely. The soil, contrary to its appearance, was not truly black. Its authentic hue was a rich brown. The accumulation of earth had merely created this visual illusion. He reached down to touch the soil, noting its slight dampness. Raising his gaze to the sky, he marveled at how, despite the sweltering heat, the ground remained surprisingly moist. Moreover, a subtle mist seemed to emanate from the land, imparting an extraordinary aura. When Kakarot made his wish on Namek, the third wish took an unexpected turn, and subsequently, he used the dragon's third wish to create this land. However, the land appeared somewhat diminutive, measuring only about 40 square units. Casso recalled that the cultivation of the mystical beans seemed to require divine water for irrigation. He pondered whether the land created by the dragon would be capable of yielding such beans. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. If he were to plant the mystical beans, the results would soon reveal themselves. With this thought in mind, Casso resolved to take action. He carefully planted a single mystical bean in the soil, being mindful not to sow too many to avoid waste. After planting the bean, he quietly squatted beside it. Time passed, and soon it was noon, with the blazing sun at its zenith. Casso remained still, initially filled with anticipation at the prospect of cultivating the mystical beings. If they truly flourished, the resurgence of the scions would be unstoppable. However, as time passed and the heat intensified, Casso wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as though he were on the verge of being scorched to a husk. Yet, the earth showed no signs of life. Surely, this dragon was a deceiver. Blast it all! Casso muttered a curse under his breath, so infuriated that he felt compelled to stomp his feet upon the ground. Yet, recalling the precious celestial being buried within, he refrained from such wastefulness. Just as he contemplated unearthing the celestial being, an unexpected sight caught his attention. The brown clump of soil, for reasons unknown, suddenly shifted, causing fine particles of earth to cascade down its sides, and soon a hint of green flickered before his eyes. Could it be? Had the planting been successful? Ha! Casso threw his head back in laughter. Initially, he had approached the wish he made to the dragon with a spirit of mere experimentation, although the dragon had granted his desire. He remained uncertain about the viability of growing the celestial beings. To his astonishment, this patch of land truly harbored the potential for cultivation. Gazing at the burgeoning green, Casso's mind raced with possibilities, pondering how many celestial beings a single seed might yield. If it were merely a one-to-one exchange, this land would serve little purpose. However, should it yield 2 or even 3 in return, he would not suffer a loss, rendering celestial beings no longer a scarce commodity. He resolved to observe the situation as the celestial beings matured, but during their growth phase, he must ensure that no wild beasts could wreak havoc upon them. Perhaps he could enlist the scions to guard the area. Casso had already devised a plan, then turned and left, preparing to recount these matters to Bedak. Next, he awaited the harvest of the magical beans, hoping it would not be a mere one-for-one exchange. Shortly after Casso departed, the patches of greenery seemed to have grown taller. Moreover, a sound resonated beneath the entire expanse of land, as if the whispers of an underground river flowed through. However, the already departed Casso remained oblivious to this phenomenon. Chapter 48. The maturity of the magical beings. Upon returning to his residence, Casso sought out Bardock that very night to recount the events of that midday. Initially, Casso anticipated skepticism from Bardock regarding the existence of such miraculous beings. To his surprise, Bardock exhibited no reaction at all, merely nodding repeatedly to indicate his understanding of Casso's plan, assuring him that he would arrange for personnel to safeguard that land. In Bardock's perspective, if Casso could enable the scions to thrive in the cosmos, what could possibly be more extraordinary? After all, they were merely a few beings capable of instantaneously healing all wounds. It was as if he had never encountered the wonders of the world. Bardock cast a disapproving glance at Casso. With the affairs of his kin in order, he resolved to commence his training the following day, reminding Casso to ensure the protection of the sacred bean sprouts. Without a backward glance, Casso departed. Observing Casso's retreating figure, Bardock pondered, arms crossed and chin propped thoughtfully. What if this young man were to lead the scions? Given Casso's renown among his people, it seemed unlikely that anyone would oppose him. Yet Bardock shook his head. Casso was still too young, perhaps with a bit more maturity. In the valley, wooden houses surrounded the area, with a small river meandering in front. Sunlight shimmered upon the water surface, creating a tranquil and enchanting atmosphere. Not far along the riverbank stood a darkened dwelling, where the sound of punches slicing through the air could occasionally be heard. 9998, 9999, 10,000. Heavy gasps echoed from within a gravity chamber. A small figure was tirelessly throwing punches, each movement generating a fierce gust of wind. Sweat drenched his body, alternating between wet and dry. This was Casso's third group training session, and as the count reached 10,000, he collapsed onto the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, rendering his face grotesquely strained. Restore gravity, rasped Casso, his muscles twitching from the intensity of the workout. A low rumble emanated from the gravity chamber as the gravitational force, previously amplified to 35 times, was suddenly reinstated. As the oppressive weight lifted, Casso felt as if a mountain had been removed from his shoulders. Casso lay upon the ground, finally feeling a sense of relief. Over the past month, he had gradually acclimatized himself from a gravitational force of 25 times to that of 35 times. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must not solely focus on the enhancement of one's energy or the development of the physical body. To neglect either aspect would inevitably hinder one's potential for greatness. Take Vegeta, for instance. He spends his days within the gravity chamber, engaging in intense training while disregarding the cultivation of his energy or the refinement of his mental state. Although his combat prowess is formidable, He remains perpetually a step behind Goku in terms of enlightenment. This principle is further exemplified by Piccolo, who consistently dons weighted clothing while also dedicating time to meditation. By nurturing both elements, he maintains a state of equilibrium, which accounts for his remarkable achievements. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging to attain such a level of mastery with the physique of a Namekian. In a word, difficult. Casso meticulously formulates a training regimen each day, imposing strict standards upon every movement, ensuring that every part of his physique is rigorously exercised under the weight of gravity. Beyond the physical cultivation, Casso also places significant emphasis on the refinement of his mental state. He recalls that Bobo once mentioned that, upon completing the second phase of training with Osbier, there exists, in fact, a third phase, the state of emptiness. Casso pondered deeply on the concept of the heart of nothingness, yet despite his prolonged contemplation, he found himself perplexed. However, in the realm of Dragon Ball Super, Goku once transcended into the heart of nothingness, attaining the state of ultimate freedom and mastery. It remains uncertain whether there exists any connection between the two. Casso recalled that Goku had undergone training under Bobo during his early years. Perhaps it was due to the cultivation of the state of nothingness that Goku later transcended into the realm of absolute freedom. However, given Casso's current strength and level, that state of nothingness remains far beyond his reach. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the gravity chamber. "Lord Casso, Lord Bardock requests your presence." Casso knocked on the door of the gravity chamber and beheld a scion standing before him. This scion was named Castor, the captain of one of the 8 teams recently assembled by Bardock. "You may return for now. I shall join you shortly," Casso said. Feeling drenched in sweat and utterly uncomfortable, he resolved to take a shower before seeking out Bardock. "Farewell, Lord Casso." Castor swiftly vanished from his threshold. Half an hour passed. After finishing his bath, Casso arrived at Badak's house. "You little rascal, why are you so slow?" Badak said, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. Half an hour earlier, he had sent someone to summon Casso, yet he had only just now arrived. What happened? Casso raised an eyebrow. "Is there an urgent matter?" Observing Bardock's demeanor, it indeed seemed that something pressing was at hand. "The senzu beans have borne fruit," Bardock remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "What? The senzu beans have borne fruit?" Casso exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. Just a month prior, they had only been planted, and he had anticipated it would take at least 6 months for them to yield results. He was utterly taken aback by the rapid fruition. "Bardock, uncle, hold my hand tightly." Before Bardock could fully comprehend the situation, Casso grasped his hand, and in an instant, they vanished from their location, reappearing in the northern region of the Salada planet. Gazing at the familiar scenery, Bardock opened his mouth in disbelief. So swift. He glanced at Casso and then shook his head. Such speed is not suitable for the young. Casso was oblivious to Bardock's expression as he twisted his body, instantly appearing at the edge of the dark soil. The scion stationed nearby also took note of their arrival. "Lord Bardock, Lord Casso, what brings you here?" "Feel free to continue your patrol," they remarked. Bardock simply waved his hand dismissively. Casso remained silent, gazing blankly at the celestial bean sprouts. Before him lay a patch of black earth measuring approximately 40 square meters, upon which around 40 celestial bean seedlings had been planted. After a month, these seedlings had transformed from mere sprouts into towering celestial bean trees, reaching a height of 1 meter. Their roots and stems were robust, and their foliage flourished abundantly. Casso had initially intended only to experiment with the cultivation of celestial beans, to observe the outcome of the first batch before determining the method for the subsequent planting. To his astonishment, the spacing of the first batch was perfectly adequate. Casso gazed upon the scene, where each mystical bean tree bore 2 vibrant green beans suspended above. They appeared round and plump, exuding an irresistible allure. The celestial beans within Casso's universal capsule differed slightly from those currently adorning the plants. Yet he understood that this was merely due to their unprocessed state. The yield of 2 beans per tree was quite satisfactory. It was, in fact, anticipated that each bean tree would produce only 2 fruits. In the animated series, the enigmatic cat sage had remarked upon the notably low yield of these magical beans, noting that later harvests would yield merely a handful. The countless celestial beans on Casso are the accumulated reserves of the cat immortal spanning several centuries. Chapter 49. Osbier's Duel with Bardock. "Casso, why do these celestial beans appear somewhat different from the ones you provided?" Bardock inquired, pointing at the celestial bean tree with a hint of confusion. "It's nothing to worry about. They simply haven't been sun-dried yet. Karsit paused momentarily before continuing. Even if the divine beans have yet to be sun-dried, I trust in their efficacy, though they may be less convenient to store. That is splendid, Bardock exclaimed, clenching his fist. The rigorous training he had undergone in the gravity chamber had nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, he had the divine beans Karsit provided. With just one bean, his body was instantly rejuvenated. Now, with Karsit having cultivated such an abundance of divine beans, although it may not be sufficient for the entire clan's consumption, careful rationing should suffice. Having already experienced the miraculous effects of the beans, Bardock felt a surge of excitement within him. In truth, when Karsit had gifted him over 100 divine beans, Bardock sensed that Karsit possessed even more. However, why would one reveal all their treasures for the benefit of others? Empathetically, if he were to possess such extraordinary items, he might choose to keep them secret as well. From the cataclysmic explosion of planet Vegeta that saved the Scions to the acquisition of over 200 gravity chambers, Karsit had already accomplished an impressive feat now. Gazing at the lush expanse of divine bean trees, Bardock felt a fervent hope. With these remarkable beans, the resurgence of the Scions would no longer be a mere fantasy. His excitement was understandable, as he bore the immense responsibility of leading the Scions back to their former glory following the devastation of planet Vegeta. Witnessing Karsit's actions and his formidable combat prowess fueled Bardock's contemplation of entrusting the Scions to his care. Yet, Karsit was still too young. Karsit, what is your current combat power? Bardock inquired, quickly regaining his composure. Are you seeking to challenge me again? Bardock mused, unwilling to subject himself to such humiliation. He sighed. In that dream, I witnessed Frieza's true power. Oh, Kakarot was somewhat astonished that Bardock could dream of Frieza's true power. That ability of his is quite formidable, indeed. 530. 000. Bardock suddenly became exhilarated. He possesses a combat power of 530. 000. Do we Scions still harbor hope for vengeance? Currently, the strongest among the Scions is Kakarot. Yet Bardock surmised that Kakarot's power would not exceed 50. 000 at most. Such a meager strength pales in comparison to Frieza's, barely constituting a tenth of it. How could he possibly stand against Frieza? Bardock glanced at Kakarot, recognizing his remarkable talent. With the aid of the gravity chamber and Senzu beans, he might eventually achieve vengeance. However, that would be a matter for many years to come. The thought of remaining and hiding on planet Salad for so long left Bardock with a sense of unease. Once a fearsome warrior race that instilled dread throughout the universe, they had now fallen to such depths, a lamentable state indeed. Uncle Bardock, there is no need to rush the matter of revenge. Kakarot shook his head, offering a wry smile. In Bardock's mind, Frieza's combat power was merely 530. 000. But did he truly know Frieza's actual strength? 120 million. Frieza's true combat power is an astounding 120 million. Casso is currently at a loss for how to defeat Frieza, and after much contemplation, he concludes that transforming into a Super Saiyan is the only viable option. Let us proceed, but do ensure that they protect the Senzu beans diligently. It appears they will require a few more days before they can be harvested. With a wave of his hand, Casso vanished from sight. Bardock stared blankly at the fading figure, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, his anger flared. Casso, you scoundrel! You brought me here, but left me behind. Previously, Casso had utilized instant transmission to transport him to the northern part of planet Salad, and now, as he departed, he neglected to return him, infuriating Bardock to the point of gritting his teeth. Nearby, patrolling Scions caught wind of Bardock's furious outburst and quickly distanced themselves. They dared not involve themselves in the affairs of these two. After half an hour passed, Bardock finally exhausted his tirade and turned to instruct the station Scions to safeguard the Senzu beans carefully. He then reluctantly flew back to his dwelling. Another month slipped by. In the southern desert of planet Salad, under the scorching sun, the sands radiated heat, and upon closer inspection, one could see waves of heat spiraling above. A little girl hurled an energy blast toward the silhouette in the sky. The terrifying energy stirred up a whirlwind of yellow sand, obscuring visibility in an instant. The adult figure deftly evaded the incoming energy blast with remarkable speed. Little girl, you think you can defeat your uncle so easily? Bardock chuckled, then vanished from sight in a flash. Uncle Bardock, don't get too cocky. I will send you flying soon. Osbier pouted adorably, swiftly turning around to unleash a punch into the air behind her. Boom. Their fists collided, and the violent shockwave sent the surrounding sand soaring into the sky, reaching heights of 10,000 meters. The air was filled with swirling sand and clouds of dust. "You've changed, little girl. You've become rather unlovable," Bardock playfully scolded. He recalled how Osbier once trailed behind Casso, seeking his help whenever they were bullied. Now, she was determined to knock him down. It was indeed quite uncharacteristic. Bardock took a step forward, shifting his position in the air, yet Osbier remained hot on his heels, proving impossible to shake off. Raising his hand, Bardock concentrated a shockwave and directed it backward. The explosive energy tore through the air, whipping up ferocious winds, aimed directly at Osbier's position. Humph! With a sudden clap of her small hands, Osbier redirected the shockwave as if struck by an unseen force, sending it crashing down toward the ground. Boom! The vast desert, stretching for countless miles, appeared as though it had been struck by hundreds of miniature nuclear bombs. In that moment, the golden sands of the entire region were sent soaring into the air, swiftly coalescing into swirling sandstorms under the influence of a cyclone, engulfing the entire battlefield. Bang! 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 Two dark silhouettes flashed through the sky, moving from left to right and top to bottom. Each collision unleashed a tempest that shook the heavens and the earth. Bardock surged forward to deliver a punch, only to suddenly feel his fist collide with nothing but air. This is bad. By the time Bardock realized what was happening, it was already too late. Osbier appeared above him, her small hands clasped together, and with the force of thunder, she struck down upon Bardock with ferocity. How infuriating! Bardock found himself unable to react, forced to endure the blow. In battles between masters, a single flaw can plunge one into a desperate situation. Bardock felt an unsettling familiarity with this scene. It mirrored his previous encounter with Kakarot. Am I truly unable to defeat even a little girl? Damn it! Chapter 50. The Visitor from Beyond the Stars. Bardock grimaced and cursed under his breath. Caught off guard, he was compelled to take the beating, unable to mount any defense. Despite her tender age, Osbier possessed an inner strength that matched Bardock's. Each punch landed with a painful thud upon him. "Uncle Bardock, it's time to eat dirt." Osbier summoned the power within her, concentrating it in her calves, spinning rapidly through 82 cycles. With each rotation, her legs gathered strength. Upon completing the 82nd cycle, her lower legs shimmered with a radiant glow. She launched herself forward, delivering a forceful kick to Bardock's back. Under the weight of this terrifying force, Bardock plummeted into the sands like a cannonball. Boom! The once settled sands erupted anew, swirling through the sky. After a moment, a hot wind swept through, clearing the airborne dust and restoring visibility. There lay Bardock, buried in the sand, with only a furry tail protruding, twitching occasionally. "Hee, Uncle Bardock, are you all right?" Osbier giggled, gently descending from the sky to his side. The tail wiggled a couple of times, yet the figure beneath remained still. After a while, Bardock managed to extricate himself from the sand, spitting out a mouthful of grit, and grumbled, "You little brat, hurry and help me up." Feeling the pain coursing through him, Bardock reflected on how fortunate he was that Osbier had been mindful of her strength. Otherwise, he would have had to consume a precious healing bean. Yet, in jest, Osbier had told him to eat dirt, and he truly ended up with a mouthful of sand. What a disgrace! Not long ago, Bardock could vaguely sense that Osbier was not his match. Today, however, the girl unexpectedly sought him out for a sparring session, and he initially thought she merely wished to hone her combat skills. To his astonishment, he found himself tasting the dust. With a battle power of approximately 50,000, he had been defeated. This led him to ponder just how formidable Osbier's battle power truly was. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Was it truly the case that elite warriors possessed such remarkable prowess and audacity? Bardock glared at Osbier with the indignation of a scorned lover. With a giggle, Osbier helped Bardock to his feet, her innocent expression rendering him utterly speechless. He couldn't possibly voice his frustration by saying, "You little brat. Let me beat you up so I can vent my anger." He lacked the face to do so, and her Navi demeanor made it impossible for him to act against her. "Let us depart," Bardock said with resignation, expelling a mouthful of sand. In the valley, a gentle stream flowed serenely, and beneath the towering trees, two figures suddenly materialized in front of a small wooden cabin. Osbier had utilized instant transmission to bring Bardock back beside the cabin. "The captain has returned," Garrus exclaimed with a smile upon seeing the two appear so suddenly. Who emerged victorious? Bardock felt that although Garrus had said nothing overtly mocking, the insinuation lingered in the air, leaving him with an undeniable sense of irritation. Kakarot and Osbier. Can he truly not handle this situation? Bardock spoke coldly, Garrus, I believe your training today is insufficient. You shall complete an additional 10 sets using Kakarot's regimen. What? Garrus retorted, 20 more sets. If you can't finish, let me. Before Bardock could finish his sentence, Garrus vanished from their sight, muttering under his breath as he departed. Upon overhearing their exchange, Osbier couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Jine, where is that rascal Kakarot? Bardock inquired as he entered the room, finding Jine engaged in preparing lunch. Without raising her head, she replied, I do not know. Bardock nodded. It was not unusual for Kakarot to disappear without a trace. The scions should focus on utilizing the gravity chamber and the Senza beans for training, leaving concerns about the cosmos aside. Moreover, Frieza's forces were still hunting down the remnants on planet Vegeta. Should they carelessly venture into the universe and reveal that over 150 remnants still lingered on planet Salad, the scions would once again be plunged into chaos. Bardock wished to avert such a calamity, yet Kakarot's ability to teleport without warning alleviated some of his worries. Lunch is ready, Jine announced, having set the table, inviting the two to join her. Sitting at the table, the duo awaited the meal in silence. Little Osbier, Bardock began, but was abruptly interrupted by Osbier, who said sternly, Uncle Bardock, please hold your tongue. As her words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the small cabin, and Bardock felt a sudden chill at Osbier's cold tone. What was amiss? Jine continued her preparations in the kitchen, and outside, the hall was devoid of conversation. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Bardock dared not breathe. Osbier furrowed her brow. Someone has intruded upon planet Salad. What? Bardock sprang to his feet in alarm. Could it be that Frieza's forces had pursued them? After the cataclysmic explosion of planet Vegeta, Frieza was aware that numerous scions were unable to return, and he sought to eliminate every last one. Naturally, the prominent figures like Goku and Vegeta were spared. This realization heightened Bardock's anxiety. He feared that planet Salad had been discovered by Frieza. There could be no mistake. Osbier confidently declared that it was understandable for Bardock to be unable to sense the movements of others now that the scions had lost their scouters. However, through her attunement to Ki, she perceived two distinct auras rapidly descending above planet Salad. One was in front, and the other, stronger aura, seemed to be pursuing it. Little Beer, quickly take me to where they are landing. Bardock's face was contorted with anxiety, his mind racing. He needed to reach the site swiftly. If the newcomers were indeed affiliated with Frieza, it was imperative to devise a means for the scions to evacuate the planet before Frieza arrived. Uncle Bardock, relax. Their power is not formidable. Any one of our kin could easily defeat them. According to Osbier's sensing, the two auras comprised several weaker energies, none exceeding a battle power of 5,000. The scions had trained in the gravity chamber for 2 months. While not every scion could emulate Goku's remarkable rise from 800 to 90,000 battle power in a month, they had nonetheless improved significantly. From Osbier's understanding, aside from a few logistical scions, all others had battle powers exceeding 6,000, including the female scions. Therefore, there was no cause for concern regarding these extraterrestrial visitors. Little Beer, my worry is not with those insignificant beings, but rather that they might expose our scion location. As Osbier remained still, Bardock's urgency intensified. Upon hearing this, Osbier suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, her body shivering involuntarily. Uncle Bardock, we must leave at once. As Osbier hastily placed her hand upon Bardock, she activated the instantaneous teleportation. Chapter 51, Princess Philia. Above the planet Sharada, a colossal spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere with remarkable speed. The exterior of the vessel was constructed from an exceedingly rare metal found only in the cosmos, known as zero metal, which is both immensely valuable and exceptionally resilient. Had it not been for the numerous battle scars adorning its hull, the spacecraft would undoubtedly have appeared magnificent. Its peculiar shape resembled that of an egg, encircled by a band of black metal, with windows positioned at intervals of several meters. Through these windows, one could discern a group of figures huddled together. At the center of this gathering stood a woman who bore a striking resemblance to the elven race. Her shoulder-length hair shimmered in a deep azure, adorned with a delicate white veil. Her alluring figure, paired with an ethereal and regal beauty, radiated an otherworldly charm akin to a celestial goddess untouched by earthly affairs. Such an ice-cold beauty often proves to be irresistibly captivating to men. Yet, her frosty visage was marred by a pallor that suggested she had suffered a grave injury. The gravity on this planet is unbearable. Everyone, activate your gravity adjustment bracelets. Upon hearing this command, the figures hastily engaged the bracelet-shaped devices on their wrists. The moment the gravity adjustment bracelets were activated, a tremor coursed through them, followed by the restoration of their weight. Princess Philia, how are you holding up? Yuna exclaimed anxiously. Hold on a little longer, Your Highness. You must endure. The surrounding women urged, their tones laced with urgency. Elder Yuna, when did this planet come into existence? Philia inquired. Her brow furrowed as she bore the pain. The Zero spacecraft had traversed the cosmos for half a day and was poised to breach the sky and land upon this planet. However, Philia recalled that this region of the star map did not indicate the presence of such a planet. Is that so? Let us not dwell on it. Once we touch down, we shall confront those cosmic pirates. Yuna gritted her teeth, displaying a visage resolute in the face of death. Philia's brow was furrowed with worry. The intense pain coursing through her body, coupled with the mental strain, rendered her speechless. Philia was the princess of the Lolita clan, a lineage steeped in history, seemingly linked to the ancient scions. The Lolita clan was sparse in numbers, even fewer than the scions of yore, with only a little over 200 members. Nonetheless, each individual was extraordinarily intelligent, especially in the realm of technological advancement, making them a formidable presence in the cosmos. The vessel she was aboard, the Zero ship, was crafted from her clan's finest materials and technologies. However, while she had ventured out to gather some resources, she became the target of cosmic pirates. During the ship's launch, one of its engines was struck by the pirates' energy cannon. In a desperate bid to ensure the ship's successful takeoff, Philia engaged in battle with the dog-headed aliens for numerous rounds. Yet, the disparity in strength proved too great, and she ultimately sustained severe injuries while retreating to the ship. Thankfully, another engine remained intact. It was through the Lolita clan's extraordinary technological prowess that the ship managed to escape, albeit barely. Nonetheless, the relentless pursuit of the cosmic pirates continued, and with dwindling energy reserves aboard the Zero ship, they were forced to land on this planet. Brother, we've hit the jackpot. That ship is constructed entirely of Zero metal. Selling just one of its parts could sustain us for a month, exclaimed an exuberant frog-like alien, his grayish skin glowing with a strange red hue, reminiscent of someone under the influence of a potent stimulant. Let us catch up to them first. Obey my command and accelerate, directed the dog-headed alien from within his ship. Yes, sir, came the prompt reply. As the winds howled and dark clouds loomed overhead, the two ships descended onto the planet Salada, one trailing closely behind the other. The nearby scions, alerted by the commotion above, hastened towards the scene. They are coming out, Osbier declared solemnly, already present at the location. Bardock fixed his gaze intently upon the two vessels. Having served Frieza for many years, the scions were well acquainted with the designs of his ships, yet these two appeared to deviate from Frieza's typical fleet. This thought provided Bardock with a modicum of reassurance. As Osbier's words echoed in the air, both ships simultaneously opened their hatches. Princess Philia, we must exit quickly, Yuna urged, supporting Philia as they rushed outside, flanked by the female guards wielding energy cannons. Meanwhile, from the other ship, the dog-headed alien bellowed with laughter, ha ha ha, everyone, come out. However, his mirth was short-lived as he sensed something amiss. His minions had fallen silent. Turning around, he was met with the sight of his subordinates sprawled on the ground. Useless fools. The canine-headed alien uttered a curse, confident in his formidable strength, feeling little impact from the surrounding gravity. Nevertheless, he prioritized capturing the crew of the nearby spacecraft. Accompanied by a few individuals who could barely maintain their footing, he ventured outside. Soon, both factions descended to the ground. Princess Philia's skin, already pale, appeared even more ghostly due to her injuries. Princess Philia, hold on. We shall confront them, Yuna exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of Philia's pallor. Wishing fervently to vanquish the cosmic pirates and escort the princess back to safety for treatment, the surrounding female guards cast worried glances at Philia. Philia shook her head silently. Aware that escape was futile, they faced an opponent with a combat power of 5,000, rendering their weapons ineffective. Ha ha ha, surrender willingly, the canine-headed alien taunted as he caught up. You all protect the princess, Yuna instructed the guards. The two sides clashed, the battle on the verge of erupting. However, at that moment, several figures descended from the sky. What a bunch of fools, Bardock muttered upon seeing the newcomers. Had the scions approached stealthily without alerting the others, it would have been acceptable. But their brazen appearance would undoubtedly raise suspicions. If their location were transmitted via wireless devices, the scions' predicament would worsen significantly. Indeed, upon noticing the newcomers, both factions drew closer. Eyeing them warily, Yuna, supporting Philia, murmured, So, There are indigenous people on this planet. Preoccupied with their escape, they had overlooked the planet's inhabitants. Meanwhile, the canine-headed alien frowned, surprised to discover the existence of natives on this world. Natives? It's fortunate that Vegeta is not here. If our Prince Vegeta were to hear anyone refer to his kin as natives, his pride would surely lead to their annihilation. Seeing his kin arriving, Bardock, concealed behind a mountainside, resignedly said, "Kakarot, we must emerge. Hiding any longer is futile." At that moment, two more figures appeared in the sky. Bardock, accompanied by Osbier, descended before the scions, casting a cold glance at their leader, Castor. "I'll settle the score with you later." Initially, Castor intended to inquire about the situation upon seeing Bardock, but was taken aback by Bardock's icy words. "What is going on? I haven't done anything wrong." Bardock ignored Castor's bewilderment and swiftly descended to the ground, followed closely by the other scions, leaving Castor suspended midair in confusion. Cast, on the ground. Suddenly, a group of individuals emerged, creating a tripartite standoff, and silence enveloped them as they scrutinized the conditions of the other two factions. After a brief moment, the dog-headed alien could no longer restrain himself and declared, "Indigenous ones, it would be wise for you to depart with your people. This matter does not concern you." Faced with dozens of indigenous beings of uncertain origin, the dog-headed alien sought to avoid unnecessary complications, intent only on completing his plunder and retreating. Chapter 52. Casso takes action. Indigenous? Upon hearing this, Bardock erupted with indignation, an ironic smile crossing his face. The Scions were an exceedingly proud race, having always referred to others as indigenous, and never had anyone dared to address a Scion in such a manner. Not even Frieza had ever spoken to them so boldly. At this moment, the Scions behind Bardock seethed with fury, their bodies poised for action. Yet, seeing that Bardock had not issued any commands, they refrained from acting recklessly. Bardock curled his lip. The location of the Scions was not something that could be discovered by others, and given the recent utterances, it was clear that all present would meet their demise. However, from their dialogue, it became apparent that this was merely a case of ordinary cosmic piracy. Under King Vegeta's rule, the Scions had engaged in such endeavors frequently, though he had never allowed those around him to behave in such a manner. Understanding the situation, Bardock felt a sense of relief. He recognized that these small-time space pirates were merely seeking their own survival and lacked any organized structure. Thus there could be no external communication devices. He resolved to observe the spectacle unfold before him and would eliminate them all later. Bardock, along with his companions, silently remained on the sidelines, refraining from conversation, while Cass merrily returned to the crowd. "Ha." The dog-headed alien laughed heartily upon witnessing Bardock and his companions' discretion. Hearing the dog-headed alien's previous remarks, Yuna, her face contorted with anger, retorted, "Do not heed their words. We are of the Lolita clan. If you aid us, we shall never forget your kindness." "Bardock, uncle." Osbier tugged at his sleeve. Bardock interrupted Osbier's speech. Do not speak. Let us observe the performance." "Oh." Little Beer nodded innocently. Yuna lamented, after all she has said, that burly man is merely teasing the young girl beside him, completely disregarding her words. Yuna's teeth clenched in frustration. In truth, the Lolita clan was not far from this planet. Aboard the Zero ship, they could arrive in just a day's time. If they could await assistance from their kin, Yuna could afford to delay, but upon witnessing Philia's expression, she feared it might soon be too late to act. The surrounding female guards were equally anxious. Suddenly, hiss. Leaning against Yuna, Philia inexplicably coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Princess Philia." The crowd was thrown into a state of panic. Observing Philia's increasingly pallid complexion, Yuna cast a worried glance at Bardock and his companions. At that moment, she noticed that the waists of the several figures ahead were adorned with bushy tails. "Scions?" Yuna exclaimed, upon hearing her words. Philia's dim gaze brightened slightly as she struggled to lift her head to regard the group. Bardock raised an eyebrow. These two women recognized them as Scions? Following Yuna's gaze, he realized that the tales of his kin had betrayed their identity. Intriguing, yet futile. They must die. Bardock's eyes were devoid of emotion as he coldly regarded Philia and the others. He could not allow news of surviving Scions to escape. On the side of the cosmic pirates, the dog-headed alien seemed oblivious to Yuna's words, arrogantly declaring, "No one can help you now. Surrender at once." Having drifted through the cosmos for so long, he had never encountered such a plump target. The entire spaceship, crafted from pure metal, made him swallow in excitement. In such circumstances, no one could resist temptation, Not even Jesus himself would be able to withstand it. Charge. With that command, the dog-headed alien's subordinates brandished energy cannons, aiming them at Philia and her companions. The sight of several energy cannons trained on them sent the group of female guards into a flurry of panic. The tips of the energy cannons began to glow ominously, the brilliance intensifying as the violent energy disrupted the air, occasionally producing crackling sounds. Elder Yuna. The female guards looked to Yuna, uncertain of what to do. Yuna fixed her gaze firmly on Bardock and, adopting a tone of desperation, called out, "My ancestors once did a favor for the Scions." In truth, Yuna's statement was inverted. It was the Scion ancestors who had once aided the Lolita clan. Her intention was merely to capture the Scions' attention, hoping they would come to their rescue. Yet, Yuna underestimated the Scions' ruthless nature. Upon hearing her words, Bardock's eyes flickered momentarily. But he offered no further reaction. He had a responsibility to his kin. Even if Yuna spoke truthfully, Bardock would not hesitate to act with cruelty when it came to the safety of his people. Despair washed over Yuna as she glanced down at Philia in her arms. As the princess of the Lolita clan, Philia had always been exceptionally gifted, mastering the clan's advanced technologies with ease. While the Lolita clan lacked any inherent cultivation abilities, Philia was an exception, having displayed remarkable talent from a young age. Now, she possessed a combat power of 1500. Such a formidable princess, what a pity. Yuna seemed to have resigned herself to fate, closing her eyes. The energy cannon had amassed its full power, an overwhelming pressure radiating from all around. The dog-headed alien cast a glance at Bardock, noting his lack of response. He had enough sense to refrain from attacking, or else he would have had no qualms about annihilating this entire group. The dog-headed alien coldly commanded, "Fire." 7 or 8 energy cannons simultaneously unleashed brilliant laser beams. The female guards, unwilling to remain passive, retaliated with their own energy blasts, seeking their demise. The dog-headed alien, a formidable warrior with a battle power of 5,000, effortlessly intercepted the oncoming attacks before they could reach their target. The laser beams continued to surge forward, just as they were about to strike Yuna and her companions. A small figure suddenly appeared before them. With a mere gesture, the lasers transformed into wisps of green smoke, vanishing into thin air. "Who?" the dog-headed alien shouted. "Bardock." "Why aren't you helping them?" Yuna exclaimed. "Their fate is of no concern to me. You still haven't informed me of your whereabouts." Bardock replied as he approached. The Scions followed closely behind, shouting, "Lord Casso." The collective voices created a thunderous roar. The dog-headed alien seemed to witness something terrifying. A mere child had managed to withstand the barrage of energy-laden lasers. Surely, even he could not achieve such a feat with ease. He swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the group of female guards, who had previously closed their eyes, now opened them and felt their bodies, realizing they were unscathed. "It was this child who saved us," Yuna exclaimed incredulously, believing they were doomed. But could this child also be a Scion? As she looked closer, she noticed the small boy had a tail wrapped around his waist. Chapter 54. Yet another sins of being lost. "I'll speak with you later," Casso said nonchalantly. Bardock nodded, reflecting on the fervent cry of Lord Casso that had erupted from the crowd, igniting the atmosphere. Even he couldn't help but marvel that Casso's prestige among the Scions likely surpassed his own. However, this suited Bardock perfectly. In just 2 years, he could entrust the Scions to Casso. As he observed Casso effortlessly deflecting all attacks, the dog-headed alien's eyes widened. This small child possessed not only terrifying strength, but also an intriguing identity. The dog-headed alien demanded sharply, "Who are you?" Casso heard it, but chose to ignore him. He approached Yuna's side. A stunning beauty with flowing blue hair and an alluring figure reclined upon Yuna, exuding an aura that kept others at bay, a quintessential Ice Queen. Casso could not help but marvel. Only the likes of Bulma and Android 18 could be compared to her in beauty. Yet, her complexion was far from vibrant, resembling that of lifeless ash. It was evident that she was on the brink of demise. The woman leaning against her bore a striking resemblance to this icy beauty, exuding a mature allure, particularly accentuated by her prominent bosom, which would undoubtedly captivate the attention of any seasoned admirer. The remaining female attendants were clearly subordinates, their status unmistakable at first glance. "You mentioned that your ancestors once benefited the Scions?" Casso raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The history of the Scion race was extensive. With many details lost to time, Casso was only aware of their migration from planet Salad to planet Vegeta. Beyond that, his knowledge was limited. Yet, according to Yuna's assertion, could this perhaps pertain to the ancient Scions? At that moment, Philia coughed up blood. the crimson liquid trickling down her chin and staining her garment. Princess Yuna, abandoning her inquiry into Casso's knowledge, spoke with a quiver of despair in her voice. Little brother, do you have a healing chamber? Our princess is on the verge of death. Little brother? Casso was momentarily taken aback. A dark line swept across his head, leaving him particularly speechless. In the world of Dragon Ball, it appears that the voluptuous sisters have a penchant for addressing others as little brother. Unfortunately, I do not possess a healing pot here. Before Casso could finish speaking, Yuna's entire body began to sway precariously. If it were not for her need to hold on to Philia, she would have surely collapsed. Princess Yuna wept bitterly. The Lolita tribe had never witnessed such an extraordinarily gifted member, and Philia, whom she had watched grow since childhood, shared a bond with her akin to that of a mother and daughter, their feelings for one another profoundly deep. Casso cleared his throat twice, stating, I do not possess a healing pod, yet I have this. With that, he produced a magic bean from his pocket. However, the thought of offering it to Yuna pierced his heart like a dagger, causing him great distress. Philia lay against Yuna's chest, her face ashen. Although externally, she bore no visible injuries, the blood she had just coughed up indicated severe internal damage, and it was clear that her condition was dire. Such an injury, even for a formidable scion, would necessitate a healing pod. While it might not be fatal, it would likely require a lengthy recovery of at least 6 months. Thus, one could only imagine the plight of a frail woman like her. Yuna gazed at the bean Casso offered, contemplating the insensitivity of this little boy. Her beloved Princess Philia was on the brink of death, and here he was, presenting a single bean as if it were a jest. Yet, this bean held the potential to save her. Casso remarked with irritation, Don't want it? Fine, it saves my magic beans. He thought to himself that if it weren't for his curiosity about the scions, he wouldn't even give these women a second glance. Meanwhile, the dog-headed alien fumed in embarrassment. Ever since he spoke, he noticed that no one paid him any attention, despite possessing a combat power of 5,000, which allowed him to dominate the cosmos in the early stages of the Dragon Ball saga. He felt utterly disregarded. Bro, they're ignoring you. His subordinates incited. In the universe, reputation is paramount, and spurred by his underlings, the dog-headed alien felt a raging fire igniting in his chest, seemingly forgetting that Casso had effortlessly blocked all attacks with a single hand. Die! The dog-headed alien suddenly soared to a height of 100 meters, conjuring a yellow energy sphere in each hand. A halo of light enveloped the spheres, which grew larger as the dog-headed alien gathered his energy. In a bid to reclaim his dignity before his subordinates, he channeled all his strength and hurled the spheres downward with great force. On the ground, Yuna, hearing that these beans could save lives, found it hard to believe, but with no healing pod available, she had to take a leap of faith. Just as Yuna grasped the magic beans, a brilliant light appeared overhead, and the oppressive aura of the energy was terrifying. Anyone with a combat power below 2,000 struggled to remain upright. A fierce wind howled, kicking up dust and debris, causing the female guards to scramble together, desperately trying to withstand the onslaught. Yuna, holding on to Philia, despite her own combat power of 1,000, found herself unable to stand firm in that moment. No. Faced with the overwhelming energy above, despair washed over Yuna. How could one resist against a master of 5,000 combat power? There was no escape. Her body staggered backward, and she slowly closed her eyes. In the moment before her eyes shut completely, Yuna suddenly heard a voice cursing, "Shut up, you piece of trash." Then, a shock wave surged upward, followed by a thunderous boom. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Yuna, perplexed, opened her eyes. A cloud of smoke enveloped the sky, and the dog-headed alien's figure had vanished, leaving an eerie tranquility in its wake. Casso maintained his pose with one hand raised, and Bardock couldn't help but smirk, thinking, does this kid really think he looks cool? Osbier clapped her hands excitedly, exclaiming, Casso brother is so handsome. Bardock remarked, as the smoke cleared. The legendary scenario of being unharmed did not occur. That dog-headed alien was obliterated to nothing. A mere 5,000 combat power piece of trash hardly warrants further elaboration. Is he dead? Yuna's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a master with a combat power of 5,000 simply perish? It was no wonder Yuna reacted this way. Within the Lolita clan, the pinnacle of combat prowess was embodied by Philia, yet the extraterrestrial being had effortlessly defeated her. Yuna gazed at the small hand that Casso had yet to release. Was this little rascal responsible for such a calamity? At that moment, a profound truth dawned upon her. How terrifying indeed. If she did not act swiftly to save her, Philia would truly be lost. Casso spoke nonchalantly. Yes, yes, yes. Yuna hurriedly placed the bean into Philia's mouth. Surely, such an extraordinary child would not deceive her. In that moment of despair, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. However, no matter how diligently Yuna attempted to feed the bean to the dazed Philia, she simply could not swallow it. What to do? Panic surged within Yuna once more. Even if the bean possessed remarkable powers, it would be futile if Philia could not ingest it. Casso furrowed his brow, sensing that the elder sister's breath was growing fainter. Hurry, or it will be too late. Casso thought for a moment. Perhaps you could crush the celestial beans with your teeth and then pass them to her. Chapter 55. The Time Machine. The Lolita clan, having endured a catastrophic event in ancient times, suffered grievous losses, and their reproductive capacity is notably weak. After many years, they have only managed to sustain a population of just over 200. The current leader of the Lolita clan is quite aged and will soon abdicate. Princess Philia, the sole daughter of the leader, possesses extraordinary talents in various aspects and is highly regarded by many clan members as the most suitable candidate for the next leader. Should she perish, it would be a tremendous loss for the Lolita clan. Mouth to mouth? Yuna's fair complexion flushed with embarrassment. Yet her desire to save Princess Philia overshadowed her reservations. Soon, their lips met. Several thousand words omitted. On another front, the death of the dog-headed alien startled the nearby group of extraterrestrials. Among cosmic pirates, an unspoken rule dictates that if one wishes to forage in a particular star domain, they must pay a foraging fee to the strongest cosmic pirate in the area. The dog-headed alien was the most powerful pirate leader in the vicinity. The group of cosmic pirates never anticipated that their leader would meet such an untimely end. Brother! Our brother! They exclaimed, quickly fleeing towards their spacecraft. When did planet Salata become a place accessible to anyone? The location of the scions could not be disclosed. What a bunch of useless fools. Bardock scoffed. Let us take action. Indeed, Castor dared not meet Bardock's gaze, for he vividly recalled Bardock's ominous words promising retribution. Thus, he was the first to soar into the sky. The remaining scions swiftly followed suit, propelling themselves upwards. Boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed from the distance, resembling the dazzling bursts of fireworks. The efficacy of the Senzu beans is well known. However, Yuna remained oblivious to this fact. All she understood was that this was the sole hope for rescuing Philia. With urgency, she crushed the Senzu bean and transferred its essence into Philia's mouth. As they parted, a thin, transparent liquid lingered between their lips. Is that all? Casso was momentarily taken aback. Watching the two elder sisters share a kiss was a delightful sight, and he found himself yearning for more. Yuna remarked, "Are children today so inappropriate?" Just as Yuna felt exasperated, Philia, resting against her, coughed softly. Cough. Philia slowly opened her eyes, finding Yuna embracing her and a child beside them. She recalled being struck by a two-headed canine and sustaining grave injuries. Was she not meant to perish? Furthermore, she seemed to have heard news of the scions before losing consciousness. Princess Philia, how do you fare? Yuna inquired anxiously. In the vast cosmos, many wondrous things exist, typically. Injuries necessitate entry into a healing pod for treatment. The healing pods of the Lolita tribe are remarkably advanced, capable of restoring someone with injuries like Philia's, provided she is delivered in a timely manner, although it would still require several months for full recovery. Yet, to Yuna's astonishment, that single bean had miraculously healed Philia in mere seconds. I'm fine. Philia's tone was somewhat subdued, failing to convey that she had just emerged from a critical condition. That's wonderful, Yuna exclaimed, embracing Philia tightly. Casso glanced at Philia. Her demeanor appeared remarkably serene, and her speech bore no hint of anxiety. However, the expression in her eyes betrayed a tumult of emotions far from the tranquility one might expect. She was a beauty who rarely revealed her feelings through her visage, indeed, a strikingly exquisite one at that. Meanwhile, Lord Bardock declared, they have all been vanquished. The scion descended back to the ground. That band of cosmic pirates possessed no more than a combat power of 2,000. Even should those dog-headed aliens still be alive, they would meet their demise. What of Castor? Bardock inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Captain Castor has already returned to training. The scions exchanged furtive glances. The farce between Castor and Bardock is well known to all. Castor has now fled, and it is likely that he will meet a dreadful fate soon. Bardock mused. Is this lad truly so exceptional? If he wishes to leave, let him. Soon enough, he shall face the consequences. He then cast a glance at Casso. Among cosmic pirates, External communication devices are exceedingly rare. Bardock instructed his kin to act precisely due to this fact, harboring no concerns that the scions' whereabouts would be disclosed. However, the group of female beings posed a different concern. Bardock was unaware of their origins and had never heard of the Lolita clan. Yet, judging by the technology of their spacecraft, it was evident that their faction was quite advanced. Bardock feared that before they could even descend upon Salada, they might relay information about this place. It was imperative to capture them and interrogate them thoroughly. With the gravity chamber and the senzu beans at their disposal, the scions merely needed to develop steadily. They must show no mercy in the face of adversaries. Nonetheless, Bardock's gaze fell upon Casso standing amidst the two women, and he noted a rather unsavory expression upon his face. The future leader of the scions. Bardock's eyes glimmered momentarily. The scions, in their immense pride, would never willingly submit to Frieza. King Vegeta, once ruler of the scions, secretly amassed strength with the intent of one day toppling Frieza's reign. Yet, King Vegeta was too complacent and short-sighted, lacking any foresight, and was ruthlessly harsh towards his own kin. To preserve his throne from threats, he even exiled Broly to planet Vampa. Such a leader is unfit. Casso, however, possessed the potential to become the scion leader. It remained uncertain whether he could be ruthless enough in matters of great importance. Bardock murmured to Casso, "Do not disappoint me." Meanwhile, on the other side, with nothing more to occupy their time, Casso decided to discuss matters pertaining to the scions. With a smile, he remarked, "Let us speak of the scion legacy." The origins of the scions are shrouded in mystery, and Casso found himself intrigued by the prospect of learning more. The scions, you say? Philia regarded Casso with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Yuna felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had previously claimed that their ancestors had benefited the scions. Yet the truth was rather different. However, seeing the eager glint in the boy's eyes, compounded by the fact that others had shown them mercy, Yuna steeled herself and asserted, "Long ago, at an unknown point in time, our Lolita clan achieved significant breakthroughs in technological advancement." What breakthroughs? Casso felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't the discussion meant to revolve around the scions? However, upon the mention of technological advancements, his interest was piqued. Well, our people have developed a time machine. Casso widened his eyes in astonishment. Is that the type of time machine that Future Trunks used? It seems the Lolita tribe possesses something remarkable. The time machine has indeed been successfully developed, but it can only transport individuals randomly across time and space, without the ability to specify a destination. Moreover, once a person is sent out, there is no return. Yuna felt somewhat embarrassed. TCH. Casso smirked, realizing it was merely a half-finished product. Indeed, his Bulma was truly the most formidable. Chapter 56. The Recruitment of the Lolita Clan. Philia blinked her beautiful eyes, remaining silent, as she was also aware of this historical context. Yuna, continuing with determination, stated, "It was precisely because they developed the time machine that they were discovered by others and ultimately faced a relentless pursuit throughout the universe. While being discovered and hunted down is not surprising, facing a manhunt across the cosmos does seem somewhat exaggerated," Casso mused. The time machine first made its appearance during the Cell Saga, where the storyline was notably intricate. Nonetheless, it suffices to say that the time machine is an exceptionally powerful device. Thus, it is no wonder that so many are eager to scrutinize it. Casso continued to inquire. And then? At that time, the most formidable race in the universe was the scions, among whom there was a scion named Yamoshi who took us in. Yuna paused briefly and said, "Subsequently, our Lolita clan followed Lord Yamoshi, and with our technological support, the scions ascended to their pinnacle. Thus, it can be said that the scions owe you a debt of gratitude." After listening for a while, Casso realized that the ancestors of the Lolita clan had not bestowed any favors upon the scions. Rather, it was the scions who had shown them kindness. Indeed, at this moment, Philia nodded subtly. With her ice blue hair and the bloodstains adorning her chest, she appeared exceptionally aloof. Yuna also awkwardly nodded, acknowledging that they had been left with no choice in the recent circumstances. Had they not spoken up, Princess Philia might have met her demise. Nevertheless, the technological advancements of the Lolita clan significantly influenced the scions, as those supported by technology were entirely different from those without it. Continuing on, Yuna hesitated for a moment before stating. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, a great internal conflict erupted within the Scion clan. Lord Yamaxi led our Lolita clan to safety, relocating us to a planet not far from the planet Shalada. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery. However, Our Lolita clan suffered considerable losses and has yet to recover fully. Yuna's voice carried a hint of sorrow, as she too found it perplexing that such a formidable Scion clan could descend into chaos. All right, I understand now. Casso smiled helplessly, having heard a myriad of tales yet gleaning only a fragment regarding the Scions. Nevertheless, he could likely piece together the subsequent narrative. Yamoshi, a kind-hearted and righteous Scion, first transformed into a Super Scion while bravely resisting the malevolent Scions alongside his 5 companions. The transformation and formidable combat prowess of Yamoshi astonished the other Scions. Although he was ultimately defeated by sheer numbers, this marked the inception of a legend. Subsequently, Yamoshi's spirit roamed the realms, in search of 6 Scions possessing hearts of justice, aspiring to discover an even mightier savior, the Super Saiyan God. In the Dragon Ball Super Saga, it was indeed the influence of Yamoshi's spirit that compelled Beerus to descend upon Earth in search of the Super Saiyan God. Casso cast a glance at Philia and the others, surprised to discover that they had once allied with Yamoshi. How intriguing. Little brother Casso, we have spoken our piece. May we now depart from this planet? From the earlier address of Lord Casso, Yuna had discerned his name, and she regarded him with trepidation. Philia's bright eyes also flickered with anticipation, clearly eager to return to her own world. Depart where? Casso's expression turned serious. Did you not assert that revealing information about the Scions would grant us our freedom? Yuna's urgency was palpable. Despite her youthful appearance, her combat prowess was formidable. If you were to deny their escape, they would be trapped. Although she had deceived this group of Scions, her ancestors had indeed aided them in the past. How could he be so unreasonable? I never made such a promise, Casso replied coldly. As Bardock had stated, the Scions could not venture outside, nor could they allow others to discover their presence on planet Salada. Upon reflection, Yuna realized that Casso had not actually uttered those words. Philia furrowed her brow. The strength of the Scions was indisputable. The Lolita clan had once followed Yamoshi and were acutely aware of the Scions' might. However, following a significant upheaval, the Scions began to descend from their celestial pedestal. Even so, the Lolita clan had contemplated realigning with the Scions, only to find that the Scions had transformed into something altogether different. They had become malevolent and ruthless, now serving Frieza and invading other planets without remorse. Yet, these Scions still referred to themselves as a warrior race. Yuna recognized that this title had been passed down since the era of Yamoshi, and she felt that the current Scions were unworthy of such a designation. Thus, she was reluctant to engage further with them. But why were they being prevented from leaving? Philia, too, regarded Casso with curiosity. Was this little boy truly representative of the legendary Scion race? Did they not claim that the current Scions had fallen from grace? She found this young lad rather impressive. Did you know that the Scions were obliterated by Frieza? Casso circled before them. Since hearing Yuna recount her ancestors' tale, Casso had refrained from explaining why they could not leave, instead perceiving this as a potential opportunity. Yuna and Philia widened their eyes, thinking they had misheard. The entire universe was aware that the Scions were loyal subordinates of Frieza, yet who would believe that they could be destroyed by their own master? It was no wonder their expressions reflected disbelief. Let me put it this way, Casso began, preparing to unveil his intentions. Your departure is no longer an option. Either your entire clan aligns with the Scions, or I shall annihilate the Lolita clan. When Casso spoke, his voice was devoid of emotions, akin to a lurking assassin ready to claim a life at any moment. Even the frosty Philia trembled at his words. This child is truly fearsome. Yuna gasped, startled by Casso's proclamation. When had the Scions been annihilated? Why then did these Scions still exist? Yuna was utterly perplexed, but according to Casso's assertion, if the Scions had indeed been destroyed by Frieza, they would be the remnants of their race, forced to hide on this planet. Their confinement was likely to prevent any leaks of information and to thwart their attempts to relay news back to their kin. To eliminate the threat entirely, they might as well assimilate the entire race. Contemplating this, Yuna and Philia exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Casso noticed their expressions. Had they come to an understanding? Quite astute, indeed. Chapter 57. Arrival at Lolita Star. Casso allowed them to continue their contemplation here. In truth, there was little to ponder. Their choices were stark. Either align with the Scions or face demise. Moreover, if even the lowly could cling to life, it was hardly surprising that an entire race would choose to merge with the Scion lineage. Approaching Bardock, he remarked coldly, "Boy, have you become weak in the presence of a beautiful elder sister? What absolute nonsense," came the retort. "You'll see for yourself soon enough." Casso pinched Osbier's cheek, causing her to cry out in frustration, exclaiming, "Naughty brother." Bardock possessed a commendable foresight, yet it was impossible for him to foresee all eventualities. He was unaware of the profound transformations that the inclusion of a technologically advanced race would bring to the scions. As Yuna remarked, Amoxie returned to the Scion community with the Lolita tribe, bolstered by high-tech support, leading to an unprecedented and rapid expansion of the Scion influence. Presently, the Scions were devoid of any resources, lacking even the most basic of detectors. Their inability to sense their surroundings rendered them akin to the blind in battle. Before long, Yuna and Philia approached, while the other female guards remained stationary. "I concur," Philia stated with a calm demeanor. The leadership of the Lolita tribe would inevitably fall to Philia, who was acutely aware of the current state of her kin. Frankly, aside from their prowess in technological research, the Lolita tribe was lacking in other aspects. They not only possessed no innate talent for cultivation but also struggled to safeguard their own research outcomes. Although the Lolita tribe exhibited remarkable unity, they lacked the requisite strength to protect their findings and were compelled to rely on more powerful factions to assist in marketing their products, resulting in negligible profits for the Lolita tribe. At times, they could hardly recover their initial investments. Upon hearing Casso's remarks, Philia, initially taken aback, soon came to a realization. The Scions were immensely powerful, and perhaps aligning with them could herald a new era of transformation for the Lolita tribe. Casso noticed the nods of the two individuals, feeling no sense of surprise. To dissent meant certain death. Having chosen to align with the Scion forces, he now demanded to know whether they had divulged any information regarding the Scions. His tone was somewhat calm. However, those familiar with him could sense an underlying tension. "When we were being pursued by that formidable beast, we had sought aid from our clan, though we had not yet set foot on this planet." Yuna hesitated to meet Casso's gaze, stammering, "However, our spacecraft is equipped with a positioning system." Suddenly, the sky trembled violently. In that moment, even the surroundings became unsteady. Bardock's pupils constricted, his heart stirred by a tempestuous wave of fear. This young man is truly terrifying. Casso's clenched fist quickly relaxed as he coldly demanded, "Speak. In which direction lies your planet?" Yuna was somewhat perplexed. "Yet I insist. Speak." Casso bellowed fiercely. He had no time to squander. If the members of the Lolita clan disseminated information about this planet, all his efforts could be rendered futile. The sight of the enraged child startled Philia and Yuna. Philia instinctively gestured towards the northern direction. "Do not resist." Casso, with an air of impatience, uttered a brief remark before taking Philia's delicate hand, activating the mechanism for instantaneous travel. In the face of an impending racial calamity, the beauty before him held no significance whatsoever, unless upon witnessing Casso's sudden disappearance. Osbier expressed her displeasure. "Casso brother has run off again." Bardock interjected. Not far from the Shalata planet, on the planet Lolita, the sky bore a pale green hue, adorned with a few brownish clouds. Rays of light filtered through the clouds, casting a muted glow upon the towering edifices, merging with the unique metallic materials to evoke a profound sense of technological advancement. Inside a spacious conference hall, the dark golden chairs were filled to capacity. The majority of the attendees were women, resembling Philia in beauty, yet vastly differing in demeanor. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane with two female guards by her side, sat in the highest chair and solemnly proclaimed, "I have just received news that our princess is being pursued by assailants and has currently landed on an unknown planet." As soon as her words echoed through the hall, it erupted into a cacophony of voices. Over 200 Lolita inhabitants clamored in outrage. "Who is it? It must be the Shalber people. How despicable. If we had not allied with the Scion clan, would they dare to treat us this way? Indeed, leader, we must retaliate. The princess cannot be allowed to come to harm." Once, the Lolita clan was hunted throughout the universe, but since their allegiance with the Scions, who would dare to challenge them? Other extraterrestrials would bow and scrape in their presence. Silence. The woman, Yvonne, continued. "It was not they who attacked. Philia and her companions merely encountered cosmic pirates, and these pirates possess a formidable combat power of 5,000. The mention of such power silenced the hall instantly. The highest combat power within the Lolita clan was Princess Philia, who possessed a mere 1,500 points of combat power. "What shall we do?" "I intend to seek assistance from the Shalber people." Yvonne's voice turned somber, revealing her helplessness. The heavens bestowed upon the Lolita clan remarkable intelligence, but stripped them of any innate talent for cultivation. Otherwise, they would not find themselves in dire straits. seeking help from others. Yet the Shalber people were notorious for their ruthlessness. Enlisting their aid would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll on the Lolita clan. As if on cue, dissent arose again within the hall. However, within mere seconds, the clamor subsided. The Lolita clan, renowned for their high intelligence, swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. In the neighboring star regions, the Shalber wielded unparalleled strength, with combat power exceeding 10,000. Thus, the only hope for rescuing Philia lay with the Shalber. Within the Grand Hall, the over 200 members of the Lolita clan were acutely aware that their only hope rested upon the shoulders of the scions. Otherwise, their princess would surely meet a dire fate. How frustrating. At that moment, nostalgia for the days spent in the company of Yamosi washed over the entire Lolita clan. Suddenly, with a swift motion, two figures materialized in the hall, one tall and the other short. It was Princess Philia. The princess had returned. All the Lolita people rose in excitement, their eyes fixated on the dazzling figure. They had been contemplating seeking the aid of the scions, yet unexpectedly, Princess Philia had reappeared. Philia nodded to the assembled crowd, then approached Yevini, saying, "Leader, I have returned." Chapter 58. The submission of the Lolita clan returning is indeed a relief. Yevini's voice trembled with excitement, but she quickly regained her composure in front of her kin. "Speak," Casso urged, eager to resolve this predicament swiftly. Philia frowned slightly, finding the child rather fierce and hardly endearing. She calmly stated, "Leader, the news of my being pursued has not leaked, has it?" Yevini shook her head. She had just been considering seeking the scion's assistance when Philia returned. Thus, no one was aware of her plight. Philia exhaled in relief, grateful that the information from that planet had not disseminated. Otherwise, this little scion might have obliterated Lolita Star. "Leader, let us once again ally with the scions." Philia was well aware of the clan's circumstances. Rather than continuing to endure the oppression of the scions, it was preferable to join forces with them. If this child possessed such power, how formidable could the entire clan become? However, there was a significant drawback. The scions on that previous planet were remnants fleeing from Frieza's wrath, and aligning with them posed considerable risks for the Lolita clan. Yet, failing to ally with the scions would result in the imminent destruction of Lolita Star. Having contemplated all these issues, Philia awaited Yevini's response in silence. At that moment, the Lolita people rose once more. "Princess, do you suggest we follow the scions again? But have they not turned malevolent?" Voices of dissent echoed throughout the assembly hall, revealing a lack of consensus among them, perhaps having endured the tyranny of the scions for far too long. Most of the Lolita people exhibited little resistance to joining the scions. Some even bore expressions of eager anticipation. Yevini furrowed her brow. Why would you say such a thing? As the leader of the clan, she had pondered many factors, yet some decisions could not be made lightly. She needed to consider the welfare of her people and could not act unilaterally. "For if we do not join the scions, our clan shall face annihilation." Philia spoke softly, candidly revealing the sequence of events. As her final words echoed in the grand hall, an overwhelming silence enveloped the space. The members of the Lolita clan turned their gazes towards Casso, their eyes brimming with incredulity. Could it be true that such a diminutive scion possessed a combat strength exceeding 10,000? After a moment's pause, Yevini nodded affirmatively. The clan's annals contained countless historical accounts, and none understood the terrifying nature of the scions better than she, their leader. If they did not heed the child's counsel, the destruction of Lolita Star seemed inevitable. Moreover, aligning with the scion forces might not necessarily spell doom. Witnessing this development, Casso was momentarily taken aback. Was an agreement reached so swiftly? Typically, in times of peril for their race, one would expect a desperate struggle against such propositions. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the unfolding events. Casso paid little heed to the details. As long as they agreed to join the Scion clan, everything else could be negotiated. "I shall grant you a day to prepare. Afterward, I will escort you away from this place." "Very well." Philia tossed her ice-blue locks, ready to depart. However, an announcement interrupted. "Chief, the Sharberians request an audience." Before the messenger could finish, a blue-skinned extraterrestrial with a hooked nose barged through the doors. Without acknowledging the expressions of the Lolitas, Shabi sauntered up to Yevini and arrogantly proclaimed, "Old hag, how goes the research on the latest developments? Just wrap it up quickly. The sooner we sell, the sooner we profit." The Sharberians, emboldened by their prowess with a combat strength of 10,000, were exceedingly arrogant. Yevini seethed with anger, yet felt powerless. In the cosmos, strength is the ultimate truth. No matter how advanced your technology, Without power, one is bound to be oppressed. The Lolitas had faced such a reality in the past, and it remained unchanged in the present. Now, Yevgeny had entrusted the research outcomes of her clan to the Sharberians, but they treated the Lolitas with such disdain. Casso witnessed this scene and tugged at Philia's garment. Has this fellow always been so arrogant? Little one? Philia shot an annoyed glare at Casso, finding the young boy quite bothersome. Nonetheless, she nodded in agreement. The Sharberians' arrogance was notorious throughout this star domain, particularly towards the Lolitas. As a princess, she was acutely aware of this. Shall I eliminate him? As Casso lifted his head to speak, he found it rather uncomfortable. So he floated into the air, standing shoulder to shoulder with Philia. However, as he turned his head, he inadvertently caught sight of the snowy whiteness that adorned her chest. Oh, how pure! Upon hearing this, Philia's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. Is it truly possible? Certainly. Casso withdrew her gaze from her bosom, for it would not do to be seen and labeled a lecher by others. However, having just incorporated a high-tech race, he felt a surge of joy, and it was no trouble to stand up for the Lolita people. Meanwhile, upon noticing that Yevgeny remained silent, Shabi's fury ignited. You old fool, I am addressing you. The Lolita, long accustomed to the oppression from the Shar people, could not suppress their expressions of indignation at the way their leader was being treated. It is no wonder that some wore expressions brimming with anticipation upon hearing of the prospect of joining the Scion forces. In the hall, only Shabi's voice resonated. Yevgeny uttered not a word, her cold gaze fixed upon him. Now that the Lolita had allied with the Scion clan, Yevgeny, with her understanding of the Scions, was well aware that they would not allow their own to be mistreated. As expected, a youthful voice rang out. You ugly creature, who do you think you are? At this, Shabi instinctively straightened his posture, arrogantly declaring, I am Shabi. What of it? Casso nearly burst into laughter. However, his expression suddenly turned icy. You may perish. He raised his small hand, and a cerulean sphere of light materialized, unleashing a tempestuous energy that stirred the ionized void, manifesting swirling silver dragons. No. Shabi cried out in terror. Boom. The blue wave of light leapt through the air, crashing down upon him with a resounding explosion. In less than half a minute since his appearance, Shabi was utterly obliterated. Impressive. Philia clasped her delicate hands together, her eyes sparkling with starlight. The Lolita folk swallowed hard. After enduring oppression for so long, someone had finally risen to their defense. At that moment, the Lolita people felt that joining the Scion clan was indeed a wise choice. Yevgeny wore a subtle smile. Indeed, she had not misjudged the Scions. Hey girl, am I formidable or what? Casso turned to glance at the ice-cold beauty. Clearly in high spirits today. If you manage to annihilate the Shalber clan, I shall acknowledge your prowess. Philia remarked with a slight curl of her lips. This playful demeanor momentarily startled Casso. Even the Ice Princess could display such expressions? However, upon hearing the mention of exterminating the Shalber clan, he let out a cold laugh. Since the confrontation had commenced, it was only fitting to deliver a complete annihilation. Where are they? Philia's eyes widened. She had merely spoken in jest. Chapter 59. Philia's son. The Shalber people were not unfamiliar with brazenly intruding. As the princess of the Lolita clan, Philia had witnessed this far too often. In the face of such provocations, she often had to stifle her indignation, seething in silence, for who could challenge those possessing over 10,000 battle prowess? Having endured oppression from the Shalber for so long, the sudden emergence of someone willing to assist felt akin to traversing a parched desert for 3 days and nights only to stumble upon an oasis. Philia's gaze softened as she looked at Casso. Perhaps this young lad was not so intolerable after all. Quickly gather your belongings. We shall depart tomorrow. I am going now to eradicate the Shalber people as a welcoming gift for your introduction to the Scions. Casso clasped Philia's delicate hand and looked up with a smile, saying, let us go? As soon as the words left his lips, the two vanished from sight. With their departure, the conference hall erupted into a frenzy. The image of Casso vanquishing the Shalberian lingered vividly in the minds of the Lolitas. Although the Shalberian was not particularly formidable and Philia could have dealt with him, it would have taken some time. Yet, this little scion had dispatched him with a single strike. Leader, he is incredibly powerful. We have finally returned to the Scion lineage. Ha ha ha, the Shalberians are in for a great deal of trouble. The Lolitas were all ecstatic, jumping with excitement. Yevgeny nodded, sharing the anticipation of returning to their Scion heritage. Observing the close bond between Philia and Casso, she felt it was time to pass on the leadership of the Lolitas to Philia. With the relationship between her daughter and this young boy, the Scions would surely treat the Lolitas well. As this thought crossed her mind, Yvonne wore a knowing smile. The stars twinkled brilliantly in the vast expanse of space. In a particular star field, several planets of varying hues floated, all revolving around a central gray planet of similar size. That day, a small figure accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman appeared upon the gray planet. Is this the Shalber planet? It doesn't seem particularly impressive. How could you not prevail? Philia's lips twitched slightly. A battle power of 10,000 is already quite formidable in the universe. Such a warrior could serve as a squad leader within Frieza's forces. Should we consider obliterating this planet? Casso contemplated for a moment and decided to allow them to catch their breath first. Under Casso's perception, the highest combat power on Sherber Star barely reached 10,000, while the rest were nothing but trash. No, it would be more accurate to say that everyone on this planet was worthless. Hand it to me, Casso said nonchalantly. His intention was merely to teleport with Philia, not to be a lecherous man. Philia understood this and willingly extended her hand to Casso. As he felt the cool, smooth touch of her hand, a slight ripple stirred within him. Let us go. With a swift motion, the two vanished without a trace. In a gray palace, a blue-skinned Sherber spoke. Lord Shaley, the inventions crafted by the Lolita people are truly remarkable. Our coffers are nearly overflowing. Seated at the highest position in the palace, Lord Shaley laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, those women are indeed quite impressive. Another voice chimed in. Lord Shaley, given how much the Lolita have earned for us, shouldn't we treat them a little better? No need. They are merely a bunch of trash. Yes, indeed. The blue-skinned Sherber, sensing Shaley's displeasure, quickly forced a smile. Within their clan, Shaley's commands were absolute, and no one dared to contradict him. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared within the palace. This is the place, Casso remarked. Oh, must you be so dull? A little more reaction would be appreciated. He chided Philia, who chose to ignore him, having grown accustomed to her indifference. Casso turned his gaze toward the highest point of the palace. In his perception, the pinnacle of Sherber's power resided there. Looking upward, he observed a towering figure. 2 meters tall, with alternating blue and gray skin, particularly notable for his prominently curved nose, more so than any other Sherber. Who are you? Shaley demanded, his gray eyes widening in surprise at the sudden appearance of the two. The speed of these individuals was alarming. He had not sensed their entrance at all. However, the blue-skinned Sherber recognized Philia beside Casso. Aren't you the princess of the Lolita tribe? Have you brought us your latest research? In the eyes of the Sherber, the Lolita were seen as free labor, and their inventions were exceptionally practical. Yet, it was surprising that she had brought along a small child. The blue-skinned Sherber suddenly barked. What business do you have bringing your son here? As soon as the words left his mouth, Casso widened his eyes in astonishment as the frosty visage of Philia underwent a dramatic transformation, shattering the image of the Ice Princess in that very moment. Meanwhile, Shaley, seated nearby, chuckled softly, realizing they were of the Lolita clan. With his understanding of the Lolita people, he deemed their capabilities to be rather meager. It must have been his momentary lapse that caused him to overlook the actions of the two. Indeed, it should be so. Shaley coldly addressed the duo, saying, Put down the new research. You may take your leave. Casso emerged from his bewilderment and glanced at Philia's face, which was a striking contrast of blue and white. Am I truly your son? Casso's face twisted into a sardonic smile. The Shalberian truly was amusing. Finally, Philia regained her composure, raising her trembling hand to point at the azure Shalberian. You. The furious rise and fall of Philia's chest was evident, despite being an unwed maiden. Hearing someone claim that Casso was her son infuriated her to the core. I regret not having obliterated this planet at the first opportunity. Casso released Philia's hand, his entire being suspended in midair, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. The palace instantaneously transformed into an icy realm, as if Shaley had entered a millennia-old ice house, making each breath a struggle and impeding the flow of his blood. Who was this child? Suddenly, he noticed a fluffy little tail wrapped around Casso's waist. A scion, Shaley exclaimed. Previously, during Frieza's campaign against the scions, he had been fortunate enough to gain insight into their plight, but he never anticipated encountering one now. Oh, Casso smirked. It was surprising that this fellow even recognized a scion. What Bardock was concerned about was also his primary concern. The information regarding the scions must not be divulged. However, it mattered not. As long as he eradicated the threat completely, all would be well. Suddenly, Shaley vanished from his seat. He understood that one must not harbor any illusions when facing a scion. They were an exceedingly formidable race, growing stronger in the face of adversity. Thus, Shaylee chose to take the initiative. Chapter 60. Destruction of Shalber Star. Shaylee's rise to dominance in this star system was not without justification. He would never underestimate any opponent, especially when that opponent was a scion. A streak of blue lightning arced through the palace sky, as if chasing the very wind itself. The aura emanating from Shaylee disrupted the tranquil air, releasing an overwhelming wave of energy. In an instant, he appeared behind Casso, raising his fist with the intent to deliver a devastating blow. Yet, upon noticing Casso's complete lack of reaction, an unsettling feeling washed over him, and his heart momentarily ceased its rhythm. With a gasp, Shaylee instinctively retreated a few steps, his heart resuming its frantic beating. He regarded the young boy before him with trepidation. While a scion's standard strength may not be particularly impressive, their physical resilience was remarkably extraordinary. Years ago, when Shaylee possessed a mere battle power of 5,000, he encountered a scion who, despite having only around 2,000 battle power, initially fell victim to Shaylee's might. However, as the battle progressed, that scion grew increasingly fierce, ultimately matching Shaylee's strength. Just when Shaylee believed he had the upper hand, the scion hurled a wave of light into the sky, transforming into a massive gorilla. Fortunately, Shaylee had escaped swiftly, otherwise he might have met his demise. Now, this child exuded an even more intense aura than that previous scion. Shaylee instinctively felt that should he dare to advance further, he would be met with certain death. Why did the little boy suddenly stop moving? At the moment Shaylee made his move, Philia was taken aback, bewildered by his sudden stillness. Unbeknownst to her, Shaylee had just escaped the clutches of death. Yet it was close. Feigning strength, Shaylee seethed with rage. He was intimidated by a mere child. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blue energy projectile toward Casso. The energy sphere tore through the air, generating temperatures akin to that of the sun due to friction with the atmosphere. Even Philia on the ground felt the terrifying heat. "Be careful," Philia exclaimed urgently as the energy neared its target, Casso. Casso suddenly turned, raising a small hand to grasp forward. The terrifying energy orb halted in his palm, perpetually swirling and emitting a menacing crackle. With a decisive motion, Casso squeezed the energy orb, transforming it into a radiant burst of light that scattered in all directions, reminiscent of a fairy scattering flowers, resplendent and dazzling. Witnessing this spectacle, Philia's eyes widened, her mouth forming an astonished O. What an impressive display from the little one. In stark contrast, Shaylee recoiled in terror, muttering to himself in disbelief. This cannot be. The Scions were besieged by Frieza's forces, and yet this remnant proved to be so formidable. That prior strike had utilized 80% of his strength, only to be effortlessly extinguished. How dull. Casso remarked coldly, his desire for play extinguished. As his words faded, Casso vanished in a blur. The chilling aura erupted once more, thick with murderous intent, filling Shaylee's heart with dread. No matter how he searched for Casso, he could not find a trace. At that moment, Shaylee felt a sudden pang in his heart. Looking down, he saw a small hand piercing through his chest. The agonizing sensation of tearing pain radiated from his heart to his brain, spreading throughout his entire body. With a splatter, a jet of blue blood erupted from Shaylee's mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably, and after 3 seconds, he collapsed backward with a thud. Is this how he meets his end? Philia Casso approached Philia and, with an instinctive grace, took her delicate hand in his. He then remarked, "Hold your breath for a moment." In an instant, they vanished without a trace, leaving the palace enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the boastful Shalber who had just spoken. He glanced at the elder sprawled on the ground and, with a sigh of relief, patted his chest, thankful that the two had chosen to disregard him. Casso and Philia transformed into a streak of lightning, cleaving through the heavens and breaking free from the atmosphere, arriving beyond the confines of the universe. Philia, mindful of Casso's words, held her breath. They lingered outside the planet Shalber, when suddenly, Casso raised one hand. A resplendent blue radiance ignited above his palm, growing ever brighter with the infusion of energy, illuminating the dark cosmos like a nascent sun, casting its light across the entire starry expanse. Abruptly, a blue energy sphere, measuring 10 meters in diameter, materialized before Philia's eyes. Faced with such formidable power, her heart raced wildly, and she instinctively clasped her small hand over her chest, thinking, he possesses at least 100,000 battle power. The searing energy continued to compress, the pressure surrounding the energy sphere escalating. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the fabric of space itself was tearing apart in the cosmos. Casso furrowed his brow, and with a swift flick of his small hand, The enormous energy sphere plummeted downward with terrifying velocity. Without a glance back, Casso vanished into the cosmos with Philia. The energy sphere penetrated the atmosphere of Shalber, unleashing a dreadful pressure that caused the planet to tremble violently. The earth shook and the seas roared, creating an apocalyptic spectacle. Inside the palace, the blue Shalberian sat upon the throne of Shayli, but this position was far from comfortable. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, heralding the cataclysmic event on Shalber. Half a day had passed since then. Casso returned to Lolita Star with Philia. The planet bustled with activity, with each individual engrossed in their own pursuits. Yet, upon observing their faces, one could discern that they had encountered something exceedingly delightful. "My dear, it appears your kin do not oppose joining the Scion forces." Upon their arrival at Lolita Star, Casso continued to hold Philia's hand, seemingly oblivious to the need to release it. Well, it must be that he has simply forgotten. Philia cast a disapproving glance at Casso, her silence radiating an air of icy elegance. At that moment, Yvonne approached from a distance. "You arrived just in time. I have vanquished all the Shalber people," Casso remarked nonchalantly. "Really?" Yvonne exclaimed in astonishment. Casso nodded helplessly, expressing disbelief over the capabilities of the scions, despite having once followed them. Iwini glanced at Philia, who also nodded in agreement. "Wonderful, wonderful," Iwini exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement, tears welling in her eyes. It was evident from her tone how much the Lolita people had endured over the years. Clearly, joining the Scion clan was indeed a wise decision. After a moment of silence, Iwini regained her composure and spoke. "Lord Casso, we have made substantial preparations. When shall we depart? Are all the necessary equipment and supplies in order?" Casso understood that in order for the Scions to revitalize their race, they must invest significantly in technology. And the devices at hand were precisely what the Scions required at this moment. Otherwise, returning them to the planet Salad would yield nothing. Even a top-tier scientist like Bulma would find herself at a loss. Everything was prepared. Yvonne, leaning on her cane, gazed at Casso, astonished that such a young child could possess such remarkable prowess. It was unclear what methods he employed, yet within a mere half-day, he traversed to the planet Shalber and utterly annihilated it. Have the Scions truly grown this formidable? Casso was uncertain of her thoughts, nodding and saying, "All right. Let us gather all of Lolita's friends." The Lolita Star and the Sharada planet were not far apart. Traveling in the Zero spacecraft would take merely a day's time. Now, Casso intended to employ teleportation, transporting them in batches. Moreover, Casso's current strength was far superior to before, and relocating the Lolita clan along with the equipment should only require half a day. With the aid of the magical beans, it might even take less than a day. With this thought, Casso let out a sigh of relief. "Friends?" Casso had casually mentioned the term, and Philia and Iwini exchanged glances, subsequently sharing a gentle laugh. "This little brat is rather endearing. Lord Casso, I shall summon our kin at once." Iwini nodded to Philia and slowly made her way back to the conference hall. Half a day later, night fell. The sky was adorned with countless stars, and the moon shone brightly. The square was illuminated with grand lights, and over 200 Lolita people stood in the center, occasionally whispering among themselves. "I wonder if the Scions are fierce. Surely not. Our ancestors once followed the Scions, and now we are returning to them. How thrilling." As they pondered this, expectant expressions adorned the faces of the Lolita people. "Oh, I forgot to mention. Sharada planet has 10 times the gravity, so do take heed." Previously, Casso had observed Yuna and the others landing on Sharada planet without any discomfort. They must have utilized some advanced technology. Nevertheless, it was prudent to issue a warning. Sharada planet? Philia and Iwini were taken aback. Their clan had recorded that Sharada planet had exploded due to the Scion's internal strife. How could Casso still speak of it? We'll discuss it later. Surely you have a way to cope with tenfold gravity, right? Casso was eager to expedite the relocation of the Lolita clan. Indeed, Philia nodded. Their race primarily thrived on technological advancement. Even in the era of Yamosi, the Lolita clan had already developed gravity adjustment devices. Otherwise, they would not have been able to follow the Scions back then. However, was that planet truly Sharada? Philia was deeply astonished. She recalled that the records in her clan indicated that the planet held extraordinary significance for the Scions. When the Lolita clan was oppressed by the Shalber people, they had contemplated returning to the Scions, but the absence of Sharada's support rendered their efforts futile. Philia's heart trembled slightly, although the Scions were not as numerous as before. With Sharada planet lost in thought, Philia inadvertently revealed an enchanting smile, her beauty blooming like a snow plum blossom in an instant. This scene caught Casso's attention, and he pondered, what on earth is this foolish girl thinking? Soon, the Lolita clan had gathered completely, with the Lolitas standing to one side and the other technological devices arranged on the opposite side. Let us prepare to depart. As Casso observed that the time was nearly ripe, he proceeded to execute the plan he had previously devised with Vinny. He first transported the Lolita tribe members to the planet Sharada, and then he sent the equipment back. On the planet Sharada, near a quaint wooden cabin belonging to Badak, a sudden appearance of a multitude of figures emerged, approximately 20 individuals. The moment these 20 souls set foot on Sharada, their bodies trembled briefly before swiftly returning to a state of equilibrium. This was a result of the adjustment made to their gravitational multipliers. Upon witnessing this, Casso discreetly nodded to himself. If they could not even handle this minimal gravity, then the Lolita people were indeed quite inept. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the cabin. Casso, brother. Osbier darted forward, leaping onto Casso's back, her small legs tightly wrapping around his waist. At that moment, Badak also emerged from the cabin. Uncle Badak. These are all friends of the Lolita clan. Please take good care of them. I must continue to bring their kin over. Casso gazed at the Osbier hanging on him and said, Little Beer, come and assist your brother. All right. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. As for the departure of these two young ones, Bardock exhibited no particular reaction. However, upon witnessing the multitude of female creatures before him, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Has Casso truly brought an entire race in its entirety? With the assistance of Osbier, Casso's speed of transportation has significantly accelerated. In less than half a day, save for Philia, they have successfully transported all the Lolita people and their technological apparatus back. Now, Lolita Star is left with only Philia. Philia gazes expressionlessly at the scenes unfolding on Lolita Star before shaking her head. The future shall be brighter. She then thinks of that little rascal, unable to suppress a faint smile. At that moment, Casso reappears on Lolita Star. All right, it's your turn. With a swift motion, the two vanish from Lolita Star. On Salada Planet, as soon as Casso arrived with the 20 Lolita individuals, the scions were all stirred, standing by in anticipation of Casso's return. With the appearance of Casso and Philia, the entire Lolita clan has been successfully transported back. Brother Casso, Osbier exclaimed, leaping onto Casso's shoulders. Casso rested her hands on her petite form and addressed Bardock beside her. Uncle Bardock, these are friends of the Lolita tribe. They once followed us scions. Soon, Casso elaborated on the origins of the Lolita clan. Upon hearing that the Lolita tribe had once accompanied Yamushi, Bardock and the other scions remained unresponsive until Casso mentioned that Yamushi was the first Super Saiyan. In an instant, the scions erupted with excitement, their fervor boiling over. Was the legend of the Super Saiyan indeed true? Did such beings actually exist? Each scion clamored with enthusiasm, unable to contain their exhilaration. Among the ruckus, Bardock maintained a stoic demeanor, for he knew the truth of the Super Saiyan legend. His son Kakarot was destined to become the second Super Saiyan. Yet, casting a glance at Casso, Bardock mused to himself, perhaps Kakarot could even be the third. Chapter 62, Philia's Dilemma. Leader Iwini. This is our scion leader, Bardock. Casso rudely gestured towards Bardock. Upon witnessing this, Bardock merely curled the corner of his mouth, had he not been restrained by his own limitations. Casso would likely be sprawled on the ground by now. Greetings. Iwini had learned from Philia that the scions were being hunted by Frieza's forces and were forced to take refuge on planet Salada. However, she was not overly concerned. From the moment Casso led her kin to this place, she recognized that this little imp possessed a remarkable ability. Regardless of the circumstances, Frieza could never capture the scions. Thus, the safety of the Lolita tribe was assured. Moreover, planet Salada had inexplicably revived, and Iwini held a favorable view of the scion race. Welcome to her fold, Bardock replied coolly. Observing the group of Lolita people, he noted that most were women, with only a few men among them. It was no wonder Yuna had remarked on their low reproductive capabilities. Initially, he had suspected that Casso would eliminate Yuna and her kin, but unexpectedly, Casso had returned with all of Yuna's relatives. While this ensured the secrecy of the scion's whereabouts, Bardock remained perplexed as to Casso's motives. Bardock called out to Cast, who was hiding among the crowd. Cast, come here and arrange accommodations for our Lolita friends. I'm coming, Cast replied, glancing nervously at Bardock. He vividly remembered the last training session Bardock had given him, which left him trembling in apprehension at the mere sight of him. Casso held Osbiel in his arms and addressed Philia, saying, "First, let us ensure the well-being of your kin before we discuss anything further." Philia nodded slightly, then followed Casto along with the Lolita clan. The scions exuded a rather unremarkable aura, distinctly different from Casso. Yet Philia held faith that their interactions would foster change in due time. Once they departed, Bardock bellowed at the remaining scions, "What are you all doing? Do you intend to stand here until dawn?" "Not at all. Hurry and explain to Lord Bardock. Do you wish to meet your end?" In an instant, the scions vanished without a trace. "Uncle Bardock, you'll end up friendless if you continue like this," Casso chuckled. Despite Bardock's fierce demeanor towards his kin, Casso understood it to be merely his method of leadership. The scions were well aware of this, which is why they often behaved so casually around him. There was a reason for Bardock's affection among his people. He shot an annoyed glare at Casso, questioning, "What on earth do you intend to do?" Had he not been aware of Casso's prophetic abilities, he might have intervened. The more individuals who become privy to the scions' affairs, the greater the risk of exposure. Casso cradled Osbier close to him and said, "Uncle Bardock, scions will not remain on planet Salad forever." Bardock, arms crossed, gazed up at the starry sky. The vast expanse, dotted with countless stars, always captivated him, and his mind wandered through myriad thoughts. The quest for vengeance against Frieza would take an interminable time. With a sigh, Bardock remarked, "I understand you have your reasons. Do share them with me." As he held Osbier, Casso realized she had fallen asleep. He gently brushed her small nose with his fingers and mused, "For scions, merely having a gravity chamber is insufficient. We cannot do without spaceships and scanners." Upon hearing this, Bardock nodded, recalling that he had previously observed Casso and Osbier mastering a remarkable technique that not only concealed their own power, but also allowed them to discern the enemy's location without the aid of scanners. Kakarot has also imparted to the scions the understanding of such techniques. However, their ingrained and reckless use of energy has rendered them unable to grasp it fully. Bardock possesses only a faint inkling of this, yet he is aware that mastering this particular skill could yield lifelong benefits. You are indeed correct. We scions cannot remain on planet Salad forever. Scanners and spacecraft are indispensable. Although it is true that scions can survive in the cosmos, Bardock understands that there will inevitably come a day when they seek vengeance against Frieza. Casso's observations were indeed quite insightful. Upon reflection, Bardock cast a glance at the young lad, wondering how he could conjure such thoughts. Truly, he was a remarkable little creature. Gazing at Osbier as she slumbered, he couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. The technology of the Lolita clan is exceptionally advanced. You shall witness it in due time. With that, he cradled the young girl and soared into the skies. Time passed imperceptibly, and a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. The planet Sharada had been transformed by the Lolita people into distinct zones: residential, ecological, training, and research areas. High-tech marvels were ubiquitous, and the regions suitable for scions had been revamped into a modern metropolis, where one could occasionally spot Lolita inhabitants traversing the roads in their eco-friendly transportation. Within a room in the research zone, Philia held a universal capsule, examining it from every angle, even deploying various detectors to unravel its mysteries. Yet, she could not comprehend the underlying principles. How could it possibly contain items within? Half a year prior, she had received a universal capsule from Casso and had devoted countless hours to studying it, yet she remained utterly perplexed, grasping a handful of her icy blue hair. Frustration bubbled within her. Perhaps she should consult that little rascal. With a deep sigh, Philia felt utterly exasperated. Stepping out of the research building, she was suddenly engulfed in a burst of white energy, soaring skyward towards the training zone, passing through the ecological area along the way. The ecological zone was an intricate ecosystem, teeming with plains, forests, oceans, and a variety of creatures. The Lolita people had wisely decided that Sharada could not consist solely of training and living areas. It was essential to preserve some of its original charm. In this regard, their design was remarkably prudent. Before long, Philia arrived at the training zone. A glance revealed a series of dark rooms. These gravity chambers were easily constructed by Philia, provided she had the necessary materials. However, the enigma of the universal capsule eluded her comprehension. Thud, thud, thud. Philia descended in front of one of the gravity chambers. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a child who was wiping the sweat from his brow. He froze for a moment, taken aback by the sight of the strikingly beautiful woman before him. Casso, filled with confusion, inquired, "What do you need from me, little girl?" Philia brandished a universal capsule before him, shaking it vigorously, and gritted her teeth as she demanded, "Where did you acquire this? Surely, you do not intend to study it, do you?" Casso furrowed his brow, observing Filia's irate demeanor. It was evident she had conducted her own research on the universal capsule, yet could the creations of Dr. Brevis truly be within her grasp? This girl was clearly misguided. Chapter 63. The Purple Cat. It was not that Casso wished to crush Filia, but rather that the universal capsule was truly beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to fabricate. Throughout the entirety of the anime, it became apparent that within the vast cosmos beyond Earth, no one had the ability to produce such an item. "Where did you procure this, you little rascal?" Filia arched an eyebrow and reiterated her question. "A fellow named Brevis devised it. Are you acquainted with him?" Upon hearing this, Casso could hardly remain oblivious to her intentions. Casso sighed and remarked, "Well, perhaps I shall have the opportunity for you to become acquainted in due time." Despite Filia's alluring figure and striking beauty, Casso was acutely aware of her aloof nature and stubbornness. Should she not achieve her desires, she would undoubtedly pester him daily. At that moment, the door to another gravity chamber swung open, revealing a young girl. "Oh, Filia, is that you?" Casso exclaimed. "Indeed." Filia nodded at Osbier and then addressed Casso, saying, "Little brat, let us settle this matter." With that, she soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. "Brother Casso, what does Filia want with you?" Osbier inquired, a hint of perplexity in her tone. "It's just a minor matter," he replied. Casso gazed at Osbier. Nearly 2 years had elapsed since the cataclysmic explosion of Vegeta. And at this moment, Osbier was almost 9 years old, her height having surpassed 1 meter. Casso was aware that scions undergo a prolonged period of childhood, remaining in a state of adolescence until their later years when they rapidly age. Her lustrous black hair was tied with a red ribbon, and through her starry eyes, glimmers of light sparkled, her complexion radiant as jade, reminiscent of a newly born halo. Her cheeks were flushed, and despite her youth, she stood with remarkable poise, leaving Casso momentarily spellbound. "Casso, brother, the transformations among the scions are truly remarkable," Osbiel exclaimed. Upon hearing her tone, Casso offered a wry smile. It became evident that the girl had evolved from the naive follower she once was. Over the past year, the Lolitas had seamlessly integrated into the Scion community, creating a symbiotic existence. The technological advancements brought by the Lolitas had profoundly impacted Planet Salad, influencing not only daily life, but also significantly enhancing the capabilities of the Scions. They had redesigned the gravity chamber, enriching its functionalities, with the primary alteration being the removal of the music system. Additionally, they developed numerous healing pods, rendering the use of Sinzabines unnecessary for minor injuries. After all, with only 80 Sinzabines produced each month, how could they suffice for the Scion's demands? Presently, the Scion warriors had experienced a considerable increase in strength. Even the logistical personnel boasted a minimum power level of 20,000. Bardock had reached an impressive power level of 120,000, comparable to the captain of Frieza's Ginyu Force. Reflecting on this, Casso felt a surge of warmth within him. As long as they did not encounter Frieza's formidable combat prowess or other hidden adversaries, the current strength of the Scions should allow them to dominate their surroundings. "Casso, brother, what are you pondering?" Osbiel furrowed her brow, gently tapping his waist. "I was just contemplating whether we should journey to Earth." As soon as Casso uttered these words, Osbier's 2 little eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wonderful, wonderful. You wish to indulge in some delectable food, don't you?" Casso replied with a hint of annoyance. However, at that moment, a voice, imbued with authority, resonated behind Casso. "Young one, did you mention something delectable?" Casso turned his head and beheld a purple feline creature standing behind him. Casso rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. Its slender figure was adorned with 2 pointed, upright purple ears, and around its neck was a golden circlet reminiscent of a king's crown. It was clad in garments that echoed the grandeur of ancient Egypt, bearing a striking resemblance to the legendary Anubis. This was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Casso's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart raced wildly, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The appearance of this feline creature indicated that another individual must be nearby. Indeed, beside it stood a tall, flamboyant man, his pupils and lips a striking shade of purple, adorned with a large, light blue halo around his neck. "Whis, who are these 2 gentlemen?" Osbier inquired with a playful smile, gazing at the pair. Upon hearing Osbio's voice, Casso hastily covered her mouth, regardless of her futile struggles to break free. How could these 2 deities have suddenly materialized on the planet Salada? To Casso's knowledge, Beerus had returned to the god of destruction's realm to slumber after giving orders to Frieza several years prior. Young man, I am addressing you. Beerus's gaze toward Casso was frigid, akin to that of one observing an insect. Meanwhile, Whis regarded the two youngsters with great curiosity, astonished to discover they were scions. Hadn't the scions been obliterated by Frieza over a year ago? Beerus also noted the tails at Casso and Osbier's waists, his tone laced with bemusement. Oh, scions? Upon hearing this, Casso felt as though he had plunged into a thousand-year ice cavern, a chill enveloping him, as if he were on the brink of losing his life. However, since Beerus had posed a question, Casso realized that failing to respond might result in his immediate disappearance from existence. Casso hastily replied, Indeed, Lord Beerus. I have discovered a culinary delight of remarkable flavor. Surprised that he knew of his existence, Beerus narrowed his eyes. However, he recalled his previous visits to planet Vegeta, making the boy's recognition of him less astonishing. Yet, he pondered, were not the scions obliterated by Frieza? The thought caused Beerus to frown, realizing that Frieza audaciously defied his orders. Suddenly, a wave of destructive energy enveloped the entire planet of Salad, causing the ground to tremble as if it were on the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, far away at Frieza's headquarters, the Tyrant King sneezed. Who was thinking of me? Now that the scions had been discovered by Beerus, any hope of concealment was rendered futile. If decisive action were not taken, the scions would surely face obliteration once more. And even Goku on Earth might not escape such a fate. Casso recalled that Beerus had ordered Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta because King Vegeta had hidden his most comfortable pillow. Reflecting on this, Casso felt a glimmer of hope for the scions' salvation. Lord Beerus, the delicacy I mentioned is truly exquisite. Would you care to sample it? Upon hearing this, the destructive aura surrounding Beerus receded. Even Whis displayed a look of eager anticipation. As the most formidable beings in the seventh universe, their duties aside, they found immense pleasure in the pursuit of fine cuisine. Beerus regarded Casso with a frigid stare, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. If you dare to deceive me, the consequences will be dire. Chapter 64, The Temptation of the Food Stall. As Beerus spoke, a menacing purple aura enveloped him. The last individual who dared to deceive him was King Vegeta, whose grave was likely overgrown by 2 meters of grass by now. Whis, holding his staff, observed Casso with a benign smile, exuding an air of harmlessness. He remained unconcerned whether Casso spoke truthfully or not. If the dishes failed to impress, Beerus would take action, rendering any worry on his part unnecessary. Casso timidly remarked, Lord Beerus, the delicacies are found on a planet known as Earth. The flavors of Earth's cuisine are undoubtedly exquisite. After all, the little gourmand, Osbier, has personally experienced them, and her expressions made it clear that these are rare culinary treasures. Furthermore, I recall that in the anime, Beerus has a particular fondness for Earth's food. So I thought this might persuade him to spare the scion race. Whis, Beerus said with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, Whis promptly tapped his staff against the ground. A sacred glow emanated from the orb atop the staff, shining brilliantly, reminiscent of a precious gem that has been cherished for millennia. After gathering the necessary information, Whis respectfully announced, Lord Beerus, the planet known as Earth is quite distant from here. It will take approximately 3 seconds to reach. Within the 12 universes, Beerus is notoriously lazy, awakening only for brief periods of work before resuming his slumber. His current wakefulness is solely due to hunger. As expected, 3 seconds? Beerus exhaled 2 puffs of frustrated air, seemingly irked by such a lengthy distance. When he first laid eyes on the scions, he felt a fleeting impulse to obliterate both the scions and Frieza. But upon hearing Casso mention delicious food, he restrained himself. However, he was taken aback by the realization that it would take 3 seconds to arrive. Contemplating Whis' words, Casso wondered if he should use instant transmission to transport them. Given his current strength, he would need to rest before attempting instant transmission to Earth. Thus, it seemed best to allow Whis to facilitate their journey. Boy, if I do not see the delicacies you speak of in 3 seconds, you shall face the consequences, Beerus said coldly. Let us go. A massive, colorful beam of light enveloped the 4 of them, shooting upward into the sky. As the light gradually dissipated, the 4 figures vanished from sight. 3 seconds later, 4 silhouettes appeared near Karen on Earth. Is this the Earth you mentioned? Indeed, Casso nodded, realizing upon encountering Kalinta that they were indeed on Earth. However, how had Whis transported them here? While Casso pondered this mystery, Lord Beerus remarked, Whis, take a look at this structure. Whis appeared puzzled, as he had merely teleported randomly to Earth. What could explain the presence of such a familiar edifice? When Beerus arrived on Earth, he found himself surrounded by desolate forests, devoid of the delectable cuisine he had anticipated, leaving him feeling deceived. A surge of anger simmered within him, contemplating the annihilation of Casso and his companion, yet he paused at Whis' words. If even an angelic being could express astonishment. What then was the origin of this ancient tower? Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Casso before stepping closer to touch Calinta's structure. As the gaze of death shifted away, Casso exhaled, having feared for his life. Beerus examined the tower for a moment, dismissively declaring, "There's nothing particularly special about it." Whis, however, furrowed his brow, ignoring Beerus as he continued to immerse himself in the mysteries of Calinta. "How peculiar, why can't I recall?" Whis murmured. "In the cosmos, each angel serves a god of destruction, and should that deity perish for any reason, the angel would fall into slumber until a new god of destruction is born, at which point they awaken. Angels are not meant to die, thus, they live exceedingly long lives, gaining vast knowledge." Yet, inexplicably, Whis could not remember. This was indeed strange. Nevertheless, he dismissed it for the moment, turning to Casso with a smile. "Young one, lead us to some delicious food." Casso found it curious that these two were intrigued by Calinta, given their status as the pinnacle of existence in the universe. What could possibly elicit such curiosity from beings who had seen it all? However, he decided to take them for a meal first, lest the scions truly be obliterated. "Might I trouble you both to place your hands upon me?" Upon arriving on Earth, Casso preferred instantaneous movement for such close-range teleportation. Instantaneous movement from Yardrat? Whis discerned Casso's intent at a glance. Beerus remained unfazed. Possessing a modicum of teleportation was hardly impressive. True strength lay in one's own power. All those flashy tricks were of little consequence. In his eyes, should Casso attempt to flee using that technique, he would crush him in an instant. "Let us proceed." Beerus spoke softly, and soon after, the four individuals vanished without a trace. However, above them stood a coal-black sphere. Bobo gazed down at the four figures, and a flicker of emotion crossed his usually stoic expression, though it quickly faded back to indifference. On the other side of West City, the atmosphere starkly contrasted its prosperous counterpart. Here, the surroundings appeared notably impoverished. A bustling street was lined with tables, where numerous patrons sat on adjacent chairs, engaged in lively conversation. Should Bulma have seen this place, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "A food stall?" Indeed, Casso had led Beerus and the others to this humble eatery. After all, these two had little discernment. It was perhaps wise to start them off with the most basic fare, lest their palates become spoiled by excessive luxury. "Casso, I'm starving," Osbier lamented with a pitiful tone. As Beerus caught a whiff of the enticing aromas wafting from the neighboring table, he couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, the annihilation of the scions was the furthest thing from his mind. All he could think about was the dire need for food, where Casso might find himself in grave danger. Whis had already turned his attention to the adjacent table, intently watching others chew their food, unable to resist swallowing in response. "Kid, do you have a death wish?" Beerus growled, his patience waning. He had never encountered such tantalizing dishes, yet this young man was dawdling instead of attending to him. Under the weight of Beerus's piercing gaze, Casso shuddered and promptly shouted, "Waiter, bring the food." In no time, the eatery staff delivered an impressive spread. However, Casso realized that this amount would surely not suffice for the group. Soon, another stall complied with his request, bringing forth every dish available, one after another. The food establishments along the street began to deliver their culinary offerings. Chapter 65. Bulma's ferocity. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies, featuring both airborne and aquatic delights. While the presentation did not rival that of a high-end restaurant, it was certainly appealing, and the aromas were extraordinarily enticing. As Beerus and Whis inhaled the fragrant scents, their appetites surged. Whis could hardly contain himself. He delicately lifted a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth, savoring the flavors as they erupted on his palate, stimulating his salivary glands to produce an abundance of saliva. The fish was swallowed, and Whis's violet eyes widened in ecstasy, as if his very soul was immersed in divine radiance, eliciting a pleasurable sigh. How delightful! Beerus, having swallowed countless times already, could no longer restrain himself. He dove in, devouring dish after dish with abandon. Witnessing this spectacle, upon witnessing the scene, Casso curled his lips slightly. "You little rascal. A mere street stall is ample to deal with you. Mine. Don't snatch it away, this is for me. Do you believe I shall obliterate you?" Beerus observed the exchange, while Whis stifled a chuckle, covering his mouth. The young lad beside him might afford the god of destruction some respect, yet this girl, devoid of any discernment, could scarcely be expected to show reverence to a deity. Nevertheless, as Whis regarded the young girl, he sensed that despite her mediocre talent, her intentions remained rather innocent. Individuals of her disposition may not progress swiftly in their cultivation, yet their potential is undoubtedly vast. Moreover, like Beerus, she possessed an insatiable love for food. Reflecting on this, Whis regarded Osbier with a peculiar gaze. "Little Beer, come and partake of this." Casso was indeed intimidated by little Byrie, daring to compete with Beerus for food, a reckless endeavor, indeed. Hastily, he fetched another platter of roasted meat. Well then, Osbier appeared somewhat displeased, biting into the meat sullenly. Meanwhile, Beerus indulged in his meal, his face smeared with grease, seemingly oblivious to Osbier's earlier rudeness. Soon enough, the clattering of bowls and chopsticks resonated once more across the dining table. Half a day passed, and the 10 tables in the roadside eatery were overflowing with plates, each stacked to a height of 5 meters. Passers-by, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes in astonishment. Surely these individuals must be monsters. Beerus reclined in his chair, resembling a satiated, slender feline, his countenance radiating sheer enjoyment. "This fare is quite satisfactory," he remarked with a hearty belch, feigning nonchalance. Upon glancing at the two scions, he found them more agreeable. Indeed, the delicacies they spoke of were genuinely delectable. At that moment, Beerus recalled his rotund brother, wondering if he had ever savored such exquisite cuisine. Likely not. With that thought, a smile crept across his face. It was yet another delightful day. "Lord Beerus, do you still intend to annihilate the scions?" Whis inquired, elegantly dabbling at the grease on his lips with a handkerchief. If not for the towering stack of plates before him, he would have appeared remarkably dignified. Hearing this, Casso perked up, feeling a twinge of anxiety. It was no wonder Casso's nerves were frayed. After all, King Vegeta had chosen to provoke none other than the god of destruction, a divine entity. And even if he had antagonized the entire Frieza clan, Casso would not have flinched. But the god of destruction who wields the power to obliterate the cosmos, mastering the art of destruction with unparalleled finesse. In the realm of anime, only a select few could withstand the destructive energy of a god of destruction. Naturally, this excludes the celestial beings such as angels. Enough of this chatter, Beerus exclaimed, placing his hands behind his head and casting a dismissive glance at Whis. Whis offered a gentle smile, fully aware of Beerus's intentions. The actions taken by King Vegeta had led to the annihilation of planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza. And as an angel, Whis would not question the decisions of a god of destruction. Even now, though Casso had brought them to Earth for a splendid meal. Should Beerus decide to eradicate the scions, Whis would remain equally unopposed. Angels are forbidden from interfering with the workings of the world. Casso was well aware of the formidable strength of the angel, surpassing even that of a god of destruction, yet he remained merely a servant to the latter. To persuade Whis to act against regulations, one must cultivate a rapport akin to that of Bulma in the anime. Bulma cleverly employed the allure of exquisite cuisine to endear herself to the peculiar duo, resulting in an amicable relationship. When Whis and Beerus discovered Bulma had created a time machine, an item of illicit nature, they merely prohibited her from utilizing it, choosing to overlook her transgression. Previously, King Vegeta had recklessly dared to conceal Beerus's pillow. For a deity like Beerus, obliterating an entire race is a matter of simplicity. Upon hearing Beerus's tone, Casso finally felt a sense of relief. The lives of the scions were preserved, as well as his and the little girl's. "Whis, let us depart. We shall return another time," Beerus declared, rising to glance at Osbier. That impudent girl dared to compete with him for food, had it not been for his good mood. "Very well, Lord Beerus." Whis, having satisfied his appetite, vanished alongside Beerus in an instant from the dining table. Within the realm of teleportation, Beerus felt a vein of irritation cross his forehead as he glanced at Whis. "You two gluttons, were you starved in your previous lives? A whole street is insufficient for your appetites," Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips, pointing at Casso. A year had passed, and Bulma diligently practiced every day. The warm current within her had grown considerably, and she believed that soon she would be able to unleash that energy, allowing her to boast to Casso. However, who could have anticipated that one evening, Casso would suddenly appear before her, leading her to a bustling street, requesting her assistance in covering the bill for their meal. It would have been manageable if it were merely one food stall, but these two had devoured their way through the entire street's offerings. How terrifying! Casso and Osbier stood obediently still, Indeed, their actions were inappropriate. Observing the two little rascals, slightly taller than her, so well-behaved, Bulma found herself with nowhere to vent her frustration. "Forget it," Bulma said, her tone laced with irritation. It wasn't that she truly cared about the meager amount of money. To her, it was merely a number. Bulma simply wanted to take the opportunity to scold Casso, especially since he had been rather harsh during her training. As expected, after venting her ire, Bulma felt a warm glow enveloping her entire being. It turned out that scolding someone could be so delightful. "Brother Casso, Bulma is so fierce," Osbier timidly remarked. She wasn't this fierce when she wanted to fly before. Witnessing Bulma's demeanor, Casso swallowed hard. It became evident that this girl had always been so fierce, which explained why even Vegeta later grew wary of her. Chapter 66. The hyperbolic time chamber far from Earth, a massive inverted purple pyramid floated in the void, adorned with various blue plants and surrounded by an aura of divinity. After more than 20 minutes, Whis finally returned with Beerus to the realm of the destroyers. "Lord Beerus, how was the meal?" "Mediocre," he replied nonchalantly. "So, shall we visit Earth again?" "Yes," Beerus answered without a moment's hesitation, not even glancing back. Hearing this, Whis stifled a chuckle. Beerus's stubbornness was nothing new. Nonetheless, the food on Earth was indeed delicious. The role of a destroyer is to obliterate subpar planets within a fixed time frame. Otherwise, these inferior planets would drag down the average strength of the entire universe. While the destroyers of other universes diligently fulfilled their duties, the destroyer of Universe 7 seemed to have taken laziness to new heights. Watching Beerus's retreating figure, Whis smiled helplessly. Unsurprisingly, Beerus would likely return to his temple to slumber once more. One could only wonder how long this slumber would last. Just as Beerus was about to enter the palace, Whis casually inquired, "Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts on that little girl?" Beerus paused, his foot hovering at the entrance of the palace. Upon hearing the question, he stepped back. "Interesting," Beerus responded solemnly before finally entering the palace to resume his slumber. At Bulma's home, Casso faced Bulma and remarked, "Bulma, a year has passed, and you have cultivated only this little energy?" Bulma stood there, her small head drooping slightly, resembling Casso's earlier scolding demeanor. Indeed, fortunes change. Observing Casso's impassive expression, Bulma felt a twinge of defiance. She had been diligently training, having consumed 3 sins of beans. Moreover, her strength was formidable. She could lift heavy machinery with a single hand and even apprehend robbers encountered on the streets. How infuriating it was that Casso never offered her a word of praise. She silently cursed under her breath, noticing Bulma's sulky expression and her air of grievance. Casso felt a twinge of guilt. He had merely intended to shift the conversation, unaware of how addictive reprimanding could be. Nevertheless, Bulma's talent was undeniably impressive. Casso sensed that she possessed approximately 30 points of combat power within her. Should she cultivate to over 80 points, she could attempt to channel her energy, as Videl did. Once she reached that milestone, her dream of soaring through the skies would soon be realized. "Just keep training. You are on the verge of flying," Casso said, unsure of how to comfort Bulma. "Really? Truly? Indeed. Oh yes." Upon hearing Casso's words, Bulma sprang into action, as if invigorated, nearly soaring to the ceiling. "What a child she is." Casso chuckled softly, feeling exceptionally pleased. The most dreaded concern of the Scions had been resolved, leaving only the confrontation with the Frost clan ahead. The Frost clan consisted of 3 formidable warriors, Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold. Each of them possessed terrifying combat prowess, surpassing one another in strength. In the anime, Cooler made his debut with an astonishing battle power of 470 million, significantly exceeding that of his brother Frieza. Moreover, upon his second appearance, Cooler's energy escalated to an astounding 10 billion. As for King Cold, who accompanied Frieza to Earth, Vegeta once remarked that King Cold's energy was 10 times that of Frieza's. Thus, it could be inferred that he possessed a minimum battle power of over 1.5 billion. Reflecting on this, Casso was not deterred by the foreknowledge of their combat capabilities. Instead, the very blood coursing through him surged with exhilaration. Perhaps this was the essence of being a scion. "Bulma, you utilized 3 senzu beans, did you not? Allow me to present you with 3 more, perfectly completing a total of 10. Dedicate yourself to training, and I sincerely hope to witness you soar through the skies." Casso expressed his intention to visit Earth while on the planet Salad, but his true purpose was to access the Spirit Time Room within the Heavenly Temple. It is time to address the fears that plague the Scions, and a journey to that place is now warranted. The Spirit Time Room, situated within the temple, operates under a unique temporal phenomenon where a year inside equates to merely a day outside, rendering it an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivation. In the anime, it is precisely due to this extraordinary chamber that the Z-Fighters experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities over a short span of time. Moreover, the room is replete with food and water, but the air is thin and oppressively hot, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius. And the gravity is tenfold that of Earth, all within a space as vast as Earth itself. However, the Spirit Time Room is not without its drawbacks. An individual may only enter for 2 days in their lifetime, or else the exit will vanish, leaving them trapped forever. Nevertheless, those who achieve a certain level of power, such as Majin Buu or Gotenks, can break through the dimensional barriers within. Are you leaving again? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Throughout this year, every time she trained, she recalled Casso's infuriating face, and now that she finally encountered him again, he was preparing to depart once more. Was his purpose in coming here merely to have her pay for his meals? Ugh, what a cat. Little girl, focus on your training. Little Bulma, concentrate on your training. Osbier pouted as she uttered this, before vanishing alongside Casso. At the Earth's temple, 2 small figures suddenly appeared with a whoosh. As Casso and Osbier sought the divine, a voice echoed from behind, inquiring, "What brings you here? Who goes there?" 2 years ago, Casso mastered the art of sensing energy. Upon arriving in the celestial realm, he could only perceive the presence of the deities, failing to detect any other beings. He was quite startled by this revelation and quickly turned around. It was Mr. Bobo. Osbier tugged at Casso's sleeve and exclaimed, "It is Mr. Bobo." Casso wiped the sweat from his brow. Mr. Bobo remained as enigmatic as ever, and Casso was not surprised by his ability to approach silently. "Do you have business here?" Bobo asked expressionlessly. "We wish to enter the time chamber," Casso replied candidly. Although he intended to phrase it more delicately, the presence of someone as mysterious as Bobo compelled him to be forthright. "Very well," Bobo said, without inquiring how Casso knew of the time chamber's existence or its purpose, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Casso glanced at Osbier, feeling somewhat bewildered. If the celestial realm were inhabited solely by deities, entering the time chamber would be a simple endeavor for Casso. However, the presence of enigmatic beings like Bobo complicated matters. Still, he believed that even if he forcefully infiltrated the celestial realm, Bobo would likely remain indifferent. Nevertheless, Casso thought it prudent to approach with courtesy. To his surprise, his success came rather effortlessly. Chapter 67. One day later, the celestial temple was enveloped in profound tranquility, the air exceedingly thin. The surrounding greenery rustled gently in the caress of a mild breeze. On this day, 2 young children trailed behind a figure with a head resembling a lump of coal, making their way toward a peculiar structure. The building was rounded above, adorned with a clock suspended overhead, while 2 grand hourglasses stood sentinel beside it. A faint, mysterious aura wafted through the crack of the door. As Casso approached the house, the ethereal essence enveloped him, seeping through his skin and into his being, imparting a sense of temporal transcendence. Upon entering through the doorway, he found himself in the time chamber, aware that this place would inevitably become a battlefield in the future, with the formidable Majin Buu breaching its confines. In that moment, when Piccolo detonated the entrance, he harbored thoughts of perishing alongside Majin Buu, yet to his astonishment, the fiend managed to escape from within. Casso pondered to himself, with his limited abilities, how long would it take for him to escape if he found himself trapped inside? As they walked, Bobo was explaining the various precautions regarding the Room of Spirit and Time to Casso and Osbier. Casso was well aware of the function and limitations of the room, yet he found it prudent to attentively listen to Bobo's counsel. After all, it would be unfortunate if there were nuances in the anime that had not been articulated. However, upon concluding Bobo's explanation, Casso realized that his understanding closely aligned with what Bobo had conveyed. "Make sure the 2 of you emerge before the sands in the hourglass run out," Bobo remarked calmly. "I will remember," Casso affirmed with a nod. Having only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few years, and with the plot yet to unfold significantly, he certainly would not recklessly jeopardize his safety. "Then let us proceed." Casso led Osbier inside. Observing their retreating figures, Popo stood still, lost in contemplation. Upon entering, Casso's immediate impression was one of overwhelming whiteness, an expanse of pure, unblemished white, devoid of any other hue, with no discernible boundaries, creating an illusion of vastness. The atmosphere felt stifling. After only a few steps, Casso and Osbier found their throats parched. He recalled how Sun Wukong had exited the hyperbolic time chamber shortly after entering. Unable to endure the oppressive environment, a testament to its severity that even a martial artist of his caliber could not withstand. Nevertheless, having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, Casso was resolute in his determination to press on. "Can you endure this, little Osbier?" Casso inquired, concern evident in his voice. "I can do it," Osbier declared. Her small fist clenched firmly, exuding determination. The path of the strong is seldom without obstacles. They were merely advanced warriors, not of the legendary Saiyan ilk like Broly. If they could not withstand such minor trials, they stood little chance against deities of destruction, let alone Frieza. Yet, the unwavering resolve reflected in Osbier's steadfast gaze revealed her fearless spirit. With a heart untainted by fear and embodying the noble spirit of martial arts, Osbier was indeed a rare gem, which explained why it was held her in high regard. Time flew swiftly within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, where two youthful figures engaged energetically. Osbier summoned all her strength and unleashed a flurry of punches toward the sky. Her swift, intense movements conjured a tempest, sweeping through the vast space. Bang! Their fists collided, sending ripples through the air, accompanied by a thunderous sound akin to the earth shattering. In an instant, Osbier transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens, where she and Casso became entwined in a fierce struggle. Countless afterimages filled the sky, each impact reverberating with earth-shaking force as the sounds of their battle echoed incessantly. "Little Osbier, let us move to this spot for now." Casso grasped her tiny fist. "Okay." The two descended back to the ground, taking a moment to regain their composure before settling into a meditative position, floating gracefully in the air. Casso and Osbier have spent nearly a year within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. The environment inside is exceptionally harsh, where those of feeble will and spirit are prone to hallucinations. Upon their initial entry into this realm, both found each second to be an arduous trial. However, their resolve and mental fortitude are formidable, particularly Casso, whose spiritual strength is exceptional. He felt merely a slight discomfort physically, while his mental state remained unscathed, even finding the experience somewhat tolerable. During this year, Casso has not emerged empty-handed. He has meticulously refined his combat techniques and deepened his understanding of energy manipulation. He is confident that his ability to unleash a shockwave is now significantly more powerful than before. In the Celestial Temple, the divine being gazes down upon the mortal realm. A year prior, he was astounded by Casso's earth-shattering prowess, particularly since Casso is not of Earth. The thought of Casso harboring ill intentions toward Earth was troubling. Fortunately, Casso's motives were benign, having only taken some superfluous celestial beings from the Cat Sage. However, the Cat Sage subsequently expressed concern. Without a formidable martial artist like Wu Tai Do on Earth, an invasion from extraterrestrial beings could plunge the planet into irreparable chaos. The divine being contemplated this, recognizing the truth in the Cat Sage's words. The inhabitants of Earth seem utterly oblivious to potential threats. Should the Cat Sage's fears materialize, Earth could indeed face annihilation. Thus, utilizing his divine abilities, he sought to subtly guide the minds of the populace, revealing the existence of a legendary temple above Corinta. With the Cat Sage's endorsement, individuals could ascend to the celestial realm to receive the divine being's tutelage. While observing the mortal realm, the divine being also noticed an intriguing child, whose pure heart mirrored that of Osbier. Such innocents often excel in martial arts. To his astonishment, he also observed a fluffy tail protruding from the child's rear. Was this not reminiscent of Casso and his companions? Could they belong to the same race? At that moment, two small figures emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. The divine being chuckled softly. "Are you not back yet?" he inquired, leaning on his staff with a smile. He had learned from Bobo that Casso and Osbier had returned to Earth and entered the chamber. The divine being harbored no objections to their presence there. In fact, he welcomed it with open arms. Aware of the immense power these two possess, he surmised that offering them some kindness would create a debt of gratitude, ensuring that they might be called upon in times of crisis on Earth. Just one day would suffice. Casso shook his head. During the year spent in the time chamber, he meticulously refined all of his techniques. Although his combat power did not significantly increase, his personal fighting skills had transcended their former limitations. Fortunately, they harbored no malice towards Earth. The celestial being subtly nodded, increasingly unable to fathom the true depth of their abilities. Chapter 68. The Battle for the Sins of Being's Celestial Being. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Casso's sole purpose for coming to Earth was to access the time chamber. However, along the way, he encountered Beerus, and thus had to bring him to Earth, conveniently eliminating the latent threat posed by the scions. With both tasks now accomplished, it was nearly time to return to Planet Salad. Very well, until we meet again. The Supreme Being nodded. Under his influence, the martial arts on Earth were flourishing, and in the years to come, it was likely that some promising talents would emerge. Casso departed from the celestial realm with Osbier, subsequently arriving at a shop in the western city. Brother Casso, what do you intend to do with these instant noodles? You will understand in due course. Casso did not elaborate much. He simply bought a multitude of instant noodles as a precaution. The shelves were incessantly stripped of their noodles by Casso, leaving no brand untouched. However, upon encountering a particular brand of pickled cabbage-flavored noodles, Casso paused, deciding to forego that option. Nearly all the instant noodles in the store had been claimed by Casso, all meticulously packed into a versatile capsule. As he exited the store, he let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the black card provided by Bulma, which contained sufficient funds to last him a lifetime. Indeed, relying on others' fortunes was the most delightful. With that, the two vanished without a trace. Planet Salad. As time progressed, the strength of the scions continued to escalate. Bardock organized all scions into 10 squads, each overseen by a captain, with Bardock and Casso holding authority over all captains. The scions had no objections to Casso being responsible for the captains. Rather, they welcomed the arrangement. On this day, a vast arena stood at the center of the training area, filled to capacity with spectators, half Scion and half Lolita. Among them was Philia. Bardock glanced at the list in his hand and calmly announced, "The next match will feature Team Chris against Team Cast." Due to the limitation of only 80 Senza beans being produced each month, with 40 reserved as seeds, Bardock needed to set aside a portion of the remaining beans for emergencies. Consequently, there were not enough Senzu beans to distribute among the scions. Thus, Casso proposed a solution to stage competitions between the squads, where higher-ranked teams would receive more Senzu beans. This merit-based acquisition of beans would leave no room for discontent among the scions. Bardock found this method of duel quite advantageous, as it instilled a sense of pressure among the scions. When a scion feels pressure, it can lead to formidable outcomes. Much like during the Namek saga, where Vegeta could hardly fathom that Kakarot, a low-class warrior, could transform into a super scion while he, a noble scion prince, could not. Embarrassed and under immense pressure, Vegeta astonishingly transformed into a super scion within a year. The arena, spanning 10,000 square meters, stood ready, hosting 30 scions upon its stage. Castor mocked, "Chris, it's time to concede. Over a year ago, the Lolita clan developed a detector that revealed your combat power to be a mere 70,000, while most of your team members hover around 40,000. In stark contrast, I possess a strength of 80,000. How could you possibly hope to challenge me? Surrender?" Chris curled his lip. The concept of surrender was anathema to scions. Even in the face of certain defeat, they would never yield. Moreover, the outcome was not necessarily predetermined. So let the battle commence. With Castor's declaration, the atmosphere in the arena became palpably tense, a prelude to imminent conflict. At that moment, two small figures appeared beside Philia on the sidelines. Oh, seeing the battle unfold, Casso paused. He had envisioned this style of duel long before the Senza beans had matured. Yet he had not anticipated stumbling upon such a confrontation upon his return. He resolved to witness it closely. Castor soared towards Chris's position, while the other team members each engaged their respective opponents. The white aura of the 30 fighters erupted instantaneously, a fierce energy swirling and sweeping across the arena, even causing Casso's hair to stand on end from the force of the winds. "Hey, how many matches have there been so far?" Casso inquired, cradling Osbier as he sat next to Philia. "This is the penultimate match," Philia replied coolly. She had grown accustomed to Casso's sudden appearances, having experienced them before while bathing. "The team that is already advanced must be Garrus's," Casso squinted. Among the scions, aside from Bardock, Garrus was the most formidable, boasting a staggering combat power of 90,000. No other team leader could match him. Indeed, Philia nodded, then turned her gaze away. Garrus's strength is rather unfair to the other scions. Having experienced the effects of the Senza beans, Philia understood that when combined with scion physiology, it could yield terrifying results. She believed that acquiring Senzu beans through this form of combat would only serve to amplify the power of the strong. Fairness? Casso chuckled softly, acknowledging the inherent unfairness of the world. After all, Without pressure, where would the motivation arise? Noticing Casso's silence, Philia hesitated to continue. Recognizing that this matter pertained to another's kin, and if Casso himself was indifferent, why should he concern himself so much? With so many thoughts preoccupied with others, it would be far wiser to ponder the principles behind the creation of the universal capsule. With this thought in mind, Philia shot Casso an irritated glare. Look quickly. Cassio, oblivious to Philia's expression, pointed toward the dueling arena. Although the number of participants had diminished significantly, Cassio understood that the true battle was only just commencing. A dozen powerful auras erupted once more, and a hurricane suddenly expanded, unleashing a formidable shockwave that shattered the entire arena, reducing the stones to mere dust within the tempest. Cass soared into the air, his hands converging together. The energy within him was deftly guided, swiftly coalescing into a dazzling energy orb. Chris, brace yourself. The furious energy orb hurtled directly towards Chris. Move quickly. The scions on the ground, witnessing the impending doom, immediately ascended into the sky. If Cast's attack were to strike, Chris would likely be bedridden for weeks. I can't withstand this. I can't even evade it. Chris gritted his teeth, fully aware that defeating Cast with his current strength would be a formidable challenge. After all, his opponent possessed a staggering battle power of 80,000. That 10,000 battle power was neither insignificant nor overwhelming. Yet, it would not be so easy for his adversary to vanquish him purely based on that disparity. Boom. Chris deftly dodged the energy orb, which instead crashed into the dueling arena, resulting in a violent explosion. In an instant, the entire arena was reduced to ruins. Smoke billowing into the air, enveloping even the scions above. Observing the scene, Casso chuckled. Chris is about to lose. Philia furrowed her brow, but Chris evaded that attack. How could he possibly lose? You'll see, Casso replied. Chapter 69. An important decision announced. The smoke generated by the explosion continued to spread, resembling a dark mist rising from the depths of an abyss, obscuring all visibility. We must rush out. Quickly. The entire arena was shrouded in smoke, and all the scions inside yearned to escape at the earliest opportunity. In such a murky environment, ambushes were all too easy to fall prey to. Both sides shared this sentiment. Chris realized the precariousness of their situation. Their team was already at a disadvantage, and if he, as the captain, were to be ambushed by Cast, their team would be doomed. However, a voice echoed from behind him. Chris, lie down for a moment. A flash of light illuminated the mist, akin to a guiding beacon in a dark forest, leading lost lambs back onto the right path. To everyone else, this light appeared breathtakingly beautiful, but upon seeing it, Chris felt a chill in his heart. When did this happen? After being hammered by Lord Bardock so many times. Did you really think it would amount to nothing? Cast materialized behind Chris, his hand already gathering an energy orb even larger than before. Before the scions relocated to Salada Planet, Chris and Cast's strengths were roughly equal. However, Cast had a penchant for recklessness, frequently provoking Bardock's wrath. His current superiority over Chris was largely due to the relentless training under Bardock's watchful eye. Prepared to receive, Cast let out a cold snort. The colossal energy orb launched from his hand, instantly creating a luminous passage through the shroud of gray smoke enveloping the sky. With unparalleled might, the energy orb hurtled toward Chris. No. Chris's pupils constricted sharply as the orb swiftly traversed the air, stirring up tumultuous waves and fierce winds that raged around him. Appearing before his eyes in an instant. Boom. A golden radiance illuminated Chris's position, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the entire dueling arena. In that fleeting moment, the gray mist was shattered by the shockwave that radiated outward. As the vision of the dueling ground returned, only Cast remained at the apex of the heavens, while the rest were mere members of the two teams. How formidable Lord Cast is. Truly remarkable. The members of Team Castor shouted in unison. If their captain could eliminate the opposing leader, victory would undoubtedly swing in their favor. Over the past few months, apart from their encounter with Garrus's team, they had consistently reached the final showdown. Now, Team Castor once again glimpsed the hope of victory. Meanwhile, the Lolita supporters also raised their voices in excitement. Truly, the prowess of Lord Castor is commendable. Lord Chris was so close. The Lolitas, having long integrated with the scions, rejoiced at the growing strength of the scions. How do you know? Philia glared with her striking eyes, fixated on Casso. The battlefield's dynamics were nothing short of unpredictable. She could not assume that Castor was definitively stronger than Chris, for until the last moment, no one could foresee the outcome. That rascal Castor is merely a troublemaker. Even if Chris dodges a strike, Castor will surely have other tricks up his sleeve. Casso shrugged, expressing his thoughts. Who is Cast? He is a person who dares to challenge even Bardock, thus cannot possibly be a virtuous individual, were it not for Casso's formidable combat prowess. He might not even have the audacity to provoke Bardock. After all, he is the father of the protagonist in the Dragon Ball universe. Philia furrowed her brows, remaining silent. Ever since Casso proposed this method of duel, she has eagerly watched every electrifying contest. She observed that as long as Cast's team did not encounter Garrus's team, they consistently advanced to the final showdown. Furthermore, she noted that Cast employed rather underhanded techniques during the duels, such as the infamous egg extraction move. This thought caused Philia's lips to twitch uncontrollably. You resemble him quite a bit. What did you say? Casso did not quite catch what Philia had said. So he turned his head. He beheld her gently brushing aside the blue tresses that framed her face, the usual chill of her demeanor evaporating in that fleeting moment, replaced solely by an endless allure tinged with shyness. Oh. Philia's gaze darted about, evading direct contact. As Casso observed Philia's hesitant demeanor, he chose to disregard her and continued watching the competition on stage. Indeed, Chris had failed to rise after his recent blow, and his team members were swiftly defeated by Castor's squad. After a day of duels, the confrontation among the 10 teams had finally culminated in the last match. Bardock allowed Castor's team members a brief respite of 15 minutes before promptly commencing the next bout. This match is not worth watching, Casso remarked with a smile while cradling Osbier. Why is that? Osbier inquired, tilting her head and twinkling her round eyes in confusion. Philia, regaining her composure, turned to Casso, eager to articulate her thoughts. Garish was once a member of Uncle Bardock's team, Casso stated nonchalantly. Although the scions were now divided into 10 squads, Garish could be considered Bardock's closest subordinate. Given this connection, it was no surprise that Bardock would afford Garish special attention and training. Thus, it was understandable that Garish possessed such formidable combat prowess. Faced with someone as experienced and powerful as Garish, it was utterly unrealistic for Castor to employ his usual underhanded tactics. Philia paused, realizing that Garish indeed had such an impressive background. However, as Casso had pointed out, in their previous team encounters, Castor had never emerged victorious against Garish. It seemed evident that Garish would triumph once more. Philia mused silently. She glanced at the 2 little ones beside her. The scions on stage were undeniably formidable, yet Philia found herself unperturbed. After all, those scions were fully grown. In contrast, the strength of these 2 little ones far surpassed that of the scions on the field, which struck her as quite absurd. While Philia had yet to witness Osbier's capabilities, she had observed Casso's prowess a year prior. At that time, Casso had effortlessly conjured a massive energy sphere with one hand, obliterating the planet Sherber in a mere gesture. Having witnessed so many duels, Philia discerned that none of the scions on stage could hold a candle to Casso. She pondered extensively but could not fathom why these 2 youngsters were so extraordinarily strong. Turning her gaze back to the arena, a new battle commenced. As anticipated, no matter how Castor employed his underhanded tactics, Garish remained composed and unfazed. It wasn't long before Castor succumbed to Garish's smite. Following Castor's defeat, his team members failed to make any significant impact, resulting in their complete annihilation. As the battle concluded, Casso placed Osbier on a chair and declared, "Little Osbier, stay here. I have an announcement to make." Chapter 70. Re-entering the cosmos. As Casso soared into the sky, the audience, which had only just settled, erupted into fervor once more. Look, it is Lord Casso. Whether it be the scions or the Lolitas, at this moment, they are all reveling in exuberant cheers. For the scions, Casso is their savior, having single-handedly rescued every scion present before the cataclysmic explosion on planet Vegeta. For the Lolita tribe, although Casso initially threatened their entire lineage, he simultaneously vanquished the Sharbarans. And since their ancestors once allied with the scions, they harbor no resentment towards rejoining the scion kin. The small figure in the sky is shrouded in profound mystery. No one knows the extent of his current power, only that Bardock and Osbier are no match for him. He is a child enveloped in enigma, truly flamboyant. Meanwhile, Bardock, holding a list, merely smirks. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the scions and the Lolitas, Bardock cannot help but concede that Casso is increasingly embodying the qualities of a leader. As Casso ascended into the air, he pressed his hands downwards, and an immediate silence enveloped the duel arena. Glancing over the more than 400 spectators, he realized that nearly everyone from the planet Salada was present. The Scions, known for their extreme pride, evident from characters like Vegeta in popular anime, were not as cold and ruthless as before, yet establishing a harmonious relationship with them remained a daunting task. The Lolita tribe had gleaned this insight from ancient texts and, by modifying Dr. Brief's gravity chamber, demonstrated to the Scions the transformative potential of their collaboration. Indeed, subsequent enhancements made by the Lolita people on Salada led to the invention of various devices conducive to the Scions training. Eventually, the Scions recognized their growing dependence on the Lolita tribe, leading to a complete fusion of their two races. The Lolita people also constructed numerous spacecraft, all stationed in the research zone, preparing for the day when they could once again venture into the cosmos. Observing the spaceships, Casso understood that the Scions could not remain confined to Salada forever. They were a warrior race by nature. Previously, he had been anxious about the possibility of Frieza's forces discovering the existence of the surviving Scions, but that was not the gravest concern. The true peril lay in the possibility of the god of destruction learning of the Scion survival. Given Beerus's temperament, should he become aware, it was likely that both Frieza and the Scions would face annihilation. Fortunately, Casso had addressed this potential threat just the day before. "We have resided on Salada for a year." Casso's youthful voice resonated throughout every corner of the arena, resembling that of a leader addressing his people. The Scions and the Lolita tribe in the audience listened intently to his speech. Bardock furrowed his brow. This boy had been absent the previous day, and now his sudden appearance raised questions about his intentions. Meanwhile, Philia regarded the mischievous figure above with curiosity. Cockroach paused and remarked, "Surely, the prowess of our Scion kind is evident to all. In the era of King Vegeta's reign over our people, the pinnacle of a Scion's combat power barely reached 15,000, and only elite warriors could aspire to such heights. Those present have long believed that the utmost limit of our potential was confined to the level of King Vegeta. Yet now, witnessing each Scion surpassing the threshold of 20,000, they have shattered the doubts surrounding their innate capabilities." Bardock, too, was taken aback by his current strength. In the past, such a notion would have been unfathomable to him. "I am now compelled to issue a command." Casso cast a glance at everyone and calmly declared, "Starting tomorrow, the Scions will embark on their training in groups." Upon hearing this news, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Bardock, particularly astonished, immediately ascended into the sky, shouting, "What are you planning to do, you brat?" Casso remained silent, casting a glance at the Scions, only to find no trace of fear or anger upon their faces. Rather, they exhibited an eagerness for action. Observing this scene, Casso smiled, truly embodying the essence of the legendary warrior race. "Uncle Bardock, do you believe the Scions fear anyone besides Frieza?" Bardock was momentarily taken aback. In his heart, he regarded Frieza as possessing a combat power of 530,000. Convinced that only when Casso surpassed that threshold or when Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan would they no longer need to fear Frieza. However, upon hearing Casso's words, Bardock began to reconsider his stance. Over the course of a year, through rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Bardock had attained a combat power of 120,000, nearly rivaling the strength of the captain of Frieza's Ginyu Force. Let us not forget that Scions can transform into giant apes as well. A combat power of 120,000 multiplied by 10 yields an astounding 200,000. Could he truly surpass Frieza in such a manner? With this thought, Bardock's heart raced wildly. Observing Bardock's expression, Casso surmised his thoughts. The actual strength of Frieza, however, was a staggering 120 million, a far cry from Bardock's assumptions. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Given the current strength of the Scions, unless Frieza personally intervened, the Scions on planet Salad would remain safe from annihilation. Frieza's decision to spare Goku and Vegeta indicated that he was merely intent on fulfilling the task assigned to him by Beerus, showing no interest in those with mere thousands in combat power. Moreover, as long as the Scions concealed their tails, who could discern them as Scions? At that moment, Bardock ceased to speak, seemingly acquiescing to Casso's resolution. Witnessing this, the Scions erupted in exhilaration, clearly weary of their ceaseless training on planet Salad. For them, only battle ignited true passion. However, not all were as spirited. The Lolita clan expressed great concern. The Scions' retreat to planet Salad was acceptable, but should anyone attain the legendary realm documented in ancient texts, Frieza would be rendered insignificant. Yet, the Lolita people doubted anyone among the Scions could achieve such a feat. With this in mind, Philia ascended into the sky. A year prior, she had been appointed the new leader by Iwani. And she could not allow the Lolita clan to follow the scions into peril. Little rascal, you mustn't, Philia declared with a furrowed brow, her tone icy. Silence. At that moment, Casso's voice was chillingly devoid of warmth, contrasting sharply with his usual demeanor. This girl understood nothing. You. Philia's chest heaved, her finger trembling as she pointed at Casso. Why was this scoundrel so obstinate? He had not been like this before. However, an elderly member of the Lolita tribe soared into the audience. Iwani pressed down on Philia's small hand and shook her head. She had clearly heard what Casso had just said. Given the proud nature of the scions, it was unlikely that they would heed anyone else's opinions. Nevertheless, Iwani was certain of one thing. Casso must have had his reasons for his actions. After all, he had saved the scions here during the cataclysmic explosion on planet Vegeta. Chapter 71. Demonstrating strength, little rascal. I shall no longer pay you any heed. Philia exclaimed, her brows furrowed, before turning on her heel and departing. Casso, brother, if she ignores you, I shall pay attention to you. Osbier flew up from below, wrapping her arms around Casso's neck and narrowing her eyes playfully, observing Philia's retreating figure. Casso affectionately ruffled little Osbier's hair. He paid no mind to Philia. Since Bardock had chosen to remain silent, it indicated his tacit approval of Casso's approach. With the duel concluded, the Garrus team was awarded 3 sins of beans, the Castor team received 2, and the Chris team obtained 1. Cassidon paused momentarily before continuing. The matter I just mentioned will soon be put into action. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. If there are no further issues, we may disperse for now. Uncle Badak, please follow me. Casso soared into the sky, cradling Osbiel, with Bardock closely trailing behind, as they returned to the courtyard of their living area. Carsuo expounded upon his meticulous plan once more. Although Frieza displayed a lackadaisical attitude towards the extermination of the scions, it was prudent not to roam openly before him. Thus, when the scions ventured out, they must conceal their tails. As long as Frieza refrained from intervening, his subordinates would stand no chance against the scions. This fact was beyond dispute. Casso reflected on the ever-improving state of the planet Salada, where each region played a pivotal role. With so few members of the Lolita clan, sustaining the various technological operations of Salada proved to be a formidable challenge. The scions currently had 10 squads at their disposal, yet they could not all venture forth simultaneously. A portion must remain to ensure the planet's functionality. Particularly in the northernmost region known as the Sacred Bean Field, it was imperative to station some scions there, as any misstep regarding this sacred healing resource was simply unacceptable. Uncle Bardock, do you have anything to add? Casso inquired. You may decide as you see fit. But what is the primary objective of sending our kin outside? Bardock clasped his hands tightly, acknowledging that this young man's decisions always carried weighty reasoning. And this occasion would likely be no different. Over the past year, as we have progressed, the resources on Salada have dwindled significantly. It is unreasonable to expect me to be the sole individual tasked with procuring resources. Casso glanced at Bardock with irritation. In truth, Casso's words were entirely valid, initially. The combined population of the Scions and the Lolitas was merely over 400. With such a limited number of individuals in the ongoing transformation of the Sharada planet, he could still venture out to procure resources. However, as the modifications to Sharada increased in scale, Casso found himself burdened with the need to train, leaving him little time to gather resources. He was truly at his wit's end. Thus, Casso resolved to send the Scions out to earn their own livelihood. Yes, that was Casso's true intention. Indeed, it had been a challenging year for you, my boy. Bardock felt a twinge of guilt as he regarded Casso. He understood the immense resources required for the development of Sharada, yet Casso had never mentioned this matter to him. And he had mistakenly believed it was a simple task for Casso. Let Garrus and Castor's team venture out first. They should familiarize themselves with the current state of the universe, Casso suggested. Very well, Bardock nodded in agreement. Among the Scions, aside from Bardock, the most formidable were Garrus and Castor. Bardock was confident that with these two accompanying him, there would be no unforeseen complications. By the way, there is a planet relatively distant from Sharada, where wealth abounds. I previously procured funds from there. I will provide you with an interstellar coordinate. Arrange for them to embark at a suitable time, and remember to ensure they bring back some resources. Kakarot waved his hand dismissively at Bardock before soaring out of the house. That troublesome brat. Bardock shook his head, feeling quite exasperated. Casso soared above the planet of Sharada. The delineations between various regions were remarkably distinct, The ecological zone preserved the original characteristics of Sharada, adorned with towering trees and expansive plains, all untouched by development, presenting a verdant spectacle. In contrast, the research area was replete with various structures of a silvery gray hue, reminiscent of the hemispherical homes found in Bulma's residence on Earth. It was here that Casso had now arrived. "Greetings, Lord Casso. How adorable you are," exclaimed the lovely young ladies of the Lolita clan, their excitement palpable as they witnessed a small child descending from the sky. As Casso touched down upon the ground, a group of enchanting Lolita maidens swiftly approached him, playfully ruffling his hair with their delicate, fair hands. After a year of camaraderie, they had come to understand Casso's easygoing nature and his capacity for humor, emboldening them to tease him without restraint. Standing at just over a meter in height, he found himself surrounded by these statuesque beauties, their alluring fragrances wafting around him. Just as he felt himself on the verge of losing his composure, a commanding voice pierced through the air. "What are you all doing?" It was Lady Philia, standing at the entrance, her tone icy. "It's Lady Philia. Everyone, flee." In an instant, the Lolita girls vanished without a trace. "Casso, he has yet to savor enough. You little rascal, your usual frivolity has led to this unruliness among those girls." Philia cast him a sidelong glance. "Are you no longer upset?" Casso lifted his gaze to her exquisite features. Philia remained silent, returning to the research room. She felt a surge of anger as she stared at the all-purpose capsules on the desk. The little rascal was far less cold towards those women than he was towards her. "Do you truly believe I would harm the Scion and Lolita clans?" Casso followed her inside, leaning against the doorframe. "It better not be so." Philia gritted her teeth, feeling as though Casso was jesting with the fates of two races. How could he not grasp the immense power of Frieza's forces, especially after having just witnessed the cataclysm at planet Vegeta? With the nurturing of Salada, the Scions would inevitably rise again. Must they wait to transform into that legendary state before making their move? Contemplating this, Philia felt as if she might explode with fury. "Come with me." Upon witnessing the expression on Philia's face, Casso immediately discerned her disbelief. Suddenly, a shadow flitted through the research room, and in an instant, Casso materialized beside Philia, after which they both vanished from sight. Not far from the planet Salada, there lay a vast azure orb, where upon a plain they arrived. "What on earth have you brought me here for?" Philia glared at him fiercely. "To show you something," he replied. "What?" Philia paused in surprise. Casso gazed at the enchanting Ice Queen before him, the newly appointed leader of the Lolita clan. If her tranquility were not ensured, it would inevitably disrupt the relationship between the Scions and the Lolita tribe. "Do not blink." With Casso's command, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if 100-fold gravity had been imposed, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The stifling ambience caused Philia to widen her eyes, struggling to breathe, as she sensed a terrifying power emanating from Casso, poised to erupt. Chapter 72. The unfathomable Casso. A torrent of immense energy exploded from Casso, enveloping him in a colossal white aura. "This is bad." Philia's heart raced wildly as the tremendous force surged towards her. "Flee." Without hesitation, Philia chose to escape, propelling herself 5 kilometers away. Indeed, the moment she distanced herself, Casso unleashed a furious roar. "Ha!" His petite form erupted with an even more ferocious power. This energy surged from his feet, penetrating the ground, shattering the surrounding plains into a myriad of fragments. A massive white whirlwind rapidly formed around him, transforming into a formidable tornado in the blink of an eye, drawing the debris into its core and spiraling upwards to a height of 10,000 meters. In that instant, the plains within several kilometers experienced the most devastating destruction ever recorded in history. The formidable aura of Casso instantly disrupted the previously subdued atmosphere, a suffocating and terrifying presence sweeping across the entire plain. From a distance, it resembled an ancient giant ape roaring. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar. As Casso was surrounded by glimmers of silver light, the floating ions in the air swiftly coalesced into arcs of energy, stirring the heavens and resonating with crackling sounds throughout the sky. "Retreat." Philia felt her breath hitch. Waves of energy surged towards her, compelling her to withdraw another 5 kilometers. Once halted, she retrieved a newly designed detector from her pocket and aimed it at Casso. 100,000 battle power. 150,000 battle power. 300,000 battle power. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted from the detector, followed by a loud explosion. Philia widened her eyes, attempting to swallow, only to discover her mouth devoid of saliva, parched and dry. The detector in her hand had been crafted from expensive materials, capable of measuring up to 300,000 battle power. She had not anticipated such terrifying prowess from this young child. However, the energy cyclone ahead continued to expand, the rolling waves of energy surging forth once more. Philia had no choice but to retreat another 5 kilometers. This little monster. Philia stood frozen, at a loss for words to describe Casso. She believed that the 300,000 battle power was far from Casso's true strength. He might well have surpassed 500,000. Ancient texts of the Lolita clan chronicled numerous feats of the scions from the age of Yamos, when they were exceptionally powerful, with each mid-level scion boasting at least 200,000 battle power, and the mightiest warriors even exceeding 1 million. Realizing this, Philia's breath quickened, her gaze fixed intently on the small black dot at the center of the storm. This mischievous child had reached the level of ancient scions, yet he was merely a 9-year-old boy. Philia was uncertain of Frieza's true capabilities, estimating his power to be around 5 or 600,000 at most. Now, Casso's battle power was nearing Frieza's. No wonder Casso dared to send the scions on dangerous missions. At that moment, a silver arc of electricity appeared in the sky 15 kilometers ahead. With a resounding boom, Casso's terrifying aura abruptly dissipated, and the chaotic atmosphere gradually began to stabilize. Casso instantaneously appeared beside Philia, a smile gracing his lips. "How is it?" Philia fixed her gaze on Casso, remaining silent. After a moment of stillness, she inquired, "What is your current combat power? Did you not utilize the detector just now?" Casso asked. Philia shook the detector in her hand, her eyes brimming with incredulity. "Casso, this piece of black carbon is undoubtedly the detector, yet it remains within his expectations." Casso resided on the planet Salada for a year, followed by another year within the time chamber. Throughout these 2 years, aside from Osbier, no one was privy to the nature of Casso's training. Even Casso himself remained unaware of the precise extent of his combat prowess. He only recognized his formidable strength, capable of annihilating the very planet beneath him with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, the thought of Frieza's ultimate form sent shivers down his spine. Observing Casso's silence, Philia speculated that he too might be uncertain about his own capabilities. "Let us return," she suggested. Indeed, with that, Philia vanished from sight as Casso led the way. Another year has since elapsed. It is now the 3rd year following the cataclysmic explosion of planet Vegeta, including the time spent in the time chamber. Casso and Osbiel have both reached the age of 11. The transformation of Salada into an increasingly perfect realm continues, with high-tech innovations evident in both the training and research zones. The scions now find their training considerably more convenient. Meanwhile, the living area remains largely unchanged, preserving its metropolitan essence, albeit enhanced by the addition of verdant ecosystems, rendering it far more visually appealing. Since Casso instigated the Scion initiative to reclaim their place in the cosmos, the skies above Salada have frequently been graced by the ascent and descent of various spacecraft. These vessels belong to scions embarking on missions or returning from their endeavors. As Casso previously mentioned, a distant planet known as Duotian is notably affluent, serving as a commercial hub where a plethora of goods, even the planets themselves, are available for trade. Reports suggest a collaboration between Frieza's forces and Duotian. Galice and Cast, adhering to Casso's directive, ventured to Duotian in search of resources, only to discover the stronghold of a formidable warrior with a battle power of 150,000. Fortunately, prior to seeking financial assistance, they employed a scanner to assess the situation. Otherwise, they might have had to transform into their great ape forms to secure the funds, a move that would undoubtedly expose the Scion presence. Upon hearing this news, Bardock chastised Casso vehemently. The young warrior's ability to secure funds from such a powerful opponent stemmed from his innate skill in concealing his energy, coupled with the remarkable technique of instant transmission, rendering him nearly undetectable. It was precisely Casso's frequent borrowing from Duotian that prompted the shadowy overlord of the planet to re-emerge. Contemplating these matters, Bardock felt a tinge of helplessness but resolved not to burden Casso further. The more diligently Casso trained and the higher his battle power ascended, the greater the sense of security for the Scion race. After this, Garrus and his companions registered 10 mercenary squads on a mercenary planet. Due to the formidable strength of these 10 squads, the tasks posted on the planet were swiftly completed by the scions, and they executed them flawlessly. Consequently, Garrus and his team gained considerable renown on the mercenary planet. Chapter 73. The 600-fold gravity chamber. The scions acquired rewards through task completion. which they then exchanged for special materials required to enhance the planet salad. One day, in the training area, two young boys squatted in front of two black chambers, accompanied by a stunning beauty with icy blue hair. Her fitted work attire accentuated her alluring curves, exuding an irresistible charm. How much can the gravity be increased? Casso gazed eagerly at the beautiful figure beside him. Philia, what is the progress? Osbier sat cross-legged and pouted. As long as the appropriate materials are available, increasing the gravity to any extent is feasible. However, where did you procure such rare metals? Philia installed the final component of the second gravity chamber. Since witnessing Casso's true power a year prior, she realized that a 100-fold gravity chamber would no longer suffice against him. To elevate the gravity chamber's multiplier, only sturdier metals would do. Yet, she was curious about where this little rascal had found such precious materials, which were even rarer than zero metals. Don't concern yourself with that. Just tell me how much it can be increased. Casso displayed a rare hint of embarrassment. Fascinating. Philia chuckled softly, knowing Casso as she did. His skin was thicker than steel, and seeing him in this state indicated he had done something even he found embarrassing. It has been enhanced to 600-fold. What? Casso's eyes widened in disbelief. In his mind, he had assumed that these special metals would only allow the gravity chamber to reach a maximum of 300-fold. To his astonishment, it had indeed been elevated to 600-fold. Casso swallowed hard, pondering the immense value these metals held for Duotian Star. Indeed, since Casso had retired from his previous exploits a year ago, he recently ventured back to Duotian Star. Even with a formidable guardian boasting a combat power of 150,000 stationed there, Casso remained unperturbed, only to have such precious metals stealthily pilfered from him. In the cosmos, a lower-tier planet could trade for 1 black gold. A mid-tier planet could exchange for 1 white gold, while a superior planet could sell for 1 purple gold. Notably, 1 purple gold equates to 100 white gold, which in turn equals 10,000 black gold. The batch of metal that Casso borrowed is valued at 50 purple gold, equivalent to the profit from selling 50 high-ranking planetary gems. If the shadowy figure behind the scenes were to discover that his metal had been pilfered, he would likely weep inconsolably in the restroom. Upon hearing that the gravity had been increased to 600 times, Osbier leaped with joy, exclaiming, "How wonderful!" Your elation, however, means sorrow for others. Philia removed her gloves and approached Osbier, gently patting her small head. In the cosmos, the law of survival of the fittest prevails. Presently, the scions must focus on their relentless training. Casso's ability to acquire these metals speaks to his prowess. Philia, not one to adhere to rigid principles, regarded the situation with calm detachment, though she was slightly surprised to see Casso exhibit such an embarrassed demeanor. Thank you, little one. Once I finish my training, I shall gift you a box of spicy pickled noodle cups. Casso exclaimed eagerly as he slipped into the gravity chamber. Spicy pickled noodle cups? Upon hearing this, Philia's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Lolita race is not particularly renowned for their training talents. Philia's aptitude is considered commendable. Besides her daily training regimen, she cherishes her time spent experimenting with the universal capsules and indulging in food. The noodle cups, especially the spicy pickled flavor, rank among her favorites. Little rascal. It's a deal. Philia called out to Casso's retreating figure. Understood. Casso's voice echoed from the entrance of the gravity chamber before the door closed. Philia, I shall also commence my training. Go ahead, go ahead. Philia gazed at Osbier's diminutive form, her thoughts lingering on the spicy pickled noodles. Casso strolled around the gravity chamber, observing that it remained largely unchanged from its previous state. He was immensely curious about the enhancements that the latest gravity chamber would bestow upon him. An increase of 150 times gravity. Casso murmured softly. Although he was uncertain of his precise combat prowess, he believed, based on his understanding of his capabilities, that 150 times gravity would pose little challenge for him. Indeed, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire gravity chamber in an instant. However, Casso felt scarcely any discomfort, merely a fleeting unease at the moment when the gravity shifted. He gradually increased the multiplier to 200 times gravity. While training under 100 times gravity, he had realized that each incremental increase in the gravity chamber resulted in a substantial transformation, with higher multipliers yielding increasingly terrifying effects. Should he elevate the multiplier too abruptly, he risked being reduced to mere pulp. He began to sense the weight more acutely. Casso moved his heavy limbs, but it was still insufficient. Casso shouted, 250 times the gravity. The gravity chamber emitted a resonant hum, and at a glance, the very fabric of space appeared to warp. Ripples of spatial fluctuations undulating endlessly. In that fleeting moment, Casso felt as if the weight of an entire star had been thrust upon him, and he was instantly crushed to the ground. So heavy. Casso lay sprawled on the floor, gritting his teeth in discomfort. Indeed, at such elevated magnitudes, each increment of gravity surpassed the preceding levels in an incomprehensible manner. Casso took a deep breath and slowly rose from the ground. Although the gravity was exceedingly daunting at present, Casso found it to be just right. Reminiscent of the moment several years ago when he first increased the gravity chamber's multiplier to 30 times. Every movement of Casso presents a tremendous challenge to his body. He must, as he did in the past, gradually acclimate to the force of gravity, ensuring he can walk normally before progressing further. Half a day has passed. Gravity is restored. Casso lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. Cultivation requires a steadfast approach, progressing step by step. As the adage goes, haste makes waste. Casso can currently only stand under 250 times the gravity, and he is not yet capable of walking normally. However, the thought of a lovely girl waiting for him outside with her spicy instant noodles spurred him to venture out. After all, the wrath of Philia is a formidable thing. Indeed, as Casso emerged from the gravity chamber, he beheld that exquisite figure still standing in place. Finished your training? Philia remarked, glancing down at Casso, who lay sprawled on the ground. She exhibited little emotional response to Casso's pitiful state, as if it were a sight she had grown accustomed to. After a brief respite, Casso finally regained some strength and stood up, casting an irritated glance at Philia. This foolish girl completely ignored him. How infuriating. Here, take this. Casso opened the universal capsule and tossed a box of instant noodles to Philia. When he opened the storage door, Philia took a deliberate look inside. Hiss. Philia gasped. The storage was filled to the brim with instant noodles. Why was she only given a small box? Chapter 74. The Return of This. Just a box? Is there a problem? Just a box? Casso firmly shut the warehouse door, his gaze unwavering as it settled upon Philia. The instant noodles were acquired by Casso from Earth a year prior, featuring a variety of flavors aside from the tangy pickled cabbage. All in preparation for the possibility of Beerus seeking him out again. The more of these life-saving provisions he could stockpile, the better, at present. Casso felt fortunate to be able to offer Philia a single box. Clutching the box of instant noodles tightly against her chest, Philia glared fiercely at Casso, as though he were a villain of the most heinous sort. Love or not, Casso could no longer tolerate her demeanor and pretended to approach to reclaim the instant noodles. What are you doing? Philia quickly evaded Casso's small hands. Did you not say you didn't want it? As a princess of the Lolita clan, Philia possessed remarkable talent and had always been the center of attention, adored by her kin who indulged her every whim. She could acquire nearly anything she desired. However, upon encountering Casso, she had never before met someone so miserly. At that moment, the door to the gravity chamber adjacent to them swung open. Osbier emerged, equally drenched in sweat. She was currently training under 180 times the normal gravity, unable to reach Casso's level of prowess. Nonetheless, this new gravity chamber was indeed impressive. Osbier could feel the constraints of her own strength beginning to loosen shortly after entering. Casso, brother, Osbier exclaimed, disregarding her perspiration as she clung to Casso's neck. Is the gravity chamber effective? Casso, undeterred by the beads of perspiration adorning her skin, embraced her gently, wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow. Since the cataclysmic explosion on Vegeta, Casso had roamed the cosmos with this girl, traversing the hills of Mumu Star and mastering instant transmission on Yardrat Star, only returning to the Saiyan homeworld in the year 737 of the age. Subsequently, on every outing, Casso invariably took Osbier with him. They were like two pieces of gum stuck together, inseparable. One can only imagine the significant place this girl held in Casso's heart. So useful. Osbier nestled further into Casso's embrace. You all take a break. I shall return first. At that moment, Philia, feeling exasperated at the sight of Casso, lamented the fact that despite the abundance of instant noodles, he had only bestowed upon her a single box. It truly infuriated her. No sooner had she spoken than Philia, clutching her instant noodles, soared into the sky, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Casso shook his head. Realizing that he could not afford to divulge too much, he needed to reserve some for unforeseen circumstances. As Casso lost himself in thought, suddenly, the sky seemed to resonate with a celestial hymn. Before the two gravity chambers, a radiant beam of colorful light materialized, and in an instant, the divine luminescence unfolded. As the shimmering glow dissipated, it revealed a figure, a man with silver hair and blue skin. It was Weiss. Osbier clung to Casso's neck, waving her small hand and exclaiming with a hint of petulance, "Weiss?" Casso was momentarily taken aback. As a servant and disciple of the god of destruction, Weiss bore the dual responsibility of attending to the deity's daily needs while also guiding his training. Angels and gods of destruction typically remained inseparable. With Weiss's unexpected arrival, did that mean Beerus was also present? The thought caused Casso's breath to quicken as he clutched Osbier and scanned the surroundings for any sign of Beerus. "Stop searching. Lord Beerus has already succumbed to slumber," Weiss remarked with a smile. Back on Earth, Weiss had observed Casso's slight unease in the presence of Beerus. After all, which rational individual would not feel apprehensive in the presence of the universe's most formidable god of destruction, especially one contemplating the annihilation of the scions? Can Casso remain unperturbed? Casso spun around twice with Osbier beside Weiss before speaking. "Are you here again in search of sustenance?" Angels are generally known for their gentle nature, generosity, humility, and respect. And Casso was aware of this, which emboldened him to jest so freely. At that moment, it seemed as though two black crows had manifested in the sky. Weiss felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead, utterly speechless. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, "That is merely one of the reasons. The other is to depart. Follow me." Without waiting for Weiss to finish his words, Casso grasped him, and the three of them immediately vanished from the living area. In the abode of Casso. "Is this what you deem delectable?" Biss sat at the table, staff in hand, casting a dubious glance at the items laid before him. 3 shallow green boxes adorned the surface, their appearance rather unremarkable, indeed, quite ordinary. Moments ago, Casso had unwrapped one of the boxes, poured in some boiling water, and proclaimed that it would be ready to savor shortly. Biss found himself in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that the fabled high-end ingredients merely required the most unpretentious method of preparation? Would it be palatable? His skepticism lingered, while Osbier, with her wide, round eyes, fixated intently on her allotted container of instant noodles, occasionally swallowing hard. She had tasted the essence of instant noodles before and knew them to be a rare delicacy in this world. As the seconds ticked by, the aroma of the instant noodles began to waft through the air, permeating Biss's senses, rendering him speechless. It truly only required boiling water. That tantalizing fragrance continued to drift toward him, causing him to gulp voraciously, and he could hardly restrain himself from reaching out, eager to indulge. Not so fast. Casso restrained Biss's hand. Preparing instant noodles was no trivial task. It involved a multitude of considerations, such as the temperature of the water and the duration of the infusion. If these factors were not meticulously managed, the humble bowl of noodles would lack any transcendence, let alone deliciousness. Casso, however, is keenly aware of Master Jincheng Wu's secret to instant noodles. After a while, Weiss was on the verge of swallowing his own saliva from anticipation. Yet Casso remained utterly still. Weiss pondered, had he known he should have awakened Lord Beerus and brought him along, perhaps Casso would not have made him wait so long. All right. As Cassio's voice faded, the void above the instant noodles suddenly became blurred. Casso rubbed his eyes, and he could only discern the movements of the little girl, while the actions of Weiss remained entirely obscured. Looking up, he noticed that the 2 bowls of instant noodles were already in the hands of both individuals. Weiss peeled back the packaging, lowering his head to inhale the delightful aroma wafting from the noodles. How fragrant! Weiss's fingers twitched with anticipation, and he could no longer restrain himself as he swiftly picked up his fork, while Osbier had already immersed herself in the world of noodles. Truly, they were both gastronomes. Casso shook his head. He took a bite of the noodles. The flavor was quite similar to that from his previous life, with no significant difference. However, thanks to Master Jincheng Wu's secret technique for preparing instant noodles, they were indeed much tastier. "What brings you here, Weiss?" Casso inquired, puzzled after tasting a noodle. He recalled that Weiss had something to say earlier before he had interrupted him. "Let us discuss it after we eat," Weiss responded, struggling to emerge from the realm of noodles. In Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta was induced to train by Weiss with just a bowl of instant noodles, underscoring the immense allure that noodles held for Weiss. Casso smiled, choosing not to inquire further, as Viss would soon elucidate the matter. Time slipped by unnoticed. Viss set down his instant noodle container and emitted a loud belch, a look of sheer enjoyment gracing his face. The delectable fare was almost overwhelming. Remarkably, this batch of noodles surpassed even the ones from the last bustling eatery. Regaining his composure, Viss's expression turned serious. "I wish for the young girl to venture into the realm of destruction and accept my guidance." With that, Vis cast a penetrating glance at Osbiel, who was still savoring her noodles. Chapter 75, The Perspective Destroyer? Casso thought he had misheard, so he dug at his ears. Upon witnessing Casso's comical demeanor, Weiss's lips twitched slightly, yet he still spoke earnestly. I wish for the young girl to venture into the divine realm to receive my guidance. Casso stood frozen in place. It is not surprising that Casso exhibits such a demeanor. In the realm of anime, angels serve as the mentors, attendants, and overseers of the gods of destruction, being solely accountable to them. Each universe boasts its own god of destruction, accompanied by a singular angel, who cannot engage in the struggles of good and evil nor wield their celestial abilities in combat. Upon hearing Wiss's words, Casso was indeed taken aback. For angels seldom provide guidance and training to others. Of course, exceptions such as Goku and Vegeta exist. If an angel offers training advice to an individual, it can only signify one possibility. That person is a candidate for the position of god of destruction. This thought brought Casso a fleeting joy, yet he quickly regained his composure. It is undoubtedly a boon to be benefiting from Wiss's guidance. With his mentorship, little Bio would surely navigate her training with ease. Furthermore, within the hierarchy of the cosmos, the Grand Minister stands beneath the Omni King, followed by the angels, and then the gods of destruction, with the candidates for gods of destruction positioned below them. Should Osbier ascend to the rank of candidate for god of destruction, her status would undoubtedly elevate, which would pose no detriment to the scions. On the contrary, they could bask in the glory of having a candidate for god of destruction as their ally. For instance, Frieza would think twice before targeting the scions, knowing they are backed by such formidable support. The aforementioned advantages are immediate and tangible. However, Casso is acutely aware that the origins of the scions are far from simple, and their bloodline possesses an astonishing strength that enhances their capabilities in the face of adversity. In Dragon Ball GT, the state of Super Saiyan 4 emerges, and Casso firmly believes that even without Wiss's guidance, he and Little Bayer, given their innate talents, could reach such heights, perhaps even surpassing Super Saiyan 4. Nevertheless, with Wiss's tutelage, it is highly likely that Osbier's training will progress swiftly, potentially allowing her to attain the legendary state of Ultra Instinct. Casso pondered for a moment before inquiring, is Lord Beerus aware of this matter? Lord Beerus remained entirely indifferent. Wiss cast a penetrating glance at Casso, evidently recognizing that the young man was privy to the existence of the candidate for the god of destruction. However, this was fortuitous, as it spared him the need for extensive explanations. Oh, Casso paused for a moment, then sighed and said, perhaps it would be best to consult Zybeer about this matter. If Osbier were unwilling, Casso would not press her. Osbier, while indulging in instant noodles, heard her name called and immediately lifted her head, blinking in confusion as she asked, Brother Casso, were you calling for me? Casso, Weiss. It seems that Osbier did not hear a word of what they said. What a fool. Weiss spoke directly, little girl. Do you wish to grow stronger? Yes. Osbier nodded vigorously. She would forever remember the woeful sight of Casso being bullied by Nappa in his attempt to protect her. Osbier had always resented her lack of strength, feeling as though she was a burden to Casso. Throughout her subsequent training, she diligently emulated Casso's methods. Yet the more she trained, the more she realized she could not keep pace with him. She was unwilling to accept this. She yearned to become stronger. She wished to protect her brother Casso. I can teach you to cultivate, enabling you to surpass Casso in strength, however. You may not be able to return to this planet for a considerable time. Are you willing? Weiss said with a faint smile. His words were not mere platitudes. As the master of the god of destruction, his own power was undoubtedly formidable, and he possessed the wisdom to train such elite warriors. Weiss discerned that although Osbier's innate talent was not particularly high, there was something peculiar about her scion bloodline that even he found elusive. Moreover, through his observations, he recognized that Osbier possessed a pure heart, a trait that would allow her to learn quickly. Indeed, as Weiss had predicted, Osbier had taken merely 11 months to master instant transmission on Yardrat, a feat accomplished even faster than that of the adult Goku. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Osbier remained silent, casting a pitiful glance at Casso. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Casso understood her thoughts from the sorrowful look in her eyes. Undoubtedly, she was moved. I agree. Osbier turned back, her gaze towards Weiss resolute. Though she was reluctant to part from Casso at that moment, her scion heritage seemed to influence her. And without a shred of hesitation, she acquiesced. She craved power. When her training bore fruit, it would be she who would protect Casso. Casso nodded and gently patted Osbier's head. Generally, scions mature early, but he had never encountered a naturally innocent scion like Osbier. Goku had only changed after a fall that affected his head. Both he and Osbier were now 11 years old. It was indeed time to let go. Little beer. Take this. It is filled with your favorite instant noodles, an entire warehouse's worth. Casso retrieved a versatile capsule from his pocket and extended it towards Osbier, hoping it would prevent her from going hungry in the realm of destruction. As the little cotton jacket was about to depart, Casso felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Yet, this was the nature of scions, who would invariably seek to acquire greater strength by any means necessary. Wow, Casso, you are truly wonderful. Upon receiving the capsule, Osbier's earlier sentiments of reluctance vanished in an instant, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she swiftly took the capsule from Casso's hand. Casso, this girl clearly still appears reluctant. Upon seeing food, she forgets everything else entirely. Casso, my dear young friend, until we meet again. Seizing the moment while Osbier was still momentarily distracted, Vis swiftly led her away from the planet Salada. He feared that if they lingered any longer, the little girl might cause a scene. With their departure, tranquility soon enveloped the household once more. Casso stood still, reminiscing about all the moments spent with Osbier. Oh, the strength. Casso clenched his fists. An overwhelming aura erupting from him, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. The entire planet of Salada was enveloped by Casso's formidable presence, triggering a relentless series of alarms from the probes of both the Lolita and Scion factions. 300,000 battle power. 500,000 battle power. Boom, boom. All the probes on Salada were reduced to mere scrap metal. Over a year prior, Philia had redesigned the probes, utilizing more advanced materials, allowing them to detect up to 500,000 battle power. Whoosh, whoosh. The scions ascended into the air, eager to discern the identity of the formidable being that had arrived on Salada, but upon recognizing the source of the overwhelming energy, they promptly returned to the ground. It was Lord Casso. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Chapter 76. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Osbier followed Whis, departing from the planet Salada. As time passed, the absence of Osbier rendered Salada considerably more desolate, and Bardock and his companions soon realized that the little shadow trailing Casso had vanished. They approached Casso with inquiries. Casso shook his head, offering no further explanation, merely stating that he had been training elsewhere, and it was best to speak less about beings such as the god of destruction. Subsequently, Casso's life settled into a monotonous routine, oscillating between rigorous training in the gravity chamber and profound meditation within its confines. He scarcely made appearances in the presence of others, even neglecting to acknowledge Philia when she sought him out. Time slipped away unnoticed, and 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Deep within the cosmos, a streak of light darted through the stars. There, a striking young man blinked his starry eyes, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Tall and slender, with sharply defined features, he donned casual attire reminiscent of Earth, exuding an air of contemporary elegance. Casso furrowed his brow as he emerged from the planet Metamor, only to encounter an aura reminiscent of a hellish demon lord, profoundly malevolent. Metamor is a planet renowned for its rich martial arts culture, where its inhabitants delve into various forms of combat techniques. For instance, the fusion techniques found in animations were conceived by the denizens of Metamor. Over the years, Casso has honed his abilities significantly, largely owing to the martial arts wisdom imparted by the people of Metamor. Now, confronted with the emergence of such a sinister presence near Metamor, he could not remain indifferent. However, as he pursued the source into the depths of the cosmos, Casso found the ominous aura had vanished without a trace. Casso shook his head, unable to locate the source of the ominous presence. With no other recourse, he utilized instant transmission to depart from the scene. Shortly after Casso's departure, a wisp of black mist emerged in his wake, thickening gradually, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes amidst flashes of dark, arcane lightning. Years passed on Earth, and Bulma was no longer the little girl she once was. She blossomed into a graceful beauty, akin to a delicate flower. While rummaging through her home, Bulma discovered the Dragon Ball that Casso had once returned. After extensive research, she realized it was one of the fabled 7 Dragon Balls, said to grant any wish. Having encountered the Dragon Balls years prior, Bulma swiftly crafted a new Dragon Radar based on her recollections. Bulma harbored a singular wish in her heart, to use the Dragon Balls to bring Casso to her side. Thus began her quest to locate the Dragon Balls, marking the official commencement of the Dragon Ball saga. Along the way, She encountered Goku, Yamcha, Oolong, and faced numerous challenges. Yet, with Bulma's formidable combat prowess, every obstacle was surmounted. Even Goku, upon witnessing Bulma's skills, could not help but admire her, deeming himself no match for her. In the climactic showdown at Pilaf's castle, Bulma saw through all of Pilaf's schemes, and Goku did not transform into a giant ape. When it came time to make a wish, Bulma wished for Casso to be by her side. However, at that moment, Casso was immersed in training on planet Metamor. Although he was aware of Bulma's search for him, he was regrettably too preoccupied to accept the dragon's summons. As the dragon conveyed Casso's unavailability, Bulma's initial excitement began to wane. Subsequently, in a manner reminiscent of the original tale, Oolong stealthily wished for a pair of panties. Fast forward to the year 750 of the age. The World Martial Arts Tournament, once held every 5 years, was now conducted every 3. Bulma recalled Casso's words, "To soar through the skies, one must diligently practice every day." After many years, only a single sense of being remained in her possession, a testament to her unwavering dedication. Indeed, her arduous training was not without merit. Bulma's combat power had reached an impressive 150 points. Yet, lacking proper guidance, she remained unable to fly. Although she chose not to compete in the tournament, having little interest in such contests, she attended to spectate the match between Goku and Krillin. Where could that rascal Casso have gone? Bulma rested her chin on her hand, her gaze vacant as she watched the battle unfold before her. The arena's combat held no allure for her. Years prior, she had reached the limits of her physical capabilities, realizing that no amount of training could enhance her internal strength. She remembered Casso remarking that once the warm flow within her became more robust, she could attempt to fly. Yet, all these years later, Casso had appeared on Earth only once, and before he could teach her to take flight, he vanished once more. What a detestable fellow. At that moment, 3 figures approached from the sidelines, 2 men and a woman. Bulma. A handsome young man patted Bulma on the shoulder. Who? Startled, Bulma spun around. During her quest for the Dragon Balls alongside Goku, she had come to realize her own prowess, yet now she found it unsettling that she had not sensed anyone's approach. She looked up, only to behold a striking young man. His charming visage seemed familiar, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. Neither moved. As the dashing youth silently gazed at the enchanting young lady before him, her azure locks were tied back with a crimson ribbon, and the delicate arches of her brows lifted at the ends, accentuating her wide eyes like 2 majestic ice peaks, with pearly teeth and rosy lips. This youthful beauty was undeniably captivating. Bulma felt a twinge of annoyance. How could this fellow be so impolite as to regard her with such unabashed scrutiny? Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her mind. The handsome young man before her gradually merged with her memory of Casso. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "You were Casso?" Beside her, Yamcha and Oolong watched the two with curiosity, unaware of who Casso was. However, upon seeing the burly man beside Casso, they exchanged incredulous glances. For he bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. "It's me," Casso replied with a faint smile. 8 years had passed since he last set foot on Earth. And in comparison, Bulma had matured greatly and become even more beautiful. With a subtle sense, Casso discerned that Bulma's inner aura had intensified significantly with her current abilities. She was nearly capable of mastering the art of flight. It was evident that Bulma had dedicated considerable effort to her training. In Casso's perception, aside from the towering Shenron and Master Roshi, as well as Goku, none present could rival Bulma as strength. "You finally appeared," Bulma exclaimed, moving closer and clutching Casso's collar. As a child, she had yearned to learn the art of flight after witnessing Casso soar through the skies. However, as time passed, she realized that she did not truly enjoy training. Yet, for reasons she could not comprehend, the memory of that little boy lingered in her mind, compelling her to persevere. Releasing her grip, Bulma admitted, "I had so much to say before meeting you, but now that you're here, I find myself at a loss for words." Years later, seeing Bulma again brought Casso joy, and he instinctively ruffled her hair. Let us watch the match. Chapter 77, the conclusion of the martial arts tournament in recent years. The planet Sharada has flourished remarkably. The Saiyan team has established its own mercenary organization within the cosmos and leveraging their previously garnered reputation. The Saiyan mercenaries swiftly gained prominence among the stars. Other mercenary groups, though seething with resentment, dared not voice their discontent, for the Scions were undeniably more formidable. Meanwhile, Casso has been diligently honing his skills on the planet Sharada. As time progressed, he swiftly approached a plateau in his training. The 600-fold gravity chamber ceased to yield any further benefits for him. Casso understood that merely focusing on enhancing his own combat prowess was insufficient. For the Scion race is renowned for its martial capabilities. Thus, in the preceding years, Casso departed from the planet Salada, venturing into the cosmos in search of various battles. However, during the early stages of the Dragon Ball narrative, the universe harbored few formidable warriors. Just as Casso was disheartened and contemplated returning to Salada, he stumbled upon an intriguing planet, Metamor. Casso had spent several years cultivating on the planet Metamor, during which he heard the voice of the Earth's divine dragon inquiring if he wished to be transported. This indicated to him that the Dragon Ball saga had commenced. Thus, upon concluding his training, Casso returned to planet Salad, accompanied by Bardock and Jine, making their way to Earth. They fortuitously arrived during the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Kakarot! Jine exclaimed, her hand covering her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears. It was not long after Goku's birth that he had been exiled to this place. Upon seeing Goku's distinctive hairstyle, Jine instantly recognized her son. Bardock furrowed his brow in silence, feeling a sense of unease. He perceived Kakarot's fighting prowess on stage as rather feeble and questioned whether this young boy could truly become a Super Saiyan. In contrast to the expressions of the two beside him, Casso, having spent years on Metamor, found the battles on stage to be quite entertaining, even considering Master Roshi's techniques to be remarkably profound. The martial arts aptitude of Earthlings was inherently limited, however, with the interference from the Supreme Kai. The martial arts scene on Earth had flourished in recent years. This realization made Casso find everything quite reasonable. Casso, along with his companions, was captivated by the fierce battle unfolding on stage. Meanwhile, Bulma was intently gazing at the profile of Casso. His chiseled features exuded a striking masculinity, with deep, dark eyes shimmering with an alluring hue, and his brow conveyed the authority of a leader. It was hard to fathom that the once small boy had matured into such a figure. Uncle Bardock and Jine, please refrain from looking up at the sky, Casso remarked with a faint smile. Casso recalled that in the anime, Goku transformed into a giant ape at the last moment of the match, and it was Master Roshi who shattered the moon, securing victory. What did you say? Bulma paused, momentarily thinking Casso was addressing her. It's nothing, just enjoy the match. Perhaps due to the long absence of physical affection, Casso found himself instinctively ruffling Bulma's hair again, to which she surprisingly did not object. Bardock and Jine exchanged nods, recognizing that there should indeed be a moon on Earth. As expected, Master Roshi utilized the Kamehameha technique, gaining control over Goku, who, just as he was about to concede, glanced at the full moon and swiftly transformed into a giant ape. What has happened to Goku? Bulma gasped, having never witnessed him in such a state. During their encounter at Pilaf's castle, it was Bulma who had vanquished Pilaf and his minions, so she had never seen Goku assume his great ape form. Yamcha and Krillin widened their eyes, contemplating a hasty retreat, yet knowing that the giant ape was Goku, they could only cautiously hide behind Bulma to observe. This is an innate ability of our race, Casso explained. Beneath the full moon, he felt a slight itch at his tail, but as long as he avoided gazing at the moon, he would be fine. Oh, Bulma suddenly understood. It was no wonder Goku shared the same tail, as he and Casso belonged to the same lineage. However, witnessing Goku's transformation into the great ape did not instill panic in her, with Casso beside her. She felt a sense of security. As Goku morphed into the giant ape, the surrounding spectators fled in terror, leaving only the colossal creature, Master Roshi, and a referee with golden hair on the stage. There was no other option. Master Roshi realized that continuing on this path would lead to defeat. He looked up, peering through the body of the giant ape at the full moon above, his eyes narrowing in focus. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave erupted from Master Roshi's hands. No! Krillin and Yamcha shouted from the sidelines. Having witnessed the previous battle between Shenron and Goku, they were acutely aware of Shenron's prowess in martial arts. If Goku were to be struck by that energy wave, he could potentially perish. Can Goku withstand it? Bulma turned to Casso, her eyes betraying her concern. It will be all right. Casso chuckled softly. Master Roshi had no intention of eliminating Goku. His sole objective was to shatter the full moon hanging in the sky. Moreover, given Master Roshi's strength, he likely posed no real threat to Goku in his great ape form. With that thought, Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her as she patted her ample chest. Embarking on a quest for the Dragon Balls alongside Goku had forged a close friendship between them, and she simply could not bear to witness him being harmed by anyone. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and Bardock observed the battle with a sense of detachment. A robust blue energy wave surged towards Goku with a fierce howl. Boom. A thick mist enveloped the entire arena. Had he perished? Krillin and Yamcha collapsed to the ground, unable to fathom that Goku might have met his end so easily. As they glanced at Bulma, their faces twisted in anger. It was evident that she possessed the power to intervene and prevent Master Roshi's attack, yet she remained unresponsive. Goku was not dead. Bulma shot them an irritated look. Did they truly wish for Goku's demise? Indeed, as Bulma remarked, Goku lay on the ground, naked and drowsy. Yet he did not rise to engage in a rematch as he might have in the anime. Ultimately, under the announcement of the golden-haired referee, the title of champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was awarded to Shenron. Let us depart. With the duel concluded, Casso had no intention of conversing with Goku and prepared to leave. Bardock shared a similar sentiment upon first witnessing Goku's feeble fighting prowess. He had contemplated bringing Goku back with him for training. However, after observing the entire duel, he found the techniques employed by both Master Roshi and Goku to be quite astonishing. It appeared that this planet was indeed extraordinary. Allowing Kakarot to grow gradually on Earth seemed prudent. Are you ready to leave? Casso inquired, glancing at Bulma with a smile. Huh. Yes, let us go. Bulma paused momentarily, but quickly regained her composure, wrapping her arms around Casso's. This time, she was determined not to let him escape. Kakarot felt the softness at his arm and smiled slightly, choosing not to speak. He then utilized instantaneous movement to whisk the three away from that place. As they departed, only a bewildered Krillin and his companions remained, murmuring, Goku resembles that man. Could he possibly be his father? Master Roshi stood on the arena, gazing at the spot where Bardock had just been. Long before the trio arrived, he had sensed the ferocious energy emanating from Bardock and Jine. However, upon realizing that Bardock was acquainted with Bulma, he felt considerably reassured. Yet that tall, robust man bore a striking resemblance to Goku. Could it be, as Krillin speculated, that this individual is indeed Goku's father? In the dense, primordial forest of Northern Earth, there stood an ancient white tower. Atop the tower, Casso, accompanied by three companions, appeared before the cat immortal on Corinta, calling out to its retreating figure, Cat immortal, it has been far too long. Chapter 78. Bardock enters the room of spirit and time. Who? The cat immortal, engrossed in the scenes of three water tanks, was startled by the voice from behind. Is it you? Upon recognizing the visitor, the cat immortal produced a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, wiping its feline visage. The spectacle it had been observing depicted the grand tournament of martial arts, where Earth's warriors had exhibited ever-increasing prowess, with prodigious talents emerging from every corner, Goku being a prominent example. In the final duel of the martial arts tournament, Master Roshi, aiming to impart wisdom to Goku about the existence of greater forces beyond oneself, disguised himself as a dragon and ultimately defeated Goku. The cat immortal wholeheartedly agreed with Master Roshi's approach. Gazing at the four individuals before it, the cat immortal recognized the young man as that little fellow from years past, surprised that he remained as enigmatic as ever. Cat immortal, do you still have any of those magical beans? Casso playfully probed. None left. The cat immortal shivered at Casso's words, aware that the young man was once again inquiring about its precious beans. After being reminded by Casso long ago of the beans' rarity, it regretted exchanging them with him and certainly would not admit to having any remaining. Casso smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. Since this plump cat had recognized the significance of the magic beans, he felt reassured. Gina held Bulma's small hand as they strolled about, while Bardock followed closely behind. Upon hearing the mention of the magic beans, he turned back. So, the beans originated from this place. Should he consider robbing this rotund feline? Bardock pondered briefly, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The magic beans produced in the fields of Salada Planet were already sufficient to meet the demands of the scions. Moreover, he observed that Casso and the cat deity shared a commendable rapport, and it seemed unnecessary to trouble them over such trivial beans. Cat deity, I trust you have witnessed the martial arts tournament. The boy named Goku possesses remarkable talent. I leave the matter in your capable hands. Casso smiled and continued. I shall head to the temple now. Upon finishing his words, Casso vanished along with the three companions on Colinta, observing the fading figures. The cat sage was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Goku's extraordinary talent, particularly that pure heart, reminiscent of the little girl from years past. The cat sage pondered to himself, realizing the necessity of consulting with the heavenly deity. On Colinta, through the layers of clouds, there exists a temple suspended in the void. Casso arrived here with 3 companions. Verdant plants flourished around the temple, their leaves rustling softly as they brushed against each other in the gentle breeze. The temple's ambience remained unchanged, exactly as it had been in years past. The air here is quite thin. Bulma, upon stepping onto the temple grounds, felt somewhat out of place. Indeed, Casso nodded in agreement. It is well known that as altitude increases, the air becomes increasingly sparse. The temple, situated thousands of meters above sea level, naturally harbors such thin air. Is this the training sanctuary you spoke of, Casso? Bardock inquired, his brow furrowed. Before arriving on Earth, Casso had mentioned that their purpose extended beyond visiting Kakarot. They were also to seek a revered place for cultivation. After surveying the temple, Bardock found it unremarkable. You will understand soon enough, Casso replied with a shrug. Were it not for his awareness of the temple's wonders, he might have shared Bardock's sentiments. The temple indeed serves as a sanctuary for training. This is no exaggeration. Here, one can find the paramount room of spirit and time, along with various illusions. In the anime, young Goku entered such illusions to master the use of ki. However, with Bardock's current battle power of 1 million, those illusions would prove of little use. The room of spirit and time would be his optimal choice. Saiyan youth tends to last significantly longer. Chini still strolled about like a beautiful maiden, holding Bulma's hand as they wandered. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, their laughter echoing, but the specifics of their dialogue remained a mystery. At that moment, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the temple. The deity smiled gently. Casso, you have returned once more. Casso greeted the celestial beings, Tian Shun and Bo Bo, with due respect, as they were both his and Shao Bai Er's esteemed mentors. After exchanging pleasantries and reminiscing about old times, Casso revealed the purpose of his visit. He sought to once again make use of the Spirit Time House. Casso borrowed the time chamber for Bardock, but he has long reached his limits. Even entering the chamber would yield little benefit. Bardock, on the other hand, has never set foot in the time chamber, and his initial experience within it will undoubtedly lead to significant enhancement. Very well, the deity said with a subtle smile. Having spent years with Casso, he was well aware of his character. Borrowing the time chamber was merely a trivial matter. Follow me, the deity instructed. Years ago, Casso and Osbier had only spent a day inside, and the deity presumed Casso intended to use the remaining day. It is not I who shall enter, but he. Casso indicated Bardock with a resigned smile. Oh. The deity paused momentarily but then addressed Bardock. Please, follow me. The energy emanating from this man and the woman afar was formidable, reminiscent of Casso's arrival on Earth, unaccustomed to concealing their presence. However, since this individual was brought by Casso, the deity felt reassured. Very well, Bardock acknowledged with a slight nod. Under the deity's scanner, Bardock's power level registered only a few dozen points, akin to that of a weakling. Yet, as a friend of Casso's, he posed no threat. Although Scions generally regard the weak with disdain, Bardock included. Bardock followed the deity to a chamber within the temple. Casso had observed Bardock's expressions. The pride of the Scion was deeply ingrained, much like Vegeta, who would not permit Goku, a lower-class warrior, to surpass him. Yet Vegeta has always played second fiddle, never achieving transcendence. Amused by this thought, Casso chuckled softly. Sir, the time chamber is equipped with various necessities, though the environment is rather harsh, so be mentally prepared. The deity led Bardock to a mysterious room. Bardock nodded. Prior to arriving on Earth, Casso had spoken of the wonders of the time chamber. It was indeed astonishing that such a place could manipulate time. Now, having listened to the deity, Bardock understood the imperative to exit the time chamber before the hourglass ran out, lest he remain trapped until death. Well, all the precautions have been explained. The celestial being gazed at Bardock before opening the door to the hyperbolic time chamber. A wave of temporal essence rushed towards Bardock, allowing him to genuinely sense the passage of time. As he looked around, the entire world appeared shrouded in a white haze, devoid of any color save for the entrance he had just crossed. The temperature here was, as Kakarot had described, exceedingly arid. After taking only a couple of steps, he felt a discomfort in his throat. Chapter 79, Teaching Bulma the Art of Flight. However, Kakarot and his companions had managed to spend an entire year within the time chamber, so there was no reason for Bardock to falter in comparison to 2 children. Moreover, Scions were inherently fearless when it came to enhancing their strength. Soon enough, Bardock commenced his training. Meanwhile, Bulma and Jine wandered around the temple, which was revered by martial artists. Aside from the slightly thin air, it was quite beautiful. Bulma approached Kakarot, indignantly stating, Kakarot, Where have you been all these years? You refused the dragon's summons to bring you here. Many years prior, Tais had ventured out to collect material for her novel, while Dr. Briefs busied himself with various technological pursuits, and Mrs. Briefs had devoted herself entirely to cultivating flowers and plants. This left Bulma alone at home. Her days consumed by classes and training, with no one to converse with. The profound sense of loneliness often enveloped her heart. Bulma was aware that she did not particularly enjoy training, yet she found no alternative pursuits. Every time she contemplated abandoning her training, memories of that stubborn yet tender-hearted young boy would flood her mind. It was only when she discovered the Dragon Balls in her home storage room that she resolutely embarked on her quest to find them. However, when Bulma made her wish, the dragon informed her that Kakarot had declined to be transported. The feeling of disappointment at that moment was unimaginable. Well, you see, I was in the midst of crucial training and couldn't be summoned. Kakarot sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Enough. Just teach me how to soar. Bulma retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Though Bulma harbored a sense of grievance, it dissipated entirely upon seeing Kakarot, especially as she gazed at his handsome visage. Her heart would invariably race. How has he changed so much? All right, follow me, Kakarot said, gently patting Bulma on the head as he led her to the center of the temple. After so many years of training, you should be quite familiar with that warm flow within you. Casso seated Bulma on the ground, smiling as he said, in truth, that warm current is what we refer to as energy, which can also be described as chi. However, the concept of chi may be rather profound for you. Allow me to directly teach you the utilization of energy. Years ago, Kakarot dedicated an entire month to mastering the control of his energy. He did not believe that Bulma could learn it in a short span of time, so he resolved to impart the techniques of energy utilization to her. Energy is but a broad term. It resides within each individual. For instance, the strength we exert while working is merely a manifestation of the body's inherent release of energy. When engaged in labor, this release is instinctual and can be deemed passive. However, to soar into the sky, one must actively harness and release that energy. Casso was explaining the concept of energy to Bulma, but just as he was about to continue, Bulma waved her hand, interrupting him. Stop rambling. Just teach me how to fly. Casso, it is indeed futile to convey so much to someone as inexperienced in martial arts as Bulma. It would be far more beneficial to instruct her on how to consciously release the energy within her. With this thought in mind, Casso nodded and said, Close your eyes like I am and relax your body. Upon seeing Casso close his eyes, Bulma followed suit and shut her own eyes as well. Casso's words gently guided her, akin to Gohan instructing Biddy in an anime. She relaxed her body, delving into meditation, gradually channeling the warmth within her. As time flowed steadily by, Bulma became immersed in her meditative realm. Kasumi sensed her breathing had become steady, and thus opened her eyes. Bulma's talent is quite remarkable. It's a pity she lacks the inclination for training. Casso couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was precisely the demeanor that Bulma should embody. If she were to become like Goku, consumed by the pursuit of training day in and day out, the world of Dragon Ball would undoubtedly lose a brilliant scientific mind. Casso quietly departed from the vicinity, making every effort not to disturb Bulma. He ventured to the other side. Casso, that little girl is quite charming, Jine remarked softly, observing Casso's approach. Indeed, Casso, feeling slightly embarrassed, nodded. Among the characters in Dragon Ball, the most charming and beautiful are Bulma and Android 18, both of whom enjoy immense popularity. Well then, it's up to you. Jine playfully covered her mouth, giggling. She knew that in due time, Bardock would entrust the scions into Casso's capable hands. For an exceptional scion like Casso, procreation is an arduous task, thus the more companions, the better. Moreover, she could discern that both parties harbored mutual interest. Let us discuss it further later. Kakarot's thick-skinned demeanor rarely blushes. Who could possibly resist the charm of such an adorable girl like Bulma? Half a day has elapsed. Casso leaned against the towering green foliage, quietly observing the striking silhouette at the center of the temple. As Jine had mentioned, Casso had harbored an affection for Bulma and Android 18 in his past life. Upon his arrival on Earth, aside from seeking the sacred beans, he had another aspiration, to catch a glimpse of the goddess he revered. At that time, Bulma was still quite young, her personality rather exuberant, yet the little girl possessed the makings of a true beauty. And what of Vegeta? Casso curled his lips, declaring, I shall not allow Bulma to have it. Just as Casso was lost in thought, a delicate figure emerged, enveloped in a halo of light. This halo, akin to a luminous pearl in the darkness, shimmered within the palm of Bulma. A low humming resonated around the halo, and as Bulma gradually opened her eyes, she beheld the radiant light in her hand, exclaiming with excitement, "Casso, Casso, look! I have succeeded." However, just as Bulma was filled with exhilaration, the radiant light in her grasp abruptly extinguished. Why did it go out? Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the light, Bulma felt as though she had plummeted from paradise to despair. Over the years, she had toiled tirelessly, yearning for Casso's recognition, often feeling anxious as the warm currents within her failed to grow. Having just witnessed the successful condensation of energy outside her body, Bulma was overwhelmed with joy, almost anticipating Casso's praise in the next moment. Yet, the light had vanished once more. Bulma felt a pang of sorrow in her nose, and her eyes began to well with tears. She felt utterly aggrieved. Kakarot appeared beside Bulma, and, upon seeing her in such a state, he was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly grasped the reason behind Bulma's distress. "Don't cry, little one." Casso felt a pang of tenderness and instinctively drew Bulma into his embrace. "It's all right. You've successfully released your energy externally. You simply lack proficiency." "Really?" Bulma's voice quivered slightly. "Indeed, trust me. Once you master the art of energy release, you will be able to soar through the skies just like I do." Casso held Bulma tightly. In the anime, when Gohan was instructing Videl, she, much like Bulma, quickly dissipated her energy during her initial attempts. However, she eventually learned the technique of flight. Chapter 80. The third stage of training. Listening to Casso's explanation, Bulma felt a sense of understanding. She had already grasped the sensation of releasing energy. With a few more attempts, she was confident she would become adept at it. Yet, her earlier reaction had been somewhat exaggerated, and now, nestled against Casso, she felt a twinge of shyness. However, rather than attempting to extricate herself from his embrace, she tightened her hold around his waist. Hee. Casso chuckled foolishly at Bulma's reciprocation. The two were closely entwined. The years of training had not rendered the girl's body rigid, but rather imbued it with a delightful softness. The fresh and delicate fragrance emanating from her enveloped him, prompting Casso to hold her even closer. "Casso, are you going to leave here soon?" Bulma blinked her round eyes, her voice tinged with melancholy. Her concern was not unfounded. After all, over the years, Casso had visited Earth only once and had hardly exchanged more than a few words with her before departing. "No. This time I will remain on Earth for a while," Casso replied, inhaling her enchanting scent with a smile. "Really? Truly? Oh yay!" Bulma exclaimed, embracing Casso with unrestrained joy. Casso gently patted Bulma's head, feeling a twinge of sympathy at her evident delight. How profoundly lonely must this foolish girl be? He contemplated whether he should take Bulma to Planet Salad in the future. Yet, upon further reflection, he shook his head. The narrative of Earth could not unfold without Bulma. "Continue your practice. I must seek out Mr. Bobo," Casso said, resting his head against Bulma's, his voice imbued with tenderness. Under Casso's gaze, Bulma felt a flutter of shyness and lowered her head, offering a subtle nod. As Casso had noted, she had begun to internalize that sensation and realized she needed to practice more diligently. Otherwise, delaying her training would surely diminish her progress. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai was observing the realm below, with Bobo standing by his side. The martial arts development on Earth had indeed improved significantly. Aside from little Goku, the Supreme Kai also noticed the small bald boy beside him, whose talent was quite remarkable. With proper mentorship, he would undoubtedly achieve great heights, perhaps even surpassing the revered Master Roshi. However, as he turned his gaze towards Casso, the Supreme Kai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No one on Earth could compare to Casso. "Casso, what is your assessment of the martial arts development on Earth?" the Supreme Kai inquired as Casso approached him slowly. "Not bad," Casso replied with a faint nod. The Supreme Kai observed Casso's composed demeanor and recognized his disdain for the strength exhibited by the Earthlings. This was hardly surprising, considering that others had traversed the cosmos to reach Earth years ago, showcasing powers that were truly unparalleled. Casso was unaware of what the deity was contemplating. Had he known, he would surely have remarked that the majority of Earth's inhabitants lacked exceptional talents. However, with Vegeta and Goku as its pillars, Earth stood as the most profound planet in the cosmos. "Divine Being, I have another purpose for being here, specifically concerning Mr. Bobo," Casso stated apologetically. The deity paused for a moment, grasping Casso's intent. He wished to speak privately with Bobo. "Very well, I happen to have matters to attend to as well." The deity glanced at Casso before leaning on his staff and returning to the sanctum. With the deity's departure, the temple square was left with only Bulma practicing diligently in the center, while Jine observed the flora nearby. "Greetings, Mr. Bobo," Casso said with utmost respect. Bobo regarded Casso with an inscrutable gaze, revealing no reaction whatsoever. Casso paused momentarily, but soon regained his composure. It was not surprising that Bobo possessed such an unflappable demeanor, remaining undisturbed even in the face of calamity. "I wish for Mr. Bobo to instruct me on the third stage of cultivation," Casso said with utmost respect. Many years ago, Osbier had departed from the planet Shalada alongside Vizzy. Under the tutelage of Vizzy, the god of destruction, Osbier's strength would undoubtedly flourish and advance by leaps and bounds. Casso was aware that even the candidates for the position of the destroyer had to undergo evaluations. Yet he firmly believed in the young girl's innate talent and her unwavering dedication to power. She would undoubtedly pass the assessment. Reflecting on this, he realized that his own combat prowess might not even measure up to a fraction of hers, and the thought of being surpassed left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. "You have Weiss, and I have Bobo," Casso mused internally, though he was uncertain whether Bobo would be inclined to teach him. Upon hearing Casso's earlier remark, a flicker of emotion finally stirred in Bobo's calm gaze. "Your soul is formidable, and your understanding surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Yet your strength is insufficient to uphold that realm," Bobo remarked coolly. "I still wish to give it a try," Casso replied earnestly, bending slightly. Over the years, Casso had contemplated whether he should pursue the path of realms or the path of Super Saiyan 4. In Dragon Ball Super, Goku transcended into the Super Saiyan 3 state, and subsequently, his body absorbed the light from 5 individuals: Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Trunks, and the child of Biddy, who was pregnant with Gohan's offspring, Xiaofang. Awakening as a Super Saiyan god, ultimately breaking through to the Super Saiyan Blue form. Conversely, in Dragon Ball GT, Goku transformed into the Golden Great Ape and eventually into Super Saiyan 4. The realms of the divine and the Super Saiyan 4 represent 2 distinct paths, leading to much debate in his previous life over which path was superior. Casso was uncertain about which path was formidable, yet he possessed knowledge of the realm of divinity. He understood that without the infusion of righteous light from the 5 righteous-hearted scions, transcending to such a state could only be achieved through profound enlightenment. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4 is distinct. It belongs to the realm of innate bloodline instincts. A scion must elevate their bloodline to an extraordinary level and reclaim their self from the terrifying fury of the Golden Great Ape to have a tangible chance of ascending to the Super Saiyan 4 state. Casso pondered, why not pursue both paths simultaneously? The ancestral planet of the scions had been rejuvenated, and having lived on the planet Salad for many years, Casso had long experienced the benefits it bestowed. The bloodline within him was perpetually ascending, and he felt he was merely one opportunity away from transcending into the state of a Super Saiyan. Coupled with his exceptional comprehension, Casso believed he could adeptly navigate both avenues. Bobo observed Casso quietly, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. After a moment of silence, he nodded. With that, he turned and departed back to the temple. Watching Bobo's retreating figure, Casso exhaled in relief, having feared that Bobo might decline to teach him. Yet, in the anime, when Goku defeated Demon King Piccolo and descended to the temple to spar with Bobo, he was met with a stern lesson. When Goku sought Bobo's guidance for training, Bobo acquiesced. It seemed he would not refuse anyone who asked for his assistance. Chapter 81. Bulma learns to fly. The heavenly temple was profoundly tranquil. In the center of the plaza, Bulma tirelessly concentrated the energy within her, her palms glowing brightly, only to dim repeatedly. However, she remained undeterred. As the release of energy became increasingly proficient, as Casso observed Bobo enter the house without emerging, he remained unperturbed. Having received Bobo's assurance, Casso held firm in his belief that Bobo would indeed impart knowledge to him. Turning his gaze, he noticed Bulma's smile blossoming more radiantly, a clear indication that she had adeptly mastered the control of the energy within her. "Casso, look!" Bulma exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards him with her hand raised, the brilliant light emanating from it undiminished by her swift movements. As the distance between them narrowed, she suddenly released the energy from her hand, leaping with vigor directly onto Casso. Wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, Bulma was overwhelmed with delight. In that moment, as she collided with him, her soft form pressed closely against Casso, and he could distinctly sense her ample curves. The delicate grace of her figure, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance, stirred something within him, causing his breath to quicken and his body to tense. An inexplicable wave of impulse surged through his mind. He instinctively recoiled slightly. Yet, Bulma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her gaze darting shyly away from Casso, unable to meet his eyes, though her arms remained securely around him. Casso found himself in an awkward predicament, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Aside from the incident years ago when Ties had embraced him, he had never shared such intimate moments with a girl. "You rascal," he exclaimed, gently running his fingers through her silky blue hair to mask his discomfort. "Look, Casso, I can skillfully condense energy now." Bulma's voice brimmed with excitement, the earlier awkwardness seemingly forgotten. Their eyes locked as she effortlessly formed a white energy sphere with a single hand. "Am I impressive?" she asked, her eyes narrowing with pride. She had not anticipated mastering energy condensation so swiftly. She had initially believed it would take her at least a week. Truly, she considered herself a genius. Observing Bulma's chin held high, Casso recognized her desire for praise. "Bulma, you are remarkable," he said, wrapping his arms around her delicate form and whispering in her ear. In the realm of anime, even Biddy Lee had learned to release energy in a day, yet Bulma surpassed her by mastering it in a single day, and with one hand no less. Reflecting on this, it was clear that Bulma was indeed a prodigy. Haha. Bulma responded to Casso's compliment, her head nodding with delight. After years of training, all she had desired was to hear Casso commend her efforts. "Now, let me teach you how to soar into the sky." Casso gazed at her dazed expression, utterly charmed by her innocence. He quickly released her from his embrace, preparing to teach her how to soar into the skies. Indeed, Bulma nodded earnestly, her tiny fists clenched in an adorable manner. To ascend to the heavens, one must first learn to harness the energy within. The energy you just unleashed can transform into a fearsome explosion, yet it also possesses the power to lift one into the air. Cassiton paused and said, "Now that you have mastered the art of energy release, concentrate that energy beneath your feet. The force generated will lift you into the air." What Cassiton articulated was quite akin to what Luncheon taught Bidalai in the anime. For novices, the initial step is to gather energy at the soles of their feet. Once they have perfected the art of lifting off, they can then envelop themselves in energy to navigate their flight direction. "Well, let me give it a try." Bulma's face lit up with eagerness. Following Cassiton's advice, she focused her energy at her feet. Indeed, the moment the energy was unleashed, Bulma instantly sensed a force propelling her upward. She believed that by releasing more energy, she could soar into the skies, and so she unleashed a surge of power. Bulma was propelled into the air by this newfound force, but lacking the skills to fly, she quickly ascended to a certain height before plummeting back down, her heart racing in panic. "Cassiton, help me." Bulma flailed her arms wildly, instinctively seeking something to grasp in hopes of preventing her fall. "Fear not, I am here." Casso soared into the air, gracefully catching Bulma, who was tightly shutting her eyes, truly an adorable sight. "Phew, phew, phew," Bulma exclaimed, patting her chest. "Why didn't you save me sooner? You nearly scared me to death." "Well, here I am, aren't I?" Casso retorted, rolling his eyes. He had not anticipated that Bulma could soar into the sky. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary earthling. "Put me down. I want to continue practicing. And remember to rescue me," Bulma teased, sticking out her tongue. She had begun to grasp the sensation of free flight. With a bit more practice, just like she had done while gathering energy moments ago, she was certain she would master the art of soaring freely. "All right." Casso gently patted her small head and then brought her back to the ground. Bulma commenced her aerial training, soaring into the sky. Yet she struggled to maintain her balance and soon plummeted back down. However, as time gradually passed, she learned to stabilize herself in the air, achieving the remarkable feat of hovering mid-flight. Witnessing this scene, Casso was naturally elated, repeatedly marveling at Bulma's innate talent, though he still underestimated her capabilities. In Casso's eyes, Bulma's potential far surpassed that of Bidalai. Particularly noteworthy was Bulma's capacity for comprehension. Could it be that an intelligent individual receives an enhancement in their training? Half a day went by, and Bulma finally mastered the art of flight. While her trajectory remained somewhat erratic, she was now able to glide leisurely through the sky. This, indeed, was the essence of free flight. Bulma exclaimed excitedly from above. Many years ago, she had been flown by Osbier, harboring a deep envy for Casso and her companion, often pondering how splendid it would be if she could soar as well. To her astonishment, she had now acquired the ability to fly, meaning she could forego the need for jet planes to attend school in the future. With this thought, Bulma excitedly moved forward a few meters. Casso chuckled, reminiscing about the time when he first traversed into the Dragon Ball world, feeling an exhilarating thrill akin to Bulma's first ascent into the sky. However, at that moment, he prepared to embark on the third phase of his training. Suddenly, Popo appeared beside Casso as if from thin air, startling him with his silent approach. This was not the first time Popo had caught him off guard. Casso turned around and cast a displeased glance at Bobo. Chapter 82. Entering the Illusion. Bobo stared at him with his small, dark, round eyes, his expression utterly blank. Bulma, please be cautious while you practice. I shall join Mr. Bobo in training. Casso called out to Bulma, who was in the sky. Given Bulma's current state, it could be said that she had essentially learned to fly. She merely needed more practice. Mr. Bobo, shall we proceed into the house? Casso recalled that in the anime, the young Goku entered a room, only to be transported by Bobo into a realm of illusion for training. He believed he might experience something similar. However, while the anime referred to it as an illusion, Casso suspected it could indeed be a genuine world. For instance, Goku ventured back to the era of Master Roshi in his youth, over 300 years ago, leading Casso to ponder whether this might be an alternate timeline. Yet, these were merely Casso's speculations. No need, Bobo replied with a hint of indifference. Casso paused momentarily, recalling that Goku had been transported by Bobo using a machine resembling a palm. How could such a device be employed without entering the dwelling? You and that girl have already undergone the initial 2 phases of training, Bobo explained. These stages are designed to cultivate your sensory perception and bodily coordination, enabling you to avoid superfluous movements and to attune yourselves to the essence of the external world. With hands held vertically, Bobo's sausage-like red lips moved incessantly, although, to a certain extent, you can achieve a tranquility akin to the sky. It does not equate to the true state of wu or emptiness. What must I do? Casso inquired anxiously. As Bobo had indicated, Casso had long ago realized, through rigorous training, that his mindset had yet to attain the genuine state of wu. Beyond the ability to harness and perceive energy, he could only minimize unnecessary actions. The essence of wu is akin to a serene lake, adapting naturally to the gentle breezes that stir the grass. One must embody tranquility when needed and evoke turbulence when called for, allowing the spirit to guide the body. Bobo, maintaining an impassive demeanor, continued to expound upon the principles of the third phase. Whether in the realm of martial arts or the world of Dragon Ball, the concept of understanding holds paramount significance. For instance, Goku's remarkable perceptiveness allowed him to master the Kamehameha technique after witnessing Master Roshi perform it just once, illustrating the advantages of heightened insight. The third phase of training that Bobo described is far more intricate. Without exceptional perceptiveness, grasping its essence would be impossible. Much like the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku, whose acute understanding enabled him to train for 3 years under Bobo's guidance in the celestial realm. Kakarot is uncertain whether Goku has successfully mastered the third stage. However, in the subsequent series of Dragon Ball Super, Goku attains the state of Ultra Instinct, suggesting that he has indeed perfected his training. Casso was acutely aware of his own keen insight. Initially, as he listened to Bobo's narration, he found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion. However, as Bobo continued to elaborate, he gradually became immersed in the profound essence of the third stage of cultivation. At that moment, with a swift gesture of her small, ebony hand, Bobo conjured an ethereal aura that instantly enveloped Casso. From her vantage point in the heavens, Bulma observed this peculiar scene with intrigue. Although Casso's figure remained in the celestial realm, it felt as though he had transcended this world entirely. Where exactly was he? Casso was initially engrossed in Bobo's narrative when, inexplicably, he found himself in the midst of a tranquil forest. After a moment of reflection, Casso's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not accompanied Bobo into that dwelling. He had remained in the center of the temple plaza. Now, he had mysteriously transitioned into this world. Was it an illusion, or was this realm genuine? Pondering this, Casso found himself at a complete loss. Nonetheless, he chose to disregard these uncertainties, for his paramount concern was to pursue the third phase of his cultivation. Casso meandered through the forest, where the dense foliage obscured the light from above. Despite the sweltering heat, the forest remained remarkably cool, occasionally filled with the soft chirping of insects. Having entered this surreal realm, Casso recalled Bobo's advice to go with the flow. Uncertain if he had stepped into the third stage of his training, he refrained from harnessing the power within him. With careful steps, he gradually traversed the thick woods. After approximately 5 minutes, the sound of flowing water reached his ears. A river? A flash of insight illuminated Casso's mind. reminiscent of how Wukong had entered an enigmatic world and followed an elderly man to fish. Had he indeed arrived in such a realm? Casso furrowed his brow, knowing that a glance ahead would reveal the truth. He reached out to part the surrounding underbrush and made his way towards the sound of the flowing water. After a while, Casso approached the riverbank, gazing downstream. There sat an elderly man with white hair on a stone, eyes closed, fishing in the waters. "My friend, would you be interested in fishing together?" The old man spoke without opening his eyes. It was a remark devoid of context. He did not inquire about Casso's identity nor the reason for his presence there. The words reached Casso's ears, momentarily bewildering him. Despite the peculiarity of the old man's statement, Casso nodded in response. He too refrained from asking who the man was or why he was fishing in that spot. Thus, prompted by a single utterance, both found themselves fishing by the riverbank. As time drifted by, half a day passed. Towering trees flanked the river, casting shadows that shielded the area from the sun's rays. With a gentle breeze caressing him, Casso felt a refreshing coolness, and his mind settled into tranquility. Though the surroundings were enchanting after several hours, Casso had yet to catch a single fish. The river measured approximately 15 meters in width, with a depth of around 8 meters. According to tales from the animated world, the old man visited this spot daily, suggesting that the waters should teem with fish. Casso glanced at his own fish basket, then at the old man's basket, and felt an involuntary flush creep across his cheeks before he lowered his gaze. "My friend, I'll call it a day here. I must take my leave. The fishing rod in your hand is a gift for you." Noticing that the day was waning, the old man lifted his fish basket and began to stroll back along the forest path. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Casso shook his head, pondering why he was unable to catch any fish. It is not uncommon to have a fruitless fishing experience. Yet why had the old man succeeded? Casso found himself in a state of perplexity. It seemed he had forgotten the purpose of his visit, consumed instead by the enigma of his inability to catch any fish. Thus, an entire evening slipped away unnoticed. Casso remained seated by the riverbank, his fishing rod in hand, oblivious to fatigue and hunger. His gaze fixed intently upon the rippling waters. Throughout the night, he failed to catch a single fish, a most peculiar occurrence. His eyes were bloodshot, and his countenance bore the marks of exhaustion. Was it a flaw within himself? This question had echoed in his mind all night long. Chapter 83. The dazzling figure that destabilized the divine realm in the heart of the forest. As dawn broke, the grass by the roadside glistened with crystalline dew, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. What could be the reason for this? Casso raked his tousled hair. In the animated realm, Goku ventured into the forest with the intent of locating an individual capable of evading lightning. Along the way, he encountered the formidable Iam. Yet Goku swiftly vanquished him with ease. Just as Goku found himself at an impasse, he chanced upon the elderly man he had previously met, armed with a fishing rod. It wasn't long before Goku's hook snagged a fish. A perplexing situation indeed. Casso reclined upon a stone, exhaling a profound sigh. Unlike Casso, far in the depths of the cosmos, a realm of destruction thrummed with chaotic energy. A violet luminescence suffused the area, while boundless power erupted from a woman with flowing hair. The air reverberated with thunderous roars, as if planets were succumbing to obliteration, causing even the seemingly indomitable realm of destruction to tremble ever so slightly. With a furrowed brow, the woman channeled a pulse of violet light from her hand, directing her voice towards a distant mountain range. Annihilate. The atmosphere instantaneously solidified, only to erupt into chaos moments later. Indomitable energy surged forth, conjuring colossal waves that swept across the expanse of 1,000 miles. The minuscule violet orbs of destructive energy raced towards the mountains. Though their speed appeared languid, they reached their target in the blink of an eye. Upon making contact, the energy merely brushed against the mountains without flourish, transforming them into scintillating specks that dissipated into nothingness. Little Bii, let us conclude our business here today. Vis appeared mysteriously beside Osbier, his staff waving gently, as the recently obliterated mountains and ravaged ground instantaneously reverted to their original state, as though nothing had transpired. Osbier hovered in the air, exhaling softly. Her long hair cascaded down her back, her lithe form accentuated by her graceful, curvaceous legs, while her ample bosom filled out the ancient Egyptian garb, creating an exquisite silhouette. A cold voice emerged from Osbier, as if no worldly matter could stir her emotions. Observing this, Vis nodded slightly. Throughout the years, he had guided the young girl through various training regimens. Only those who comprehend the essence of destructive energy are deemed worthy of becoming a candidate for the role of a destroyer. Osbier had not disappointed him. She had recently grasped the concept of destructive energy and had even managed to manifest it. Though her destructive energy was still in its infancy, akin to a mere bead, it had sufficed to annihilate the mountain. Consequently, Osbier earned Vis's acknowledgement. With the subsequent approval of Beerus, she could truly ascend to the status of a candidate destroyer. Yet, the once innocent and endearing young girl had undergone significant transformation. Perhaps the relentless destruction had chilled her spirit. Nevertheless, Osbier's frosty demeanor was indeed fitting for the role of a candidate destroyer. The destroyer governs the annihilation within the universe. And when eradicating planets that detract from the cosmic equilibrium, one must not show leniency. The candidate destroyer, serving to assist the destroyer, must equally exercise resolve. Is Lord Beerus still in slumber? Osbier murmured softly. Speaking of Beerus, he had entered a deep slumber upon returning to the god of destruction realm from Earth, and he had remained in that state ever since. Whis, prior to Beerus's slumber, had received his consent to bring Osbier to the god of destruction realm. Not at all. Whis shook his head. Given Beerus's lethargic nature, he would typically remain in slumber for an extended period before awakening. He would go to great lengths to ensure his sleep, even going so far as to seal the Kaishin, whose life was intertwined with his own. This ultimately led to the downfall of several candidate Kaishins at the hands of Majin Buu, resulting in the current state of the naive Kaishin, who knows nothing. The average strength of the seventh universe is undeniably linked to this. Whis. When will I be able to return? A flicker of longing appeared in Osbier's cold gaze. Oh. Whis was momentarily taken aback, noticing the shift in Osbier's emotions. She was not as devoid of warmth as she seemed. You have now grasped the energy of a god of destruction. All you need to do is practice diligently. There is little more I can teach you at this time. So, does that mean I can go back? Osbier clasped her delicate hands together, her body tense with anticipation. Whis nodded. Thank you, Whis, for your guidance over the years. I will return soon. Osbier gave a slight bow before vanishing from Wiss's sight. Whis. In the heavenly realm of Earth, Bulma finally experienced the freedom of flight, soaring through the skies and reveling in the exhilarating sensation of liberation. Why isn't Casso moving? Bulma hovered in midair, observing Casso seated in the square. 3 days had passed since Casso had fallen into slumber. He remained motionless, having neither eaten nor drunk anything. Bulma felt a twinge of concern. Yet she recalled the Kai's prior instruction not to disturb Katsu's training. Watching Katsu's serene demeanor, her unease grew. She could not shake the feeling that Casso was no longer of this world. Was it merely her imagination? It wasn't just Bulma who felt this way. Bardock, emerging from the room of spirit and time, shared this same sentiment. Casso appeared to still be seated in the temple square. Yet Bardock sensed not a trace of his presence, not even the faintest breath. Emerging from the room of spirit and time, he had undergone a profound transformation, elevating his combat power to an astonishing 1.5 million. As Bardock attempted to rouse Casso, he was abruptly halted by the figure with the charcoal hair. How could this individual possess such remarkable prowess? Bardock was utterly perplexed. Under his scanner, Bobo registered a mere 200 points, so how could he withstand Bardock's strike? However, considering the existence of the extraordinary room of spirit and time on Earth, it seemed rather unsurprising that a being of such mysterious capabilities would exist. In the realm of illusions, Casso sat by the riverside, oblivious to the passage of countless years. The old man came and went, returning again and again. Day after day, year after year. The old man showed no signs of aging, and neither did Casso's appearance change in the slightest. The fishing rod in Casso's hands finally twitched, and his bewildered eyes instantly regained their clarity. Casso exerted a forceful tug. However, when the fishhook was pulled from the water's surface, there was no trace of a fish. Once again, it was the same. Casso was oblivious to the passage of time, acutely aware only of how many times he had been teased by the fish in the river. Chapter 84. The Realm of the Heartless. Have you caught any fish? Inquired the old man sitting beside him with a smile. No. Casso's faint reply lingered in the air. Since his arrival in this world, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. While the old man returned each day with a bountiful catch, Casso had yet to reel in even a single fish. In his previous life, he had heard a renowned saying within the angling community: if a fish is toying with your bait, one must not indulge it. Should the need arise, let the fish in the river experience the taste of paralysis. Nevertheless, in this surreal realm, Casso remained steadfast in adhering to Bobo's wisdom, striving to embrace the natural flow and allowing his spirit to guide his body. He held a profound disdain for the nefarious practices of electrofishing and dynamite fishing. After all, what was it but mere desperation? If all else failed, he could simply purchase a fish from the market. Young man, he mused. One must cultivate tranquility within the heart to catch a fish. As he spoke, the old man landed yet another fish. Casso turned his head to take a glance, finding it rather unremarkable. A tranquil mind? As he listened to the old man's words, a spark of inspiration flashed through Casso's mind. In the celestial realm, Bobo had imparted numerous secrets regarding the techniques of the third stage of cultivation, which Casso had always kept in mind. Thus, upon arriving in this world, he approached every endeavor with a free spirit, allowing things to unfold naturally. However, the concept that Bobo had mentioned, using the mind to guide the body, how was one to achieve this? Upon hearing the old man's words, Casso experienced a moment of realization. This stage of cultivation, belonging to the third phase, inherently required the foundation of the previous two stages to progress further. As soon as Casso arrived in this world, he began to fish. Despite the abundance of fish in the river, he was unable to catch a single one. Tormented by the fish, his irritation grew exponentially, and the serene state of mind he had cultivated in the temple, akin to the tranquility of the sky, was utterly forgotten. How misguided he was. Casso seemed to have discerned the essence of the third phase of training. His intuition was not amiss. Fishing indeed represented this stage of cultivation. As the wise elder had stated, one must attain tranquility to catch a fish. This tranquility requires remaining undisturbed by external distractions and viewing objective matters with equanimity. When the time is right, the fish will bite. It cannot be forced. However, the concept of tranquility had already been explored in the previous two phases. To successfully catch fish, one must grasp the pivotal insights of this third phase. All things are in motion, thus, one must calm the mind to perceive the transformations of the world and allow a state of emptiness to guide the body. With this thought, Casso's eyes sparkled with increasing clarity. At that moment, the fishing rod in his hand quivered slightly, yet he did not rush. Instead, he emulated the elder beside him and closed his eyes. The essence of tranquility transformed into a state of voidness. Unflustered and unmoving, the entirety of the river, and even the entire forest, reflected in Casso's mind. A beam of light enveloped him, akin to a celestial being descending upon the earth, evoking an aura of profound mystery. Observing this, the elder beside him smiled gently and resumed his fishing. Previously, Casso could sense the movements of the fish in the river but was unable to catch any. Now, he could even detect the flow of the water. Several small fish were teasingly nibbling at the bait but would not bite. With his eyes closed, Casso chuckled softly. He had been similarly toyed with by these little fish before. Let the spirit guide the body. He had quelled the recent fluctuations of emotion, and the entire river's dynamics unfolded in his mind, leaving him in a state of profound calm. Casso seeks to embark on an endeavor, to relax his body and allow his instincts to respond. In Casso's mind, there were no commands for bodily movements. He relied solely on a state of emptiness and the instincts of his body. Before him, a fish the size of a palm was lifted onto the shore. Young man, congratulations, the old man remarked with a smile. You've caught one. In response to the fish that had been teasing him earlier, Casso's tone was remarkably nonchalant. Suddenly, Casso's complexion turned pale, and his mind became a chaotic blur before he slipped into unconsciousness. In the celestial realm, a month had elapsed. Bardock spent his time in the heavenly domain training, while the rest of his hours were devoted to secretly observing Kakarot alongside Jine. Meanwhile, Bulma remained steadfastly by Casso's side. Watching him go an entire month without sustenance, she would have long since awakened him, had it not been for the green-skinned creature's assertion that this was part of Casso's training. Why isn't he awakened yet? Bulma's voice trembled with concern. Casso sat cross-legged on the ground, utterly still. A month's passage had not allowed dust to accumulate upon his body. Rather, it had rendered him increasingly ethereal. Yet, at that moment, Casso's rosy complexion suddenly turned ashen, and the ethereal aura surrounding him shattered abruptly, plunging him into a state of utter chaos. It resembled the sensation of being possessed. Mr. Bobo, what has happened to Casso? Bulma exclaimed in alarm, her voice echoing towards the temple. Mr. Bobo appeared beside Casso in an enigmatic manner, lifting a finger to gently tap Casso's forehead. A hum resonated, and a milky white halo illuminated the entire realm, its radiance coalescing into a sphere that swiftly penetrated Casso's mind. Bulma, witnessing this, could not suppress a gulp. Surely, Casso would not become a complete fool. Yet, as her thoughts swirled, her gaze resolutely shifted. Even if he were to become a simpleton, he would still be her simpleton. He is fine now. Mister, Bobo calmly declared as he withdrew his finger. No sooner had he spoken than Casso slowly opened his eyes, vividly recalling the events within the illusion. Hadn't he succumbed to the overwhelming state of the void heart and fainted? Casso shook his head and, upon noticing Bulma's slightly reddened eyes, paused for a moment. You despicable fellow! Bulma exclaimed, her voice tinged with tears as she threw herself into his embrace, clinging tightly to him. He had previously mentioned his intention to train, and Bulma had assumed it would be akin to her own brief sessions. Little did she know he had dedicated an entire month to relentless training, forsaking food and drink. The worry had nearly consumed her. Truly, what a mischievous rascal. Casso yearned to speak. Yet his throat was parched to an extent that he could only barely utter a single word. For an ordinary person, enduring a week without food or drink would be deemed miraculous. However, for someone like Casso, who had gone an entire month without sustenance and merely felt a dryness in his throat, this was indeed quite extraordinary. Water had arrived. As soon as the deity heard Bulma's words, he prepared a large vat of water for Casso. Gurgle, gurgle. Casso took the water jar, tilted his head back, and began to pour the water into his mouth, drinking voraciously. Still wanting more, he consumed an entire jar of water, yet felt it insufficient, prompting him to request several more jars from the divine. After finishing all 5 jars, he finally exhaled in relief. At last, he felt rejuvenated. Casso embraced Bulma tightly, acknowledging that Bobo was indeed correct. Given his current strength, even with a particularly formidable soul and mental fortitude, he could not sustain the so-called state of the heart of nothingness. Furthermore, he had not truly comprehended this state. He had merely scratched the surface of its essence. Reflecting on this, Casso felt a twinge of resignation. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining, for he had gleaned that Goku's mastery of the ultimate technique was predicated upon the foundation of the heart of nothingness. I am fine now. Casso gently patted Bulma's back. Chapter 85. Kvera. As he drifted into unconsciousness, a milky white light illuminated Casso's mind, reminiscent of the dawn breaking over a dark, ancient city in a fathomless abyss, casting a warm glow upon his very soul. In an instant, he was roused from his stupor. Now, holding Bulma in his arms, although his heart brimmed with numerous uncertainties, he refrained from voicing them. How could you remain still for an entire month? You truly frightened me. Bulma wiped the tears from her fair complexion. Did I really only sleep for a month? Casso inquired, resting his forehead against Bulma's, his voice tinged with confusion. Upon entering that illusion, Casso had felt the passage of time distinctly, as the sun rose and set, yet he had not anticipated that only a single month had elapsed. This felt somewhat exaggerated. Could it be that world was indeed an illusion, devoid of any connection to reality? Yes. Bulma nodded, extending her petite hand to gently pat Casso's abdomen. Are you hungry? Shall I take you to eat? The distinct contours of Casso's abdomen caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. How could she be so audacious? No sooner had Bulma's words left her lips than a series of sounds emanated from Casso's belly. Gurgle, gurgle. Hee. Bulma covered her rosy lips, stifling a giggle. Come, let me take you to enjoy some delicious food. With that, Bulma grasped Casso's hand and they soared down towards the lower realm. Are you able to fly freely now? Casso was being pulled downwards. Although Bulma's flying speed was rather slow, a fragrant breeze always wafted toward him from behind. He had cradled Bulma on more than one occasion, and Casso recognized her unique scent. Humph, he had already mastered the art of flying long ago. Bulma, with her proud little head held high, glanced back at him and lamented, You really don't care about me at all. Hearing her tone, Casso sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, never expecting that Bobo's illusion would ensnare him for so long. This thought then led him to reflect on Osbier. Under Whis' tutelage, her strength would surely soar. Had Casso not made some progress in his training, he might truly be unable to keep pace with her. I'm so hungry. Let us go. On Planet Salad, a thunderous roar erupted from the training area, causing the entire space to tremble. With a crack, the door to the 600X gravity chamber opened, and a robust scion emerged. Lord Garrus, Lord Castor requested that you come to see him, said a scion standing nearby, awaiting his arrival with respect. Oh? Garrus responded with a hint of confusion. Over the years, the 100X gravity chamber on Planet Salad had long ceased to be effective. It was fortunate that Casso and Osbier's chambers were unoccupied. He had only gained permission from Casso to train in the 600X gravity chamber. Years had passed, and he had only adapted to the 300X gravity. Now he had achieved a combat power of 800,000. As he emerged, he was informed by his kin that something urgent appeared to be afoot. I understand. Garrus waved his hand dismissively, then unleashed a powerful surge of white energy, propelling himself into the sky. The scion left behind stood in stunned silence, intimidated by the aura Garrus had just exuded. If Lord Garrus was this formidable, how powerful would Lord Bardock and Casso, who had long since adapted to the 600x gravity chamber, be? The thought sent the scion's heart racing, excitement flushing his face. The rise of the scions was indeed unstoppable. Meanwhile, in the meeting building of the living area, 9 individuals gathered in the conference room, all captains of scion squads. What is a mere 170,000 combat power Saiyaza worth? Brent scoffed. As one of the 10 squad leaders, with his combat power now reaching 300,000, he had no qualms about expressing such sentiments regarding the captain of the Kfera Mecha Corps. Exactly. The remaining squad leaders nodded in agreement. Yet only Castor and Chris remained silent, their expressions heavy as they sat in their chairs. As Garrus descended from the sky, he could hear the discussions of the others outside the conference room. He stood still, furrowing his brow. Who was Frieza? In the minds of the scions, the mercenary organization they had established could easily sweep through the universe. Were it not for Casso's admonitions, the scions would likely have led their squads into Frieza's headquarters by now. When did a mere 170,000 power level scoundrel dare to act so arrogantly? Who is this Frieza you speak of? Garrus advanced into the conference room. Lord Garrus, you have arrived. All the scions stood. Even the reckless Castor dared not show any indifference. The fighting power of those present hovered around 300,000, while Castor and Garrus boasted an additional 200,000, totaling approximately 500,000. They gazed at the modified scouter, which displayed a chilling power level of 800,000, causing their tone to unwittingly turn respectful. Lord Garrus. Recently 3 individuals joined our mercenary organization. Frieza, Dre, and Nez. One of the squad leaders, Alex, spoke up. He demands that we all submit to a fellow named Gula. As soon as his words fell, a low hum resonated through the conference building, which trembled violently. Fortunately, Garrus managed to restrain himself. And with the advanced technology of the Lolita clan, the building remained intact. Chris, is this true? Garrus inquired in a grave tone. Years had passed, and with the evolution of the scions, their strength had grown tremendously. They were no longer accustomed to such indignities. Among those present, only Chris remained somewhat composed, which is why Garrus sought his insight on the matter. Chris spoke haltingly. Lord Garrus, indeed, it is so. Hearing his tone, all the scions exchanged puzzled glances at Chris, wondering what was amiss. Meanwhile, Castor averted his gaze, lowering his head, afraid to meet the eyes of his kin, lest they uncover the fear reflected in his own. It was evident that Castor knew something. Garrus observed the reactions of everyone, yet he maintained his solemn inquiry. Clarify this matter. With Bardock and Casso absent from Planet Salad, Garrus stood as the strongest among the remaining scions, eager to swiftly understand the situation. He believed that Frieza was undoubtedly aware of the mercenary organization's strength. Why then would this 170,000 power level scoundrel dare to demand their submission to someone named Gula? Noticing Castor's peculiar expression, Garrus sensed that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Chris, do speak. The captain of the nearby team had repeatedly urged Chris to divulge the reason. Yet he insisted that he would not speak until Lord Garrus arrived. Now that the moment had finally arrived, the Scion team leader was filled with curiosity about what Chris might reveal. Chapter 86. Gula. You may not be familiar with Gula, but have you heard of Gula? Chris spoke softly. The moment those words left his lips, the entire conference room fell silent. Who, you say? Garrus's breath quickened. The expressions of all present scions betrayed their fear. They clearly knew who Gula was. In the Dragon Ball universe, the Frost Demons consist of only 3 notable figures: the infamous Frieza of the North Galaxy, the King Cold of the West Galaxy, and Gula of the East Galaxy, who was scarcely mentioned. Planet Salad, situated at the edge of the North Galaxy and in close proximity to the East Galaxy, is home to the Scion mercenary organization. They frequently interacted with various extraterrestrial factions, learning that Gula possessed a combat power of only around 500,000 to 600,000. However, his brother Gula, who dominated the East Galaxy, was rumored to wield a power exceeding 100 million. Is Gula really Gula? Brent's eyes widened, his voice trembling. The Scions had essentially no rivals in the North Galaxy. If Gula were indeed Gula, then their subjugation would be inevitable. This consideration filled Garrus with urgency. The scions had only just begun to rise and had yet to seek vengeance against Frieza, and now a more formidable Gula had emerged. We must urgently contact Lord Bardock and Lord Casso. Cass stood up beside him, finally speaking. However, what he said echoed the thoughts of the scions. They knew Bardock was strong, but regardless of his prowess, he could not match Gula, a certainty that weighed heavily on their minds. Their only hope rested with Casso. Chris, go inform Princess Philia to notify Casso and the others, quickly. Garrus's voice nearly erupted in a shout. I will go at once. Without hesitation, Chris unleashed a terrifying aura right where he stood, then vanished from sight, causing the furniture in the conference room to be upturned. Observing the chaos Chris had created, the scions remained unperturbed. Their sole focus was to swiftly alert Casso. On the edge of the East Galaxy lay a verdant planet bustling with various races of extraterrestrial beings. Unlike Frieza's forces, the minions there were numerous, their strengths highly uneven and decidedly disparate. In the realm of Gula, extraterrestrial beings are scarce, however. The few present exhibit battle powers exceeding 3,000. Within a diminutive spacecraft, a being resembling Frieza is seated, a small figure adorned with skin of a white and purple hue, yet possessing muscles that bulge like fists. What does the mercenary organization say? Gula inquired, his malevolent gaze icy and devoid of warmth. Initially, he had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the Northern Galaxy, yet the allure of the mercenary organization was undeniable. Now should he successfully recruit them? Even a future enmity with King Cold would not deter him. The prowess of the ice race is well known across the cosmos, but their notorious cold-bloodedness is equally infamous. The three factions of the ice race rarely coexist harmoniously. Had it not been for King Cold's dominion, Gula would have long since seized Frieza's territory. To Gula. Frieza possesses talent, but is regrettably youthful and lethargic, even daring to be nonchalant about Lord Beerus's order to annihilate the scions. The indifference mentioned here does not imply Gula's awareness of the mercenary organization's true identity, but rather Frieza's leniency towards Goku and Vegeta. In response to Gula's query, Frieza raised his left hand to his right chest. Speaking with reverence, they said they will consider it. Nez and Dre mirrored his gesture. Their actions exemplified a refusal to confront the inevitable. Gula pivoted the spacecraft, turning his back on the trio. His voice was frigid and raspy, devoid of any emotion, akin to a serpent lurking in shadows, poised to strike. The mercenary organization's reluctance was anticipated, merely a stalling tactic, however, before a formidable opponent. Their feeble resistance was but a final gasp. Indeed, King Gula. Frieza bowed his head, unable to meet Gula's gaze. Nonetheless, he was aware of the mercenary organization's intentions, either to flee or to mount a futile resistance. Furthermore, Frieza had long positioned spies near the mercenary organization, ready to receive updates at any sign of movement. Let us depart at once. Gula turned his gaze back towards the trio, his demeanor as frigid as ever. Although King Cold had stated that there was no urgency and that neither he nor Frieza could encroach upon the other's domain, Gula was unconcerned. The prospect of recruiting the mercenary organization overshadowed all other considerations. Perhaps he could infiltrate the Northern Galaxy without Frieza ever realizing it. Yes, 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 echoed the three voices within the palace. In the western capital of Earth, in the backyard of Bulma's residence, she rested her snowy chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Casso. Eat more, she urged. Casso clutched a piece of meat, the origin of which remained a mystery, and stuffed it into his mouth before seizing a nearby jug of drink and gulping down a couple of hearty swigs. Bulma gently pressed her lips together, her gaze entirely consumed by the reflection of Casso, as if his image were etched within her very irises. Years ago, Casso had been just a child, particularly irksome, and Bulma had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to her in such a manner, which rendered him unforgettable in her mind. It is uncertain when it happened, but Casso had gradually carved a substantial space within her heart. Bulma pondered, perhaps it began when he was guiding her in her training. Watching Casso relish his meal filled her with warmth, causing a gentle smile to grace her lips. She wished he could remain by her side forever. You should eat too, Casso said, shoving another hefty piece of meat into his mouth before turning to Bulma. He had endured a month without food, awakening with nothing but thirst. However, the mere mention of eating rendered him unable to resist. Just eat, Bulma replied, lifting her delicate hand to wipe the corner of Casso's mouth. She found immense joy in watching him savor his food. All right, he acquiesced. As Casso reached for another piece of meat, a sudden red light illuminated from his wristband. This wristband, designed by the Lolita clan, enables communication throughout the northern galaxy. A green light signifies a routine report from the scions, while a yellow light indicates an important matter requiring attention. However, a red light signifies an urgent situation. What is the matter? Bulma inquired. Noticing Casso's wristband flicker before he froze in place, her curiosity piqued. Casso hurriedly checked the information on his wristband. Gula was about to invade the mercenary organization. Chapter 87. The Return of Casso. Noticing Casso's grave expression, Bulma couldn't help but ask with concern, "Casso, what is troubling you?" "I'm fine. It's just a matter concerning my clan," Casso replied, waving his hand dismissively. Though his demeanor was somewhat serious, his tone remained unchanged, suggesting that it was not a matter of great significance. Bulma clenched her fists, gazing intently at Casso. "You're not planning to leave Earth again, are you?" Anyone observing Casso in that moment would sense he was preoccupied with urgent matters, which explained Bulma's inquiry. Casso scratched his head, hesitating. He had previously told Bulma that he would stay on Earth for a while, yet he had been so absorbed in his training that he hadn't spent much time with her. However, the situation concerning the scions was indeed pressing. Gula, being the brother of Frieza, though somewhat less talented, possessed far greater strength. Had the former Casso received such news, he would have already devised a plan to evacuate the scions. Nevertheless, for him now, it might present an opportunity. "When will you return?" Bulma's voice was laced with melancholy. Despite her desire for Casso to remain by her side, she would not act irrationally if he truly had pressing matters to attend to. "I will come back to find you once I am finished," Casso assured her solemnly. "Remember what you said," Bulma pouted. She truly hated the thought of Casso leaving. "I will be back soon, don't worry." Taking advantage of Bulma's momentary distraction, Casso swiftly planted a kiss on her cheek before vanishing into thin air. Bulma stood there, dazed, feeling the warmth left by his kiss. After a brief moment of shock, her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe red apple. Though elated by the kiss, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of exasperation. "Why rush away so hastily? It's not as if I forbade you from kissing me." On the opposite side of the earth, in a quaint village, Casso suddenly materialized. "Uncle Bardock, we must return," he urged, tugging at the figure ahead. The two individuals in front were none other than Bardock and Jine, who had been trailing Goku throughout the month, observing his training regimen. However, they noticed that Goku seemed to be in search of a certain orange orb, rather than focusing on his training. Casso was aware of this. Following the conclusion of the martial arts tournament in the anime, Goku had embarked on a quest to recover Gohan's relics, which had led him on a journey to find the Dragon Balls. "Ah, it's you, young man. You startled me," Bardock remarked, holding Jine's hand, somewhat exasperated. "Weren't you training in the other world? Why the swift return?" Casso, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I don't know if you've heard of Cooler, but he is crossing from the Eastern Galaxy, intending to bring the mercenary squad under his command." The urgency of the situation compelled him to speak plainly. "Cooler?" Bardock and Jine gasped in astonishment. In his dreams, Bardock had only known Frieza to possess a combat power of 530,000, and with his current strength, he could easily defeat Frieza. However, he refrained from acting, as he was also considering King Cold and Cooler. As the current leader of the Scions, he was well aware of Cooler's terrifying prowess. "Let us hurry back," Bardock urged, gripping Jine's hand with urgency. Jine gazed at the chubby little Goku ahead, her heart heavy with reluctance, but with matters concerning their clan at hand, she had no choice but to follow him back. "Do not resist." Casso placed his hand on Bardock's shoulder, and the two vanished from sight. On the planet Salad, all the scions had gathered in the training area. 10 individuals stood before the crowd, accompanied by a striking beauty with ice-blue hair reminiscent of the elven race. "Lord Garrus, do you think that rascal can make it back in time?" Philia inquired, her tone lacking any discernible change despite the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Observing this, Garrus regarded Philia with newfound respect before turning his head and responding slowly, "Rest assured that lad Casso will undoubtedly return in time." Philia nodded, choosing to remain silent. In front of the square stood only 80 scions, while the rest were stationed with the mercenary organization. She marveled at the legendary warrior spirit of the scions. Empowered by the Salad Planet, they were indeed formidable. Except for the logistics scions, each warrior possessed a minimum battle power of 80,000, with the exceptionally gifted reaching as high as 200,000. Of course, this excluded the squad leaders. Just as Philia was lost in thought, 3 figures suddenly appeared with a swift motion. "We pay our respects to Lord Bardock and Lord Casso," Upon seeing the newcomers, all the scions shouted in unison. Bardock felt an urgent need to grasp the current situation. He gestured to the scions in front of him and then asked Garrus, "What is the situation now?" After Frieza relayed the news regarding Gula, he departed with his companions. However, the clan had discovered that Frieza's spies were still nearby, monitoring the movements of the mercenary squad. Garrus reported all the circumstances to Bardock and Casso. Listening attentively, Casso nodded in agreement. Thankfully, the scions had not acted recklessly. Had they captured Frieza, Gula would have certainly descended upon the mercenary squad immediately. Such an occurrence would have exposed the scion's identity. This would lead Gula to uncover the existence of numerous scion remnants, each with such high battle power, likely prompting the entire Frozen clan to initiate a hunt for them. "You all return to your training. I will handle matters concerning the mercenary squad," Casso instructed the scions before him. "Yes, yes," the square reverberated with their responses. And then they erupted in white energy spheres, ascending into the sky. The scions had long witnessed Casso's extraordinary abilities. His words reassured them of their safety. "Can you manage, you rascal?" Philia gazed up at the energy spheres in the sky. "Little girl, do you doubt my capabilities?" Casso retorted. Casso chuckled softly upon hearing those words. Philia, Bardock, and Garrus fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, where the flight of 2 crows overhead would have been most fitting. "Why so serious? With me around." "You need not worry," Casso waved his hand dismissively. He merely aimed to lighten the heavy mood, though he was not particularly concerned. He understood that, with his current prowess, defeating Gula was beyond his capabilities. But what if he transformed into a Super Saiyan? Chapter 88, The Prelude to the Coming Storm. Bardock covered his mouth and coughed twice. "Casso, what are your plans?" Fortunately, Bardock shattered the awkward silence, sparing Philia from embarrassment. Philia gritted her teeth, casting a disapproving glance at Casso, lamenting the transformation of the once mischievous boy into a far more troublesome figure. "Mind your own business. I will retrieve our kin first." As he spoke, Casso vanished from sight like a specter. Half an hour later, dozens of scions suddenly appeared in the training area S square, all members of Brent and Alex's squad. "Phew, they're all back." Casso sighed in relief. He sensed a group lurking nearby, watching the scions, with 2 individuals boasting a combat power of 50,000. Clearly, Gula was intent on subjugating the mercenary squad. Meanwhile, on a planet near the Dorian star, which once served as the base for the Scion mercenary squad, the site, though not particularly appealing, had been significantly improved by the Lolita clan, equipped with a multitude of functions. Where are they? A blue-skinned alien hid not far from the mercenary base, noticing the absence of the mercenaries with a look of confusion. Had they all been summoned by a young man? Might they be inside that large building ahead? Another exceedingly grotesque frog-like alien pointed towards the building, suggesting they must be in there. The lackeys beside them remained silent, evidently intimidated by their leader. This group of aliens had been dispatched by Frieza as scouts. Any developments concerning the mercenary squad on the planet would be promptly reported back. The blue-skinned alien waved his hand, speaking with calm authority. "That's fine. We just need to keep a close watch. King Gula is on his way here." However, at that moment, the combat power readings on his ocular sensor abruptly vanished. "Where are they?" The yellow frog-like alien leaped from his hiding place, glaring at the building ahead in outrage. "On the planet Salada," Bardock said. "Uncle Bardock, leave the rest to me." Casso cast a resolute gaze towards Bardock. The affairs concerning the scions were far from over. With Gula personally intervening, he would undoubtedly not allow these mercenary squads to escape unscathed. Should he discover their presence on the planet Sharada, the situation could spiral out of control. Upon hearing Casso's words, everyone turned their attention towards him. The scions had regrouped, leaving them to ponder Casso's intentions. "What are you up to, you rascal?" Philia inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Sensing Casso's tone, Philia feared he intended to confront Gula directly. Although she often engaged in banter with Casso, she could not bear the thought of him facing any harm. "Be careful. Don't do anything reckless." Bardock and Garrus observed Casso with palpable anxiety. The current achievements of the scions were largely attributed to Casso's efforts. He had become their spiritual pillar. Any misfortune befalling him would signify a grave loss for the scion race. "Rest assured, I possess the ability to teleport. No one can detain me." Casso waved his hand to the crowd and then vanished into thin air. With Casso's departure, although Bardock and the others felt a profound concern, they acknowledged the truth in Casso's words. With such extraordinary abilities, it was indeed impossible for anyone, except for the mightiest beings, to detain him. In stark contrast to the reactions of the scions, the beautiful eyes of Philia reflected a deep sense of worry. The renowned Ice Clan had made a name for itself across the cosmos, with legends claiming that Gula possessed a combat power exceeding 100 million. How could one possibly contend against that? Even transforming into a Super Saiyan would not suffice. It was no wonder that Philia entertained such thoughts. In the anime, Goku had ascended from a combat power of 3 million to a Super Saiyan, amplifying his strength 50-fold to reach 150 million. Frieza's ultimate form only boasted a power of 120 million. As Frieza's elder brother, Gula could unlock 4 transformations, with his ultimate form's combat power exceeding 400 million. Given these circumstances, even the newly transformed Goku would be no match for Gula. However, this also depended on context. The first Super Saiyan transformation increased the base combat power by 50 times. This implied that the higher the base combat power, the greater the strength upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. What if Casso's base combat power exceeded 10 million? Nearby, on the planet Gigi, the Scions had claimed this land years ago, naming it Gigi Star. One day, a massive spaceship suddenly appeared in the skies above Gigi Star. With the arrival of the vessel, the atmospheric pressure on the planet became oppressive in an instant. Even the clouds above began to darken, and the distant rumble of thunder could be heard, as if a tempest were imminent. Casso concealed his presence, standing atop a distant peak, gazing coldly at the descent of Cooler S spacecraft. He was acutely aware of Cooler S' formidable power. Had it not been for Cooler S' reckless launch of a planet-destroying attack, which Goku valiantly countered, sacrificing himself to send both Cooler and the attack into the sun, Goku would have stood no chance against Cooler S' might. Casso clenched his fists. After years of nurturing on the planet Sharada, the active factors within him had reached their zenith, and he now yearned for a grand battle to transcend his limits. In the distance, on a vast plaza, the sound of a spaceship door creaking open echoed as a small flying vessel emerged, followed closely by 3 figures. Gula floated, awaiting the extraterrestrial presence. Having received news of the mercenary organization's sudden disappearance midway through his journey here, with his blood-red eyes blinking, he parted his dark purple lips, inquiring, "You claim that group of mercenaries has vanished?" Before him stood a dozen extraterrestrials, led by a blue-skinned being and a yellow toad-like creature. Upon hearing Gula's icy tone, the two shivered, stammering, "Great Gula, we have been monitoring that mercenary group, but we are at a loss as to how they suddenly disappeared." "Oh." Gula's expression remained impassive, his voice slightly hoarse. "Can they simply vanish into thin air? It was a young man who suddenly appeared here, and then that group of mercenaries vanished." The yellow-toed alien replied nervously. In the vastness of space, there exist numerous peculiar abilities, yet he had never encountered one that could induce such instantaneous disappearance, which puzzled him greatly. "Your incompetence is disappointing, Frieza," Gula remarked coldly without turning around. Having been by Gula's side for many years, Frieza understood all too well the nature of his master, ruthless and merciless, adjectives that perfectly encapsulated Gula's persona. The tone Gula employed was unmistakably in order to eliminate the bothersome individuals before them. Thus, Frieza raised his hand, conjuring a brilliant energy sphere that he directed towards the group of lackeys. "Great Gula, spare us. We speak the truth," they pleaded. With a thunderous explosion accompanying the energy orb's detonation, their voices were abruptly silenced. Chapter 89. The demise of Frieza. The howling winds subsided, and the smoke cleared, leaving the planet Gigigi eerily silent. The clouds above thickened ominously, and streaks of lightning rent the sky, resembling silver serpents slithering through the void. A deathly silence enveloped the atmosphere. "Frieza, what can you tell me about that mercenary organization?" Gula squinted, his tone sharply frigid. In the vast cosmos, such organizations were rare, with nearly every member boasting a strength exceeding 100,000 and several surpassing 200,000 in combat prowess. Gula was startled by this revelation, particularly as this organization resided within the North Galaxy, the domain of his brother. He pondered how advantageous it would be to enlist that group of mercenaries. "Alas, Great Gula, according to our subordinates' investigation, they have substantial dealings with the planet Duotian, and it seems prudent to initiate inquiries there," Frieza respectfully remarked. Initially, the Scions contemplated plundering the planet Duchian, yet within its confines resided a formidable warrior with a battle power of 150,000. In an effort to conceal their identity, a mercenary organization was established, which subsequently engaged in numerous collaborations with Duchian. It was only by chance that Frieza stumbled upon the prowess of this band of mercenaries while passing through Duchian. Oh, Gula straightened his posture, suddenly intrigued. Frieza, conduct a thorough investigation. I must recruit them. Gula was acutely aware of his reputation within the cosmos. Despite the formidable strength of those mercenaries, he believed that the mere mention of his name would send them fleeing in terror. He had thought he would never encounter them again, but upon receiving this news, a renewed sense of hope surged within him. However, at that moment, a figure abruptly materialized in the tranquil square. Observing the sudden appearance of the man, Gula narrowed his eyes, realizing he had not perceived how the stranger had arrived. You cannot find them, Casso stated coldly. Who are you? Frieza tensed, equally perplexed by the stranger's sudden emergence. Yet, glancing at Gula momentarily calmed his racing heart. He was well aware of his king's strength. With the king present, there was no need to fear any monstrous entities. Casso remained silent, fixated on Gula. He had not come here to engage in verbal sparring with these individuals. Yet, upon observing Gula, who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, Casso felt an involuntary tremor course through him. It was not fear. Rather, it was his blood boiling with excitement. Intriguing. Gula smirked, a glint of amusement in his eyes as he regarded Casso, his subconscious hinting that this individual was far from ordinary. A combat power of merely 120. 000. Frieza glanced at the detector, noting the reading of 120,000 displayed prominently. He admitted to feeling a momentary jolt of panic upon Casso's sudden appearance, but now, witnessing Casso's true strength, his confidence returned. Meanwhile, Dre and Nez stood quietly behind Frieza and Gula, knowing that only combat could ignite their passion. Had that previous group of mercenaries been present, he might have hesitated, but how dare these pathetic adversaries present themselves before him? Frieza observed Gula's expression and instantly understood. He raised his hands, conjuring a sphere of brilliant light that shone dazzlingly against the dim sky, akin to a 100,000-watt bulb, blinding all who beheld it. Die! A formidable shockwave locked onto its target, surging toward Casso with overwhelming pressure. This was Frieza's 80% strength. He recognized that Casso's 120,000 combat power was not something the likes of the yellow-toed alien could compare to. Only by unleashing 80% of his power could he hope to vanquish his opponent. Boom! The violent energy struck Casso squarely, the explosion sending forth a shockwave that stirred colossal waves, even causing ripples in the sturdy fabric of space. The two sides were in close proximity, and the ensuing smoke enveloped the five individuals. Amidst the haze, Frieza stood proudly, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. You're finished. Not yet, came Gula's cold response. Frieza was taken aback. The acrid smoke dissipated abruptly, revealing Casso still standing firm. The wind swept through, causing his casual attire to flutter. This cannot be. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend the scene before him. Under the brunt of his 80% strength attack, Casso had emerged unscathed. Not even a tear in his clothing. Dre and Nez were equally astonished. Their captain's strength was comparable to Frieza's. When had a mere 120,000 combat power worthless being learned to withstand a blow from their captain? Trash belonged in the trash can. Casso brushed off the dust from his attire. Many years ago, he ventured beyond the confines of the universe, encountering numerous formidable opponents like Frieza. However, that was in the past, at that time. Such inferior beings posed no challenge to him, let alone now. In the realm of animation, Frieza and his ilk certainly created considerable trouble for Gohan and his companions. Yet, Casso had no desire to engage in their trivial games. It was utterly tedious. As Casso's voice faded, his figure suddenly vanished. In that fleeting moment when Casso acted, Gula's eyes frantically darted about, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the infant spacecraft to erupt spectacularly. A violet radiance surged skyward, akin to an indomitable purple thunderbolt, shattering the heavens and transforming the dark clouds into a vivid purple canvas. Yet, Gula sought to thwart Casso. However, the stillness of the square was pierced by three sharp sounds. The pupils of Xavi and his companions contracted, a tingling sensation spreading from their chests throughout their bodies. They looked down to witness vibrant blood gushing forth from their hearts. Clutching their wounds, Xavi and his companions gazed up at Gula, desperate to utter something. Yet the excruciating pain rendered them speechless. With a sudden gasp, they expelled blood from their mouths, their breaths growing increasingly frantic as the air inhaled diminished. Thud. The three collapsed onto the ground, their dilating pupils seemingly pleading, Gula, Save us. The square fell silent once more. Had they truly perished? Gula glanced at the three lifeless forms below, his eyes devoid of any emotional response, as if he were observing three dead rats. Such is the cold-hearted nature of the Iceborn. No matter the duration of your service or the magnitude of your achievements, when you lose your worth, they will shed no tears, nor will their emotions be stirred. Friend, you have slain my subordinates. Do you have anything to say? Gula remarked flatly. Trash belongs in the trash bin. Wouldn't you agree? Casso smiled, his expression shifting from before. Now, dealing with those three bothersome individuals and engaging in a verbal spar with Gula posed little challenge. Chapter 90. A clash of strength, ha ha ha. Gula laughed heartily. Addressing Casso, I concede that you possess considerable strength. Since you have slain my subordinate, why not join me as my own? Frieza and his companions lack the strength to contend with you. Their predicament is of their own making. Should you choose to align with me, I shall overlook the recent events. The minds of the Frost clan seem to operate in such an erratic manner. Others have just killed their subordinates. Yet they extend invitations to join their ranks. It is reminiscent of the Namek saga in anime, where Frieza similarly sought to recruit Goku, though Goku did not respond favorably. Are you jesting? I have only just dispatched your subordinate. Casso rubbed his forehead, somewhat at a loss for words. Gula fell silent, retracting his earlier self-satisfied grin. He had overestimated his own reputation. His counterpart had audaciously rejected his offer. But did this person comprehend the consequences of refusing him? Gula's countenance darkened. Regarding Casso with the same demeanor one might afford a corpse. The atmosphere grew oppressive, and the storm clouds above flickered with increasing frequency as lightning danced across the sky. Casso sniffed slightly, sensing a hint of moisture in the air. He gazed upwards at the sky, where droplets of rain began to descend. Was a tempest about to arrive? The corners of Casso's mouth curled into a subtle smile. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he was finally poised to confront the formidable bosses from the anime. At this very moment, the blood coursing through Casso's veins boiled like water, and the fervor within him caused his entire being to tremble. Then go to hell and keep company with Frieza and the others, echoed the frigid voice of Gula, resonating through the heavens. In an instant, he transformed into a purple streak of light, akin to a meteor descending from the cosmos, hurtling towards Casso. As Gula launched his assault, Casso's body inexplicably evaded the onslaught. It was as if he had foreseen Gula's attack, gracefully retreating with a fluidity that even the smoothest chocolate could not rival. Within Casso's keen perception, he recognized Gula's terrifying battle prowess in his normal state, and the speed he exhibited was unprecedentedly alarming. However, thanks to the fruits of his training in the celestial realm, even without entering the realm of the heartless, he was able to discern Gula's movements, instinctively maneuvering his body to evade the strike. Boom! As Casso dodged, Gula's cataclysmic attack struck the ground, shattering the earth within a radius of 10,000 miles. Although Casso had successfully sidestepped Gula's strike, the powerful shockwave propelled him to the other side. A battle power of 120,000 could not possibly manifest such strength. Who on earth are you? Gula furrowed his brow. His normal state boasted a battle power of 100 million, a feat even his brother Frieza could not achieve. The astonishing reflexes elicited a tightening in Gula's chest. Then allow me to show you my true strength. Kakarot has no intention of concealing his true strength any longer. He has come here with the purpose of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Cheers. Casso coldly scoffed, and with the thunderous roar of the heavens, an overwhelming force erupted from his being. Suddenly, the tumultuous clouds above spiraled into a vortex, as Casso's white aura soared skyward, intertwining with the dark tempest. Lightning flashed, reminiscent of a thunder god amidst the twilight of the deities. The already chaotic atmosphere was further stirred by Casso, as the surging energy unleashed a frenzied storm. An aura that swallowed the very mountains and rivers, sweeping across the battlefield. Gula observed Casso with an impassive expression, sensing the formidable strength emanating from him. By his estimation, Casso's combat prowess was approximately 15 million. Gula furrowed his brow, pondering when such a powerful entity had emerged in the universe. Yet, after some contemplation, he dismissed the thought. With his own combat power at 100 million, no matter how formidable Casso might be, it would prove inconsequential. Far from the distant planet of Gigi, a striking figure sat before a flickering fire. Her skin was fair, her figure curvaceous, and her graceful form evoked fantasies. Clutching a roasted leg of deer, she suddenly sensed a faint presence from beyond the stars. despite Vis's long-standing teachings, which emphasized not to rely solely on the perception of energy. She found herself instinctively attuned to the essence of battle. This particular aura felt remarkably familiar, and as it brushed against her skin, warmth enveloped her heart. It was the presence of her brother, Casso. Osbier's face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes reflecting the image of a young boy. She rose abruptly, vanishing from her spot, not forgetting to take the other roasted leg of deer with her. On Gigi, the sky crackled with lightning as a tempest descended upon the battlefield. The torrential rain lashed against Casso and Gula, yet neither paid it any heed. Casso cautiously observed Gula, fully aware of his formidable strength at this moment. He recognized that he was no match for him. In stark contrast to Casso's solemn demeanor, Gula appeared utterly relaxed, dismissing the insignificant opponent with a mere battle power exceeding 10 million. However, Gula was resolute in his intent to not let go of anyone who dared to provoke him. Regrettably, he could not recruit such a person to his side. In an instant, the two transformed into shadows, hurtling towards one another. The oppressive and restless atmosphere was shattered in an instant. Come forth. Gula flashed behind Casso, raising his leg to execute a sweeping strike. The terrifying force unleashed a hurricane, rendering the very fabric of space fragile, as if the sky itself had been torn asunder. Bang! Casso, with remarkable reflexes, swiftly turned around. Fully aware of the need for caution, he raised his hands in front of him, attempting to shield himself from the impending strike. However, the pain was excruciating. In the fleeting moment of resistance, it felt as if he were bracing against a colossal meteor from the heavens, the explosive force rendering his hands numb. Is this what a battle power of 100 million truly entails? Casso gritted his teeth, swiftly dispelling Gula's power, and hurriedly sidestepped. Attempting to flee? Gula scoffed. Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? Gula pursued relentlessly. Faced with Gula's renewed assault, Casso had the capability to evade his strikes. Yet doing so would contradict the very purpose of his presence here. He aimed to transcend his own limitations. Soon, beams of white and purple light intertwined, sweeping from left to right and from top to bottom, as the sky reverberated with thunderous sounds, each impact resonating flesh against flesh. Boom! After more than 100 exchanges, a figure suddenly plummeted from the heavens to the ground. The immense force sent shockwaves across the terrain, overturning land for miles, as if subjected to the wrath of thousands of nuclear detonations, leaving a scene of devastation and ruin. With a splatter, the figure in the deep pit coughed up a mouthful of blood in agony. Casso struggled to rise. Each clash with Gula resonated as though striking an impenetrable steel plate, leaving Casso with no advantage whatsoever. Was the disparity truly so vast? Fortunately, thanks to his training in the celestial realm, Casso managed to evade Gula's lethal blows during the most perilous moments. However, after more than 100 rounds, he still sustained severe injuries. Chapter 91. Gula's Ultimate Form. Casso hastily retrieved a celestial bean from his pocket, placing it delicately in his mouth and chewing gently. Instantly, a surge of pure vitality unfurled from his esophagus, swiftly permeating every corner of his being. In a heartbeat, his injuries healed, rendering him as whole as he was before the battle. Ha ha ha. An ominous laughter echoed from the heavens, belonging to Gula. It seemed that every member of the Frost clan shared this sinister chuckle. As the sound reverberated, hundreds of energy orbs emanated from Gula's hands, their violet brilliance merging with the torrential downpour, resembling cherry blossoms dancing in the wind, captivating in their beauty. Take cover. As Casso regained his composure, he gazed at the dazzling energy orbs in the sky. With his current prowess, he could only hope to intercept a maximum of 10 at most, leaving him with no choice but to evade. Transforming into a resplendent silver dragon, he fluidly navigated through the dense barrage of alluring energy orbs. Boom, boom. The terrifying energy orbs struck the ground with tremendous force, exploding instantaneously and causing the already battered earth to rupture once more, sending a deluge of rainwater soaring into the heavens. The fierce energy unleashed a gale akin to razor-sharp blades, sweeping imperiously from all directions, etching harrowing fissures into the ground. Crash! Cassowary, with a sudden transformation, appeared behind Gula. Gula, endure this strike. He gripped tightly, channeling all his strength, enveloped in a sphere of radiant white light. The tempestuous energy sparked ions in the void, crackling and reverberating through the heavens. With a sudden, forceful blow, the immense power struck Gula's back. A piercing scream escaped Gula, who plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar as torrential rain poured down, turning the already shattered ground into a quagmire, with mud splattering in all directions under the colossal impact. Gasping for breath, panting heavily, Casso hovered in midair, exhaling deeply. That last strike had been the culmination of his entire strength. Although Gula had been hit, Casso understood that he would only suffer superficial injuries at most. Indeed, a swirling violet flame erupted from the muddy ground, the filthy dirt being repelled by Gula's terrifying aura, rendering him untouchable. With a swift motion, the flames enveloping Gula surged forth, expanding from a mere 10 meters to a formidable 50. The tumultuous energy stirred the very fabric of nature, with thunder roaring and winds howling, as if the planet itself had descended into chaos. Just moments ago, hadn't he been gravely injured? How could he suddenly have recovered? Gula exuded an overwhelming presence, soaring into the sky. During their confrontation, he had discerned Casso's capabilities. There had been numerous occasions where he could have vanquished Casso, yet he had only inflicted severe wounds. But what could explain this miraculous recovery in the blink of an eye? Gula pondered, perplexed. Could this be a manifestation of his innate talent, enabling instantaneous restoration? Casso remained silent, yet his face radiated with exhilaration. From the recent clash, he experienced an unprecedented thrill. Indeed, the allure of battle was intoxicating. In that moment, he seemed to grasp why Vegeta and Goku were so fervently devoted to combat. Who are you, that with your strength, you could possibly evade my numerous assaults? Gula's breathing was remarkably steady. Casso's previous strike had not inflicted any damage upon him. However, it was understandable, for Casso's battle power was merely 1,200,000. A staggering tenfold disparity compared to Gula. No matter how fiercely Casso attacked, it was ultimately futile. Gula slowly ascended into the sky, his gaze fixed intently on the figure before him. You shall soon find out. Casso exchanged a cold glance with Gula, uttering those words. Previously, in the vast cosmos, he had sought formidable opponents to hone his combat skills, but upon reaching a plateau in his power, he found himself unable to enhance his abilities swiftly. He understood that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan or comprehending a higher realm could he shatter this impasse. Now, Casso felt the searing blood coursing through his veins, as if the genetic shackles within him had been subtly pried loose. Casso smirked. His conjecture was indeed correct. The planet Chelada had an unparalleled effect on the increase of S cells within his body. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was imminent, disguising himself in a theatrical manner. Gula erupted in fury. His 2 inquiries had yielded no satisfactory response, and the deeply proud warrior felt as though he had been provoked. In an instant, an inexhaustible surge of energy erupted from his being, shaking the heavens and the earth. At that moment, it was as if the tempest had abruptly ceased, only to resume its tumultuous sweep across the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Gula had vanished from his previous position. Casso's lips curved into a subtle smile. The moment Gula vanished, he sensed Gula's whereabouts. As the celestial beings of Earth have asserted, possessing immense power is futile without the finesse to wield it, and the ability to conceal one's presence eludes him. Gula is nothing more than a brutish oaf. Casso inexplicably tilted his body, evading a fist the size of a sandbag aimed at his previous position. Once again, Gula's face was flushed with anger. The peculiar movements of this young man were anything but ordinary, and this was not the first instance he had evaded such an attack. Was it that Casso's reflexes were exceptionally swift, or was it his own speed that was lacking? Gula began to doubt his own agility. You cannot hit me. Casso chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Gula narrowed his eyes, his pride once again provoked. He suppressed his furious expression, adopting a calm demeanor. After all these years, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Have you truly never faced death? Casso waved his hand, took a couple of steps in midair, and chuckled. In truth, I have already died once. He found Gula's irritated expression rather amusing, prompting his remark. Yet, Casso's statement held a kernel of truth, for he had indeed perished in a previous life, though Gula was unlikely to believe him. Gula paused momentarily, then glared fiercely at Casso, aware that the young man was once again toying with him. You cannot possibly think this is all the strength I possess? Gula's tone revealed a subtle shift. For someone with a mere combat power of 12 million, he felt profoundly humiliated by his inability to handle the situation. My speed is insufficient. Then let us accelerate it further. Casso remained silent, gazing intently at Gula, wondering if he was indeed about to unlock his 4th transformation. Was he truly preparing to wield a cannon to swat a fly? Just as Casso pondered this perplexity, Gula clenched his fists, his countenance contorting into a fierce grimace as he unleashed a thunderous roar. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from Gula's core, radiating outward like a tsunami. The overwhelming force causing the very planet of Gigi to tremble and resonate. This was alarming. He was genuinely on the verge of achieving his ultimate state. Casso was taken aback. The Frost clan typically remained in their normal state to maintain control over their immense power, as unlocking their transformation into an ultimate state was exceedingly draining. He never anticipated that Gula would be so reckless. Had he perhaps toyed with him too much? Yet Casso was determined not to allow Gula to achieve this ultimate transformation. If he found it challenging to contend with Gula in his normal state, he would truly be at a loss if Gula were to ascend to his ultimate form. Furthermore, once transformed, Gula's strength and speed would undoubtedly surge, rendering Casso's pride in his own agility ineffective against Gula's ultimate state. As the adage goes, in the face of absolute power, all tactics and techniques are rendered futile. With this thought in mind, Casso pressed his hands against his chest, pouring forth every ounce of his strength with reckless abandon. A glimmer of white light flickered in his hands, and as the energy surged forth, the small white point rapidly expanded into a massive energy sphere, 50 meters in diameter. This energy sphere radiated an intense heat, and in an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to halt as the rain ceased. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the rain continued to fall from the sky. It simply evaporated before reaching the ground due to the searing temperatures. Aside from its color, this energy sphere bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's planet-destroying ball. Go! Casso roared in fury, and with great effort, he hurled a colossal energy projectile, akin to a primordial beast, towards Gula with a deafening roar. With a thunderous crash, the immense energy caused the Jijiji star to tremble violently, as if on the verge of cataclysmic explosion. However, Casso paid little heed to the fate of the planet, even in the event of its destruction. He believed he could survive in the vacuum of space. Yet, just as the massive energy projectile was about to strike Gula, a protective aura suddenly manifested around him, impeding the projectile's advance. As Gula continued to bellow in rage, his rounded head rapidly expanded, with 4 protrusions extending backward from his skull, transforming into 3 white, bony horns. His mouth, shielded by a mask, concealed his fierce expression, while his eyes morphed into crimson voids. His shoulders jutted forward like a breastplate, and 2 additional horns erupted from his back, with his arms taking on a blade-like appearance. A cataclysmic surge of energy erupted forth, generating a cyclone that morphed into razor-sharp blades, causing Casso's energy projectile to dissipate into nothingness. Gula had achieved his ultimate form, boasting a staggering combat power of 470 million. You have successfully provoked my wrath. A chilling voice emanated from Gula's tightly shut mouth, his gaze devoid of any emotion, exuding a calmness that was utterly terrifying. This was dire. Casso widened his eyes in astonishment. Why was this person behaving so unpredictably? He had transformed, yet he himself was unable to do so. Suddenly Casso sensed a subtle disturbance in the void, yet the ancient Gula had long since vanished from sight. This is troubling. Before Casso could react, Gula had already appeared before him. He raised his fist and charged forward. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated through the sky. Casso hunched his body, lowering his head to see Gula's fist pressed against his abdomen. In that instant, he could feel his internal organs disintegrating. A single lethal strike. Casso's eyes widened. Veins coursing with crimson filled his gaze. An excruciating pain radiated throughout his body, and he agonizingly expelled a mist of blood. Upon witnessing my 5th state, you two have every reason to take pride. As Gula's voice faded, Casso plummeted straight downwards. Splash! Casso crashed violently onto the ground, his entire body mired in the mud caused by the torrential rain, while the raindrops incessantly battered against him. Blood continuously flowed from Casso's mouth, while the surrounding rainwater had long since been stained crimson. He had been overly complacent, always assuming that Gula would never transform into its 5th state, believing that he could evade all lethal assaults merely by relying on his own agility. Has it come to an end? Casso's consciousness grew increasingly hazy in that recent strike. His internal organs had been shattered by Gura, rendering him utterly immobile. His breath became weaker with each passing moment. Gura gazed upon the pallid face of Casso, shaking his head in disbelief. Truly, what a fool to dare provoke him. Had he come here merely to meet his demise? Why could he not agree to serve as my subordinate? Gura lifted his gaze to the dim sky, where the rain began to lighten, as if the storm were on the verge of abating. He had arrived with the intention of recruiting a band of mercenaries, only to encounter this insolent individual who relished in confrontation. Alas, not only had he failed to enlist the mercenaries, but the young man lying on the ground also remained unrecruited, resulting in the loss of his capable subordinates, Frieza, and others. Gura shook his head, pondering whether his brother Frieza was aware of his presence here. Should Frieza learn of his losses in both men and opportunity, he would undoubtedly be subjected to scornful mockery. Gura could almost envision Frieza's loathsome countenance, and he longed to depart the northern galaxy swiftly. His ship, which had brought him to this place, lay in ruins, leaving him no choice but to traverse the galaxy back to the eastern galaxy. He was grateful that the distance to the eastern galaxy was not insurmountable. With a few days of flight, he could return to his stronghold. Just as Gura prepared to venture into the vast expanse of space, he noticed Casso's mouth twitching gently upon the ground. Suddenly, Casso suddenly rose to his feet, a radiant golden light igniting around him. The atmosphere grew oppressive, an overwhelming aura sweeping through the air, causing the muddy earth to lift into the sky. A hum reverberated as the space around him trembled, and an immense pressure erupted from Casso, creating a vacuum-like zone in his vicinity, devoid of air. The terrifying force radiated from his feet, causing the ground to shatter once more. The hard stone beneath fractured violently, invisible ripples emanating outward, the high-frequency resonance producing a low, ominous drone in the atmosphere. A hum resonated as the vacuum, stretching for miles around, filled with Casso's formidable essence, resulting in cracks resembling shattered voids across the space, accompanied by the jarring sound of explosions. At this moment, the hair on Casso's head stood upright, and the white aura seemed to exhibit a subtle transformation. A pale yellow? Indeed, it was a pale yellow. What? Sensing this surge of energy, Gula turned to look and saw Casso already standing, with the color of his hair flickering incessantly. Ah! Casso roared. Under the influence of this terrifying aura, the mountains trembled, and some fragile peaks began to crumble, with colossal stones tumbling down from above. The waters of the lake surged into monstrous waves, akin to boiling water in a pot, bubbling furiously. Various harsh weather phenomena unfolded on the planet Gigi, reminiscent of the cataclysmic explosion on Vegeta, save for the absence of volcanic eruptions and rampant lava. Thick arcs of electricity coiled around him like glimmering silver dragons, his hair shimmering in alternating shades of dark and gold. At that moment, Casso's pupils became perfectly round, only to vanish in an instant, replaced by brilliant emerald orbs. Ah! The pale yellow radiance transformed into a dazzling gold, a tempestuous power erupting from within him. His hair flickered in dark and gold, the frequency of its flickering escalating with alarming rapidity. Faster and faster. Boom! A radiant golden light emanated from Casso, radiating outward in all directions, instantly obscuring the sky and casting a brilliant glow akin to that of a newly born sun, blindingly brilliant. Suddenly, the cries ceased abruptly. Crackle! A figure with golden hair, enveloped in a golden aura, stood upon the ground. A Super Saiyan. Huff, huff, huff. Beads of sweat the size of beans gathered upon Casso's brow as he gasped for air at a high frequency. Chapter 93. Intense battle. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated entirely, shafts of sunlight streaming down, illuminating Casso, who was radiating golden light, creating a scene of extraordinary impact. With a rush, Gula, still in his ultimate form, witnessed Casso's transformation and felt as though he were witnessing a ghost. He immediately retreated, flying back to confront Casso, furrowing his brow as he coldly remarked, "Weren't you dead?" He could not comprehend how his strike had not obliterated Casso's very essence, and he had an unsettling sense of deja vu regarding this young man before him. Indeed, I was on the brink of death. Casso felt an explosive energy surging within him and exhaled deeply. The disparity in strength between him and Gula in his normal state was merely tenfold, allowing Casso to barely hold his ground. However, upon Gula's transformation into his ultimate form, his speed became terrifyingly swift. Casso could perceive his movements, yet his body could not react in time. A single punch from Gula shattered Casso's internal organs, but fortunately, he had preemptively held a senzu bean in his mouth, or he would have met his demise. In truth, Casso could have escaped using instant transmission before Gula transformed, yet he refrained from doing so. The adage "no pain, no gain" resonated within him. In that moment of near death, memories flooded Casso's mind. From his previous life to his journey in the Dragon Ball world, every increase in power, and every alteration of a Saiyans fate, he once believed that he would never breach the barrier of Super Saiyan, even at the brink of exhaustion. However, as he consumed the senzu bean, a certain restraint within him suddenly broke free, unleashing boundless energy from his spine. As Casso underwent a remarkable transformation, his aura intensified, leaving Gula somewhat perplexed, though he still did not regard Casso as a worthy opponent. There are many wondrous abilities in the universe, yet your regenerative power is the most extraordinary I have ever witnessed, Gula remarked, praising Casso, whom he perceived as possessing a unique talent. Narrowing his eyes, Gula continued in a grave tone, "If you are willing to serve as my subordinate, I can overlook your previous transgressions." At that moment, he genuinely believed this. For true talent is rare. Should he gain Casso's allegiance, he might very well dominate the entire universe within a few decades. Casso remained silent as he raised his arm and waved towards the void. The entire battlefield trembled, resonating with a low hum. How formidable! Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Casso felt a profound shock within. Then let me offer you a choice. Become my subordinate. Casso's emerald eyes sparkled mischievously as he spoke. At that moment, he was in the state of Super Saiyan 1, with an energy so tumultuous it surged toward his forehead. Yet, unlike Goku from the anime, Casso adeptly controlled the energy within him, exhibiting a remarkable stability. Perhaps this was the consequence of his inherently formidable battle prowess. Gula was rendered speechless by Casso's words. This young man was truly courting disaster. My strength is beyond your comprehension. Do you believe that merely changing the color of your hair can make you my equal? Gula, unhurried in his intent to eliminate Casso, sought once more to persuade him to join his ranks. Have you ever heard the legend of the golden-haired, blue-eyed warrior? Casso glanced at Gula and shook his head. Golden-haired, blue-eyed. Gula paused, momentarily lost in thought. The frost demons had been warned by their father from birth to be wary of the golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. As this realization struck him, Gula's pupils constricted, and he instinctively stepped back. Super Saiyan. Gula scrutinized Casso intently, having sensed a resemblance to a Saiyan at first glance, though he had not seen a tail and remained uncertain. At that moment, Casso's tail revealed itself from his waist. Upon witnessing Casso's tail, coupled with his golden hair, Gula trembled for an instant before regaining his composure. Frieza's decision to spare the Scions indeed proved to be a foolish one. However, even if you were to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, what difference would it make? Gula spread his arms wide, lifted his chin, and gazed toward the sky, embodying the demeanor of a sovereign. As the cosmic emperor of the Eastern Galaxy, he had never encountered a threat to his supremacy. He conceded that the mention of the golden-haired, blue-eyed warrior had momentarily unsettled him. Yet, he was confident that, regardless of Casso's status as a Super Saiyan, he would not be a match for his own might. Moreover, the Super Saiyan was merely a legend. Who could ascertain its true potency? Only through combat could one truly discern who was superior. Casso's demeanor was exceedingly relaxed. He felt an unfathomable energy coursing through him, rendering it impossible to quantify the magnitude of his enhanced combat prowess. If the anime were to be believed, a Super Saiyan could amplify their power by 50-fold. Casso can attain a battle power of 600 million, surpassing Gula by over 100 million. Coupled with his ability to act at will, Gula is undoubtedly no match for him. Allow me to witness the fabled strength of the Super Saiyan. Upon realizing that Casso did not deny his identity as a Super Saiyan, Gula understood that he could not win him over. With the comical pride of a Saiyan, it is impossible for him to genuinely submit to an outsider. This is exemplified by Frieza. No sooner had the words left his lips than Casso suddenly vanished from sight. Up until now, it had been Gula who had taken the initiative to attack. The time had come for him to take charge. A shadow streaked across the sky. Gula felt a tightening in his breath as he sensed Casso's formidable aura slicing past him, yet he could not discern the opponent's movements. From behind, relying solely on instinct, Gula braced himself with a horizontal guard. However, what met him was a swift kick accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Bang! The sky reverberated with explosive force as it struck Gula's abdomen, the sharp pain shooting through his nerves to his brain, propelling him skyward. How is this possible? Gula clutched his stomach, steadied himself in the air, unable to believe that this Saiyan had become so terrifying after transforming into a Super Saiyan. In both speed and strength, he was exponentially more powerful than before. Gula swallowed hard. Surely this Saiyan's battle power does not exceed his own, does it? In fact, in the anime, Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan had a power level of merely 150 million. Had Gula encountered Goku, he would have easily overwhelmed him. However, he now faced Casso, a behemoth with a base power level of 12 million. In the midst of battle, how dare one become distracted? Casso appeared above Gula without warning, and with a flourish of his hands, thousands of vividly colored energy orbs floated in the void. At that moment, the atmosphere within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to solidify in place, suffused with an oppressive tension that permeated the battlefield. Damn those Saiyan monkeys, Gula seethed, realizing that the opponent's power exceeded his wildest expectations. This technique mirrored one he had previously employed, yet the number of energy orbs was tenfold greater. Chapter 94. The exclamation of Brother Casso. This was a deliberate attempt to defeat him using his own move. Enraged by this thought, Gula's fury ignited further. Boom, boom. The violent energy caused ripples in the fabric of space, punctuated by occasional cracking sounds. This was dire. Despite Gula's intense anger, facing Casso's thousands of energy orbs posed an imminent threat to his very life if he failed to respond adequately. Dodge. The same scenario unfolded once more. But this time it was Gula who was on the run. Casso floated above, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Go. Countless energy orbs transformed into spectral wolves, howling ferociously as they charged towards Gula. Silver rays cascaded from the heavens, erupting in nuclear-like explosions at the locations where Gula moved. Boom, boom. The thunderous detonations reverberated for over 20 minutes, leaving Gula no moment to spare. If struck by even one of those energy orbs, the remaining ones would follow suit relentlessly. Just you wait. After narrowly dodging the final energy orb, Gula gasped for breath. The Cosmic Emperor, having traversed the Eastern Galaxy for years, found himself uttering such helpless words. He had not anticipated the sheer terror of his predicament. Had he known the devastation that awaited him, he would have been prepared for the ashes that lay ahead. Gula could hardly believe that Casso could be reduced to ashes and somehow recover. A profound bitterness filled his heart, laden with unspoken regret. Yet, regret was of no consequence now. In that moment, Gula transformed, his gaze morphing into something extraordinarily fearsome. He swiftly became a streak of purple light, slicing through the sky, which erupted with the sound of sonic booms. The timing could not have been more fortuitous. Casso surged towards Gula with fervor. The two swiftly approached one another, soon becoming entwined in a fierce confrontation. In an instant, the sky was filled with myriad shadows, as each collision between them resonated with thunderous echoes. The air crackled with energy, cascading in a vibrant display, while the aftermath unleashed a tempest that swept across the battlefield. The ground quaked with resounding booms, as the collision of their formidable powers created shockwaves that carved deep rifts into the surface of Gigi's star. From afar, it appeared as if the very tectonic plates of the planet were in motion. Exhilarating, Casso let out a long, anguished howl towards the heavens. Having just been crushed by Gula, the frustration within him was palpable. In terms of both speed and strength, he now far surpassed Gula. However, he had yet to fully master the power within him, rendering him unable to completely dominate Gula. He could only contend with him on equal footing. As time passed, Casso gradually began to harness the strength of a Super Saiyan, slowly gaining the upper hand in their battle. Gula, clearly aware of this shift, furrowed his brow as if contemplating an important decision. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Gula quickly distanced himself from Casso and declared, Our ancestors have always warned us to be wary of the golden-haired, blue-eyed Scions, and they were right. After this battle, I shall personally descend upon the northern galaxy and annihilate every last one of your kind. Do you truly believe you can leave here alive? Casso cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously. If he could fight just a bit longer, Gula would no longer pose a threat to him. I concede that the Super Saiyan is formidable, but you possess a fatal flaw. Oh, at this, Casso narrowed his eyes. In the Dragon Ball anime, whenever a member of the Frieza race found themselves outmatched, they would resort to a planet-destroying attack. Their innate abilities allowed them to survive in the vacuum of space, while their opponents would perish. Such tactics are utterly despicable. He surmised that Gula must be planning to obliterate planet Gigi. Indeed, as far as I know, you Scions cannot survive in the vacuum of space. If I destroy this planet, your demise is all but guaranteed. In that moment, Gula regained his former confidence, believing that this knowledge would allow him to dominate Casso. Casso silently observed Gula's performance, contemplating that without his wish to the divine dragon, he might have truly met his end. Noticing Casso's silence, Gula laughed heartily, surmising that Casso was undoubtedly in a state of panic. Yet, the expressionless demeanor of Casso only led Gula to believe that his opponent was merely putting on a facade, while internally, he was likely in turmoil. You may give it a try, Casso replied with an air of calmness, as if he too wished to witness the fabled planet-destroying attack. As you wish. Gula scoffed, acknowledging that while such an act might be deemed unfair, the victor dictated the terms, and he held the reins of fate. However, it was peculiar for Casso to maintain an indifferent facade even when death loomed so close. Who was he attempting to deceive? Gula raised his index finger, a flicker of orange light illuminating its tip. As the surrounding atmospheric pressure plummeted and a torrent of energy erupted from within him, a sphere, 50 meters in diameter, representing the planet-destroying attack, materialized above his finger. Savor the taste of death, Gula taunted, slightly trembling his finger as the colossal sphere hurtled towards the ground. Gula was aware that Casso possessed the ability to halt the descent of the sphere, hence he fixed his gaze upon him. Yet, Casso remained suspended in midair, motionless, arms crossed, appearing to relish the spectacle. Gula pondered, is this young man truly unafraid of death? At that moment, he began to question whether scions could survive in the vacuum of space. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. It was undeniable that scions could not endure in the cosmos. Had he relinquished hope? The planet-destroying sphere gradually descended towards the surface of Gigi Star. Soon, a series of catastrophic weather events unfolded upon the planet, flash floods and rampant lava. Minutes passed, and the tectonic plates of Gigi Star fractured into scattered fragments. Lava erupted from the depths, soaring to heights that reached 10,000 meters, permeating the air with acrid smoke. Gula squinted, observing that the scion remained utterly still. Something was amiss. Moments later, Gigi Star could no longer withstand the strain and detonated from its core. In that instant, both Gula and Casso conjured a protective shield around themselves. With a thunderous roar, a blinding light erupted in the dark expanse of space, rapidly expanding and sweeping through the cosmos. The shockwave from the explosion battered against their shields, yet the protective barriers merely quivered slightly, sustaining no further damage. They floated amidst the cosmos, and Gula chuckled, pondering if this scion monkey was finally meeting his demise. However, after a brief interval, Casso remained unscathed, floating in place, his visage betraying not a hint of anguish. Could it be that the strong possessed the ability to refrain from breathing for extended periods? Gula pondered silently. Yet he maintained a vigilant watch over Casso. He would not permit Casso to escape from this realm. As long as time was on his side, the opponent would inevitably succumb to the void of the cosmos. Half an hour passed, and Gula's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed a specter. Do not be deceived. I can survive in the universe. Casso transmitted his voice, riding upon the currents of his breath, towards Gula. How can this be possible? Upon hearing his words, Gula was utterly astonished. When had scions acquired the ability to survive in the cosmos? Logically, this should not be the case. Just as Gula was engulfed in shock, Casso had also gathered enough strength. He was poised to annihilate Gula completely. However, a radiant purple light suddenly materialized beside Casso. Brother Casso. Chapter 95, The Return of Osbier. Casso was on the verge of eliminating Gula when suddenly, a youthful and exquisite maiden collided into his embrace. Her figure was graceful, and her flowing hair cascaded around her, sending a waft of fragrant essence into his nostrils. Momentarily taken aback by the softness in his arms, Casso found himself transported back to a distant memory by her gentle call of Casso brother. It harkened back to his early days upon traversing into the Dragon Ball realm, when a little girl lay in his arms, pleading for Nappa to return her Casso brother. Together, they fled from planet Vegeta, training side by side, united in their quest to rescue the scions. Their bond was inseparable until they encountered Whis. In her desire to shield her Casso brother, she chose to follow Whis alone for training. 8 years have now passed. Hearing that familiar address once again sent a tremor through Casso's heart, prompting him to lower his gaze. Her lips were a vivid red, teeth pearly white, and her skin as smooth as jade. She donned an outfit reminiscent of ancient Egypt, a form-fitting garment that accentuated her figure, adorned with a golden collar that radiated an aura of profound mystery. Her features bore a striking resemblance to the little girl etched in his memory. Little Bayu, is it truly you? Casso exclaimed, tightening his embrace around Osbier. His eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice quavering with emotion. Casso brother, it's me, I have returned, Osbier declared, her arms encircling him tightly, her hands slipping around his waist. Her training alongside Whis was fueled by the determination to protect Casso in the future. After entering the realm of the destroyers, she had diligently followed Whis's guidance every day. The training to become a candidate for the destroyer was undeniably arduous, enduring her moments of despair. It was the thought of Casso that sustained her. Throughout the 8 years of training, She had yearned to return and see Casso, yet she had not met Whis' standards, preventing her from doing so. Moreover, Whis had often encouraged her to enter the time chamber for training, where she lost track of time, ultimately leading to her current accomplishments. One can only imagine the depth of Osbier's longing for Casso. Casso, brother. Osbier buried her head into Casso's chest, nuzzling against him, softly murmuring his name. Little Bayer. Casso gently inhaled. His beloved Xiao Bayer had finally returned, and he had missed her dearly. The two embraced tightly, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that fleeting moment. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gula, upon hearing Casso's declaration that he could survive in the cosmos, contemplated fleeing. Aware that he was no match for Casso with his current strength, Gula understood that continuing the fight would only lead to his own defeat. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appeared in the universe, clad in ancient attire that evoked an air of enigma. Who could this enigmatic figure be? Moments passed, with the two still locked in their embrace. Xiao Bayer, did Wyskin send you back? Casso's eyes were filled with the shadow of Osbier, and his voice was exceedingly gentle. Osbier tightened her embrace around Casso's hand and affectionately remarked, Brother, I have longed to return and see you. That annoying Vis would not permit my return. Only when my training met his approval was he willing to let me come back. Hearing Osbier's soft hum, Casso felt a twinge of embarrassment. He understood Vis's nature was quite amiable, yet he dared not speak of him in the same manner as Osbier. Indeed, throughout the cosmos, perhaps only Beerus and Little B could converse with Vis in such a manner. Casso placed a gentle kiss on Osbilia's pristine forehead, only to suddenly grasp a profound realization. Little Bilia remarked that her training had pleased Weiss, which was the reason for her return. Weiss exclusively instructed the destroyers and their candidates, and it was imperative for the candidates to earn his approval. This implication suggested that Little Bilia had already harnessed destructive energy. At this thought, Casso gazed at Osbilia with astonishment. After being kissed by Casso, Osbilia squinted her eyes with delight, yet felt a strange sensation under his intense gaze. Brother, what is the matter? Oh, nothing at all, Casso replied, finding no peculiarity in her calling him by that name. Given their age, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for her to continue addressing him as Brother Casso. Brother, look what I have brought back for you. Osbilia pointed to 2 roasted deer legs floating in the cosmos. One leg was perfectly cooked, radiating an enticing aroma and appearance, while the other had been partially devoured, clearly indicating it had been savored by Osbilia herself. I brought this back from the realm of the destroyers. Do give it a try. Osbilia nestled against Casso, slightly shifting her position until she found comfort. Then with a delicate wave of her fair hand, the 2 deer legs swiftly drew nearer. Casso scrutinized the scene before him. From a distance, he had not observed clearly, but now that the deer legs had drawn closer, he discerned that their surface seemed to be enveloped in a shimmering radiance. It was evident at first glance that these deer legs were extraordinary. While Casso and his sister deliberated on the origins of the deer legs, Gula's voice penetrated the air, booming with indignation. Do you two think I am invisible? He had been present for half an hour, while the two in front remained engrossed either in discussions about the mysterious woman's cultivation or the provenance of those deer legs. To be so disregarded would infuriate even the most placid of individuals, let alone the Emperor of the Eastern Galaxy. Brother, who is he? Osbiel's inquiry was interrupted by Gula, her tone chillingly cold. Even Casso, who held her tenderly, felt a shiver run down his spine. His name is Gula, a member of the Frozen clan, and he is the brother of Frieza, Casso explained as he stroked Osbiel's silky hair. Frieza's brother? As soon as Osbiel uttered those words, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the cosmos, and for an instant, the very fabric of space seemed to solidify. One of her purposes for returning was to seek vengeance against Frieza, and she had not anticipated encountering his brother so fortuitously. Scion monkeys, prepare yourselves. I shall ensure that your kind vanishes from the universe, Gula declared, turning with a fierce countenance, ready to flee. Osbiel retorted. To speak to her brother in such a manner is to court death. Casso chuckled softly, surprised that Gula dared to speak so boldly. Do you believe you can escape? Surely, you do not presume I would allow you to leave. Gula, having battled Casso previously, was acutely aware of Casso's strength. Although he considered himself slightly superior, he firmly believed that if he wished to flee, Casso would be powerless to stop him. I offer you a chance. Serve me, and I shall spare you. Casso's voice suddenly turned frigid. Casso did not believe that Gula would agree to become his subordinate, even if Gula were to acquiesce. Casso would not dare to keep such an exceedingly malevolent member of the Frozen clan by his side. He merely wished to provoke Gula. Gula's eyes blazed with fury. This scion monkey was incessantly imitating his methods. Just moments ago, Casso had employed techniques in their battle that were mere reflections of Gula's own. And now he sought to recruit others in a manner reminiscent of Gula. How infuriating. Chapter 96. The destruction of Gula. Gula's eyes burned with rage as he spoke. His voice laced with indignation. I wish to leave. You cannot detain me. He was acutely aware of Casso's formidable regenerative abilities, and it was his own failure to obliterate him completely that had led to this predicament. At that moment, Gula's heart was heavy with regret. Then let us engage in battle once more. Casso released Osbier, for he could not allow Gula to escape. Casso floated amidst the void, his entire being emanating an overwhelming power, enveloped in a radiant golden aura. In an instant, the pitch-black cosmos was illuminated by his golden energy, its formidable presence radiating in all directions. Observing this spectacle, Osbier, who had just returned, noted the peculiar change in Casso's hair color. Now witnessing the immense strength he possessed, she couldn't help but feel intrigued. Her own prowess was derived from Weiss, so why was her brother Casso equally formidable? Just as Casso prepared to take action, Osbier's voice echoed, Brother, allow me to take this on. Oh. Casso turned his head to glance at her, and then nodded slightly. He had come to the planet of Gigi with the sole purpose of transcending into a Super Saiyan. Having successfully achieved this transformation, Gula had become insignificant. He was also eager to witness the prowess of Little Buyer. With this thought, Casso's aura suddenly dissipated. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gula's chest heaved with anger. He was infuriated. It was one thing to be outmatched by this Saiyan monkey after its transformation into a Super Saiyan, but it was utterly outrageous that this sudden appearance of a woman dared to be so brazen. You two will pay for this. Although Gula was seething with rage, he dared not linger any longer. Once Casso became familiar with his newfound power, his demise would be inevitable. As he stared at the two detestable figures before him, Gula silently vowed vengeance. With this resolve, he transformed into a streak of purple light, unleashing all his strength to enhance his speed. In an instant, Gula's figure was miles away. Witnessing this, Casso could not deny that Gula's speed had indeed increased significantly. Pursuing him would not be an easy feat, however. Let us not forget that both he and Little Bai possessed the ability to instantaneously teleport. As long as they could sense Gula's energy, no matter how far he fled, Casso and Osbier would be able to catch up with him. Indeed, with a flick of her hand, Osbier made 2 roasted deer legs vanish into the cosmos, their whereabouts unknown. She pressed her finger to her forehead and instantly disappeared from her spot. Casso executed the same gesture, teleporting to Gula's location to witness the true prowess of Little Buyer. Moments later, Gula, racing through the cosmos at breakneck speed, turned his head only to find no trace of the two. A sigh of relief escaped him, yet he dared not reduce his velocity. Do they seek to eliminate me? Gula scoffed with disdain. Disaster shall forever remain a step behind me. Just as he contemplated accelerating once more to hastily depart from the northern galaxy, 2 figures suddenly materialized ahead. It was none other than Casso and Osbier, who had traversed space with instantaneous movement. What? Gula gasped in astonishment upon recognizing them. This was already his utmost speed, and he firmly believed that even a Super Saiyan could not surpass such velocity. How could these two appear here so suddenly? Osbier positioned herself in front of Gula, raising her hand to reveal a small purple orb resting in her palm. As the purple radiance blossomed forth, the twinkling stars momentarily dimmed. An energy brimming with a sense of annihilation coalesced in Osbier's grasp, aimed directly at Gula. Destruction. Upon uttering those words, Gula felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his back, as if an ancient behemoth had fixed its gaze upon him, with obliteration imminent. He was frightened. It turned out this woman was the most terrifying of all. Gritting his teeth, Gula strained every ounce of power within him, reaching unprecedented speeds. A blurred silhouette streaked through the cosmos, beyond the comprehension of mortal eyes. Yet, the destructive energy had already locked onto Gula, and no matter how he attempted to flee, he could not escape its relentless pursuit. No, Gula realized that the pea-sized energy was drawing ever closer, poised to overtake him. In that moment, despair filled Gula's heart. He felt that if struck by that purple orb, he would perish, his very soul dissipating into oblivion. In the next instant, the destructive energy surged toward Gula. His pupils constricted as he noticed the purple energy had made contact with his leg, yet he felt nothing at all. Just as he began to rejoice at the apparent lack of strength in the purple energy, in a heartbeat, Gula transformed into a cascade of purple light, unable to utter a single cry before vanishing into the inky blackness of the universe. Gula, a formidable cosmic emperor, thrice as powerful as Frieza, met his end at the hands of Osbier, his essence utterly obliterated. Witnessing this scene, Casso swallowed hard. Was that purple orb truly a manifestation of destructive energy? How terrifying. Little Bayer is formidable. Brother, am I not impressive? Osbier raised her alabaster chin, exuding pride akin to a graceful swan. My little Bayer is the best. Although he was deeply impressed by Xiaobi's prowess, Casso felt an overwhelming joy for her. She had been away for so long, and finally, her efforts had borne fruit. Osbier flew back to Casso's side, leaping high and hanging on to him. As he felt the softness against his chest, Casso affectionately patted Osbier's head, his gaze filled with tender affection. Let us return. You have been away for so many years, and Aunt Ginia has missed you dearly. Then let us hurry back. I have missed Aunt Ginia as well. Osbier's voice was filled with urgency. After all these years, aside from Casso, it was Ginia she longed for the most. Very well. Casso cradled the petite figure of little Bayer in his arms, and then vanished into the vastness of the cosmos. On the planet Salada, in the modest courtyard of the Bardak family, Jine and Philia anxiously awaited his return. Do not fret, Casso will be just fine, reassured Bardak and Garrus, seated in chairs within the courtyard. Yet, beneath their calm exteriors, they too were profoundly anxious, feigning nonchalance to console the two women. When that little rascal returns, I shall make him pay, Philia declared through clenched teeth, her face flushed with indignation. Casso's reckless behavior was indeed troubling. He was well aware of Gula's formidable strength, an astonishing combat power of 100 million. How could he possibly stand a chance? Jine paced nervously in the courtyard, her concern palpable. The mention of Gula's immense power further darkened Philia's expression. She understood Casso's instantaneous movement was extraordinary. But could he truly escape the clutches of such a powerful adversary? The thought of his potential capture left her at a loss for what to do. Chapter 97. The return with Osbier. Just as worry enveloped the group, two figures materialized in the courtyard. The male, adorned with golden hair, was enveloped in a radiant golden aura. The female, clad in attire reminiscent of ancient Egypt, accentuated her alluring figure in a fitted leather ensemble. They were a strikingly handsome pair. I have returned, Casso exclaimed joyfully, holding little Bayer and gently supporting her with his hands. Who are you two? Bardak inquired, frowning and tensing, his body instinctively on guard. He sensed that the duo possessed remarkable strength. Meanwhile, Jine and Philia felt an unsettling familiarity with their faces, particularly the male, whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to Casso's. What is going on? Do you not recognize me? Cassio paused momentarily. The cherubic Osbiel, nestled in his embrace, covered her rosy little mouth and chuckled softly. This unfamiliar sight of Cassio must surely be a surprise to anyone who laid eyes upon him. Brother, your hair, Osbiel exclaimed, reaching out her tiny hand to tousle Cassio's hair. How could she have nearly forgotten? Casso only then realized that he was still in the state of a super scion, which explained the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces. I am Casso, he declared. He attempted to set off the girl, Osbier, but she clung to him tightly. After 8 long years apart, he found himself missing her dearly, so he relented. Casso? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Brat, why have you dyed your hair golden? Bardak shot a disgruntled glance at Casso, having originally thought an enemy had invaded, which had caused him unnecessary worry. However, a flash of insight struck Bardak's mind. Golden hair and blue eyes. This was a scion. Bardak exclaimed, You've transformed into a super scion. The sight of Casso in this form was strikingly similar to the vision he had seen in a dream of Kakarot's transformation. At Bardak's words, the atmosphere thickened with tension, as if they had just heard an unfathomable revelation. Garrus and Jine understood that the legend of the Super Saiyan was indeed real, and Casso's appearance aligned perfectly with the descriptions from the lore. Upon hearing Casso declare himself, Philia took a closer look and realized it was truly that little rascal, prompting a sigh of relief within her. Yet, Bardak's revelation left her astonished. Had he truly become a Super Saiyan? Bardak had certainly broadened his horizons since their last encounter. Casso held Osbier tightly and chuckled. Bardak's forehead creased with irritation. This brat couldn't resist taunting him, could he? Nevertheless, Bardak was profoundly shaken. His suspicions were correct. Casso was the second scion to achieve Super Saiyan status, with Kakarot being the third. He never anticipated that his battle with Gula would yield such remarkable results. As Bardak and Garrus stood in shock, Jine smiled gently and asked, Casso, who is this girl with you? She glanced at Philia. Noting her calm demeanor, no signs of anger or joy, just her usual tranquility. Aunt Jine, you don't remember me? Osbier finally hopped off Casso and approached Jine. Wrapping her arms around her, she feigned a sorrowful expression as she spoke. Who are you? Jine asked, perplexed. Not only was she confused, but Bardock and the others also regarded the girl with puzzled expressions. Take a closer look at who she is, Casso urged as he moved beside Philia, gently grasping her delicate hand. He knew Philia must have been worried during his battle with Gula. A flicker of emotion finally passed through Philia's icy gaze, her lips barely curving into a smile. Thank goodness he was back. Upon hearing Casso's words, the onlookers turned their attention to Osbier. Her complexion was fair and exquisite. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that her features bore a striking resemblance to a certain girl in their minds. Could you be Little Beer? Jine inquired. Glancing at her ancient attire, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Indeed, she bore a resemblance to Little Beer. Bardock nodded in agreement. It's me, Osbier exclaimed, shaking Jine's arm and pouting her lips. If V's were to witness this expression, he would surely question whether she had transformed into a different person, for her demeanor in the Destroyer realm was typically so frigid. Little Beer, you have returned. Jine's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. 8 years prior, Osbier had inexplicably departed from planet Sharada, and Jine had often inquired of Casso about the whereabouts of the young girl. The response had been that she was training in a mysterious place and would not return for many years. Throughout those 8 years, Jine had missed Osbier immensely. It is wonderful that you have come back. Jine embraced Osbier tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Among the scions, Jine was known for her sensitive nature. She had felt profound sorrow when Goku was exiled. It is wonderful that you have come back. Bardock regarded Osbier with softened eyes. Uncertain of her experiences and the trials she had faced, he was only aware that Jine and Casso often reminisced about her in private, now that she had returned. And with Casso having transformed into a Super Saiyan, it was truly a double celebration, in stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere of planet Sharada. The climate within the Gula forces of the East Galaxy was chillingly severe. In the communication department of the Gula forces, the extraterrestrial beings received a message transmitted from Gula's communication device. Relay to my father to be wary of the Super Scions of the North Galaxy. This message was dispatched by Gula just as Casso and Osbier were reuniting. Upon receiving Gula's communication, the extraterrestrial beings soon discovered that the signal had been abruptly severed. They hastily conveyed the information to King Cold through this message and the communication signals from Frieza and his companions. It was not difficult to deduce that they had encountered a formidable adversary known as the Super Saiyan, and that Gula and his group had likely met their demise. Lord Frieza has perished. Lord Gula has also fallen. How could this be? The remaining beings of the Gula forces were struck with disbelief upon receiving the news of Gula's misfortune. In their minds, Gula possessed a combat power exceeding 100 million. How could he possibly have been defeated? Meanwhile, in the West Galaxy, King Cold sat upon his throne in the palace, suddenly receiving the devastating news. Gula is dead. King Kula furrowed his brow. Although he harbored a deep disdain for Gula's incessant scheming to usurp power, he could not fathom the possibility of his own son meeting his demise. He was acutely aware of Gula's formidable strength, boasting a battle power of 470 million, a level his second son, Frieza, had yet to attain. Who could possibly defeat Gula? The icy voice of King Kula cut through the tension. What message has Gula transmitted? The response was grave. Lord Gula warns to beware of the Super Saiyan from the Northern Galaxy. Upon hearing this, King Kula's entire being trembled. The Super Saions from the Northern Galaxy? Had Frieza obliterated them all? Could there be remnants who had transformed into the legendary Super Saions foretold by their ancestors? A cascade of thoughts flooded King Kula's mind, and before he realized it, a layer of cold sweat broke out across his back. His battle armor was now drenched. That wretched Frieza had failed to eradicate the Scions completely. Gritting his teeth, King Kula surmised that Gula had most likely encountered the fabled Super Saiyan. From his understanding of ancestral teachings, it was only under such extraordinary circumstances that someone as powerful as Gula could face an unforeseen challenge. What to do? King Kula resolved to first journey to the Eastern Galaxy to ascertain the situation before making any decisions. Send a message to Frieza, instructing him to proceed to Gula's territory. I shall await him there, he commanded his subordinates. It appeared that if Gula had indeed perished, only 2 members of the Frost race would remain. They had long been adversaries of the Scions, and should this matter be mishandled, It was likely that the Frost race would meet its end at the hands of the legendary Super Saiyan. However, King Kula was aware that prior to this, no Saiyan had successfully transcended to the Super Saiyan level. Otherwise, those Scions would have already sought vengeance against Frieza. This knowledge provided him with a modicum of reassurance. He believed that any newly transformed Super Saiyan would likely lack the strength to pose a significant threat, and he was confident in his ability to handle the situation. On Planet Salad, in the courtyard of the Bardock family, tonight we shall host a grand feast to celebrate the return of our dear little Bii and to commemorate the emergence of the second Super Saiyan in the history of our race. Bardock laughed heartily. He had learned from Casso that Gula had perished at Casso's hands. Unbeknownst to Bardock, the truth was that Gula had been slain by Osbier, a fact Casso had chosen to withhold from him. Casso deemed it prudent to refrain from discussing the matter of the substitute destroyer. Thus he claimed that it was he who vanquished Gula. To this, Osbier expressed no dissent. She would wholeheartedly support whatever her brother Casso chose to do. Bardock glanced at Garrus and instructed, "Go, inform all our kin. Now that Casso has transformed into a Super Saiyan, who shall the Scions fear henceforth?" With this thought, Bardock felt a surge of fervor within. He turned to Philia and offered a smile, saying, "Philia, I would appreciate it if you could convey this message." Philia nodded in acknowledgement and promptly shook off Casso's unwarranted hand that had been resting on her. Upon witnessing the scene, Casso cast an irritated glance at Bardock. By the heavens, he thought, it is imperative that I find an opportunity to teach Bardock a lesson. Unbeknownst to Bardock, Casso was entangled in thoughts of his own. Now that Casso had ascended to the legendary realm, it was time to make pivotal decisions. Soon enough, in a vast plaza within the living quarters, adorned with a scattering of verdant flora and illuminated by splendid lights, an invention of the Lolita clan that cast a gentle glow, not blinding to the eye, the ambience was vibrant. Over 200 tables were arranged in the plaza, with 4 members of the Lolita clan seated around each table. In contrast, each Scion had only one table, as the provisions laid upon it sufficed for a single Scion. A variety of delectable dishes and exquisite wines procured from the cosmos graced the tables. The plaza buzzed with lively chatter and excitement. It was rumored that we had drawn the attention of Gula. Indeed, when Lord Bardock summoned us, I feared we were to confront Gula's forces. However, Lord Casso intervened, which was somewhat regrettable. Before the feast commenced, the Scions congregated to discuss Bardock's earlier summons. While they were aware of Gula's might, their tone suggested a lack of fear. Rather, they expressed a hint of disappointment for not engaging in battle with Gula's forces. Conversely, the Lolita clan was engrossed in discussions concerning Philia. I had observed years ago that Lady Philia regarded Lord Casso with an unusual gaze. It seems I am not alone in this perception. When do you think Lady Philia and Lord Casso will become an item? At Casso's table, he was surrounded by Osbier and others. "Brother, I shall take you to savor delightful delicacies shortly," Osbier said, resting her chin on her hand. Her eyes fixated on Casso with palpable admiration. Having been away from Casso for so long, her return made her feel that each moment without him was a squandered opportunity. "Very well," Casso replied, a smile gracing his features. He had sensed that Bardock intended to announce something significant when he mentioned the feast. Indeed. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Bardock soared into the air, hovering above. The crowd fell silent upon seeing Bardock ascend. "You are all curious as to why I have called this feast," Bardock proclaimed. As soon as he spoke, both the Scion and Lolita clans erupted into chatter, perplexed by the sudden celebration after the earlier threat from Gula. "I have several important announcements to make." Bardock's voice resonated with authority. "We Scions have witnessed the emergence of a Super Saiyan, and that is none other than Casso." Upon uttering these words, an uproar erupted throughout the venue. "Is it true? Is it really true?" The crowd clamored, yet the disbelief in their tones betrayed their skepticism regarding the news. Indeed, it was true. Casso had vanquished Gula, and henceforth, we Scions would reclaim our title within the cosmos. After speaking, Bardock cast a glance at Casso. Casso rolled his eyes. His guess was indeed accurate. Bardock had revealed the news of his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, he concurred with Bardock's decision. With Frieza's power at a mere 120 million, Casso needed only to be wary of King Cold. Even if he could not withstand King Cold temporarily, the enigmatic little Bii was there to support him. Contemplating this, Casso ascended into the sky and proclaimed, "As Bardock has stated, I have indeed attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan, I cannot be mistaken. Lord Casso, Lord Casso." The crowd erupted in chants of his name. They recognized that Gula possessed a combat power exceeding 100 million. Thus, it appeared that Casso, in his Super Saiyan form, had surpassed 100 million in battle power. The legends recorded within their clan were indeed terrifying. A battle power of 100 million. The scions reminisced about the time on planet Vegeta when King Vegeta, with a mere combat power of over 10,000, had claimed his throne. Now, the thought of Casso wielding a combat power of 100 million was daunting. I now wish to announce a second matter. I have decided that the position of Scion leader shall be held by Casso. I believe that under Casso's leadership, our Scion race shall reclaim its place at the pinnacle of the universe. Upon finishing this declaration, Bardock felt an immense weight lift from his heart. For many years, since fleeing from planet Vegeta, he had lived in constant fear, apprehensive that the Frost demons would discover the Scions. Worried that he could not lead his people back to greatness, Bardock glanced at Casso, grateful to have him by his side. Following Bardock's words, the square fell into a profound silence. Garrus and Castor regarded Bardock with eyes full of respect. Chapter 99. The new leader Bardock's tireless dedication had not gone unnoticed, particularly in the formation of the mercenary team, accompanying them from its inception to their cosmic missions. He feared that the Scions might inadvertently leak information in the universe, that they might face annihilation once more. Years ago, King Vegeta had eliminated anyone who posed a threat to his throne. Now, Bardock was prepared to relinquish what King Vegeta had always valued. Bardock's heart was solely devoted to the Scions. However, Casso's actions had also been observed by the Scions. From the very beginning, he had rescued them, and now he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. He possessed the remarkable ability of prophetic vision and the uncanny skill of instantaneous movement. With his guidance, the Scions were destined for greater heights. As for Bardock's decision to step down, Garrus and the others held a deep-seated admiration for him. Jine covered her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes. She understood the hardships her man had endured over the years, and now, at last, Casso had grown into his potential. You will forever be our leader. At this moment, the Scions rose to their feet, their admiration resonating through the square in a profound roar. The nearby Lolita clan also stood, gazing upward at the imposing figure in the sky, a being of immense grandeur. Now, let us hear from our new leader. Bardock patted Kakarot on the shoulder. The square fell silent once more, as they beheld the more than 400 individuals gathered before them. Casso opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Casso initially believed that Bardock merely intended to proclaim his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan and to announce the resurgence of the Scion legacy throughout the universe. However, he was taken aback when the leadership position was unexpectedly bestowed upon him at that moment. Nevertheless, Casso was aware that such a day would eventually arrive. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled and expressed, "Uncle Bardock's sudden announcement truly startled me." Casso patted his chest, adopting a rather comical demeanor. Observing Casso's whimsical antics, everyone present burst into laughter. Scions, when endowed with even a modicum of power, often become rather arrogant, reminiscent of the character Vegeta from the anime. During the Cell Saga, after gaining formidable strength within the hyperbolic time chamber, he audaciously dared to allow Cell to evolve into his ultimate form, a perfect embodiment of hubris and self-satisfaction. However, it is evident that Casso remains unchanged, possessing immense strength yet devoid of arrogance. Such a leader is greatly cherished by both tribes. Nonetheless, at this moment, Casso found himself at a loss for words, as Bardock had just articulated the very course of action the Scions were to undertake next. Kakarot chuckled, as Scions, "We have traversed a long and arduous journey, and now I have transformed into a Super Saiyan, just as Uncle Bardock proclaimed. It is time for us to restore the esteemed name of the Scions throughout the cosmos." Casso clenched his fists, his gaze directed at the crowd, radiating unwavering determination. Lord Casso! Lord Casso! The two factions erupted in fervent calls for Casso, reminiscent of their previous cries for Bardock. The advancement of both the Scion clan and the Lolita tribe can be attributed entirely to Casso, who has long been recognized by both groups. At last, the day of Casso's ascension has arrived. On the ground, since returning to the planet Salada, Osbier's eyes had not strayed from Casso. Observing his handsome figure, her heart raced uncontrollably, and a rosy hue graced her cheeks. Casso is quite handsome. Meanwhile, on the side of the Lolita clan, Philia blinked her beautiful eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips. That little rascal from years ago has finally grown up, ever since she learned that the Scions had restored the planet Salad. Philia had anticipated this day would come. Very well, everyone can now indulge in the feast. After hearing Casso's words, Bardock waved his hand. Indeed, the crowd responded in unison. Soon, the plaza resonated with the sounds of clattering dishes. In the eastern galaxy, a colossal spaceship descended upon the ground, its massive engines echoing throughout the sky. Frieza, leading the Ginyu force, arrived at the territory of the Gula clan. Lord Frieza, King Cooled has informed me of your arrival and requests you to proceed to the palace ahead, a nearby alien stated respectfully. Frieza narrowed his eyes, an inscrutable expression flickering within them. Even before arriving at Gula, Frieza had received news that Gula had met his demise. Killed by the legendary Super Saiyan mentioned by the ancients. Could the legend of the Super Saiyan truly be real? Frieza found it hard to believe. Let us proceed, he commanded, leading a few companions toward Gula's palace. Upon arriving at an opulent palace, Frieza smirked at its splendor, lamenting its potential squandered. You all wait outside for me, he instructed. Yes, the Ginyu force replied respectfully. Frieza entered the palace, traversing a path adorned with soft red carpets. The interior lavishly decorated with ornate lamps that illuminated the entire hall. Even King Cooled, seated upon the throne above, couldn't help but sigh. Gula truly knew how to indulge. Upon entering the grand hall, Frieza bowed his head respectfully and inquired, Father, you summoned me for a matter of importance? Frieza was well aware that King Cooled had called him primarily to hold him accountable. Gula had fallen to the hands of a Super Saiyan, and he had eradicated the Scions many years prior. Now, the legendary Super Saiyan had resurfaced. The death of Gula could not be separated from his responsibility. King Cooled remained silent, casting a cold gaze upon Frieza. He had repeatedly warned Frieza to eliminate the Scions promptly, yet unexpected complications had arisen. Frieza had disappointed him gravely. The palace felt eerily quiet with only the two of them present, neither uttering a word, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. After a moment, King Cooled spoke in a deep tone, Frieza, are you aware of your crimes? The Frost clan consists of only 3 members, and we are no match for the Scions. Now, one of us has been slain. If that Super Saiyan continues to grow, our entire clan may face annihilation. Thus, King Cooled's fury was justified. Father, I was unaware, Frieza replied, his voice laden with trepidation. Frieza turned his violet gaze, his voice remarkably calm. The Frost demons are notoriously cold-blooded. Even among kin, they may resort to fratricide. However, he had not yet reached the point where Gula would dare to usurp him, and Frieza did not believe that King Cold would eliminate him. With Gula's demise, only the 2 of them remained of the Frost lineage. This fact instilled Frieza with a sense of invulnerability. Do not presume I am unaware of your deliberate leniency when exterminating the Scions. You bear significant responsibility for Gula's death, King Cold remarked sternly. Frieza furrowed his brow but remained silent. Gula had always harbored ambitions to usurp their father's throne, which understandably prompted their father to place spies around him. Contemplating this, Frieza's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Chapter 100, A Holiday on Earth. Noticing Frieza's silence, King Cold too fell into a contemplative quiet. After a moment, he coldly inquired, what are your thoughts on Gula's death? As Frieza had anticipated, King Cold had no intentions of eliminating him. His sole desire was to eradicate that Super Saiyan. That Super Saiyan must have been an overlooked threat from years past. They could leverage Vegeta's life as a bargaining chip to draw out this Super Saiyan. Frieza realized that King Cold had positioned spies around him, and it was evident that King Cold was also aware of the situation concerning Vegeta. Since he was already privy to this knowledge, it would be more prudent to speak candidly. Frieza smirked wickedly. Vegeta was once a prince of the Scions. The Scions hold lineage in high esteem. With him being the last of his royal line, the Super Saiyan will undoubtedly reveal himself to rescue Vegeta. King Cold pondered this and recognized the Scions' absurd pride. They would certainly not allow any misfortune to befall their prince. This plan is viable. Prepare a detailed strategy, and on the day of its execution, I shall descend personally. Indeed, Frieza replied with a respectful nod. Once outside the palace, Frieza's expression turned icy. He had never anticipated that his past negligence would lead to the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among the Scions. He recalled witnessing a small spaceship fleeing planet Vegeta before its destruction. Through his scanners, Frieza had detected that the Scion aboard had a mere battle power of 2, which had led him to spare its life. Moreover, he had not completely eradicated all the wandering Scions. Could it be that this Super Saiyan had emerged from such refuse? Where could Vegeta be now? Frieza coldly inquired of Ginyu. Where is Vegeta? At the chilling tone of Frieza's voice, Ginyu trembled slightly. My lord. Vegeta and his companions are currently on a mission on planet Korra. Order him to abandon the mission and return to headquarters immediately. Yes. As he watched Frieza's departing figure, Jinyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If it weren't for his peculiar ability to exchange souls, which forbade him from swapping with particularly strong adversaries, he would have long since traded places with Frieza. Jinyu shook his head. It was better to proceed with caution. After concluding their revelry, the scions officially proclaimed their return to the cosmos. In an instant, various factions across the universe responded. Hadn't the scions been obliterated by Frieza? Could there possibly be remnants? How dare they emerge again? Far away on planet Core, Vegeta and his companions received a message. Vegeta, Frieza has ordered us to abandon our mission and return to headquarters. Raditz remarked as he glanced at the communication device. Ignore him. Let's first investigate Planet Salad, Vegeta retorted coldly. However, Arnold, another member of Vegeta's trio who had replaced Nappa, opened his mouth to speak. Silence. Vegeta's eyes blazed with menace, as if to suggest that any further words from Arnold would lead to dire consequences. Raditz, remaining silent, understood Vegeta's temperament all too well. Had the scions not dwindled to just a handful, he would not have followed Vegeta's lead. Yet, rumors persisted of other surviving scions in the universe. He pondered their veracity, hoping that they were indeed true. Raditz sat by the fire, murmuring to himself. On Earth, on a secluded island, there stood two spacious houses. Following his ascension as the new leader of the scions, Kakarot had brought Osbier and Philia to Earth for a vacation. Osbier and Philia, clad in earthly bikinis, luxuriated in the warm ocean waters. Little Osbier, where have you been all these years? Philia inquired. I ventured to a realm known as the God of Destruction's domain, where I trained for many years, and now I can finally reunite with my brother. Osbier recounted her journey, knowing Philia was no stranger to her. Kakarot, also enjoying the water, listened intently as Osbier shared her experiences. Little Osbier as she listened. Philia felt a pang of sympathy. The once small girl had distanced herself for so many years, all to ensure she could protect Kakarot in the future. Her training must have been arduous. Lost in thought, Philia embraced Osbier, casting a discontented glance at Kakarot. Why are you looking at me like that? Casso was momentarily taken aback. The sight of two exquisite beauties entwined in each other's embrace was undeniably delightful, especially as they adorned themselves only in bikinis. However, he could not shake the peculiar gaze that Philia directed at him. It was hardly surprising, considering that Casso, as a man, had allowed his woman to endure such indignities. How despicable. After being scrutinized by Philia for a while, Casso began to grasp her thoughts. What Philia failed to comprehend was that scions were inherently born for battle. Even in Casso's absence, Osbier would relentlessly pursue strength. Of course, the half-breed Saiyan Gohan from the anime was a different matter entirely. Philia, your bosom is quite ample. How did you achieve such a figure? Osbier suddenly reached out and touched Philia's chest, then compared it to her own. She believed her own form to be quite perfect, yet she was astonished to find that Philia's was even more pronounced. Philia swatted away Osbier's curious hand, feeling rather uncomfortable with the touch. Little girl, don't you have your own? Osbier chuckled foolishly. It's just that yours is larger when I see it. Witnessing this exchange, Casso's eyes widened in astonishment. He wished he could be sandwiched between the two, reveling in the moment. What are you staring at? Have you never seen beauties before? Philia rolled her eyes at Casso. Nevertheless, she did not deter him. After all, she had been exposed years ago, and Casso was no stranger. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and she coldly remarked, Little rascal, you promised to take me to meet someone named Briefs. She had long struggled to understand the principles behind the universal capsule, and after 8 years, Casso had yet to introduce her to Briefs. With this in mind, Philia shot a fierce glare at Casso. Upon hearing her words, Casso was taken aback. Over the years, he had indeed forgotten about that promise in his pursuit of training. Faced with Philia's furious gaze, he felt a twinge of unease. Wait, I'll take you to see him. I hope you are speaking the truth, Philia replied coldly. Then she embraced Osbier and swam off into the distance. Half a day passed. As Casso and his companions donned their attire, they proceeded to stow the house within the multifunctional capsule. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Philia felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. How could such a small capsule possibly contain a house? Was it a matter of spatial compression, or perhaps spatial expansion? Yet, that did not seem quite right either. Philia furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend the mystery. Casso disregarded Philia's expression, clasping their hands together with a smile. Let us prepare to embark. Chapter 101. Philia's astonishment in the capital city, Bulma was in her research laboratory, meticulously wielding a delicate screwdriver. She tinkered with a piece of equipment, muttering to herself, "Where has that scoundrel gone?" The laboratory was enveloped in an eerie silence as she continued her work. Eventually, fatigue overcame Bulma, prompting her to recline in her chair and wipe the perspiration from her brow. "I wonder where my sister has wandered off to," she pondered, gazing at the ceiling with a look of resignation. Tai had been away for many years. If it weren't for the occasional messages she received, Bulma might have feared that her sister had encountered some misfortune. Casso departed from Earth, leaving her home devoid of any conversational companions, which truly vexed her. The next time she encounters Casso, she will surely insist that he take her on an adventure through the cosmos. Bulma sighed, preparing to resume her work. Suddenly, with a swish, 3 figures materialized beside her. Upon hearing the unusual sound, Bulma turned her head. Blinking in surprise, she recognized the newcomers, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Casso." Bulma promptly removed her gloves and leaped into his embrace. Although she found it somewhat perplexing that Casso had appeared so unexpectedly, enveloped in his arms and inhaling that familiar scent, a wave of tranquility washed over her. "I told you I would be back soon." Casso embraced Bulma, gently patting her back. "Little Bulma." At that moment, Osbier leaped beside Bulma, locking eyes with her. Though it had been many years since they last met, Osbier recognized her instantly by her signature blue hair. "Who are you?" Bulma realized that Casso was accompanied by 2 stunning women. Her brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased. "Take another look at who I am." Osbier moved closer, reducing the distance between them to merely 20 centimeters. So near, Bulma could feel the warmth of Osbier's breath on her face. However, upon closer inspection, there was something familiar about her. After a moment, Bulma's eyes widened, and she jumped out of Casso's embrace. "Is it you, Sister Bii?" Bulma's voice was filled with astonishment. Over the years, Casso had ventured to Earth alone, bringing only Bardock and others along. Bulma had not seen Osbier since, and had it not been for that unforgettable flight they shared years ago, she might have completely forgotten her. "It is I." Osbier squinted her eyes, affectionately ruffling Bulma's hair. She was delighted to see the little girl she once knew. It seemed that her bond with Casso was quite strong, akin to that of Philia and Casso. "Sister Bii, I am so thrilled to see you again," Bulma exclaimed, excitedly grasping Osbier's hand and bouncing on the spot. "Good girl." Osbier smiled, gently caressing Bulma's hand like an elder sister. Their reunion was filled with laughter and joy. "Bulma, this is Philia." Casso introduced Philia to Bulma and then suddenly inquired, "Where is Dr. Briefs?" Just moments ago, Philia had insisted that Casso take her to meet Dr. Briefs, despite her typically aloof demeanor, as if nothing could capture her interest. It seemed that if Casso failed to accommodate her request, he would find himself in a considerable predicament. Casso was well aware of the formidable nature of Philia's cold demeanor. In the adjacent laboratory, Bulma was momentarily taken aback by the woman before her. She found Philia's aura remarkably aloof, reminiscent of the legendary ice-cold beauty. Bulma gently touched her own cheek and, without a hint of shyness, murmured to herself, "3 such exquisite women in this room. You engage in conversation with Xiaobai, and I shall escort Philia to seek out Dr. Briefs." Casso remained oblivious to Bulma's thoughts. Otherwise, he would certainly proclaim, "These 3 enchanting ladies are all mine." He gently clasped Philia's small hand and made his way toward the adjacent room. Meanwhile, Bulma turned her attention back to Osbier, resuming their nostalgic conversation. It was evident that Bulma held a keen interest in Philia, as 7 out of 10 sentences exchanged between her and Osbier pertained to the latter. "Why don't you inquire about my whereabouts over the years?" Osbier feigned displeasure, pouting adorably as she spoke. "It's merely a desire to know more about that big sister I hardly recognize." Bulma chuckled, ruffling her hair sheepishly, observing the grown Osbier, though her appearance had transformed significantly, rendering her as beautiful as the woman they had just encountered. Her character remained delightfully unchanged, still endearingly naive. "Little Sister Bayer." Bulma smiled warmly, embracing the young girl tightly. She found Osbier's sweetly innocent demeanor utterly charming. Fortunately, Bulma's inner musings went unheard by Whis. Otherwise, he might have remarked, "You have yet to witness Osbier's fierce demeanor when commanding destruction upon her foes. What are you doing?" Osbier gently pushed Bulma away, perplexed by the sudden embrace. Meanwhile, as the 2 engaged in playful banter, an entirely different scene unfolded elsewhere. Casso led Philia into another laboratory where Dr. Briefs, clad in a white lab coat and adorned with a pair of high-powered glasses, was intently focused on the machine before him. Casso exclaimed, "Dr. Briefs, Briefs was taken aback for a moment, but upon recognizing the visitor, he smiled and said, "Ah, it's you, Casual. A month ago, Casso made his appearance on Earth, and now." Upon seeing him, Dr. Brevis was not particularly astonished. Soon, Casso began to elucidate the origins of Philia to Dr. Brevis. Upon hearing that Philia was a preeminent scientist from beyond the cosmos, Dr. Brevis's eyes gleamed with excitement. At that moment, he encountered certain dilemmas. Perhaps integrating the technological theories from beyond the universe could lead to breakthroughs. Dr. Brevis posed several inquiries, to which Philia responded meticulously, occasionally countering with her own questions. Upon her arrival on Earth, Philia was disheartened by the planet's technological backwardness. However, as she listened to Dr. Brevis's unique insights, she was profoundly astonished. Some of the theories he presented were ones she had never encountered in the vast expanse of the universe. Her perception of Dr. Brevis shifted, prompting her to inquire, "Did you invent that universal capsule?" "Indeed, I did. What of it?" Dr. Brevis replied nonchalantly, nodding slightly. Observing his calm demeanor, Philia opened her mouth, at a loss for words. One would expect someone who had invented such a miraculous device to be proud. Why, then, did he appear so unperturbed? As though it were merely a commonplace achievement? Meanwhile, Casso, who had been listening to their discussion, found himself utterly bewildered. He felt his mind swelling with confusion. Indeed, it seemed that only battle was his true passion. Chapter 102. The foolish Vegeta near the planet Salada, as the Scions re-established their name. Various factions across the universe dispatched individuals to investigate the vicinity of Salada. Was the Scion race supposed to have been annihilated by Frieza? Even if they had not been completely destroyed, how could they dare to re-emerge? Were they not afraid of Frieza annihilating them once more? The cosmic entities were filled with perplexity. However, they did not perceive the Scions as possessing the capability to disrupt the cosmic order again. Previously, the Scions' peak battle power was merely a little over 10,000. Such power could hardly stir any significant upheaval. They were merely a group of somewhat formidable fighters. At that moment, 3 circular spacecraft flew through the cosmos. The surrounding vessels promptly made way. Who could this be? The 3 spacecraft pierced through Salada's atmosphere, transforming into 3 fiery dragons as they swiftly descended toward the surface. At the command center of Salada, the Scions had long detected the vessels outside the planet, yet they chose to disregard them. Moreover, they could not possibly ascertain the circumstances on Salada, nor could they gauge the Scions' true strength. The Lolita tribe had already deployed interference devices. Beep, beep, beep. Only those 3 spaceships breached the planet Salada, setting off alarms throughout the command center. Yuna gazed at the monitor, then turned to the Scion beside her, saying, "Lord Chris, 3 ships have intruded. Should we destroy them?" She poised her hand above the defense system button, ready to press it without hesitation at Chris's command. "Wait a moment," Chris replied, studying the monitor. He noted that the models of the 3 ships resembled those previously used by the Scions. Could it be that they were survivors of Frieza's pursuit, now seeking refuge upon hearing of the Scions' existence? "Report the situation to Lord Bardock," Chris instructed his team member. Understood. As the team member departed the command center, Chris swiftly exited, ascending into the sky and flying towards the landing site of the 3 ships. At the location where the ships had landed, a simultaneous click echoed as the 3 vessels opened their hatches. 3 figures emerged, clad in battle armor, each adorned with a tail. "Vegeta, this planet feels quite pleasant." Raditz inhaled deeply, sensing something unique about this world, a sensation he had never experienced on other planets. "Indeed," Vegeta replied coolly, nodding slightly, sharing the same sentiment. Yet, gazing at the beauty of the planet, he wondered if other Scions truly resided here. Habitually, he activated his scouter to assess the power levels on this planet. However, with a sudden bang, the scouter exploded before his eyes. Bewildered, Vegeta pondered whether the device had malfunctioned, never considering that the power levels might be too immense, causing it to overload. Furrowing his brow, he commanded, "Arnold, you too, gauge the battle power here." "Yes," they responded respectfully. They had noticed the moment Vegeta's scouter had detonated, assuming it was merely a malfunction. Yet, in an unexpected turn, both Raditz and Arnold's scouters exploded upon activation. In disbelief, the trio exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in their eyes. "Did you see the battle power data soaring?" Vegeta began to inquire, but before he could finish, explosive sounds echoed above. Someone was approaching rapidly. The 3 swiftly entered a combat stance, devoid of their scouters, but acutely aware that their visitor was anything but ordinary. Three figures tore through the sky, appearing before them with haste. Vegeta barked, "Who are you?" Raditz and Arnold moved closer to Vegeta for here. He possessed the highest battle power, a staggering 10,000. Only by leaning against him did they feel a sense of security. Chris descended here with both hands lowered, only to notice the tails wrapped around the waists of Vegeta and his companions, raising an eyebrow. Scions. Chris never anticipated that any scions could have evaded Frieza's relentless pursuit. "Are you also a scion?" Vegeta, having spotted the tail of the newcomer, exhaled with relief. Frieza had claimed that the explosion of planet Vegeta was caused by a meteor strike, resulting in the demise of all scions on that planet. However, Vegeta was skeptical of this narrative. During subsequent missions, he learned that planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza himself. His kin were relentlessly hunted by Frieza's forces. For reasons unknown, Vegeta felt a sense of truth in this revelation. Thus, he maintained a facade of obedience while secretly harboring disdain for Frieza. "How many scions are still alive?" Vegeta coldly inquired. Since there were indeed surviving scions, as the prince of the scions, it was his duty to reclaim his people. He bore the responsibility of leading the scions back to the pinnacle of the universe. "You are Vegeta?" Chris, observing for a moment, finally recognized him as the Scion Prince. Born with a battle power of 1,000, distinguished by his unique hairstyle. "Did you not hear what I said? You need only answer my questions." Vegeta frowned, speaking with self-importance. "I truly do not understand how you managed to escape Frieza's pursuit, yet still expose yourselves. However, it is well. I, as the Prince of the Scions, shall lead my people in restoring the honor of our warrior race." Raditz and the others shared this sentiment. Vegeta's power had now reached that of the former King Vegeta. Only he could guide the Scions back to their former glory. Upon hearing Vegeta's declaration, Chris's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were witnessing a ghost. Was he still half asleep? Meanwhile, Chris's two subordinates regarded Vegeta and his companions as if they were fools. Through their scouters, they noted that Vegeta's battle power barely exceeded 10,000, while the other two were hardly worth mentioning. With such meager strength, they would scarcely qualify for menial tasks on Planet Salad. How dared he claim he would lead the Scions? Did he truly believe he was still that Scion Prince? The group fell into an eerie silence. Vegeta furrowed his brow, wondering what was amiss with these three. Just then, a sudden explosion resonated from above. Bardock descended from the sky, having received word that an ancient Scion spacecraft had landed here. Frieza had pursued the Scions relentlessly, and yet, apart from Kakarot, it seemed other Scions had also managed to survive this ordeal. "Chris, what is going on?" Bardock approached. He observed a peculiar expression on Chris's face, as if he had encountered something astonishing. However, when did the planet Salad acquire such a treasure? In the distance, Raditz had once daydreamed of Vegeta leading the surviving members of their race, envisioning a life of luxury by his side. Yet, upon hearing a familiar voice, Raditz instinctively looked up. The man bore two faint scars on his face, and his iconic hairstyle caused a tremor in Raditz's heart. "Father." "No, it can't be." Raditz spat out a couple of times, his voice trembling. "Father." The man before him was none other than his revered father. Bardock, originally a low-class warrior, had risen through sheer determination to a level that commanded respect among the Scions, his battle power exceeding 10,000. To Raditz, Bardock was an idol, and he felt immense pride in having such a father. To his astonishment, he was still alive. At the utterance of Raditz's call, the entire arena fell silent. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Raditz's father, that could only be Bardock, right? In the past, on planet Vegeta, Vegeta had heard of Bardock's reputation. He was renowned among low-class warriors and frequently clashed with Vegeta's own father. How intriguing. Vegeta clenched his fists, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. It was highly likely that these surviving Scions were under Bardock's leadership. Initially, he had perceived the task of confronting the Scions as lacking in challenge, but upon encountering Bardock, Vegeta's competitive spirit was instantly ignited. He did not believe he would lose to a low-class warrior like Bardock. Raditz? Bardock was momentarily taken aback. Years ago, King Vegeta had sent his son to Frieza as a hostage, and Raditz had been assigned to follow him. Given Frieza's disdain for the Scions, Bardock had assumed Raditz was doomed. Raditz rushed forward, grasping Bardock's hand, exclaiming excitedly, "Father, it's me." "Ah, splendid." Bardock finally regained his composure, his joy palpable. "It's wonderful that you have returned. For all these years, your mother and I feared the worst. Come, let us go see your mother. She is still alive." Raditz's breath hitched. Although Bardock was his idol, he had always been strict with him since childhood, instilling a sense of reverence in Raditz. In contrast, his mother had always been gentle. Ha ha ha, she is still alive. Raditz had never found joy while working under Frieza alongside Vegeta, but now, hearing that both of his parents were alive filled him with overwhelming excitement. TCH. In the distance, Vegeta observed the reunion of the Raditz family and couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. Only the weak would display such laughable expressions in a public setting. However, this was advantageous. Emotional scions like Bardock were easier to handle. You worthless brat, how is it that your power is so pathetic? Bardock, although pleased, felt a surge of anger upon seeing Raditz's combat power was merely around 1,000 on the scouter. He couldn't help but compare him to Kakarot, another elite warrior whose power had been in the tens of thousands since childhood, while Raditz barely scraped by with a power level of 1,000. It was utterly laughable. Raditz, momentarily taken aback, found it bewildering that upon their first meeting, the focus was immediately on his strength. Just as Raditz faltered in his response, Vegeta impatiently interjected, Bardock. Is it? Tell me, how many of our kin still survive? They shall be under my command from this day forth. With those words spoken, Bardock glared coldly, offering no reply. The atmosphere grew tense. Chris, unable to contain himself, stifled a laugh. Having undergone professional training, he typically refrained from laughter unless truly unable to hold it back. Vegeta was a fool. Did he not possess a scouter? Was he unaware of the current strength of the scions? Bardock seemed to share this thought, wondering if Vegeta had lost his senses. Raditz opened his mouth. Caught between his allegiance to his father and his bond with Vegeta, he decided to side with his father, speaking weakly, Vegeta, after all this time finding our kin, let us discuss this matter later. As the Prince of the Scions, Vegeta was known for his cold ruthlessness and decisiveness in battle, having followed him for many years. Raditz knew that had it not been for the dwindling number of scions, Vegeta might have already disposed of him for his mistakes. Thus, Raditz's tone was notably feeble. Chris, teach him a lesson. Bardock sighed, slightly exasperated, having recognized the arrogant young man before him. Upon identifying Vegeta, Bardock felt a surge of murderous intent. As the former prince of the Scions re-entered their ranks, Bardock pondered whether this would destabilize their people. Yet, he recalled that the Scions on planet Salad were primarily his former subordinates and their families. To them, the Scion prince must appear as a mere joke. Subsequently, Bardock dismissed thoughts of Vegeta and took to the skies with Raditz in tow. If all went as expected, Raditz was in for a severe reprimand. Watching Bardock's retreating figure, Vegeta erupted in fury, feeling belittled by Bardock sending this Chris to deal with him. How utterly contemptuous. Vegeta glared with fury, his pride seemingly subjected to a profound insult. Was it truly the case that anyone, even the most insignificant, could stand against him? After all, he was the noble prince of the Scions. With a roar directed at the heavens, Vegeta erupted in a blaze of energy, poised to chase after Bardock. Halt! Chris materialized before Vegeta in an instant, extending his hand to intercept him. Eh? Vegeta raised an eyebrow, bewildered that he could not discern Chris's movements. Such speed could only stem from either innate talent or extraordinary strength. This individual posed a threat. Vegeta composed himself, scrutinizing Chris with caution. Bardock had summoned him to teach a lesson, indicating that his strength must be formidable. Contemplating this, Vegeta smirked coldly. No matter how powerful, can he surpass me? Vegeta brimmed with confidence. He acknowledged that Chris's recent speed was indeed impressive, but attributed it merely to his own oversight. Is that so? Chris shook his head, realizing that this so-called Prince of the Scions had not yet grasped the current reality. With Vegeta's present capabilities, he might have once been a candidate for Scion leadership. However, the Scions of today were no longer the same as those of the past. Vegeta's strength likely fell short even of the support staff on Planet Salad. Chapter 104. The arrival of the Frost Demons. Witnessing the disdainful expression on Chris's face ignited Vegeta's wrath. He felt like a mere lapdog in the eyes of his opponent. Die! A surge of immense power erupted from Vegeta, transforming him into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Chris. Chris merely smiled lightly, unfazed by the onslaught. In an instant, Vegeta found himself behind Chris, executing a sweeping kick that conjured a fierce gust, rustling the surrounding leaves. Despite the intimidating display, Chris found Vegeta's efforts rather underwhelming, even contemplating that he was inferior to Princess Philia. With a single finger raised, Chris gently tapped backward. Crack! A sound of breaking filled the air. Ah! Vegeta cried out in agony. inexplicably propelled backward. Boom. He crashed into the ground with the force of a cannonball. Dust billowed, enveloping him in a yellow haze. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, Vegeta was seen sprawled on the ground, his face contorted in anguish as if he were enduring torment. In the Dragon Ball anime, during his invasion of Earth, Vegeta possessed a battle power of merely 18,000. Now, with his power reduced to 10,000, he was astonished to find himself defeated by an unknown scion. Clutching his leg in pain, he felt as though it were broken. "Who are you?" The pain in Vegeta's legs caused cold sweat to trickle down his brow. He had never anticipated that this adversary could be so terrifying. With a single blow, Vegeta's eyes brimmed with disbelief, realizing he could not even withstand a single strike from his opponent. Vegeta, the Scion Prince, was acutely aware that the Scions of today were not the same as those in the past. Chris observed Vegeta's anguished expression, feeling no stirrings of sympathy within himself, and continued, "Surely you are aware of the cataclysmic explosion of planet Vegeta. Are you not curious why the Scions have chosen to reveal themselves once more?" Vegeta clenched his teeth, remaining silent. As Chris had suggested, he had indeed surmised some reasons behind the Scions' audacious reappearance in the cosmos. However, among the current Scions, none could rival him, save for Bardock. This was the confidence that came with being the prince of the Scions. Thus, he could scarcely believe the conjecture that flickered within his mind. "Silence!" Vegeta roared. In the original narrative, Vegeta was an exceedingly proud individual, unwilling to concede that Goku, that lowly warrior, could surpass him. Each time Goku achieved a new breakthrough, Vegeta would strive with all his might to catch up, even if he could not surpass him. He would at least draw near. "Your scouter must have exploded by now." Chris's words struck home. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, even the excruciating pain in his legs momentarily forgotten. The battle power data was indeed authentic. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Initially, he had thought the scouter's explosion was merely a malfunction. But when both Raditz and Arnold's scouters also detonated, he began to sense something amiss. However, Bardock's arrival had distracted him from this realization. Given the circumstances, the Scions on planet Salad must be utterly formidable. It was no wonder they dared to announce their return to the universe. Currently, the leader of the Scions is... Chris's words were abruptly interrupted by the thunderous roar of engines overhead. Even Bardock, who had been chastising Raditz from a distance, paused to gaze skyward. Outside planet Salad, a colossal spaceship traversed the cosmos, arriving at the scene. Inside the vessel, King Cold stood by the window, intently watching the planet below. Frieza had emerged from his infant spacecraft, standing beside King Cold. "Father, those Scions are right here." Frieza blinked with malevolent eyes, angered that Vegeta had dared to defy his orders. Fortunately, this group of Scions was foolish enough to reveal their existence. Truly believing that a single Super Saiyan could contend with the Frost Demons, Frieza glanced at King Cold beside him, when he was serious. Even Cooler was merely his younger brother. It was the perfect opportunity to ensnare them all. The voice of King Kureed resonated with authority. The ancestors of the Frost clan had once cautioned to beware of the golden-haired, azure-eyed Super Scions. King Kureed had always believed that the complete annihilation of the Scions was preferable. Yet, who could have anticipated that Frieza would fail to eradicate the Scions entirely, leading to the emergence of the Super Saiyan? "Apologies, dear father." Frieza lowered his body, his tone exceedingly respectful. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with dignity. His brother had perished at the hands of that Super Saiyan, and only his father could rival such power. On the ground, the sky was engulfed by two terrifying and malevolent auras, casting a shadow over the entire Salada planet. Bardock, sensing the two formidable presences, immediately recognized their source. Just as Casso had foretold upon departing Salada, the Frost clan would undoubtedly mobilize in full force to exterminate the Scions. Bardock glanced at the fallen Raditz, and upon witnessing his lackluster abilities, he could not restrain himself from retaliating. Despite having been left bruised and battered from their previous encounter, Bardock dismissed any concern for him. A waste is merely a waste. With a sigh, Bardock retrieved his communication device and sent a message before unleashing a brilliant white energy that surged upward. As Bardock ascended, the other Scions on Salada followed suit, soaring into the cosmos. Over 150 Scions mobilized. This spectacle stirred Raditz, who was exhilarated to discover so many kin. In the distance, Chris shook his head. He had intended to inform them that the current Scion leader was Casso, who could also transform into a Super Saiyan, hoping to dissuade Vegeta from his delusions. However, upon hearing the thunderous roar of engines and witnessing his compatriots take flight, Chris grasped the gravity of the moment. The survival of the scions hung in the balance. Without further thought for the so-called Saiyan prince, he unleashed a surge of formidable energy and rapidly pursued the group of scions. Far away, on Earth in the northern galaxy, Casso reclined in his chair, observing the playful antics of Bulma and Oolong with immense delight. He then cast his gaze towards the distant research laboratory, where Philia was still engaged in discussion with Dr. Briefs regarding the universal capsule issue. Fortunately, the backyard remained unscathed by fire. Casso felt a surge of relief. Suddenly, the communication bracelet of Casso illuminated a red light. Has it arrived so soon? Without needing to glance at the contents, it is evident that the message pertains to the Frozen clan. Indeed, the information reveals just that. Little BB, we must return to the planet Salada. Casso materialized beside Osbier. Ah, you're leaving again. Bulma pouted, visibly displeased. Subsequently, she clung to Casso's arm and playfully declared, Casso, Sister BB, I want to go too. Chapter 105. Above the planet Salada. Casso, please allow Bulma to accompany us. Osbier exclaimed, bouncing over and wrapping herself around Bulma. She found Bulma's presence delightful and comforting. Moreover, if Bulma wished to visit the planet Salada for some amusement, Osbier wholeheartedly supported the idea. Even with Frieza's impending invasion of Salada, Osbier possessed sufficient strength to ensure Bulma's safety, so there was no cause for concern. Bulma gently caressed Osbier's face, expressing her joy. Sister BB, you're the best. Hee. Osbier giggled. Witnessing their playful banter, Casso extended his arms, embracing the two lovely ladies and planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. Then let us be off. Casso glanced back at the distant research facility, where Philia was still engaged in discussion with Dr. Briefs. The planet Salada was under siege by the frost demons, so he chose not to disturb her. After all, with Osbier present, there was no need to squander much time. They would return soon enough. In an instant, the three vanished from their location. On the planet Salada, Vegeta lay on the forest floor, his eyes a ghostly gray, reminiscent of a lifeless corpse. How could this be? Vegeta murmured, his gaze vacant. Just as Chris had stated, the scions must possess formidable strength to re-emerge in the cosmos. Furthermore, after being defeated by Chris, Vegeta felt that the current scions might have surpassed even Frieza. If Chris was already so powerful, to what extent had Bardock ascended? When did the scions become so formidable? As a noble scion prince, he found it utterly incomprehensible to be bested by such a band of lower-class warriors. Why? In this moment, Vegeta's spirits plummeted. Vegeta, look above, Arnold exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the more than 100 figures in the sky. To his astonishment, many of his kin were still alive. Vegeta lifted his gaze, sensing two exceedingly malevolent auras enveloping the entire planet Salada. He paused, recognizing the chilling presence he had encountered during his years alongside Frieza. Observing the silhouettes above, he saw Bardock at the forefront, flanked by numerous scions. Did they truly possess strength, or was it merely an act? Vegeta spat in disdain, his eyes rekindling with determination. I am a noble scion prince. Vegeta regained his confidence. Though the scions had temporarily surpassed him, he firmly believed he would eventually catch up to them. Let us ascend and investigate, Vegeta declared, propelling himself into the air despite his injured leg. Though in the anime, Vegeta often appeared cold and ruthless, his integration into Earth revealed him to be an emotional scion. After much difficulty, he had finally found surviving kin. In this moment, he could not bear to watch his people face Frieza alone. Vegeta, that up there is Frieza. Arnold trembled, fear etched into his features. The terror of Frieza was deeply ingrained in his mind. Merely thinking of him filled Arnold with dread. Pathetic. Vegeta hovered in midair, his voice icy. When did our warrior race become so feeble? Vegeta felt that individuals like Arnold and Raditz were utterly unworthy of being called scions. Subsequently, he paid no heed to Arnold, who transformed into a beam of white light and vanished into the horizon. Above, Frieza led the Ginyu Force, following King Cold. As they entered the atmosphere, a series of combat power readings echoed from the detector, only for it to explode instantaneously. It was essential for those scientists to experience some hardships. The device they designed was pathetically inadequate. Frieza's voice was chillingly cold. Actions must accompany words. King Cold saw through Frieza's deceit immediately. The corners of Frieza's mouth twitched slightly. Among the scientists he possessed, none compared to the legendary Lolita clan. He was aware that the Lolita clan had left a significant mark in history. However, following the internal strife among the scions, the Lolita clan had faded into obscurity within the cosmos. Frieza had sought this race But they only operated in a limited area at the edge of the northern galaxy, and he had failed to locate them. This was a regret that lingered in Frieza's heart. Thus, he was reluctant to punish the scientists under his command. The detector's inability to gauge the combat power of these scions indicated their considerable growth. King Cold remarked coldly, "Everything is entrusted to my father." Frieza replied respectfully. At that moment, King Cold and Frieza turned to see the purple-skinned Jinyu pointing below. Oh! They both glanced down, witnessing over 100 figures surging upward, exuding a formidable power. Even without the detectors, Frieza and the others sensed that the approaching individuals were formidable. The foremost figure, a swirling white light, soared through the clouds like a silver dragon of the east, its imposing aura causing the very space around it to tremble, obliterating the surrounding clouds. Behind this white light trailed over 100 crystalline forms. Frieza, did you not claim that only a few stragglers remained? How do you account for these 100-plus scions? King Cold's forehead bulged with veins, a surge of anger welling within him. Were it not for Frieza being his last remaining son, King Cold would have undoubtedly exacted punishment upon him. Frieza attempted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Logically, there shouldn't be this many scions alive. Enough. You will explain yourself later. King Cold's eyes glinted with malice, his cold murderous intent erupting from within. He intended to eradicate these scions and the Super Saiyan before dealing with Frieza. Yes. Frieza furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, yet he remained baffled. In response to the conversation between Frieza and his son, the entire Jinyu force remained silent, feigning ignorance of the exchange. As shadows drew nearer, Frieza tensed his body. Bardock charged to the forefront, enveloped in a swirling white aura that radiated an intense energy towards Frieza and his entourage, compelling them to halt. Bardock steadied himself and raised a hand in signal. The accompanying scions floated in unison behind him, while the 10 squad leaders, including Garrus, stood by Bardock's side. At that moment, another dark figure soared upwards. It was Vegeta. With a mere combat power of 10,000, Vegeta stood among scions whose might far surpassed his own, resembling a solitary rabbit amidst a pride of lions, strikingly conspicuous. Chapter 106. Prelude to Battle. Vegeta was acutely aware of the chasm that separated him from Frieza. In the face of such a scene, he felt powerless to intervene. He merely sought to witness the true strength of the scions and ascertain whether they could indeed vanquish Frieza and his forces. Upon noticing the arrival of others, Bardock was momentarily taken aback but paid no heed to Vegeta. The question of whether Vegeta could influence the outcome of the battle was moot. Even Bardock himself doubted his own capability to intervene. The scions now needed only to await Kakarot's return. Vegeta? Frieza seethed, his teeth clenched. He had intended to find Vegeta post-battle to eliminate him, yet he was astonished to learn that Vegeta had fled to Planet Salad. It was fortuitous. He would crush him alongside the others. Frieza thought malevolently. Silence enveloped the scene, a palpable stillness settling in. To Frieza, these beings were mere refuse. Only the Super Saiyan posed a genuine threat. In Bardock's eyes, the auras emanating from Frieza and King Cold were terrifying, akin to two colossal beasts of chaos disrupting the very fabric of reality, each movement capable of unsettling the void itself. We must await Kakarot's return, Bardock murmured. As the tension hung thick in the air before the impending conflict, Frieza finally broke the silence. After I annihilated Planet Vegeta and issued a bounty for your heads, how is it that you managed to evade my pursuit? King Cold shared his curiosity, observing the scions intently for their response. The revelation that Frieza had indeed destroyed Planet Vegeta incited outrage within Vegeta, whose eyes widened in fury. Hearing Frieza's words, Bardock raised an eyebrow. Inwardly contemplating that Kakarot had yet to return, this was an opportune moment to engage in dialogue and buy some time. Thus, he replied, "We fled Planet Vegeta long before your arrival." Frieza's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he regarded Bardock. Even back when he annihilated Planet Vegeta, Frieza had meticulously catalogued the scions' data, and only a handful of them remained outside the planet. It was implausible for so many scions to be unaccounted for. Bardock's claim was evidently a fabrication, suggesting he was unwilling to speak the truth. Frieza coldly scrutinized Bardock, his fist clenched, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Where is your Super Saiyan? If you do not reveal yourselves, you shall face death." What could this mean? Vegeta, amidst the crowd, was taken aback by these words. It was no surprise that he was astonished. The legend of the Super Saiyan had circulated among the scions. Yet most believed it to be mere myth, with no such being truly existing. Could it be that someone in their midst had attained this transformation? Vegeta's breath quickened, a flush of excitement spreading across his face. It must be so. Only the emergence of a Super Saiyan would embolden Bardock and the others to reveal themselves. Now, he eagerly anticipated how Frieza and his minions would meet their end. Vegeta felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he himself had transformed. Yet, who among their ranks had become a Super Saiyan? His curiosity was piqued. At that moment, both Vegeta and Frieza shared a desire to behold the true visage of the Super Saiyan. Guldo met his demise at the hands of our Super Saiyan. Are you not afraid? Bardock taunted. Frieza narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Truth be told, the news of Guldo's death at the hands of a Super Saiyan instilled genuine fear in Frieza. If he were to encounter that Super Saiyan, he would flee as far as possible. Frieza glanced at King Cold beside him. With his father present, all would be well, he reassured himself, though he found it somewhat peculiar and inquired. If I pose a question, will you answer mine? Is the Super Saiyan not on this planet? Upon hearing this, King Cold revealed a sinister smile. He too entertained the possibility, for otherwise, this Saiyan would not be so compliant. Vegeta, standing behind the others, felt his heart lurch as he gazed at the silent Bardock. Could this possibly be true? What do you think? Bardock feigned indifference, but to the eyes of Frieza and King Cold, his demeanor was nothing short of theatrical. Laughter erupted from Frieza and King Cold, their mirth echoing through the atmosphere above Planet Salad. Tension thickened, a palpable aura of malevolence enveloping the planet. The chilling presence emitted by King Cold and Frieza assailed every Saiyan, causing even the Larita clan on the ground to tremble in fear. Since the Super Saiyan is not here, you are in grave peril. With a curious glint in his eye, Frieza declared that he would not annihilate the Scions just yet. Rather, he intended to capture them, compelling the legendary Super Saiyan to reveal himself. However, the Scions were destined to endure considerable suffering. Upon uttering these words, Frieza erupted in a brilliant violet radiance. A terrifying aura surged forth from him, akin to a stampede of wild horses, crashing violently in all directions. 200,000 battle power. 530,000 battle power. Bardock furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the latest readings from the scouter, which fluctuated alarmingly. Yet, if Frieza's power were merely 530,000, Bardock believed he could contend with him. However, the readings continued to escalate. 1,000,000 battle power. 5,000,000 battle power. The entire planet of Saladra trembled. The latest scouter technology among the Scions could detect power levels of up to 50,000,000. Bardock gazed upon this horrifying data. It was beyond his capacity to confront. Indeed, the might Frieza had exhibited in his dreams was far from his ultimate strength. The power of the Frost Demons was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Frieza let out a deafening roar. An apocalyptic energy erupted from his being, with violet light radiating like the brilliance of a planetary explosion, piercing through the very fabric of space. Crackling sounds echoed as arcs of electricity materialized, incessantly flickering around Frieza. His muscles underwent a dramatic transformation, as if some potent force was stirring within him, causing veins to pulse visibly across his entire body. A tempest swept through the void, compelling all the Scions to instinctively retreat a step. Vegeta swallowed hard. Under such a terrifying presence, he found himself unable to maintain his footing. So this was the true extent of Frieza's power. As Frieza's roar intensified, his muscles shifted, expanding and contracting with a life of their own. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and the very space seemed to warp. A radiant light, reminiscent of a newborn sun, illuminated the skies above Saladra, even affecting the dark cosmos beyond. Bardock observed beads of sweat dotting Frieza's small visage, for he had transformed utterly. Witnessing this spectacle, King Cold murmured, "Has he attained his ultimate form?" Chapter 107. Frieza's severed arm. As the sibling of Cooler, Frieza was acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by his brother. Although he could not rival Cooler in innate talent, the staggering combat power of 470 million was enough to instill terror in anyone. The fact that such a powerful Cooler had fallen to the hands of a Super Saiyan made Frieza realize that his opponent was no ordinary foe. He speculated that the Super Saiyan was likely not on this planet, yet he pondered whether this was merely a ruse by the enemy. Consequently, Frieza transformed into his ultimate state right from the outset, achieving a combat power of 60 million. The suffocating aura instantly radiated outward. Bang! Bang! The scanners before the scions erupted in a series of explosions. Clearly, Frieza's combat prowess had surpassed the detection capabilities of the devices. Bardock was bewildered. He had no knowledge of the combat power of the Super Scions or that of the Frost Demons, with his own power barely exceeding 1.5 million. He presumed these foes possessed combat power of no more than 10 million. To his astonishment, Frieza's power once again shattered the limits of the scanners. Such terror, unlike Bardock, who was taken aback by the explosions of the enemy scanners, Frieza was somewhat surprised by the advanced technological level of his opponents. However, after this battle, all would turn to dust, and he was not overly concerned. Prepare yourselves, Scion monkeys. Transformed into his ultimate state, Frieza became a purple arrow of light, traversing the boundless void. Bardock, sir. Bardock, sir. Frieza's actions caused a subtle shift in the formation of the Scions. Undoubtedly, Frieza was the most terrifying entity they had ever encountered. Yet, despite this, the Scions' thirst for battle remained insatiable. Many years prior, they had fled from the planet Vegeta. But now they no longer wished to evade. They yearned for conflict. However, without a word from their highest leader present, their eagerness bore no fruit. Stand back. Let me handle this. Upon witnessing Frieza's advance, Bardock's expression fell instantly. Damn it. The young Kakarot has yet to return. Nevertheless, we must press on. A fierce roar erupted from Bardock's lips as he clenched his fists, the muscles on his body swelling instantaneously, the prominent veins etched upon his skin. An unparalleled force surged within Bardock, and the sky was instantly engulfed by howling winds. In his confrontation with Frieza, Bardock's aura was evidently diminished, akin to an ant challenging an elephant. Is this truly the extent of Bardock's power? Behind him, Vegeta struggled to maintain his stance, his gaze fixed intently on Bardock as he murmured, although formidable, he pales in comparison to Frieza. He could sense the vast disparity between the two fighters. If the so-called Super Saiyan failed to appear, all Scions present would undoubtedly perish at Frieza's hands. In the void, two figures clashed rapidly. Boom. A kaleidoscope of battle remnants scattered in every direction. The disparity in combat power became evident in an instant as Bardock painfully spewed a spray of crimson mist. With a single blow, Bardock was grievously wounded, reminiscent of Vegeta's encounter with Chris. In the face of absolute strength, Bardock's feeble power was merely an insect attempting to halt a moving vehicle, utterly foolish. How infuriating. Witnessing Bardock's condition, the Scions erupted in furious shouts. Vegeta too clenched his fists, his fingers turning white with tension. He acknowledged that the sight of such extraordinary combat prowess among the Scions filled him with an overwhelming sense of inequity. Why had these lower-class warriors grown so formidable? He, a noble Scion prince, found himself outmatched by these lesser fighters. Vegeta could not comprehend. Yet, despite everything, these Scions were his kin. And now oppressed by Frieza in such a manner, he felt a suffocating frustration for his inability to aid his people as their prince. Frieza's talent was undeniable, albeit he was rather lackadaisical. In stark contrast to Vegeta's turmoil, King Cold observed the battle ahead with a self-satisfied smile. Forward, he taunted. If your Super Saiyan does not emerge soon, you shall face death. Frieza waved the fist that had just struck Bardock, a wicked grin spreading across his face. I hope you are still able to smile later. Bardock spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, coldly retorting. It was evident to outsiders the chasm between him and Frieza, and Bardock was acutely aware of it as well. However, he sensed that Frieza appeared to be intentionally holding back. Was he using his life to threaten Kakarot? Upon further reflection, Bardock grasped the crucial element of the situation. Sharp-tongued. Frieza's cherubic face instantly grew frosty, Bardock's words having reignited his fury. Die. The winds roared and clouds surged, as a purple radiance painted the sky like a canvas. Frieza was the source of this luminescence, delivering a punch infused with energy towards Bardock. This seemingly unremarkable attack concealed a profound peril, one Bardock sensed instinctively. He felt that if struck, he would find no refuge in death. If only he had refrained from mocking him, Bardock thought with a bitter smile. Now, he could only evade the oncoming danger. However, the enraged tyrant showed no signs of mercy, considering that a multitude of Scions lingered at a distance. One less would hardly matter. Frieza's singular desire was to obliterate Bardock. At that moment, time itself appeared to stand still. Before Bardock could react, Frieza materialized merely 2 meters away. The fierce energy stirred the very essence of the earth, and a chilling aura seeped into Bardock's core, causing him to tremble involuntarily. It was over. Bardock's pupils constricted sharply. Yet, suddenly, the tranquil void rippled as three figures abruptly emerged between Frieza and Bardock. Among them was a stunning woman clad in ancient Egyptian attire, who extended her delicate hand and gently tapped Frieza's fist. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed through the heavens. To Vegeta's ears, it was an eerily familiar noise, reminiscent of his recent injury. Clearly, Frieza's hand had fractured into several pieces. Indeed, a howl of agony erupted from Frieza's lips. To the casual observer, his right hand appeared unscathed, but he knew the truth. Not only had the bones in his fingers shattered, but the entirety of his arm structure lay in ruin. Frieza, King Cold, was utterly astonished. From where had these three figures appeared? Their speed sent chills down his spine. Could this be the fabled Super Saiyan? In such dire circumstances, King Cold bellowed, "Frieza, retreat." Frieza had never before endured such a devastating blow. Pain etched across his visage. He heeded his father's command and dared not linger. With his weakened right hand, he hastily returned to King Cold's side. Chapter 108. The transformation of Casso. The series of transformations in the void ignited cheers among the distant scions. Lord Casso and the others have returned, they exclaimed. How fortunate they made it back in time. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta pondered. The name heralded by their cheers struck a familiar chord within him. The rescued Bardock's eyes widened in disbelief. If he was not mistaken, the one who saved him was Osbier. When had she become so formidable? Could it be that she too was a Super Saiyan? A series of speculations arose in Bardock's mind. Nevertheless, what truly mattered was that little Biddy had become remarkably powerful. With the formidable presence of Casso and Osbier, it would be a challenge for the Scions not to rise to greatness. Reflecting on this, a flush of crimson illuminated Bardock's otherwise ashen cheeks, filling him with exhilaration. In stark contrast, Frieza clenched his teeth, the excruciating pain in his arm causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. He returned to the side of King Cold, relieved that the latter had refrained from pursuing him further. However, had it not been for the sudden appearance of that woman, he would have undoubtedly vanquished the Scion who had provoked him. Infuriating, Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, his small face contorted in a sinister expression that radiated an eerie chill. Yet, upon scrutinizing the woman, he felt an unsettling familiarity with her attire. Similarly, King Cold experienced a strange sense of recognition upon seeing the woman's clothing. Who are you? King Cold's voice finally revealed a hint of change, tinged with caution and unease. They had come to eliminate the Super Saiyan and annihilate the Saiyan race entirely. However, the unexpected appearance of these three had disrupted the plans of King Cold and his son. You truly have arrived. Casso released the hands of the two women, floating before Frieza, and spoke coldly. When Kakarot initially acquiesced to Bardock's decision, he foresaw the arrival of this day. He understood that the Frost clan and the Saiyan race were inherently adversaries, even though Frieza was notoriously indolent. The demise of Cooler would undoubtedly elicit a response from the Frost clan. After all, the Frost clan was bolstered by the formidable presence of King Cold. Are you the Super Saiyan? Observing the young man who spoke, King Cold instinctively felt that he was indeed the Super Saiyan. His intuition proved to be correct. Casso glanced at King Cold, remaining silent. He appeared to be lost in thought, suspended in the void. In the realm of anime, Vegeta once proclaimed that King Cold's aura was tenfold that of Frieza, suggesting his combat power is approximately around 1.2 billion. According to the customs of the Frieza race, virtually every member possesses the ability to transform. In a previous life, many speculated that since Cooler could undergo 4 transformations, it is highly probable that King Cold could achieve the same, or perhaps even a 5th transformation. If this conjecture holds true, it is conceivable that King Cold's ultimate combat power could soar to 5 billion. Yet, one must ponder why he was so swiftly vanquished by future Trunks upon his appearance. Some speculate that his arrogance led him to believe that his base form was sufficient to confront Trunks, and before he could even transform, he was swiftly dispatched by Trunks. Casso remained oblivious to the true combat prowess of the Kurdish king. Turning back, he cast a glance at Osbier. As long as she was present, even the formidable Majin Buu would prove futile. Casso chuckled softly to himself. He paid no heed to the words of the Kurdish king, instead directing a smile towards Frieza. Frieza, do you remember me? Who are you? Frieza inquired, his raspy voice emerging with an edge of curiosity. Did you encounter anything amusing during your destruction of planet Vegeta? What do you mean? Frieza's gaze bore into Casso with intensity. Casso's words evoked memories of past grievances for him. Initially, while following Beerus's orders. He found the destruction of planet Vegeta to be rather smooth. However, he was unexpectedly confronted by a small child, who even dared to strike him. As the Emperor of the Universe, how had Frieza ever endured such an affront? The mere thought of it ignited his fury. A flash of insight crossed Frieza's mind, and he suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Are you not that insufferable little brat from back then?" His words rendered King Cold momentarily bewildered, and even the scions behind Casso displayed expressions of confusion. What did their conversation imply? Had he finally recollected the past? Casso raised an eyebrow and smiled, inquiring, "How did it feel when my fist struck your face all those years ago?" As his words echoed through the air, a wave of astonishment swept across the gathering. It turned out that Casso had indeed struck Frieza in his youth. The murmurs of the crowd reached Frieza's ears, causing his complexion to shift from pale to a deep hue of green. In that moment, the humiliated Frieza wished he could burrow into the ground. Who could have imagined that a cosmic emperor would experience such a day? It served him right. From a distance, Vegeta savored the spectacle of Frieza's discomposure, feeling an unexpected sense of satisfaction. How infuriating! Even with his right hand shattered, Frieza remained undeterred, overwhelmed by an irresistible urge to annihilate Casso. "Stay calm." Fortunately, King Cold intervened, preventing the Emperor from launching himself into the fray. Nonetheless, Frieza's gaze remained fixed on Casso, as this moment of humiliation marked the most profound disgrace he had ever endured since his birth. Casso continued to mock Frieza. Yet, in the distance among the crowd, there he was. Vegeta's eyes widened in an instant as he recognized the one deriding Frieza. It was none other than Casso, the one who had once been tormented by Nappa. Had he truly grown to this level? Vegeta clenched his fists, his gaze filled with bitterness. On this day, he experienced a stimulus unlike any he had encountered before. Meanwhile, returning to Frieza, King Cold coldly declared, "If you surrender that Super Saiyan, our Frost Demon race shall spare your entire Saiyan lineage." Perhaps there exists an inexplicable connection among the masters, aside from the enigmatic woman clad in ancient Egyptian attire. The other scions, including Casso, were all discernible to King Cold. He uttered these words out of respect for the mysterious woman. "Ha ha," Casso scoffed. The words of King Cold struck him as absurd. It was no small feat for a scion to produce a Super Saiyan. And that Super Saiyan was none other than himself. "Hand me over? You think you are worthy?" As Casso's words fell, a glimmer of golden light emanated from his entire being. The previously tranquil atmosphere instantly solidified. Centered around Casso, the air pressure surged dramatically, creating a crackling sound as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of shattering. A beam of golden light shot skyward, and the ferocious energy lashed against the faces of the onlookers. Unlike Frieza's recent transformation, Casso's unleashed energy appeared far more terrifying. This scene, witnessed by Vegeta, compelled him to swallow hard. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Chapter 109, Battle Against King Cold. A menacing current enveloped Casso, and the storm, sharp as a blade, stirred the tumultuous air pressure into further chaos. The ground trembled violently, and the entire planet of Salad was in a state of quaking, as if it were enduring a cataclysmic earthquake. Casso's hair shimmered between golden and ebony hues, while his jet black, profound eyes gradually transformed in color. The peculiarities of Casso were keenly observed by the scions present, their hearts profoundly shaken, for the legends passed down through their lineage were unfolding before their very eyes. Golden hair and azure eyes. Vegeta swallowed hard once more, only to find that his mouth had already run dry. As Vegeta's voice faded, Casso's aura reached its zenith. In an instant, the aura surrounding Casso shifted from a pale yellow to a resplendent gold. Gazing into his emerald, sinister eyes, one cannot help but feel an unsettling chill. It is commonly said that the Curtain King is the most enigmatic entity of the Frozen clan. Allow me to unveil your true nature. Upon transforming, Casso vanished from sight in an instant. Casso brushed past Frieza, maneuvering to position himself behind King Cold. He paid no heed to Frieza, who, in his current state, was unworthy even to carry his shoes, unless he were to transform into that golden Frieza. As he felt the currents of air swirling around him, Frieza's peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow darting by. Infuriating. Being so blatantly disregarded by Casso, Frieza clutched his right hand. For while he indeed harbored a fear of the Super Saiyan, the sheer dismissal stung his pride. Did the youth truly believe that transforming into a Super Saiyan would enable him to contend with me? A ripple of energy surged behind him as King Cold, without turning, unleashed a punch. The force generated a colossal wave, and the surrounding space echoed with cracking sounds, as though the very fabric of reality were on the verge of shattering. It was astonishing that even a casual strike from King Cold could provoke such an extraordinary phenomenon. Casso initially intended to launch an offensive, yet, confronted by the formidable onslaught of King Cold, he resolved to test the true might of his adversary. With his arms crossed over his chest, a formidable barrier of energy coalesced before him, embodying the struggle between attack and defense. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens, causing the very fabric of reality to dim. With unwavering resolve, Casso withstood King Cold's strike. The energy barrier before him shattered instantaneously, akin to a mirror crashing to the ground, splintered with cracks. In the next moment, the golden shield disintegrated into countless fragments, the force of the blow sending them spiraling into the air. In that fleeting instant, a tempest of power surged through Casso's arms, stirring a maelstrom within him. Unable to contain himself, he staggered backward 1,000 meters, ultimately expelling a mouthful of blood. This scene captured the attention of the scions, who could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. How could King Cold be so terrifying, overpowering even the legendary Super Scions? Nevertheless, Bardock and the others were not overly concerned about Casso's injuries. As long as he did not perish instantly, the presence of the mystical Senza beans ensured his recovery. Haha. In stark contrast to the anxious expressions of the Scions, Frieza bared his teeth and remarked, "Do you truly believe you can stand against my father? How foolish." To be candid, while King Cold's attack was delivered casually, Frieza was astonished that Casso could withstand it. He had witnessed Gula's challenge against King Cold, only to see him effortlessly defeated by a mere flick of the king's wrist. By that measure, Casso's strength surpassed Gula's. "Young man, would you consider joining my side?" King Cold turned, his interest piqued as he regarded Casso. It appeared that every member of the Frieza clan had an innate tendency to seek out exceptional talents upon encountering them. Regardless of the fact that this particular candidate had just slain his son, King Cold was unfazed. In response to the king's invitation, Casso remained silent. A battle power of 1 billion. Estimating roughly, Casso discerned that King Cold's combat prowess hovered around that impressive figure, not far from what Vegeta had spoken of in the animated series. He consumed a Senza bean, savoring its restorative properties as his internal wounds healed almost instantaneously. Indeed, the mightiest of the Frieza clan was undoubtedly King Cold. Casso was perplexed as to why the future Trunks could vanquish King Cold. Was it truly a moment of carelessness on King Cold's part? Receiving no response from Casso, King Cold's previously calm demeanor abruptly shifted to one of icy wrath, his fearsome visage instilling dread. "Then meet your demise," he thundered, vanishing from sight. In an instant, the void transformed into darkness, and a colossal hand, shrouded in mist, descended from the heavens. The once tranquil sky was suddenly thrown into chaos. There was no escaping it, as Casso has just recovered from his injuries. He finds himself ensnared by the colossal black hand of King Cold, faced with a serious strike from a master boasting a combat power of 1 billion. Casso could evade the blow, yet the planet Sharada behind him was not so fortunate. Moreover, Casso had yet to reach his limits. He yearned to discover the true extent of his capabilities. Thus, with a resounding exclamation, a torrent of power erupted from within him, akin to the yellow river breaching its banks. A brilliant golden light soared into the heavens, confronting the immense black hand. Boom! The two forces collided, producing a sound reminiscent of a planetary explosion. The violent clash created a vacuum in the sky, as the relentless winds eroded the boundless void. Amidst this apocalyptic spectacle, peculiar ripples of spatial distortion manifested. Observing the enormous black hand pressing down relentlessly, one could only think, even a Super Saiyan pales in comparison. King Cold, with a sinister grin, chuckled softly. He had anticipated the formidable prowess of the golden-haired Super Saiyan that had once instilled fear in his ancestors. Alas, Casso unleashed the power within him with reckless abandon, yet this meager strength stirred not a ripple before the colossal hand. Crack! Casso raised his hand skyward, the sound of bones grinding echoing in the air. An excruciating pain relentlessly tormented him through the nerves in his hands. How infuriating! The distinction between 600 million and 1 billion in combat power may seem minimal at first glance, yet in the realm of skilled combatants, even the slightest factor can sway the outcome of a battle, not to mention the staggering 400 million disparity in their strengths. Faced with an unreserved strike from King Kurd, beads of cold sweat trickled down Casso's forehead. I refuse to believe it. A furious roar erupted from Casso's lips. Having arrived in this long-desired world, reaching the pinnacle of the universe had become his ambition, How could he possibly be defeated by a mere King Kurd? Casso was unwilling to accept his fate. Blood veined his eyes, and in that moment, he found himself engulfed in emptiness, as if the colossal black hand above him were merely an illusion. He shut his eyes, then suddenly opened them. An inexplicable force surged within Casso, exemplifying the Scion's innate ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity. Chapter 110, The Ultimate State of King Cooled. The immense black hand that had descended abruptly ascended once more. Two streams of energy, each a different hue, collided in the void. The terrifying shockwave sent scions in the distance hurtling back several kilometers, and even Bardock was not surprised. Only Frieza, Osbier, and Bulma remained unaffected, with Bulma shielded by Osbier's protection. Impossible. King Cooled's eyes widened in disbelief. The opponent's strength had seemed so limited. How could he suddenly manifest such overwhelming power? Not only was King Cooled astonished, but even Frieza, from afar, was taken aback. Had the opponent not yet exerted his full strength? Was this his true power? Casso's forehead throbbed with visible veins, his golden hair rising defiantly in the blazing aura. In that moment, his inner resentment and fury transformed into a conduit of power. Under the influence of his emotions, an inexplicable heat radiated from his spine, unleashing boundless energy. The golden beam abruptly expanded into a colossal pillar of light, 10 meters in diameter, while the giant hand conjured by King Kurd shrank dramatically. This is bad. King Kurd gritted his teeth, but in his current state, his combat prowess had long been exhausted, leaving him with no energy to muster. With a crash, he was engulfed by an ocean of energy, silencing his cries. Boom. The sky erupted in a violent explosion, the epicenter bursting forth with a dazzling radiance, akin to a divine maiden scattering flowers, transforming into an endless cascade of blinding light that rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. Impossible! Frieza gasped in disbelief. The scene before him was unfathomable. In Frieza's understanding, aside from the legendary Beerus and Majin Buu, his father was the most formidable being in the universe. Yet now, he was vanquished by a Scion monkey. Could it be that the Super Saiyan truly was the nemesis of the Frost Demons? Lord Bardock, Lord Casso has triumphed. The Scions erupted in ecstatic shouts upon witnessing King Kurd submerged in Casso's energy. Incredible! Vegeta exclaimed, realizing that this was the essence of a Super Scion's might. In this moment, a seed of power was sown in Vegeta's heart, one that awaited its time to blossom, as he believed that he too would one day transform into a Super Saiyan. Sister Beulah, look quickly. Casso has won. Bulma clenched her small fists, her voice brimming with excitement, daring to cheer only after Casso's victory was assured. Having never left Earth, she had come to Planet Salad with Casso expecting a pleasant adventure, only to witness a breathtaking battle. She had once thought that flying was impressive, but she never imagined such terrifying beings existed. However, upon seeing Casso in his golden-haired, blue-eyed form, her heart raced uncontrollably. She had never encountered such a handsome man, and he was the one she had chosen. All right. Osbier tightly embraced Bulma, preventing her from jumping around. Osbier understood that the battle was merely beginning. It would not conclude so swiftly. Gazing upon the overwhelmed Kurdish king, Casso was nearly exhausted to the point of collapse. With trembling hands, he retrieved a magical bean from his pocket and placed it into his mouth. As he swallowed the bean, a surge of pure vitality rapidly unfurled in his throat. The shattered bones in his hands swiftly mended, and his drained strength was entirely restored. The Scions are a race born for combat. They grow stronger in the face of adversity, and after grand battles, their power typically experiences varying degrees of augmentation. Now, Casso could sense that the energy within him had intensified by more than double. In terms of combat power, he had reached approximately 1.3 billion. Casso clenched his fist. The sheer power always captivating, which explains why characters like Vegeta and Goku in anime are so fixated on strength. Yet, Casso remained resolutely focused on the smoky haze ahead. Just as Osbier had surmised, Casso too believed that King Cooled would not perish so easily. Let us not forget that every member of the Frozen clan possesses the ability to transform. It was inconceivable to Casso that King Cooled would not undergo such a metamorphosis. Indeed, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted from the smoke, the ensuing whirlwind dispersing the haze in an instant. Surrounding King Cooled, a radiant purple light burst forth, obscuring all visibility of the events within. Boom, boom. Planet Salad trembled, and nearby celestial bodies quaked in response. The stars appeared to be affected by an unparalleled disturbance, resonating with terrifying vibrations. The apocalypse? The annihilation of the stars? Such a scene filled Casso with concern for Planet Salad's safety. It seemed imperative to seek out the Dragon Balls, to beseech the Eternal Dragon for a fortification of Planet Salad's resilience. Amidst these thoughts, Casso vanished into the void. He would not allow King Cool to safely unlock his transformation. Even if he could not prevent it, he would exert every effort to disrupt the adversary's process. As the saying goes, it is better to strike first than to wait for the opponent to initiate the attack. Boom, boom. Within the violet radiance, two figures swiftly entwined, their terrifying clash causing Planet Salad to tremble even more violently. The Lolita clan within Planet Salad gazed intently at the bright light in the sky, aware that only when Casso vanquished King Cool would their planet be safe. Above, countless silhouettes filled the horizon, as if time itself had frozen, each figure suspended in stillness. Yet, in an instant, thousands of purple shadows surged toward the golden figure. Boom, boom. Apart from Osbier, no one else could discern the movements of King Cool and Casso. Sister Bibi, how is Casso faring? Bulma inquired anxiously. She had believed Casso had triumphed, only to witness that grotesque figure unleash an even greater energy. Thankful for her sister Bibi's protection. Otherwise, Bulma would have been utterly terrified. My brother's situation is dire, Osbier responded with an unsettling calmness, her words contrasting sharply with the gravity of the situation. If Casso was indeed in such peril, why did she maintain such a serene demeanor? Was there truly no concern? Bulma found this perplexing but turned her gaze back in search of Casso's silhouette. In the distance, faced with a diminutive figure, Casso was caught off guard, and a punch struck him squarely in the abdomen. Pff. Casso could feel his insides erupting in an agonizing turmoil, the excruciating pain causing his cheeks to contort in distress. Is it a peculiar penchant of the Frost clan to assault one's abdomen? This marks the second occasion Casso has endured such a blow to his stomach from them. Retreat. Enduring excruciating pain, Casso staggered backward, spitting blood. After retreating several kilometers, he swiftly consumed a senzu bean, allowing his injuries to heal once more. This marked the third senzu bean he had ingested during his battle with King Cool. With his wounds mended, Casso fixed his gaze ahead. Before him loomed a diminutive figure with a round head, emerging from the void. It bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's ultimate form, though the protrusions on its body had become unusually smooth, and its skin was a blend of purple and white. However, in contrast to Frieza's ultimate state, King Cool had become even more diminutive in stature. Chapter 111. Osbier strikes. This small figure emanated an exceedingly formidable aura, as if a demon from an endless abyss was exhaling, instilling a chilling dread within, rendering one immobile. The ancestors were indeed correct. The scions are the sworn enemies of our Frost Demon clan, and it is high time we eradicate them. King Cool spoke with a cold, raspy voice, asserting that it was not too late. In their confrontation, he discerned that Casso was merely marginally stronger than Gula. However, given Gula's prowess, even if he could not triumph, escape would be within reach. This perplexed King Cool greatly. Moreover, this Super Saiyan, who had endured numerous injuries at his hands, wounds that should have been fatal, managed to survive. A feat only a resilient race like the Frost Demons could accomplish. Yet, timely treatment was essential for survival. Why could he recover so instantaneously? Are you certain you can slay me? Casso inquired with a smile. King Cool narrowed his eyes, astonished that Casso could utter such words. Did he truly not comprehend the disparity between them? Was his confidence solely derived from his ability to heal rapidly? King Cool clenched his fist and replied icily. While I am unaware of how you can heal so swiftly, what if I were to utterly obliterate you? He found it impossible to believe that Casso could reform from mere dust. No, no, no. Casso waved his hand dismissively. He offered little explanation, for soon the Kurdish king would comprehend the source of his confidence. Humph. Simply witnessing my current state should be a source of pride for you. The Kurdish king snorted softly. This was indeed his ultimate form, boasting an astounding battle power of 30 billion. Unlike the other mutated beings of the Frost clan, he could only transform twice to attain this pinnacle state. Kazuo once speculated that the Kurdish king could transform more than 4 times, but he was mistaken. At that moment, a dazzling, iridescent purple light emanated from the Kurdish king, its enchanting hue reminiscent of a purple rose, beautiful yet perilous. Suddenly, the amethyst-like radiance surged skyward, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming energy. The very heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Casso swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming chill envelop him, as if his very soul quivered in that instant. The Iceborn seemed to possess a peculiar trait. The more rotund their physique, the greater their combat prowess. Casso was unaware of how many transformations the King of Kurds could unlock, nor could he gauge his fighting prowess. Yet he sensed that the king was likely in his ultimate state. As the king's energy surged, the brilliance of the purple crystal intensified. The very fabric of space trembled. And a tempest roared. Concentric ripples emerged around the violet radiance, akin to a tumultuous sea relentlessly crashing against the shore. An energy sphere, a kilometer in diameter, materialized in the king's grasp. With a crackle, the sound of space being torn apart echoed, a testament to the compression of the purple energy. This ferocious power swept across the planet of Sharada, causing the sky's magnetic field to become chaotically disordered, resembling a tangled coil, with the atmospheric pressure reaching terrifying levels. Witnessing this spectacle, the scions hastily retreated to the ground, fearing that any delay in their withdrawal could spell their demise amidst the heavens. Is it over? Can Lord Casso endure? Under the onslaught of the raging energy, doubt crept into the hearts of the scions regarding Casso's ability to withstand the King of Kurds. It was not surprising that they harbored such thoughts. Even Bardock shared similar doubts. However, considering that Casso had the audacity to lead the scions back into the cosmos, he must have thoroughly contemplated the situation. Surely, he had accounted for the circumstances at hand. May you perish alongside those scions below, bellowed the King of Kurds, as he forcefully thrust his hands forward. The energy sphere, imbued with a sense of annihilation, was instantly propelled forth, leaving nothing in its wake that could impede its path. Not even the air itself was spared from its voracious consumption. Casso's breath hitched as he turned to glance behind him. Should he escape, the planet Shalata would undoubtedly be obliterated. He examined his hands, and then looked ahead at the colossal energy sphere hurtling towards him. Just as Bardock and the others had surmised, Casso's current strength was utterly insufficient to withstand the full might of King Kuld. As the energy sphere drew ever closer, it was poised to strike Casso directly. Ha! In the distance, Frieza finally erupted in laughter, aware that King Kuld would transform, though he had never witnessed it before. He doubted that Casso could elude the fully unleashed King Kuld. Was there truly no way out? Gazing at the impending energy sphere, Casso sighed and helplessly called out. Shall be I, save me. Unable to fight back, was he not allowed to call for help? Casso was well versed in relying on others. As Casso's voice echoed, the enchanting purple energy sphere abruptly halted, and the raging winds stilled in an instant. Time seemed to pause. At that moment, two striking figures materialized beside Casso. Osbier embraced Bulma and extended a slender finger towards the energy sphere, softly intoning destruction. A deeper-hued purple grain merged into the energy sphere. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of energy annihilating filled the air. The energy sphere, with a diameter of 1,000 meters, instantaneously transformed into specks of starlight, fluttering like petals scattered across the void. Time resumed its normal flow. The chaotic atmospheric pressure gradually calmed, and the tempest subsided into a gentle breeze. What? The diminutive King Kuld was filled with terror. Bewildered, he witnessed his full-force attack inexplicably vanish. What on earth? Frieza wore a similar expression of disbelief. A tempest of emotions surged within him. His father in ultimate form had his full power thwarted? Father, it must be that enigmatic woman. Frieza pointed at Osbier, recalling Casso's cry, followed by the appearance of the two women, and then the energy sphere's disappearance. There was no way this could not be the handiwork of that woman in ancient attire. Frieza would not be swayed otherwise. King Kuld returned to Frieza's side. Standing beside Frieza, the small King Kuld resembled Frieza's son, yet he too recognized the mysterious woman's influence. He gazed at Osbier's attire, finding it increasingly familiar. Meanwhile, a gentle breeze caressed Casso's face as he embraced the two beauties. He had narrowly escaped death, grateful that Xiao Bii had come to his rescue. Casso gently caressed Osbier's cheek. Once, she had vowed to protect him, and now she had truly fulfilled that promise. Sister Xiao Bii, was this your doing? Bulma leaned against Casso, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. She had thought Casso was impressive, but little did she know that her sister, Little Bayer, was even more formidable. The thought that Casso could bully her, and she could seek solace from Little Bayer, filled Bulma with joy. Chapter 112. The Fear of King Kurder. What are you thinking? Why does your expression seem so peculiar? Osbier gently touched Bulma's small face before shifting her gaze to Casso. Her eyes sparkled with pride, after years of hard work. This was the moment she had long awaited. Once, Casso had shielded her, Now, it was her turn to protect him. The three floated in the air, sharing laughter and conversation. Below, an aura of devastation enveloped the entire planet of Salada. The scions believed they were doomed. Was this salvation? Casso was truly remarkable. Haha. Everyone thought Casso had obliterated that terrifying energy blast. Bardock blinked at the sky, his earlier worries dissipating. It turned out this young man was powerful beyond imagination. Indeed, every action he took had its purpose. With this thought, Bardock addressed the scions behind him. Return to your training. With Casso here, we shall be safe. Remember to train diligently. Since we have chosen to re-enter the universe, greater challenges await us. Only through personal strength can we overcome all obstacles. As Bardock's voice resonated among the crowd, the scions responded in unison, yes. Although the recent battle had been somewhat unclear to them, they were profoundly affected by Casso's prowess. The realization that super scions were incredibly terrifying filled them with newfound belief in their warrior race. If every scion could transform into a super scion, who in the universe could possibly stand against them? The scions were now ablaze with passion. Vegeta gazed intently at the sky, his eyes radiating an unprecedented light, filled with hope and yearning. One day, he too would transform into a super scion, perhaps even surpass Casso. After all, he was the noble prince of the scions. With the battle concluded, the sky grew tranquil, and the dissipating clouds began to reappear, in stark contrast to the three who reveled in laughter. King Kurter and his companion wore solemn expressions. They struggled to recall the origins of the ancient attire worn by that woman. A flash of insight struck Bardock. His voice trembling, "Father, do you think her clothing resembles that of Lord Beerus?" Upon speaking, Frieza involuntarily swallowed hard, recalling the portrait of Beerus that adorned the walls of the Kurd palace. He had encountered the god of destruction numerous times. If the formidable Beerus donned such attire, then the woman dressed similarly must possess an extraordinary background. It appeared almost identical. The Kurd king finally recollected the photographs within his palace, which were indeed indistinguishable from the garments worn by Beerus. Could it be that she was also a god of destruction? The more the Kurd king pondered, the more trepidation gripped him. In his heart, while he regarded the super scions with a degree of apprehension, beings like Beerus instilled a profound fear that penetrated to his very core. Alas, the Kurd king exchanged a glance with Frieza, both seemingly envisioning a scenario of devastation, emitting sounds of despair. "Father, what shall we do? What else can we do but apologize?" The diminutive Kurd king kicked Frieza, their stark height difference creating an amusing image reminiscent of a son reprimanding a father. Frieza, though seething with indignation, complied with the Kurd king's directive. There is a saying, better to provoke a super scion than to incite Beerus. They had contemplated fleeing, but the thought of confronting a potential god of destruction rendered escape utterly futile. Thus, they were left with no choice but to seek forgiveness in any possible manner. The two flew forth, straining to manipulate the muscles of their faces, attempting to muster smiles that would not appear too ghastly. Yet, regardless of their efforts, their smiles exuded an unsettling aura. "Excuse me, dear lady, might you be a god of destruction?" The Kurd king grimaced as he struggled to maintain a semblance of a smile. Meanwhile, Casso, who was engaged in playful antics, had already taken note of Frieza and the Kurd king's actions. However, with Osbier by his side, he observed their approach without a hint of alarm. So, they are aware of the god of destruction? Casso pondered within himself. He then recalled that Frieza seemed to act as a proxy for Beerus. It was indeed thanks to Frieza's destruction of planets that Beerus could slumber for such an extended period. Moreover, planet Vegeta had been obliterated at Beerus's behest. With this revelation, it became less surprising that Frieza was acquainted with the god of destruction. Upon hearing King Cold's inquiry, Osbier gently pinched Bulma's cheek, not turning her head as she stated, "I am not." In her eyes, King Cold and Frieza, two grotesque figures, could not possibly compare to Bulma's charm. Not. King Cold was momentarily taken aback by Osbier's words. He exchanged glances with Frieza, questioning whether this was indeed mere coincidence. If it was not, then there seemed to be no need for an apology. As they observed the three in front of them, their gazes began to turn icy, realizing they had been deceived. "Since it is not, you may go," King Cold began. But Osbier interjected coolly, "I am the candidate for the god of destruction." King Cold's voice faltered in astonishment. He had a thought he wished to express. "Could you refrain from toying with me? A candidate for the god of destruction is still a god of destruction." Frieza raised his left hand, which glimmered momentarily upon hearing her words, only to dissipate rapidly thereafter. Flustered, Frieza could only scratch his forehead, attempting to alleviate his embarrassment. Haha. Please continue your conversation. Do not mind me. Grotesque beings, what are your intentions? Osbier turned to regard Frieza and his companion with cold indifference, having witnessed their recent actions. King Cold had just wounded Casso, a matter that lingered in her mind. However, since Casso did not signal for her to intervene, she refrained from eliminating King Cold herself. And no, the diminutive King Cold felt a tinge of embarrassment. Had anyone dared to address him in such a manner before, they would have been annihilated countless times over. Yet, given that the other party was a candidate for the God of Destruction, King Cold sincerely remarked, "We were unaware of your esteemed status as the candidate for the God of Destruction. We hope you can forgive our earlier indiscretions." With that, both bowed deeply, forming a perfect 90-degree angle. In their minds, the candidate for the God of Destruction was akin to a disciple of the God of Destruction, who would eventually assume the role. Although King Cold believed the candidate may not possess overwhelming power, he assessed that Osbier could withstand one of his strikes, suggesting their strengths were likely comparable. Nonetheless, having offended Osbier, should she ascend to the position of God of Destruction in the future and seek vengeance, they would have no means of escape. Furthermore, they dared not eliminate Osbier, as she had the formidable Beerus backing her. To harm her would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 113. King Cold confronts Osbier. Your attitude just now was not so. Casso gazed playfully at the two bending down, letting out a derisive chuckle. The King of Curd broke into a cold sweat, wiping the beads of perspiration from his brow. He lifted his head and cast a warning glance at Casso, his tone laced with admonishment. You wretched fool. Do you think you have a voice in the presence of a candidate for the Destroyer? Indeed, silence your foul mouth. Frieza's voice rang coldly. Were it not for the intervention of that enigmatic woman who saved Casso, he would have long since met his demise. And there would have been no need for such futile dialogue. Apologize to my brother. Osbier's voice suddenly turned chillingly frigid, evoking the sensation of stepping into the eternal frost of the northern mountains, causing shivers to race down one's spine. Ah, is this your brother? The King of Curd and his companion stood dumbfounded. If that were the case, it would mean this candidate for the Destroyer belonged to the Scion lineage. When did the Scions acquire such a formidable background? A candidate for the Destroyer is but a disciple of the Destroyer. Why then did Beerus allow Frieza to obliterate his disciple Vegeta's planet? The two were left perplexed. However, the demand for an apology from Osbier filled the King of Curd with immense humiliation. He straightened his posture, fixating his icy gaze on Osbier, his expression notably devoid of warmth. Observing his father's demeanor, Frieza felt an unsettling twitch in his heart. According to his understanding of the King of Curd, such a countenance signaled the onset of murderous intent. Indeed, the temperature around them plummeted abruptly, an aura of death permeating the very void, the chilling ambience causing the moisture suspended in the air to crystallize instantly. Father, no. Frieza quickly lifted his head, desperate to intervene. The King of Curd's expression ignited a flicker of speculation within Frieza. The king might presume that Osbier was merely a candidate for the Destroyer, her prowess far inferior to that of Beerus, at best on par with his own. But was that truly the case? As the proxy for the Destroyer, Frieza possessed a profound understanding of their power. The mastery with which they wielded destructive energy was unparalleled, with nothing in existence capable of withstanding it. If he was not mistaken, the energy Osbier had just concentrated was none other than that indomitable destructive force. Even if that energy was minuscule, no larger than a bead. Should it strike a human body, it would surely result in utter annihilation. Yet, before Frieza could intervene, the King of Curd vanished from sight. Casso, through his sensitivity to the essence of energy, sensed the moment the power within the Kurdish king began to stir, indicating that action was imminent. Yet, does the Kurdish king truly remain oblivious to the formidable strength of destructive energy? Casso cast a glance at Frieza, intent on concealing the expression of the King of Cold from his sight. Indeed, Frieza was acutely aware of the destructive energy's potency, yet it was truly lamentable to have such a disappointing father. Meanwhile, the frigid atmosphere suddenly transformed into a searing heat, akin to water boiling furiously in a pot. You dare to point fingers at me even before you have ascended to the status of a god of destruction? The King of Cold materialized behind Osbier, speaking coldly. Allow me to discipline you on behalf of Lord Beerus. A flicker of violet light shimmered in his hand, the formidable force causing the very fabric of space to quiver. The stray electrons were drawn towards him, coalescing into arcs of electricity that crackled ominously. As the energy sphere expanded to a diameter of 100 meters, the King of Cold thrust it forward with great force. This maneuver bore a striking resemblance to his previous attack on Casso. However, the same technique met with an identical rebuttal. Osbier turned her head, raising a finger and coolly declaring, "Destruction." The radiant violet energy surged towards the 100-meter energy sphere, akin to ice meeting molten iron, causing the King of Cold's assault to dissolve in an instant. "Fool, do you truly believe that this is all I am capable of?" The King of Cold sneered. Osbier had previously withstood his full-force strike. Employing the same strategy again would likely yield no results. Only by employing an unexpected tactic could one hope to overcome an opponent of comparable strength. With a vigorous sweep of his other hand, the King of Cold launched a violet energy sphere with a diameter of 1 kilometer towards Osbier. The trembling sphere pulsated like a heartbeat, and as it soared through the air, it created a vacuum tunnel in its wake. During its flight, the colossal energy sphere suddenly gleamed, splitting into two under a cascade of white luminescence. This division did not diminish its energy. Rather, it unleashed an even more formidable pressure. The ground of the planet Salada was rent open by this terrifying force, forming a vast chasm that resembled an endless abyss. "This will teach you a lesson." The King of Cold, having expended considerable stamina to conjure such a powerful energy sphere, bent over, gasping for breath. His gaze was fixed intently on Osbier's position. However, he did not believe this attack would claim her life, given her status as a candidate for the god of destruction. Nevertheless, he was confident that it would inflict significant damage upon her. As the two colossal energy spheres hurtled closer, their searing heat washed over Osbier's face, yet she remained expressionless, as if unfazed by the impending threat. However, in the next scene, both the Kurdish king and Casso stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. Osbier's delicate, fair hand clenched into a fist, forcefully striking the two incoming energy orbs. With a thunderous roar, fragments of energy scattered in all directions, the resounding noise echoing across the sky. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Casso gained a deeper understanding of the prowess of the young girl. He was astonished that she could shatter King Cool's full-force attack without relying on destructive energy. However, as he observed the rapidly descending shards of energy, panic surged within him. Despite their seemingly insignificant power, should even one of these fragments strike the ground, it could obliterate the entire planet of Sharada. "Shao, quickly halt the descent of the energy shards." Casso bellowed at Osbier, vanishing from his original position in an instant. "Haha." King Cool laughed heartily. Osbier's fierce display had genuinely startled him. Given her strength, King Cool recognized that she had surpassed him. Yet, seeing Casso, the Super Saiyan, display a look of distress brought him immense satisfaction. Thousands of energy fragments plummeted rapidly, and Casso, in a state of urgency, positioned himself before one of the shards. Just as he was about to obliterate it, the falling energy fragment transformed into specks of luminescence, gradually dissipating into the void. This left not only Casso dumbfounded, but also left King Cool and Frieza on the brink of astonishment. Chapter 114, The Appearance of Whis. Aside from Whis, no one knew how Osbier had fared over the years. With a single punch, she had used sheer strength to pierce through King Cool's energy blast, dismantling its offensive momentum from within. The energy fragment that Casso had just encountered was merely the lingering shadow of its former self. King Cool extended a trembling finger towards Osbier, utterly astonished by her terrifying presence. It was no wonder she had ascended to the status of a potential destroyer. King Cool belatedly realized how naive his previous thoughts had been, truly believing that apart from Beerus and Majin Buu, no one could rival him. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated within King Cool's abdomen. He glanced down, only to discover, unbeknownst to him, a delicate, pale hand pressed firmly against his stomach. Agonizing pain surged through his nervous system, radiating throughout his entire being. It was as if his insides had been irreparably damaged. The sole thought that occupied King Cool's mind was that singular word, ruined. With a painful gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Casting a glance at Casso, and then at the formidable woman before him, he pondered whether she was avenging that Super Saiyan. Taking a step back, he covered his abdomen with his hand and coughed up another spurt of blood. Just moments ago, he had dealt such punishment to Casso, yet now the tides had turned. "Father." Upon witnessing this scene, Frieza let out a thunderous roar. The sight of Frieza astonished Casso. When had the tyrant become so human? After a moment of contemplation, Casso began to comprehend the underlying truth. With King Cool's downfall, Frieza would undoubtedly be next. His concern was not for his father, but rather the fear of losing his protector and the dread of being unable to escape Planet Salad. Casso glanced at Frieza. And indeed, the tyrant remained devoid of humanity. Frieza, flee! King Cold bellowed with great effort. Although the Frost Demon race possessed remarkably resilient vitality, he could still feel the essence of life within him gradually ebbing away without his vital organs. With Gula fallen, he too was doomed. Only Frieza remained of the Frost Demons. King Cold was uncertain whether Frieza could escape the clutches of Osbier, so he urged him to flee swiftly. In his final moments, King Cold, a member of the Frost Demon lineage, appeared to experience a flicker of emotion. How infuriating! Frieza seethed, his eyes ablaze. He had not genuinely cared for King Cold's safety. As Casso surmised, Frieza was merely fearful of losing his support, rendering his escape impossible. Upon hearing King Cold's voice, Frieza understood that he had to seize the opportunity to escape while the prospective destroyer was unaware of his presence. Transforming into a bolt of purple lightning, Frieza exerted every ounce of his strength to enhance his speed of escape. Brother, shall we eliminate him? Osbier disregarded the gravely injured King Cold and instantaneously teleported to Casso's side. Kakarot held Bulma close, squinting his eyes as he gazed upon Frieza, soaring beyond the cosmos. Allow me to take charge. Casso smiled gently, entrusting Bulma's care to Osbier, while he brought his hands together at his lower back. A sphere of white energy radiated from his palms. Just as Casso was about to launch his attack, a beam of divine light descended from the heavens. Before the trio stood a tall figure wielding a staff. It was Whis. Casso was momentarily taken aback. In the brief span of his distraction, Frieza had already vanished into the cosmos. Whence do you come, Whis? Asked Osbier, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor, puzzled by Whis's sudden arrival. Sister Bulma, who is he? Bulma inquired, pointing towards Whis. She had anticipated Casso's impending confrontation with Frieza, only to be interrupted by the unexpected presence of this individual, allowing Frieza to escape. He is my master. Osbier released Bulma, allowing her to float freely in the void. She had only embraced her to protect her moments prior. Bulma covered her rosy lips, realizing that this person was indeed Sister Osbier's master. Osbier, can't you express a bit of joy upon seeing me? Whis remarked with a faint smile. He could sense the remnants of a recent battle in the chaotic atmosphere surrounding them, along with traces of destruction lingering in the void. Whis observed Osbier with a hint of amusement, surprised that she had resorted to combat. You still haven't explained your purpose for being here. Osbier replied with an impassive expression. Casso remained silent, floating nearby and quietly listening, intrigued by Whis's presence in this place. I simply missed you. Whis coughed lightly before continuing. I also came to seek some delectable food. As soon as the topic of food arose, Whis began to passionately recount how, over the years, he had tirelessly instructed Osbier, leaving him no time to search for sustenance. Now that Osbier had mastered the energy of destruction, he finally had a moment to spare. Did I not leave you half a warehouse of instant noodles? Osbier covered her face, feeling somewhat exasperated by Whis's character. Half a warehouse? You barely left a tenth. Upon mentioning this, Whis resumed his incessant chatter. When Osbier entered the realm of destruction, she had anticipated a lengthy absence, thus providing Whis with what she claimed was half a warehouse of instant noodles. In reality, less than a tenth had made its way to Whis. He was truly exasperated. Hearing Whis's words, Osbier's cheeks flushed. Those instant noodles were a gift from her brother Casso. How could she bear to part with so many for Whis? Giving him even a tenth was generous. Ha! Casso and Bulma, standing nearby, burst into laughter. It was a rare sight to witness Osbier displaying such expressions. Whis, would you care to visit Earth? Casso finally spoke. Absolutely. Whis's eyes sparkled with excitement, as the flavors of the street food from his past lingered vividly in his memory. Were it not for his commitment to teaching Osbier, he would have secretly ventured to Earth long ago to indulge in that delightful street food once more. Upon this thought, Whis cast a displeased glance at Osbier. Why are you staring at me like that? Osbier was momentarily taken aback, as if she owed him several packets of instant noodles. Cassor, when shall we journey to Earth? Whis disregarded Osbier's inquiry, his mind solely fixated on the prospect of indulging in delectable cuisine on Earth. Let me deal with that fellow first. Casso gestured towards the Kurdish king on the other side of the void. Casso was not particularly concerned about Frieza's escape. If he wished to eliminate Frieza, he could easily locate him. For now, it was prudent to deal with King Cold first. The Frost Demons? Following the direction indicated by Casso, Whis squinted his eyes upon spotting King Cold. When Beerus had commanded Frieza to obliterate planet Vegeta, Weiss had been present. Now, were the scions seeking vengeance against the frost demons? Chapter 115. Indulging in delicacies. Casso gently drifted towards the Kurdish king as a fierce wind suddenly swept through the sky. Casso emanated an overwhelming aura. As he gradually approached King Kurd, the golden radiance surrounding him intensified. From the ground, he resembled a nascent sun, casting boundless brilliance. No, please. The excruciating pain within King Kurd contorted his round face, his voice faltering intermittently. With a gasp, he spat out another mouthful of blood. If it were just Casso, he might have managed to escape the planet Sharada. Yet Osbier was also watching, leaving King Kurd utterly helpless. Buzz. The space trembled. A mesmerizing wave of golden light materialized in Casso's hand, and with a delicate flick of his wrist, the golden shockwave transformed into a celestial dragon, soaring toward King Kurd with a fierce roar. No. The golden shockwave loomed larger in King Kurd's eyes as he desperately sought to flee. Yet, at that moment, boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the sky, smoke billowing forth. When the gentle breeze finally passed, King Kurd had vanished without a trace, leaving only a wisp of dust to accompany the wind. Casso exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Kurdish king was severely wounded. Otherwise, even with his utmost effort, he would have been unable to inflict any harm upon the Kurdish king. Subsequently, Casso exited his Super Saiyan state, his golden hair instantly reverting to its natural black. Although that previous form granted him formidable combat prowess, it led him down a misguided path. Wiss silently appeared beside Casso. So that is how it is. Casso smiled faintly, refraining from offering a rebuttal. During the Buu saga, the old Kai had previously remarked to Goku that utilizing transformations to enhance combat power was fundamentally misguided. Such actions merely squandered considerable stamina, providing no advantage in prolonged battles. Subsequently, when the old Kai unlocked Gohan's latent potential, allowing him to enter that enigmatic state, it served to substantiate this notion. Gohan's mysterious state embodies a certain level of mastery, enabling him to maintain exceptional combat efficacy in his ordinary form, akin to sustaining the power of a transformation in a natural state, which is immensely beneficial for endurance in combat. Noticing Casso's indifference, Wiss chose not to elaborate further. He merely offered a few remarks out of respect for Osbier and the culinary delights of Earth. We could journey to Earth. Wiss's words remained unfinished as he abruptly perceived an air of emptiness in Casso's demeanor. This emptiness signifies a natural flow, wherein the body moves in harmony with the mind. Once one fully comprehends this state of emptiness, they will attain the state of ultimate freedom. This concept is closely aligned with what Bobo had expressed, as he consistently guided Osbier towards this realm. However, this state is notoriously challenging to master, even for the gods of destruction. Observing Casso's actions now, Wiss felt a profound shock within. It was evident that he had received guidance from a remarkable mentor. Why do you gaze at me so intently? Casso sensed an unusual gaze from Weiss, perhaps a result of his prolonged abstinence from delectable cuisine, causing a tinge of impatience. No, wait. Could it be that we are finally able to journey to Earth? Weiss regarded Casso with a look imbued with profound significance, offering little explanation. Just moments ago, he doubted Casso's potential, yet was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. How mistaken he had been. I shall return shortly. Casso waved his hand, and then returned to the surface of the Salada planet, instructing Bardock and his companions to remain vigilant regarding Frieza, while advising them that there was no need to be overly concerned about anything else. Casso believed that the various forces hovering outside the planet Salad would have witnessed the recent battle, and they would undoubtedly have a renewed perception of the scions. Consequently, the future path of the scions would be considerably less arduous. Of course, the scions would not continue down the path of invading other planets, as such actions would only breed resentment within them, offering no benefit to the evolution of their cells. Presently, embarking on the path of mercenaries appears quite favorable. The scions need only accept the tasks assigned by their clients. After relaying all pertinent details to Bardock, they returned to the Void, preparing to set off for Earth. Oh, back to Earth again. I haven't even had the chance to explore the cosmos yet. Upon hearing they were returning to Earth, Bulma pouted, displaying a hint of displeasure. Next time we return, I promise to take you on an adventure, all right? Casso gently patted her small head, causing her beautifully blue hair to become a tangled mess. All right, stop messing with my hair, Bulma exclaimed irritably. Then let us set off. As soon as Casso's voice fell, the four individuals vanished into the void. With their departure, Various factions from beyond the cosmos hurriedly relayed messages back to their headquarters. The Scion race had given rise to the legendary Super Saiyan, whose combat prowess had become extraordinarily fearsome. Even King Cold of the Frieza Force had succumbed to the might of the Super Saiyan. One must not provoke the Scions. Bulma gazed upon the familiar streets and murmured, "We are back on Earth. Let us first seek out some delicious food." Casso led a few individuals and vanished from sight. In the next moment, they appeared on a street near the western city. Casso led Weiss back to the bustling food stall from years past. He believed it prudent not to indulge Weiss too lavishly. Should the day come when he needed a favor, he would be at a loss for delectable offerings. With the arrival of Casso and his companions, the vendors along the street eagerly exclaimed, "That man has returned." Despite the passage of years, it was evident that the stall owners still recognized Weiss's visage. "Who is that?" "It's him," they exclaimed, sensing the prospect of lucrative business. "Stay sharp, everyone," commanded the stall owners to their subordinates. A shadow of disbelief crossed the foreheads of Casso and his companions, taken aback by the actions of these bosses. Osbier curled her lip in derision and remarked, "Vis, look at the fine mess you've made." Vis raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "I recall that you two were the ones who indulged the most back in the day." Osbier fell silent for a moment, realizing that indeed, it was she and Casso who had feasted the most. Yet, as a scion, what was wrong with having a hearty appetite? She felt a pang of hunger and urged the bosses to bring forth the dishes without delay. Casso guided Bulma to a chair by the table. During his battle with King Cold, he had consumed 3 senza beans. However, the vitality from those beans had solely been utilized to mend the injuries within his body. "Casso is exceedingly hungry at the moment. Please serve the dishes promptly." Bulma, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Casso, urged the chef to bring forth the meals. "Please wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." Casso suddenly recalled something and instantly vanished from the chair. A few seconds later, there was a swift sound. When Casso returned, he was accompanied by another woman. It was Philia. "Do not speak. There are delicious treats." As Cassio noticed Philia was about to speak, he swiftly interjected with a remark. "Indeed." Upon hearing these words, Philia's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she instinctively swallowed. Chapter 116. Cassio is Bobo's disciple. The street stalls were bustling, lined up to deliver their delicacies to Cassio. After a while, once satiated, Vis revealed an expression of sheer bliss, gently stroking his belly as he reclined to the side. Experiencing such exquisite earthly delicacies once more, he felt that there was no greater happiness than this. Most importantly, there was no one, not even Ruiz, competing with him for food. Casso belched lightly as he approached the counter, retrieving his black card from his pocket. "Bosses, it's time to settle the bill." Upon seeing the black card in his hand, Bulma smiled gently, genuinely pleased that Casso continued to use the card she had given him. After settling the account, the group departed from the establishment. Strolling leisurely down the street, Osbier inquired, "Whis, why does it feel so challenging to enhance my destructive energy?" Hearing her question, Casso turned his attention towards her, seizing a rare opportunity to glean insights about destructive energy. Whis, holding his staff, attracted the attention of passers-by yet remained indifferent, turning his head with a smile. Destructive energy is a hallmark of the gods of destruction, composed of destructive aura, which is a form of divine essence. You are still a bit away from the threshold of the first tier of divinity. Once you fully ascend to divinity, you will experience a significant enhancement. Moreover, your training period has been brief, so there is no need for haste. Upon hearing Whis's words, Osbier nodded resignedly. She had indeed lingered in this realm for quite some time, perceiving the threshold of the first tier of divinity but unable to cross it. Casso finally grasped some understanding regarding destructive energy. It was indeed linked to one's realm. However, he sensed that comprehending destructive energy was no simple matter, and it certainly could not be attained merely by achieving divinity. It likely required certain conditions to unlock its secrets. When would I also be able to comprehend destructive energy? Casso's mind was filled with murmurs. To speak candidly, he found the allure of destruction quite enticing, much like an anime. When Beerus raises his hand and shouts destruction at his foes, they are instantaneously consumed by dread. Such a display is undeniably magnificent. Alas, it is unfortunate that Whis and the others do not regard him with the same esteem. Casso subtly shook his head. Whis then remarked, "Lord Beerus has entered a slumber. When he awakens and grants his approval, you shall officially be the candidate for the role of destroyer." Although it was outwardly stated that Osbier must earn Beerus's endorsement to become a candidate for the role, was understood that, given Beerus's nature, he would relish the addition of another aide, thus affording him more time for slumber. Years ago, it was with Beerus's consent that Whis had recruited Osbier. Now that Osbier had harnessed the energy of destruction, Beerus would undoubtedly agree to her becoming a candidate for the destroyer. Oh, Osbier nodded, feeling no apprehension regarding obtaining Beerus's approval. The five wandered leisurely down the street for a while. Unable to contain her curiosity, Osbier inquired, "Brother, what shall we do next?" Gazing at the earth, which was so different from his previous life, Casso replied softly, "I intend to continue my training in the heavenly realm." During the battle with King Cooled, he had been utterly overwhelmed, ultimately relying on Osbier to defeat King Cooled. To be honest, Casso felt particularly frustrated at that time. Osbier quickly declared, "I shall accompany you." She had not spent much time with Casso yet. Wherever Casso goes, there she shall be. Upon hearing Osbier's words, Casso nodded and then turned to Bulma and Philia. "What about you two?" Bulma's voice was somewhat subdued. "I must return to school." At this moment, Bulma was still a high school student and indeed needed to attend her classes. Philia gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, "I wish to study the theory of the universal capsule with Dr. Briefs." Dr. Briefs is the most incredible genius she has ever encountered, capable of compressing an object down to the size of a single capsule. If she could master this technology and apply it on Salad Planet, the daily lives of the scions would become significantly more convenient. However, the compression technology of the universal capsule is exceedingly complex, and Philia has only grasped a mere fragment of its intricacies. Very well then, for the time being, I shall remain in the other world. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to seek me out. Casso embraced the two individuals before soaring skyward with Osbier, closely followed by Whis. In the celestial temple, the deity observed the mortal realm from the temple's edge, while Bobo stood by, attending to them. Casso has returned? The deity paused momentarily, surprised. It had only been a few days since Casso departed from Earth. Upon realizing their ascent, the deity witnessed the trio ascending with great speed. With a flurry of sounds, the three landed in the celestial realm. As Whis gazed upon the architectural style of the temple, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It bore a resemblance to the ancient white tower below. Particularly within the temple, there lingered an essence of time itself. "You have returned," the deity greeted with a smile. Casso nodded slightly and respectfully addressed Mr. Bobo. "Sir, I have encountered difficulties in my cultivation." Upon hearing Casso's words, Whis was momentarily taken aback. In Whis's perception, this earth harbored no other formidable beings. Logically speaking, given Casso's prowess, he could easily dominate the entire northern galaxy. Yet here he was, seeking guidance for his cultivation on such a primitive planet, which piqued Whis's curiosity. Whis glanced at Casso's mentor, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It was as if he had witnessed something profoundly shocking. If Whis recalled correctly, this was the very figure depicted in the image that the high priest had once shown to the celestial beings. Whis's breath caught in his throat. He could hardly believe that such a person would be found on Earth. No wonder the ancient tower below felt familiar. No wonder the temple exuded an aura of timelessness. Everything stemmed from the remarkable work of this individual before him. "What troubles you?" Bobo inquired, his expression devoid of emotion, seemingly oblivious to Whis's presence. Observing the exchange between Casso and Bobo, Whis discreetly swallowed hard. Casso was, after all, his disciple. It was no wonder Casso's actions were imbued with such a profound essence. At that moment, Whis's gaze towards Casso transformed from one of condescension to a weighty seriousness. Kakarot, oblivious to Whis's expression, remarked to Bobo, "Since I transformed into a super scion, I can no longer move in harmony with my thoughts." Casso's voice bore a hint of confusion. In truth, during his battle with Gula, Casso had noticed this phenomenon after transforming into a super scion. Yet, empowered by his formidable combat prowess, he was still able to effortlessly vanquish Gula. He believed that his inability to synchronize body and mind stemmed from the initial transformation into a super scion, where he had yet to master the tumultuous emotions swirling within his mind. It was not until he faced King Kurd that he realized the matter was far more complex. Chapter 117. The catalyst for breaking through the realm of serenity. During his confrontation with King Kurd, Casso had already gained control over his emotions post-transformation. Yet he still found himself incapable of achieving harmony between body and mind. This revelation astonished Casso greatly. Had he been able to attain such a state, he could have effortlessly evaded numerous attacks, such as the punch that struck his abdomen, which, by all accounts, should have never landed. Furthermore, even if he could not defeat King Kurd, By harnessing the synergy of body and mind, Casso ought to have remained invincible. Whis cast a meaningful glance at Bobo, noting his indifference, and chose to remain silent. It seemed that the influence of the Super Saiyan's raging emotions prevented Casso from attaining a tranquil state of mind. Whis speculated on Casso's predicament, aware that the furious emotions of a Super Saiyan are not easily controlled. Although Casso appeared outwardly calm, there must still be a volatile element swirling in his consciousness. Whis was curious to observe how Bobo would guide Casso. Bobo spoke with a hint of detachment, stating, "You are not under the influence of raging emotions." The moment he uttered those words, Whis's eyes widened in astonishment. Bobo's assertion contradicted his earlier hypothesis. Could he be an imposter? Whis furrowed his brow, pondering this possibility. He sensed nothing peculiar about Bobo. Such a person was either a master or an ordinary individual. While Whis was engulfed in doubt, Bobo continued, "It is your soul that poses the issue." Before he could finish, he elaborated, "Your soul is remarkably powerful," indicating that your mental fortitude is equally formidable. The furious emotions associated with the Super Saiyan transformation have little effect on you. Your current condition is ideally suited for traversing a dual path of strength and enlightenment. Bobo elucidated Casso's present situation while also offering guidance for his future path, aligning perfectly with Casso's aspirations. He understood the concept of enlightenment. Thus, he must be the individual depicted in his father's portrait. Just moments ago, Whis had harbored doubts about Bobo's identity, but upon hearing his words, he became certain of Bobo's true nature. Observing Casso's eager willingness to learn, Whis smirked. This individual was indeed his disciple. What should I do now? Casso inquired, eager to discover a swift resolution to his dilemma. In the realm of illusions, Casso once found himself in the void, albeit for a fleeting moment, as his strength was woefully inadequate, causing him to faint after merely a second. Had it not been for a soft, milky light that rescued him, he might have perished within that illusion. It was only when Casso transformed into a Super Saiyan that he harnessed unprecedented power. The ferocious emotions of a Super Saiyan did not adversely affect him. Rather, empowered by this overwhelming force, Casso sensed that he was on the brink of entering the void, a realm deeper than mere instinct. Though the concept of the void may elude many, it is also referred to as the realm of freedom. The first stage of the ultimate state of freedom is indeed the realm of freedom. I am uncertain why your soul possesses such formidable strength, yet it bears a slight flaw. Bobo, with a subtle flutter of his dark eyes, remarked softly, "For an ordinary person to step into the void, one must first possess a powerful foundation of strength, accompanied by an understanding of the heart of the void. You meet both criteria. Your transformation into a Super Saiyan provides a robust foundation, and you have already comprehended the heart of the void. Should you resolve the issue concerning your soul, you may indeed attempt to enter the void. Moreover, the void is also known as the realm of freedom." As Bobo concluded, Whis was utterly engulfed in astonishment. His grip on the staff turned slightly pale. The realm of freedom, a domain so elusive that even the gods of destruction find it challenging to access. And Casso has brushed against it? Whis swallowed hard, realizing that the talents of these siblings were equally terrifying. No, Casso surpassed Osbier in prowess. Why was he not considered as a candidate for the god of destruction back then? Whis inwardly chastised himself for his oversight. He glanced at Casso, contemplating whether to whisk him away, for such brilliance was irresistibly alluring. However, a fleeting glance at Bobo made him reconsider, as Bobo seemed to sense his thoughts. Alarmed, Whis quickly retracted his predatory gaze, muttering, "What a pity, what a pity. Please, have a seat." Bobo gently beckoned Casso with a raised finger. At that moment, Cassidy was enveloped by a gentle force, and he offered no resistance, subsequently seating himself in a lotus position at the center of the temple. A soft chime resonated as a glimmer of white light appeared in Bobo's hand, a luminous essence imbued with the aura of time and space. Those lacking sufficient strength who gazed upon it would surely become eternally lost within its depths. The radiant light danced before swiftly ascending to Cassidy's crown. As it merged with his mind, a profound hum reverberated throughout the northern galaxy. Even far off on the planet Salad, Bardock could sense the tremor. "Brother, are you all right?" Upon witnessing this astonishing scene, Osbier was filled with anxiety. "He is fine. For him, this is an extraordinary opportunity. Do not disturb him." Whis quickly restrained Osbier. Cassuo's body remained atop the temple, yet Whis understood that he had long departed from this world, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say, from this very dimension. Indeed, with unwavering trust in her master, Osbier gently nodded her head. Suddenly, Darkness enveloped her, followed by a blinding light. Casso arrived in a world devoid of color, a realm even more pallid than the Spirit Time House. One might even describe it as an abyss of nothingness. Where's this place? Casso furrowed his brow, realizing this was likely yet another illusion akin to those he had encountered before. However, when Bobo mentioned the flaws in his soul, Casso felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that when he traversed here and his soul merged, something went awry? Did Bobo possess the ability to discern that he was not a native of this world? Casso felt a tinge of worry. However, since Bobo had not mentioned anything and Vis had not perceived it either, it was likely that they were unaware of the situation. Casso felt a sense of tranquility wash over him once again, as he began to wander aimlessly around his surroundings. How might one mend the imperfections of the soul? Casso, fatigued from his journey, settled onto the ground. Before him lay a vast expanse of white, a world shrouded in uncertainty. As Bobo had not explicitly articulated a solution to the predicament at hand, Casso feels a bit unwell. Does a mysterious entity like Bobo always revel in riddles? Previously, when he sought to comprehend the realm of nothingness, Bobo never articulated it clearly. This led Casso to reflect on anime before grasping the essence. Oh, what is this? Casso waved his hand, sensing a certain aura drifting through the space. He scrutinized his surroundings, yet in this colorless realm, nothing was discernible. How delightful. Casso squinted, as if enveloped in a warm spring, with every cell in his body rejuvenated. Chapter 118. The current state of the scions. It is the essence of this atmosphere that poses the problem. Casso suddenly realized that entering this realm required no action. One merely needed to quietly await the intake of breath. This breath appeared to embody a certain vitality, serving as a nourishing balm for the soul. As time passed, Casso found himself able to perceive the depths of his own essence, revealing a soul that seemed quite substantial. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned a slender fissure at the center of his soul. At that moment, Cassiton's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, there was a flaw. If I were to rectify this imperfection, would it not allow me to venture into the realm of liberation? The heart of Kakarot races uncontrollably. The might of the Ultra Instinct is undeniably formidable. In Dragon Ball Super, Jiren stands as the most powerful warrior of Universe 11. His strength surpassing even that of the god of destruction, Belmont. During the Tournament of Power, Goku, having entered the realm of Ultra Instinct, finds himself evenly matched against Jiren. Although Goku ultimately succumbs to Jiren's overwhelming power, once he fully attains the Ultra Instinct state, Jiren no longer poses a threat to him. However, the speed of recovery remains frustratingly slow. Casso lay on the ground, yearning to swiftly attain a state of tranquility. It would likely take several years to achieve such a feat. Observing the languid pace of his recovery, Casso shook his head in resignation. Fortunately, he was aware that the passage of time here did not synchronize with reality, a fact he had verified when he grasped the concept of the formless state. Thus, he harbored no significant concerns regarding the flow of time in this realm. In the celestial realm, Vis silently observed Casso, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears. "Kid, don't concern yourself with Casso, and do not let the high priest know I am here." Vis was startled, beads of sweat forming in his palms, his breath quickening. He hastily turned around, only to find that Bobo's figure had already vanished. "Vis, what is the matter?" Osbier noticed Vis's peculiar behavior and inquired curiously. "And nothing." Vis licked his parched lips. Angels typically enjoyed long lives. He never expected to experience a day when someone would refer to him as kid. He glanced at Osbier, relieved that she had not overheard. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly embarrassed. Yet, he pondered, did Casso truly deserve such treatment from Bobo? At the Frieza headquarters, Frieza returned to the base and, after employing advanced technology to repair his right hand, commanded all members to relinquish their current territories. He intended to lead his subordinates into temporary seclusion. "Lord Frieza, are we really going to abandon the territory we fought so hard to conquer? Indeed, are we to forsake the recently seized Black Iron Star as well? It is a high-level planet, and the resources there could fill our coffers to overflowing." The members of the Jinyu force murmured amongst themselves. Silence. Frieza glared with malevolent eyes, his tone chillingly cold. "If you wish to die, continue speaking," he growled through clenched teeth. Indeed, as soon as Frieza finished speaking, no one dared utter another word. The palace fell into a hushed tranquility. Frieza contemplated his right hand. A mere touch from Osbier had rendered its bones to dust. Even his father was no match for this prospective god of destruction, not to mention the Super Saiyan. If those two were to pursue him, he would undoubtedly perish. Thus, He sought to hide away swiftly. I was too complacent before. Just wait a few more years of training, and you will all regret this. Frieza clenched his right hand, faintly sensing the lingering pain. Just wait. On Planet Salad, Vegeta, where are you going? Raditz followed close behind. Trash, don't follow me. Vegeta let out a cold snort. Once regarded as a mere waste, he had unexpectedly transformed into the Prince of Planet Salad. Meanwhile, he himself had been relegated to the status of a Scion commoner. The stark reversal of their roles was infuriating to contemplate. Ignoring Raditz any further, Vegeta soared towards the training area. He intended to enter the gravity chamber. Once he achieved mastery, he would undoubtedly challenge Bardock to reclaim his lost status. However, the thought of Kakarot left Vegeta feeling particularly powerless. After all, he was a Super Saiyan. Raditz, watching Vegeta depart, scratched his head in confusion. Ever since he and Vegeta returned to Planet Salad, they had not ventured out again. Raditz was also aware of Bardock's esteemed position on Planet Salad, realizing that his father was now among the Scion elite, which thrilled him immensely. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Bardock inquired, "What is the current status of Frieza's forces?" Garrus responded, "Frieza's entire faction has abandoned their territories. The entire Frieza army has vanished." Upon hearing this, Bardock furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated Frieza's escape. Bardock understood Frieza's formidable power all too well. Aside from Kakarot and Broly, none among the current Scions stood a chance against Frieza. With Frieza now in hiding, the possibility of him launching a sudden attack on the Scions made their situation increasingly precarious. It would be best to wait for Kakarot's return. After pondering for a moment, Bardock had no other course of action. He then asked, "What is the reaction of the various factions across the universe?" Chris, organizing the documents in hand, replied, "All factions have sent gifts, congratulating the Scions on their resurgence in the cosmos." Before he could finish, Chris continued, "The leader of the Dorian Star has personally arrived on Planet Salad, expressing a desire to collaborate with the Scions." "Let the leader of Dorian Star in," Bardock commanded. Bardock was not surprised by the reactions of the various factions in the universe. The Scions' former malevolence had left a lasting impression on them. And with the emergence of the Super Saiyan, they were eager to forge good relations to avoid trouble. Just as Bardock was lost in thought, a tall, muscular man with pale skin and 2 black horns on his head entered the room. "Greetings, esteemed lords. I am Ackman, the leader of Dorian Star," he introduced himself. Bowing to Bardock and the 10 squad leaders. "No need for such formalities, Leader Ackman. Please, take a seat." Bardock stood and gestured for him to sit. The others exchanged puzzled glances at Bardock's unusually cordial demeanor towards Ackman. Given the current strength of the Scions, such deference seemed unnecessary. What they were unaware of was that many years ago, Casso had frequented the planet Duoqiangsing multiple times. The current scale of the Sharada planet owes much to the significant contributions of Duoqiangsing. Bardock was well aware of this, which is why he treated Ackman in such a manner. After all, others had shown kindness to the Scions. "Thank you, Lord Bardock," Ackman said respectfully as he took his seat. He had thoroughly investigated the identities of everyone present before his arrival. "Ackman, is there any opportunity for collaboration?" Bardock smiled. Chapter 119. Casso awakens Lord Bardock. "I wish for your mercenary team to be stationed on Duoqiangsing." Ackman straightened his posture, his tone devoid of any hint of anxiety. "What prompts such a thought?" Bardock asked, arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on Ackman. When it came to the issue of the mercenary organization's stationing, Bardock had indeed contemplated it. A mercenary organization must interact with various forces in the universe to accept missions. If the base were established on Sharada, the multitude of people could inadvertently lead to the leakage of significant secrets. The former planet Gigi had already been obliterated during the battle between Casso and Gula. A base was indeed necessary now. Many years ago, an elusive thief had emerged, possessing extraordinary agility, and had plundered the various merchant guilds on Duoqiangsing, causing us substantial losses. Ackman gritted his teeth, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, his tone laced with indignation. "Even with my return, I could not halt him. Thus, I propose that your mercenary organization be stationed on Duoqiangsing." Upon hearing Ackman's words, Bardock nearly burst into laughter. These were all the misdeeds of that rascal Casso. Suppressing his mirth, Bardock replied nonchalantly, "What benefit does that present to us Scions?" While Ackman had indeed shown some goodwill towards the Scions, Bardock was not one to heed his suggestions without reason. It seemed Ackman had anticipated Bardock's inquiry, as he elaborated, "This is a win-win scenario. With your involvement, Duoqiangsing will undoubtedly gain renown throughout the cosmos, and such thieves will think twice before daring to target our planet again. For the scions, you would not station your mercenary organization on Sharada, hence the need for a base. Moreover, Duoqiangsing is a commercial planet of considerable repute in the universe. Even the infamous Frieza once established a planetary trading guild here, making the local powers quite intricate. Ackman swallowed hard and continued, wherever there is profit, there will be strife. With a mercenary organization stationed on Duoqiangsing, the scions could undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. After Ackman finished speaking, the conference hall fell silent. Bardock remained noncommittal regarding Ackman's assertions. Yet the scions were already renowned throughout the universe and had no dire need for the commercial environment of Duoqiangsing. Wherever they chose to settle, they would be met with throngs of guests. I agree. However, Bardock ultimately acquiesced to Ackman's proposal. The scions could easily establish a base anywhere. Yet such a choice would bring a multitude of complications. Moreover, Bardock harbored a desire to show his gratitude to planet Vegeta. Is that true? Ackman exclaimed, his face alight with joy. He had anticipated a refusal after observing Bardock's momentary silence, but to his surprise, Bardock granted his consent. With a subtle smile and a nod, Bardock conveyed his agreement without uttering a word. Splendid. Ackman clenched his fists, overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm above Earth, Osbier sat in a shaded area. Her gaze directed towards the direction of Casso. Casso has been in a state of meditation for a month, without a hint of movement. Weiss soared from the lower realms, a small cake in hand, with remnants of cream adorning the corners of his mouth. The culinary delights of Earth were exquisite. He had not anticipated that beyond street food and instant noodles, there existed such delectable pastries. Approaching Osbier, he took a bite of the cake, his eyes instantly narrowing in bliss, as if he were enveloped in a world of cream, where even the air he breathed was sweet. Little beer, how could you not take me to enjoy such delicacies on Earth? It is utterly despicable, Weiss exclaimed with indignation. Osbier remained silent, her gaze never straying from Casso. After a moment of silence, she suddenly inquired, Weiss, how much longer do you think Casso will remain asleep? Weiss, taken aback by her question, reflected on how she had not reacted when he had chastised her, yet now she turned to him with concern for Casso. The bond of master and disciple seemed to pale in comparison to that of siblings. The thought was infuriating. With a careless toss, he flung the small cake, oblivious to its destination, and said curtly, on the surface, he appears unchanged, but his soul has undergone a monumental transformation and he will awaken shortly. That's wonderful. Osbier finally smiled. In the pale world within, time was indeterminate. Mysterious wisps of essence continuously infiltrated Casso's being. Casso lay on the ground, comfortably drifting into slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in his mind, reminiscent of the sound of creation itself. How painful! Casso instantly clutched his head, writhing in discomfort on the ground. He delved into the state of his mind, observing that the once existing fissure had healed to its final point. With the complete closure of the rift, Casso's vision suddenly became hazy, and from the outside, he appeared enveloped in a silvery radiance, with wisps of ethereal mist rising around him. The excruciating pain arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. If entering this space initially felt akin to stepping into a soothing hot spring, now Casso felt as though he were being attended to by 10 enchanting masseuses, each skillfully kneading every part of his being. The level of comfort he experienced was utterly indescribable. How delightful! Casso had never experienced such enjoyment before. Suddenly, the sky tore open with a rift. Before Casso could react, he was drawn into an inexplicable force. In the celestial temple, Weiss unexpectedly produced a slice of cake from seemingly nowhere, savoring it with delight. Suddenly, Weiss spoke coldly. It is about to awaken. Instantly, Osbiel sprang up from the ground and swiftly ran to Casso's side. Indeed, Casso's eyelids fluttered gently. As he opened his eyes, a sudden gust of wind swept across the sky, only to swiftly settle into calmness. This scene caught the attention of Vis, who remarked with a hint of intrigue, "How fascinating. Brother, you're awake." Osbiel exclaimed, tightly embracing Casso, her porcelain face pressed against his chest, longing for him dearly. Little Osbier. Casso felt as though his vocal cords were glued together, an alarming dryness overwhelming him. Water. Casso was particularly parched, as if he would perish in the next moment without a sip of water. Drink. With a flourish of his wand, Vis conjured a glimmer of light that revealed a mystical realm in the sky, from which a water jug emerged. Gurgle, gurgle. Casso seized the water jug, fervently pouring its contents into his mouth, as if the vessel were a bottomless pit, endlessly replenishing itself. At that moment, the deity and Bobo appeared in the temple. Bobo remarked nonchalantly, "You may attempt to enter the realm of ease now." Chapter 120. Entering the realm of ease. Once Casso had quenched his thirst, he was finally revived. He lay upon the floor, cradling the soft Osbier in his arms, seemingly oblivious to Bobo's words. Bobo. This. Deity. The assembly was rendered utterly speechless. After a while, Casso regained his composure, lifting Osbiel into the air. "Mr. Bobo, what did you just say?" As Casso's words faded, the atmosphere once again fell into a profound silence. Ultimately, Bobo broke the stillness, saying, "You may attempt to enter the realm of ease now. With my presence, you need not worry." When Casso comprehended the realm of nothingness, he had once ventured into the state of liberations. But that experience nearly cost him his life. Reflecting upon it, a wave of trepidation washed over Casso. However, since Bobo had encouraged him, Casso resolved to give it another try. "Go for it, brother." Osbier cheered, clenching her small fist in support. Meanwhile, Vis observed Casso intently. Eager to see if he could once again attain the state of liberation, Casso strode to the center of the temple, fists clenched at his waist, and let out a thunderous roar. Golden light suddenly enveloped him, resembling a colossal dragon poised to rise from the depths of a pool. Boom! The golden flames surged upwards violently, causing the entire temple to tremble. The magnetic field of the temple became chaotic, emanating a cataclysmic aura that spread from Casso, threatening to seep down from the celestial realm to the mortal world. At that moment, Bobo gently waved his right hand. A halo of divine radiance enveloped the entire celestial realm, completely containing Casso's explosive energy. Witnessing this spectacle, the corner of the celestial deity's eye twitched slightly. However, he seemed to recognize Bobo's mystique, refraining from voicing any inquiries. It was revealed that Bobo possessed such formidable strength. Unlike the nonchalant expression of Weasley, Osbiel displayed an expression of profound astonishment. Having received Bobo's guidance alongside Casso years ago, Osbiel had never realized the extent of Bobo's prowess. "Ha!" Casso roared, the veins on his forehead prominently bulging, as an overwhelming force erupted within him. His ebony hair was instantaneously transformed into a brilliant golden hue, and his eyes shifted to a mesmerizing emerald green, exuding an aura of malevolence with each blink. A staggering battle power of 1.3 billion surged forth unabated, filling the barrier of radiant light created by Bobo with Casso's potent essence. Fortunately, Bobo had also conjured a protective shield for the deity. Otherwise, under Casso's formidable presence, one could easily suffocate to death. Is this the sensation of mending the flaws of the soul? As Casso grasped the void, a crackling sound reverberated through the space, as if the very fabric of this emptiness was on the brink of shattering. In that moment, Casso's heart was as clear as crystal, his gaze reflective like a mirror, entirely devoid of the tumultuous emotions that typically accompany the transformation into a Super Saiyan. With eyes closed, a silvery radiance began to envelop Casso's form. Casso exuded an eerie tranquility, feeling as serene as the sky itself. It was approaching. Weiss swallowed hard. Although the transformed Super Saiyan Casso appeared to him no more significant than an ant, he was nonetheless profoundly astonished to witness such a young prodigy breaking through to the realm of autonomy. Osbier fixed her gaze upon Casso, afraid to blink, lest something unforeseen occur. Meanwhile, Bobo stood calmly to the side. A hum resonated as a silvery radiance enveloped Casso entirely, causing the space around him to tremble violently, with ripples of spatial distortion quaking beside him. Though Casso kept his eyes closed and remained still, a massive, boiling white aura surged upward from him. The sacred essence permeated every corner of the celestial realm, and the white luminescence surrounding Casso suddenly transformed into a soft blue hue. Casso slowly opened his eyes, a flash of white brilliance momentarily illuminating his gaze. Within Casso's eyes lay an unmistakable tranquility. He had truly managed to enter the state of tranquility while in Super Saiyan form. Wiss's pupils dilated in astonishment, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. It was no wonder that Wiss was genuinely surprised. In the anime, when Goku achieved the Ultra Instinct state, he did so without any transformation, as transformations would incite a frenzy of emotions, disrupting Goku's serene mind. Yet, Casso accomplished what even Goku could not. Babidi, altering his usual demeanor, finally smiled and remarked, "Impressive talent." Osbier, filled with excitement, leapt into the air, her hair billowing behind her, exclaiming, "Brother Casso is amazing." At that moment, Casso, with an expressionless face, suddenly uttered, "Little BB, Let us exchange a few moves. Are you certain? Osbier reigned in her exuberance. Despite Casso entering the state of tranquility that Whis had often spoken of, she perceived Casso's foundational combat power as exceedingly weak. She did not consider him her equal. After all, she was a candidate for the god of destruction. Whis found Casso's challenge intriguing and was keen to witness the prowess of Casso in this state. Very well, Casso responded, maintaining his characteristic calmness. As you wish, brother. As soon as the words left his lips, a purple glow enveloped Osbier, and she suddenly vanished from sight, appearing behind Casso like a phantom. With her terrifying speed, she was confident that Casso would be unable to evade her. Osbier raised her hand, intending to gently tap Casso on the shoulder, unwilling to harm him. However, her hand met with emptiness. Panic gripped her heart. How could this be? Turning around, she realized Casso had somehow positioned himself behind her. The figure she had once seen gradually dissipating. I refused to believe it. Osbier furrowed her brow. When she had defeated King Cooled, she hadn't even exerted 1/10 of her strength. Understanding the nature of the state of tranquility, she had only used 20% of her power in their previous encounter. Yet, Casso had still managed to evade her. With a surge of determination, Osbier utilized 50% of her strength, shifting her form and appearing directly before Casso's, launching a decisive strike. But Casso, mystifyingly, dodged her attack once more. A sense of urgency gripped Osbier. She could not believe she had failed to land a hit on Casso. As a candidate for the god of destruction, her capabilities were not to be underestimated, far beyond that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Yet, the reality remained that Casso had evaded her 2 strikes. Little BB, unleash your full power, otherwise, you shall not touch Casso. At this moment, Weiss's voice gradually resonated. Osbiel gritted her teeth. After years of arduous cultivation, she found herself pursued by Casso. Even though he was her brother, Osbiel felt a twinge of defiance. Brother, be cautious. Osbiel exclaimed sharply. A cataclysmic aura suddenly emerged, conjuring a tempest akin to a blade. Osbiel transformed into a streak of violet lightning, seemingly transcending time and space, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Casso. She raised her fair fist, unleashing her full strength in a sweeping motion. Chapter 121. Casso's defeat. A cascade of purple light, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, poured over the temple's expanse, beauty entwined with danger. The terrifying aura of annihilation threatened to consume even the void itself. Observing this, Weiss hastily waved his staff, casting a radiant shield over the temple's surface. With Weiss's protection in place, the descending aura of destruction inflicted no damage upon the structure. This girl intends to bring about my demise. The overwhelming surge of destructive energy made Casso's lips twitch slightly. Should these attacks land, he would likely be reduced to nothingness. Nonetheless, he adeptly evaded the onslaught. Yet, brother, you have grown careless. Osbiel suddenly materialized behind Casso. The previous strike had merely been a feint. She understood the nuances of the state of tranquility. Confident that Casso would emerge unscathed, she aimed to distract him with the looming threat of destructive energy, leaving him unable to counter her forthcoming assault. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, encasing a fist capable of obliteration, summoning a tempest that filled the air with a thunderous crack. As the violet aura of annihilation surged forth, she struck fiercely toward Casso's back. Just as her blow was about to land, Casso's voice resonated in her ears. Do not underestimate me. The radiance enveloping Casso suddenly intensified, and his movements became exceedingly peculiar, as if an inexplicable spirit were guiding him. Each of his actions transcended the capabilities of an ordinary person. He evaded. Casso evaded Osbier's strike with astonishing agility. How is this possible? Osbier's eyes widened in disbelief. As a Super Saiyan, Casso possessed merely 1.3 billion in battle power. Yet he managed to evade her formidable attack with such ease. It is truly remarkable. Stay focused. Shadow shift. Casso suddenly materialized before her, and in the next instant, he stood right in front of her. Casso and Osbiel locked eyes, a sudden moment of tension filling the air. In an instant, their fists collided with a resounding boom. The heavens erupted in a cacophony of sound, as ripples of white energy surged through the void. The ferocious force stirred the atmosphere, intensifying the chaotic aura that enveloped them. In a flash, the 2 figures vanished from sight. Soon after, the sky illuminated with 2 distinct orbs of light, the void simmering as it pulsated. As if the very fabric of space were on the verge of collapse. Boom. The 2 brilliant lights clashed multiple times, and in an instant, one silhouette was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against Bobo's barrier. Cough, cough, cough. Cassio gradually rose to his feet, clearing his throat a few times. In a state of ease, he became acutely aware of his own reflexes. He understood that as long as he wished to evade the attacks from the substitute destroyer, Osbier would be unable to strike him. However, Casso was intrigued to gauge the extent of his true prowess in comparison to Osbier. After exchanging a few blows, it was fortunate that Casso possessed extraordinary reflexes and remarkable intuition, allowing him to deftly neutralize Osbier's assaults. Otherwise, he would have surely sustained severe injuries. Rather than merely coughing twice, "Come again." Osbier's tone conveyed a hint of defiance. In an instant, she vanished from her position, just as Casso intended to evade. The silver luminescence enveloping him suddenly dissipated. Halt, halt, halt. Casso's complexion turned pale as he hurriedly thwarted Osbier's onslaught. He lay on the ground, his strength utterly depleted, his face glistening with cold sweat. As the two ceased their combat, Bobo and Weiss withdrew the protective energy from the celestial realm. The lingering aura of fury gradually dissipated with the gentle breeze. "Brother, what is wrong?" Osbier rushed to Casso's side, her tone laced with anxiety. Though Osbier begrudgingly acknowledged Casso's ability to evade her attack, her intentions were rooted in a desire to always be stronger than him, to protect him at all costs. "He has exerted himself far too much." Weiss interjected, his gaze fixed on Casso with palpable concern. He had observed their confrontation with keen clarity. It is worth noting that Osbier is a candidate for the god of destruction. Once she ascends to the divine realm, she will gain boundless longevity, and her destructive energy will undergo a qualitative transformation, much like Topo from Dragon Ball Super, who is also a candidate for the god of destruction. His use of destructive energy renders him nearly invincible, with only Jiren and Goku in Ultra Instinct mode, along with Vegeta, standing as his potential challengers. Of course, there remains a significant disparity between Osbier and Topo, as Topo has already demonstrated the ability to contend with Super Blue Vegeta. However, what Weiss did not anticipate was Casso's remarkable ability to adeptly evade Osbier's full-force attacks shortly after entering the state of Ultra Instinct. An astonishing feat indeed. "I am fine." Casso retrieved a magical bean from his pocket and consumed it, only to realize that it restored half of his energy. Reluctantly, he ingested another bean, which finally rejuvenated him completely. "Brother, you are truly remarkable." Osbier pouted, "I can't even compete with you. In our battles, all I can do is run. You are far superior to me." Casso scratched his head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. In his recent state, he could merely evade Osbier's attacks. Engaging her in direct combat was utterly beyond his capabilities. Moreover, he could only maintain this state of ease for 5 minutes. After that, his internal energy would be nearly depleted. "Is that so?" Osbier suddenly perked up, realizing that Casso had indeed been evading her all along, entirely unwilling to confront her. At that moment, Weiss interjected, speaking calmly, "Little Osbier, if you perceive it this way, you are gravely mistaken." He continued, "When Casso enters the state of ease, even if you exert your full strength, you would be unable to land a hit on him. If Casso were your adversary, he could escape without you being able to stop him. Furthermore, haven't you noticed that Casso's foundational strength is rather low? If someone else possessed even slightly greater foundational strength, you would have no chance of countering." "Oh," Osbier pouted. Initially feeling elated, she became disheartened by Weiss's words. "Do not be dismayed. If you were to step into the realm of the divine, with Casso's current strength, even in the state of ease, he would not stand a chance against you." Weiss reassured his disciple. Osbier scoffed, finding Weiss's statement absurd. During her encounters with Casso, she had sensed the slight disparity in their reactions. Every time she aimed to strike him, he would deftly evade. If she could ascend to the divine realm, that minor gap would be easily bridged. Casso overheard their conversation, remaining silent while secretly chuckling to himself. Weiss's words held some truth. If Osbier advanced further, even a Casso in the state of ease would struggle to evade her attacks. But was it only Osbier who could enhance her abilities? Let us not forget that Casso was traversing a dual path of strength and enlightenment. Chapter 122, The Visitor. Vegeta Casso understands that the realm of divinity emphasizes enlightenment. A person with profound insight can swiftly enter this sacred domain. However, over the years, Casso has had no exposure to information regarding the divine realm, although he has yet to comprehend the essence of this exalted state. Casso has managed to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Consequently, with his foundational combat strength significantly enhanced, Casso, utilizing the state of freedom, can contend evenly with Osbier. Moreover, the duration of his endurance has also increased. Casso and Popo exchanged a glance, each perceiving the same expression in the other's eyes. It was evident that Popo was also aware of a state that transcended Super Saiyan 1. This time upon returning, I shall undoubtedly break through to the realm of divinity. At that moment, Osbier suddenly spoke up. You must remember your words. Do not later claim that you miss your brother Casso. Whis teased Osbier. Upon hearing this, Osbier's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She nestled into Casso's embrace, too shy to meet his gaze. Casso gently ruffled her hair. That foolish girl. Throughout the years, had he not also been preoccupied with thoughts of Osbier? Osbier had once declared her intention to protect herself, and she had tirelessly pursued that goal. She was a scion, endowed with the liberty to seek power, a truth Casso fully understood. Yet, to ask Osbier to protect him was beyond his capability. On Dashin Star, a multitude of yellow luminescent points appeared in the sky. As time progressed, these points grew larger. Trails of yellow tails followed the spacecraft. Boom. Boom. The thunderous roar of immense engines reverberated across the heavens. These ships were designed by Lolita. They would not descend to the ground like the previous Scion vessels that merely crashed. The ships plummeted at high speed, and as they approached the ground, the underbelly expelled a gust of air, gently lowering them down. With a click, the doors of the ships swung open. A dozen Scions emerged from within. Vegeta and Raditz followed Garrus, making their way toward the distant commercial building, their eyes scanning the surroundings. The roadside was lined with small shops, offering an array of peculiar wares. As they drew nearer to the commercial edifice, the shops began to change, revealing even some auction houses. Who are they? They appear so formidable. Look, they have tails. They are Scions. The merchants on Dashin Star were abuzz with chatter about Garrus and his entourage. After a while, Garrus finally reached the commercial building. Ascending to the top floor, he was greeted by Ackman. Welcome, esteemed Scion friends, Ackman said warmly. Your quarters have been prepared. Please follow me. Vegeta accompanied the others to the mercenary organization's quarters, arriving at a remarkably grand locale. Ackman introduced. This is the establishment we have prepared for our Scion friends on Dashin Star. Upon your arrival, I announced our partnership to the universe, and I trust you will soon receive business opportunities. As his words faded, hundreds of figures soared through the sky, suddenly materializing before the Scions. Is this the Scion mercenary organization? I have tasks to entrust to you. I do too. I have tasks as well. Lord Garrus, you continue your work. I shall excuse myself for now. Ackman, displaying his discernment, swiftly departed. As long as the Scions were stationed here, the safety of Dashin Star was undoubtedly secured. On his way back, Ackman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us see if that thief dares to set foot on Dashin Star again. The stronghold of the Scions. Vegeta, since you have chosen to remain on the planet Salad, you must adhere to its rules, Garrus remarked with a hint of indifference. Understood, Vegeta replied without lifting his gaze. Upon his arrival on Salad, he initially believed that the Scions had merely escaped disaster by sheer fortune, clinging to his delusions of ruling over them. However, witnessing Chris's terrifying strength and observing Casso transform into a Super Saiyan shattered his pride. The former Scion prince found himself far beneath the combat prowess of others. His once unassailable ego lay battered and bruised. Vegeta was convinced that the Scion's newfound strength must stem from some hidden secret, which led him to remain on Salad. Indeed, during his quest for knowledge, he discovered the gravity chamber, a training artifact of unparalleled value. Why had he not uncovered this before? Vegeta was filled with frustration. Yet, staying on Salad came with its own costs. The Scions did not support idleness, and Bardock insisted that both Vegeta and his son Raditz engage in the same duties as their fellow Scions. Consequently, Vegeta and Raditz were assigned to Garrus' squad, while Arnold joined Chris's team. They were all required to undertake missions alongside the Scions. Go greet the guests, Garrus instructed, pointing toward the visitors outside the stronghold. The command felt somewhat peculiar, yet Vegeta complied and approached the guests. Half a day passed, and both Vegeta and Raditz had completed the tasks assigned by their client. Garrus. I am finished. Vegeta's tone was laden with frustration. How could a Scion prince find himself relegated to menial tasks? Yet, with his current strength, it seemed that was all he could muster. To join his kin in missions, he needed to elevate his power level to at least 100,000. After a month of training on Salad, Vegeta had only attained a power level of 30,000, and he sensed he had reached a minor plateau. Only by breaking through this barrier could he hope for greater advancement. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Bardock had been closely observing his progress and was taken aback by the speed of his enhancement. From a mere 10,000, he had surged to 30,000. 000 in just 1 month. As far as Bardock knew, only Casso and Osbier among the entire Scion race could rival him. Bardock pondered. Could this be yet another Super Saiyan? Very well, continue with your tasks, Garrus nodded, watching as Vegeta departed. Truly, he was remarkable, a being born with a power level of 1000. His potential was indeed extraordinary. Earth. Casso and Osbier made their entrance into a high school. Wow, that man is incredibly handsome. Several female students gazed at him with eyes sparkling in shades of pink, wishing to whisk Casso away and shower him with affection. How superficial. The woman is truly the one who is beautiful. Meanwhile, the male students were captivated by Osbier, their throats occasionally bobbing in fascination. You are the ones who are shallow. If you are not shallow, then who is? The arrival of the two sparked a heated exchange of insults between the male and female students. Yet, Casso and Osbier remained oblivious to the commotion. Brother. Their gazes are quite peculiar. I feel like I want to teach them a lesson. Osbier's eyes glinted with a fierce light. Casso observed that Osbier's demeanor had undergone a notable transformation ever since she ascended to the position of a candidate for the god of destruction. In the past, such trivial matters would not have garnered her attention. At that moment, they spotted Bulma. Chapter 123, Vegeta's Mission. There sat Bulma at the edge of the playground, watching her classmates engage in various athletic activities. Occasionally, some self-proclaimed dashing boys would flaunt their charm before her. However, Bulma remained unfazed, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Suddenly, upon noticing Casso's arrival, she immediately rushed to greet them. Casso, little bitty sister, what brings you here? Bulma exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. To the other students, she appeared stunningly beautiful. We took a break from training, so we thought we would come and see you. Do you have some time to spare? Casso gently stroked her head. Casso has finally resolved the issue of transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet he still struggles with the challenge of synchronizing his body and mind. Remarkably, he has transcended into a state of effortless mastery. With this enigmatic realm of freedom, Casso can contend with the candidate for the god of destruction, Osbier, for 5 minutes, which is a testament to his prowess, especially when compared to the former King Kurd. Should he face King Kurd once more, it is believed that Casso would be capable of vanquishing him within a mere 10 seconds. Is there anything enjoyable on Earth, Bulma? Osbier inquired, wrapping her arm around Bulma's, their presence as two exquisite beauties causing the surrounding male classmates to gulp in admiration. Enjoyable? Bulma pondered for a moment before exclaiming, how about we embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls? This suggestion reached Casso's ears, momentarily leaving him stunned. Searching for the Dragon Balls? It was indeed a possibility, though what wish would they make? At that moment, Osbier leaped with delight, exclaiming, yes, yes. I've never sought the Dragon Balls before. Bulma then linked her arm with Casso's, declaring, then it's settled. Kakarot teasingly inquired of Bulma, aren't you going to class? Bulma shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, it's not just high school knowledge. I mastered even university-level concepts by the age of 5. Before finishing her thought, she added, moreover, my father pays no attention to my schooling. If it weren't for my desire to enrich my life experiences, I would have abandoned my studies long ago. Casso felt a twinge of embarrassment. Engrossed in teasing Bulma, he completely overlooked the fact that she was an extraordinarily intelligent and stunning young woman. He recalled that in his previous life, he was merely an underachiever. Casso offered an awkward smile. Well then, let us embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. On the planet known as Money Star, the Scion Mercenary Corps had set up camp for less than a week, yet they had already completed a multitude of commission tasks, swiftly garnering a reputation throughout the cosmos. Today, no faction remained unaware of the Scion Mercenary Corps, resulting in a throng of individuals congregating before their base, all seeking to place commissions. Vegeta, attend to the clients. Garrus's voice echoed from the training room. With a stoic expression, Vegeta emerged to greet the waiting patrons outside, his demeanor exuding the proficiency of one who had welcomed clients 1,000 times over. What task do you wish to commission? Vegeta's tone was curt and detached. I wish to enlist your help in eliminating a plant. A pale-skinned extraterrestrial stood before Vegeta, his countenance marred by overwhelming fear. Details. Vegeta arched an eyebrow. It was quite pathetic that this individual displayed such terror over a mere plant. However, having attended to numerous clients, Vegeta had grown accustomed to this role and refrained from deriding the alien. I beseech you, noble sir, to act swiftly, lest my planet meet its doom. The extraterrestrial trembled as he recounted the horrifying vision that haunted him. He handed over the documentation to Vegeta before hastily retreating, intent on returning to his home planet to rally his kin against the towering menace. Watching the alien's retreating figure, Vegeta summoned Raditz to attend to the remaining clients before he turned back into the training room. Garrus, we have a new mission, Vegeta announced. What mission? Garrus emerged from the gravity chamber. The scions now addressed him with a tone of reverence, calling him Lord Garrus, yet he paid little heed to Vegeta's informal address. Garrus recognized Vegeta's exceptional talent. Within just over a month, he had achieved a battle power of 70,000, an astonishing feat, rivaled only by Casso and Osbier within their clan. There exists a plant on a planet in the Waka system that we must eradicate, Vegeta stated, handing Garrus a dossier. Garrus studied the information with surprise. What sort of plant could encompass an entire planet and continuously siphon its nutrients? According to the documentation, if the plant were not destroyed promptly, the planet would likely be lost. He examined the battle power analysis of the planet. The highest battle power recorded was merely 10,000, comparable to the strength of the scions in their earlier days, categorizing it as a high-level planet. However, in contrast to the current scion prowess, it fell significantly short. Thus, it was no wonder the inhabitants of this planet sought the aid of the Scion Mercenary Corps. Given your current strength, you should be capable of handling this plant. You and Raditz shall undertake this mission. Garrus returned the data to Vegeta. Do you wish to go? A slight change flickered across Vegeta's cold expression. According to Garrus's regulations, only those possessing a battle power exceeding 100,000 were permitted to undertake missions, yet he himself only had a battle power of 70,000. Do you not wish to go? Garrus asked indifferently. Familiar with his own mandates, Garrus was not surprised by Vegeta's inquiry. However, it was not ideal for this exceptionally gifted Scion prince to remain in such surroundings. The other Scions here overshadowed Vegeta, and Garrus feared that prolonged exposure would erode his confidence. It would be better to let him venture out and experience the prowess that comes with an increase in power. Go. Vegeta nodded. Although uncertain of Garrus's intentions, he resolved to embark on the mission, determined to prove to Bardock and the others that he was no mere idler. Vegeta turned and departed. Observing his retreating figure, Garrus shook his head. If only another Super Saiyan could emerge. Yet, would this affect Casso's standing within the clan? Never mind. It was of no concern. In the plaza of the encampment, several spacecraft were stationed. Two figures walked before the building. Vegeta, wait for me. Raditz called out, chasing after him. Upon reaching the spacecraft, Vegeta opened the hatch. Vegeta, we lack the requisite battle power of 100,000. Can we truly undertake this mission? Raditz questioned, tugging at Vegeta. I warn you, best not hinder me, or I. Vegeta snarled, but his words faltered at the end. In the past, he would undoubtedly have declared, I will surely eliminate you. Chapter 124. Summoning the dragon. Yet now, back among the Scion clan, their leader was that fellow Casso. And under the guidance of Super Scions, the Scions had ascended to the pinnacle of the universe, free from the oppression of the Frost clan. As the Scion Prince, Vegeta felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing all this. Thus, he had no desire to disrupt the current state of affairs, after all. An additional Scion meant another opportunity for the proliferation of their race. Let us go, Vegeta said curtly. Phew. Watching Vegeta board the spacecraft, Raditz patted his chest, relieved. However, reflecting on the fact that he too was now considered a Scion Prince, Raditz surmised that Vegeta must have recognized this, which was why he had shown restraint. With narrowed eyes, Raditz felt quite pleased. Once inside the spacecraft, the two vessels soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from planet Dashan. On Earth, in a forest, three figures were searching for something amidst the grass. At that moment, a pale blue figure descended from the sky. Ah, so this is where you are. Weiss covered her small mouth and chuckled softly. Are you secretly preparing a feast without me? Weiss observed the others sneaking around, feeling a bit puzzled. Osbier paid her no mind, instead searching through another patch of grass. Eureka! She held up an orange orb embedded with 7 stars. It was the Dragon Ball, the 7-star ball. Oh, that orb in your hand. Weiss furrowed her brow. Initially, she thought they were foraging for ingredients, only to discover they were in pursuit of this orb. Weiss, look, the 7-star ball. Osbier lifted the orb, allowing Weiss to examine it closely. Casso and Bulma approached as well. A wish orb? Weiss scrutinized it. Its shape resembled the wish orbs he recognized, exuding a mystical energy. Yet, this orb seemed rather diminutive. Weiss squinted his eyes, intrigued, and inquired, what are you seeking this for? Across the universe, such wish orbs are numerous and not particularly rare. So he was not overly surprised. Osbier did not answer Weiss. Instead, she turned to Bulma, asking, "Do you have any wishes?" After all, this quest for the Dragon Balls was proposed by Bulma. Bulma scratched her head, her fair complexion contorted in contemplation, but after a moment of thought, she still couldn't decide on a wish. "I don't know either." Bulma smiled awkwardly. The wish she had longed for had already been fulfilled. Bulma had suggested the search for the Dragon Balls merely to spend time with Casso. Casso took the 7-star ball from Osbier's hands and placed it gently on the ground. He then retrieved 6 Dragon Balls from the Universal Capsule. "Weiss, are you familiar with these Dragon Balls?" Casso inquired, gazing at Weiss. Casso understood that the Dragon Balls in GT were ominous artifacts. Excessive wishes could lead to a corruption of malevolent energy, transforming them into black Dragon Balls and potentially even summoning evil dragons. "You refer to these orbs as Dragon Balls." Weiss chuckled softly. "It is indeed an apt name, though it would be wise to use them sparingly." "Why is that?" Upon hearing his words, Osbier and Bulma exchanged puzzled glances. Weiss merely shook his head in silence, crouching down to gently caress the Dragon Ball. The three were left somewhat speechless. Osbier rarely posed questions to Weiss, especially when he remained unresponsive. To Casso, this scene solidified his belief that the Dragon Balls were indeed sinister objects. Yet, observing Weiss's intrigued demeanor, Casso felt as though it might not be such a grave matter after all. Ultimately, it seemed prudent to refrain from utilizing the Dragon Balls excessively. Casso pondered for a moment. However, it seemed rather inappropriate not to summon the Eternal Dragon after gathering all the Dragon Balls. As far as Casso understood, there was no such thing as an evil dragon in the initial stages. Thus, he resolved to summon the Eternal Dragon. Casso urged the crowd to step back and bellowed, "Arise, divine dragon." Suddenly, the sky was engulfed in darkness as ominous clouds swiftly gathered and bolts of lightning cleaved through the heavens. The tumultuous scene above felt distinctly unnatural, lacking any semblance of the sacred radiance associated with the legendary Dragon Balls. Casso turned to glance at Weiss, who wore an ever-joyful expression. "Speak your desires. Whatever wish you have, I shall." A verdant dragon floated amidst the inky blackness of the sky, its voice resonating with authority. However, as it reached the conclusion of its proclamation, its voice abruptly ceased. Lord Weiss, the dragon, seemingly pulling a handkerchief from thin air, wiped the sweat from its scaled visage. "Do not mind me. Simply fulfill their wishes," Weiss indicated towards Casso and his companions. "Yes," the dragon discreetly swallowed, taken aback by the presence of a Destroyer-S master on such a primitive planet as Earth. It turned back, resuming its age-old introduction. "Declare your wishes." "I possess the power to grant any desire." Casso felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could the dragon not utter a different line? After a moment of contemplation, Casso decided to tease the dragon. "Grant me eternal life." As soon as the words left his lips, Osbier and the others turned their heads in astonishment to gaze at Casso. Even Weiss widened his eyes in disbelief, never anticipating that Casso would make such a wish. Silence enveloped the area, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. "This wish is beyond my power to fulfill," the dragon exclaimed, glancing at Weiss, its voice trembling slightly. It had just proclaimed that any wish could be granted, only to be confronted with this unexpected challenge. The situation had become rather awkward. Casso paid no heed to the words of the dragon and declared, "Grant me the ability to transcend into the realm of the divine." The atmosphere fell silent once more. Weiss genuinely questioned whether Casso had undergone a transformation, for how could such wishes possibly materialize? "I am afraid that wish cannot be fulfilled either." The dragon's entire form trembled, sensing that the scion was merely toying with it. These wishes were far beyond the meager magical power residing within it. At that moment, Casso retorted, "Then why do you claim that any wish can be granted?" Upon hearing Casso's words, the others finally realized that it was this statement that had led Casso to provoke the dragon, behaving like a mischievous child. The dragon, in utter disbelief, had never felt so speechless since its inception. The proclamation was merely an attempt to elevate its own prestige. Was it truly necessary to engage in such stubborn insistence? "Make another wish. If you do not, I shall vanish." The dragon's voice brimmed with exasperation. Were it not for Weiss's presence and the programmed directives within its essence, it would have disregarded Casso entirely. "To the best of your ability, fortify the planet Salada to its utmost potential, without disrupting the daily lives of the scions." Given that Bulma had no wishes of her own to fulfill, Casso had no intention of squandering this opportunity. He had long desired to enhance the planet Salada. Chapter 125, The Peculiar Plant. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon's eyes gleamed momentarily before its entire form transformed into a radiant golden light, dissipating into the heavens. The 7 dragon balls morphed into white stones, preparing to scatter in all directions. However, Casso leaped high and grasped one of the petrified dragon balls. Now that the wish has been fulfilled, let us procure some sustenance. Casso concealed the dragon ball within the capsule and waved his hand behind him. Excellent, excellent. Vis's eyes instantly sparkled, akin to a ravenous wolf that had been starved for 3 days and nights. If his drool were to spill forth, it would be even more fitting. You all stay here. I shall return shortly. Casso vanished from the spot in an instant. 10 seconds later, Casso returned to his original position, shouldering 4 3-meter-long fish. We made our way to the riverbank. Casso arrived at the riverbank and skillfully gutted the large fish, his deft technique causing a spark of admiration in Vis's eyes. Vis chuckled, Casso, your skills are quite impressive. He had thought Casso was merely leading him to find other food, but to his surprise, Casso was taking matters into his own hands. The way he handled the fish revealed that Casso was indeed quite adept. Vis, my brother's culinary prowess will undoubtedly astonish you. As Osbier spoke, she unconsciously swallowed hard. This scene ignited a sense of anticipation in both Vis and Bulma. An hour passed, under the glow of the orange flames, for large fish sizzled nearby, their surfaces bubbling with hot oil. A fragrant aroma, rich with the essence of charcoal, wafted into the air, enticing everyone present. This delightful scent seemed to possess an enchanting quality, prompting Vis and his companions to involuntarily swallow hard. How delicious! How delectable! Vis and Bulma exclaimed, their eyes widening in disbelief at Casso's culinary capabilities. The appearance of the fish alone suggested that Casso's cooking skills were exceptional. I told you. My brother's talent will surely leave you amazed, Osbier declared proudly. She reminisced about the time she escaped from Vegeta with Casso, when his delicious meals had brought her joy. Ever since her first taste, she had marveled at the existence of such exquisite cuisine. Is it ready yet? The tempting aroma continued to invade Vis's senses, and he found it increasingly difficult to contain his eagerness. He realized Casso's skills surpassed even those of street food vendors. Beside him, Bulma watched intently, wishing fervently that Casso would declare it was time to eat. Yet, Casso remained silent, instead tossing out a multifunctional capsule and retrieving various jars and bottles from within. Casso unscrewed the bottle cap and sprinkled an unknown powder from the container onto the large fish. As the powder descended, the aroma emanating from the fish seemed to amplify dramatically, as if infused with a catalyst, filling the air with an intense and rich scent of meat that wafted for miles around. The intoxicating fragrance drove nearby beasts into a frenzy, compelling them to rush toward the source. However, before they could draw near, Weiss lightly tapped his staff, conjuring an abrupt barrier of light that repelled the creatures. At that moment, Casso calmly declared, "It is time to feast." With a swift motion, 3 hands seized a large fish, devouring it voraciously. Delicious, Bulma exclaimed. Feeling as though she were immersed in a world of fish fat, each of her cells rejuvenated, overwhelmed by a sense of euphoria. Weiss mirrored her expression, squinting his eyes, only to be roused by the enticing aroma of the fish, promptly becoming engrossed once more in the culinary delights. In the Waka Galaxy, 2 brilliant beams of white light streaked across the inky cosmos. Their speed far surpassed that of any ship previously utilized by the Scions. After departing from the planet Dohan, Vegeta and his companions had traversed this galaxy in merely 3 days. Half a day had passed since then. A grayish-yellow planet came into view, its surface ensnared by colossal plant roots, devoid of any trace of life, resembling a desolate orb. The spacecraft surged toward the planet, piercing the atmosphere with a resounding whoosh. With a thunderous roar, the engines erupted, generating a powerful thrust as the vessel gradually descended to the surface. With a snap, the hatch opened, and Vegeta along with Raditz emerged. Upon stepping onto the ground, the stones crumbled to dust beneath their feet. Nearby, the river lay parched. Fish lifelessly sprawled upon the dry riverbed. Taken aback by the dismal scene, Vegeta and Raditz exchanged glances, astonished by the planet's dire state. Even worse than the reports had suggested. Could that plant be so formidable? They pondered. Ascending into the sky, they suddenly beheld a towering green plant, its foliage luxuriantly abundant, with grayish-blue fruits dangling from its branches. At that moment, a group of extraterrestrial beings approached from the distance. their forms reminiscent of the individuals they had encountered during their mission on Dohan. Hant, with reverence, inquired, "Are you the esteemed scions?" His companions gazed at Vegeta and Raditz with hopeful eyes, for only the might of the scions could salvage their planet now. Vegeta remained silent, while Raditz proudly affirmed, "Indeed." After the explosion of planet Vegeta, Raditz wandered through the cosmos alongside Vegeta, never having experienced such respect before. Upon returning to Planet Salad, the demeanor of those around them had markedly changed. Even Vegeta felt a sense of pride deep within his heart. "Tell me about the origin of that plant." Vegeta indicated towards the distance. "We also do not know where this plant came from." Hant displayed a look of terror. "Not long ago, it suddenly emerged from beneath the ground, and its growth rate is astonishing. Within less than a day, it has completely covered the entire planet." A companion of Hant added, "Initially, we thought it was merely a mutated plant, believing that destroying its roots would eradicate it." The man spoke in fragments, "But no matter how much we bombard it, we cannot eliminate it." At this moment, Hant interjected, "My lords, look at what has become of our planet. It is all due to this plant. If we do not destroy it soon, our planet will be doomed. We implore you." Hant and his companions cried out in unison. Listening to their account, Vegeta and Raditz exchanged glances. With the highest combat power of 10,000 on this planet, how could they not destroy the roots of this plant? It was rather peculiar. Raditz, eyeing the roots exposed above the ground, eagerly declared, "Let me give it a try." Vegeta, somewhat speechless, pondered how Raditz dared to speak so boldly. Chapter 126, The Secret of Dragon Balls. Upon returning to Planet Salad, Vegeta, as the former Saiyan Prince, possessed an extraordinary talent that granted him a combat power of 70,000. What emboldened Raditz to speak in such a manner? If others with a combat power of 10,000 could not destroy those roots, how could he with his meager 2,000? Just as Vegeta intended to stop Raditz to spare him embarrassment, Raditz had already gathered a brilliant energy sphere in his hand. Observing Raditz's expression, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. It was evident that he was exerting all his strength. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated across the sky, as the shockwave from the explosion stirred up billowing clouds of smoke. And even the yellow sand on the ground was swept up by the fierce winds, obscuring everyone's vision. However, as the smoke cleared and visibility was restored, the root remained unscathed, firmly embedded in the ground. Time seemed to stand still, and no one spoke. All present stared wide-eyed at Raditz, their gazes filled with skepticism. It was as if they were questioning whether he truly belonged to that formidable race of scions. Vegeta, too, covered his face, utterly speechless. "Huh. I thought the situation was a bit awkward, so I merely sought to lighten the mood." Raditz, with his long hair trailing behind him, bore a countenance as red as a ripe fruit. Vegeta could no longer hold back and exclaimed, "Allow me to take charge." As his words echoed, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. The astonishing shockwave struck Hant, causing them to instinctively take several steps back. "We entrust this to you, my lord," Hant said, bowing respectfully. Having just witnessed the comical scene with Raditz, they had begun to question whether the scions were truly as formidable as the rumors suggested. However, the moment they witnessed Vegeta unleash such a colossal presence, their doubts about the scions vanished. Yet, how could this subordinate dare to act independently before his superior had spoken? Indeed, in Hant's mind, Raditz was merely a subordinate of Vegeta. "Take me to the root of that plant," Vegeta stated calmly, intent on annihilating it in one fell swoop. "Yes," Hant replied, leading the group towards the towering tree. "On Earth, what a feast," Whis remarked as he lightly tapped his staff, conjuring several chairs. He displayed no semblance of a formidable warrior, instead lounging lazily upon one of the seats. Whis glanced at Casso, contemplating whether he should attempt to seize him for a moment. Casso possesses remarkable talent in both cultivation and culinary arts. If he were to become my disciple, I would have the pleasure of savoring exquisite dishes at any time. However, glancing upwards, it seemed as though the ominous black sphere was observing him from the heavens, causing Whis to shudder involuntarily. "Casso, you are truly impressive." With admiration sparkling in her eyes, Bulma gazed at Casso's handsome visage, her heart aflame with affection. "Please, continue to cook for me," she exclaimed with a laugh, "though I fear you might tire of my appetite." Casso disposed of the surrounding food waste before returning to the group. Osbier also approached, saying, "Brother, I want to eat too." Casso laughed heartily. All right. As a few of them engaged in conversation, Whis occasionally interjected. However, as the discussion progressed, It circled back to the matter of the Dragon Balls. You should not rely too heavily on the wish orbs. No, rather, the Dragon Balls. Weiss remarked with a knowing tone. Nonetheless, there is no harm in utilizing them when necessary. The Dragon Balls are interwoven throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe. Regardless of the series, they remain an indispensable element. As angels, being among the most elite beings in the cosmos, they are privy to many secrets, including the profound mysteries surrounding the Dragon Balls. Thus, upon hearing Weiss's warning, Casso felt a wave of unease, for since arriving in this world, he had already made several wishes upon the Dragon Balls. Yet, Weiss had also mentioned that using them sparingly when needed was acceptable. This left Casso utterly bewildered. Should he or shouldn't he use the Dragon Balls? Osbier queried, Weiss, what do you mean? Do you wish to know? Weiss chuckled softly. You will naturally come to understand when you reach a certain level of growth. Weiss's words resonated among the group. It felt as though he had said something significant, yet simultaneously, nothing at all. Osbier glared at Weiss with frustration, wishing she could deliver a punch, but recognized it would be futile. Just the thought of it was enough to cause her teeth to ache. After a moment of contemplation, Osbier suddenly exclaimed, If you don't speak up, I want to let my brother prepare any more delicious meals for you. Haha. Upon hearing Osbier's remark, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. Having known Weiss for only a few days, she had discerned that his identity was shrouded in mystery. Yet he also possessed a hearty appetite. Perhaps this trait could be leveraged to coax some revelations from him. Casso turned his eyes towards Weiss, seemingly considering it a commendable idea. You all. Weiss sighed helplessly and then replied curtly, Let me share a few words with you. Long ago, there existed a formidable being named Salam, whose influence bestowed the Dragon Balls with the power to grant wishes. These Dragon Balls are imbued with miraculous energy. Each wish consumes a portion of this energy, while simultaneously drawing in negative forces from the world to replenish itself. The conversion of these adverse forces back into miraculous energy requires an extensive period, varying for each type of Dragon Ball. Weiss continued, for Earth's Dragon Balls, it typically necessitates several years for the conversion. At this juncture, Casso interjected, if it indeed takes years for the conversion to succeed, then why does the Earth's Dragon Ball revert from its stone form in merely a year, allowing wishes to be made once more? This was also a point of confusion for Osbier and Bulma. Surely, you do not believe that a year is sufficient for a complete conversion? Weiss chuckled softly. In truth, a year is far from adequate for the transformation of miraculous energy. Should it remain incompletely converted and be utilized again, it will accumulate negative forces, ultimately leading to ominous consequences, even threatening the very fabric of the universe. Upon hearing this, Osbier and Bulma gasped in astonishment, realizing that employing the Dragon Balls could indeed lead to such dire ramifications. A thought arose within them. Perhaps they ought to refrain from using the Dragon Balls altogether, even contemplating their destruction. Casso, however, was already aware of these matters, albeit surprised that the miraculous energy required years for transformation. Nonetheless, when Weiss mentioned the potential destruction of the universe, Casso remained skeptical. If Weiss possessed this knowledge, surely the god of destruction and Beerus would also be cognizant of these issues. Their indifference towards the Dragon Balls implied that their influence might not be as significant as suggested. Chapter 127. The appearance of Dales. Although Casso pondered this, he recalled Beerus's lethargic demeanor and the new generation of Kai who remained oblivious. The angels, too, seemed indifferent to such matters. If the Dragon Balls were indeed harbingers of calamity, it could spell trouble. Indeed, Weiss continued, the seventh universe nearly faced annihilation due to the Dragon Balls, only averted by Lord Beerus awakening from his slumber to avert catastrophe. Upon hearing the term seventh universe, Osbier did not express surprise, for Weiss had informed her of it long ago. However, she noted Casso's lack of response and found it peculiar. Could it be that Casso was aware of the existence of multiple universes? Contemplating this, Osbier remained silent for a moment before asking, if the Dragon Balls are indeed ominous, why do you still suggest that we should use them when necessary? Casso and Bulma gazed at Whis in perplexity. With a teasing tone, Whis quipped, Little BR, do you believe in the formidable power of destruction energy? As soon as the words left his lips, a spark of realization illuminated Casso and Osbier's minds. Indeed, if Beerus could eradicate the ominous nature of the Dragon Balls, then Osbier, as a candidate for the god of destruction, despite possessing limited destructive energy, could similarly nullify the Dragon Ball's malevolence. With this thought, both of them exhaled in relief, while Bulma continued to regard Whis with a puzzled expression. His cryptic remarks were infuriating. Observing her bewilderment, Casso pulled Bulma into his embrace, elucidating the resolution of the matter. Understanding dawned upon her. Bulma wriggled free from Casso's hold and leapt onto Osbier, embracing her tightly. "Sister Br, you are truly remarkable," she exclaimed, pressing her cheek against Osbier's and occasionally rubbing against her. Osbier rolled her eyes and retorted, "You pesky little girl, stop clinging to me." "I refuse." To which Bulma persisted with her affections. Laughter erupted among the group. Yet, amidst the merriment, Casso's mind was still clouded with questions. Whis had just mentioned Salama, describing him as a strong individual, but his origins remained shrouded in ambiguity. Reflecting on the speculations of netizens from his previous life, Casso pondered whether Salama could be likened to the Super Dragon within Dragon Ball Super, or if that Super Dragon was merely an incarnation of Salama. Yet, the truth eluded him. This was the first point of confusion. The second was the fact that the seventh universe had previously suffered destruction at the hands of the malevolent Dragon Balls, yet which specific Dragon Balls were responsible? Were they the Earth's Dragon Balls, those of Namek, or perhaps Dragon Balls from alternate timelines? If this was merely a